thought of nothing. That's because you can choose from 0% APR financing or zero down payment lease options. With 20 new car brands and more than 5,000 new vehicles available, Number One Cochrane has the region's largest selection, hands down. So what are you waiting for? Zero in on a new vehicle and get 0% APR financing or a zero down payment lease. It's all going on now at your local Number One Cochrane store and Cochrane.com. Offers may not be available at all locations. Cost per $1,000 finance varies with vehicle, APR, and term length. Limited time only featured leases may include manufacturer offers available to select customers only, subject to Tier 1 credit approval through applicable manufacturer. May not stack with other offers. Ends 1/31/25.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC now recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It's the new year. Time to make a positive change in your life.
I went to My Computer Career because I needed job security.
Because I wanted a career in cybersecurity.
I went to My Computer Career because IT jobs are everywhere.
My old job was going nowhere.
I went because I didn't want college loans for the rest of my life.
Because I wanted a career for the rest of my life.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation today. Financial aid available for qualified students, including the GI Bill. 529 college savings plans accepted. Not available in Washington State.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
This the big dog, not the little one. This is top dog. Biting whatever insurance company you want me to bite, I'm biting them. Backing them into a corner. Look at them, they scared. Give me top dollar, top dog law. He don't play, not at all. Coming for the money, made the call. Like top dog, I need you. Got into an accident, I really need you. Want a lot of money? I know. It's really, really bad. I know. I know you can help me. I know. It's really, really bad. I know. Money is what I do. It's how I make a living, and I'm good at it. Why you think you called me? Top dollar. That's why you called me. Medical malpractice, car accidents. Top dog law.
Don't miss the Inside all week long from Steelers insider Mark Kaboly.
Just because some nerd out there putting numbers together that says only 3 teams that went 0-2 didn't make the playoffs, that doesn't matter to me.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I'm Nicholas Eric Kellis, and this is the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. And it's the weekend. It's Friday. Get through today, and then it's the weekend. Yay. And there's a couple of games you can cover this weekend. Pitt men's basketball plays Wake Forest. This weekend, they're going to play at noon. It's, of course, the game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. We're the flagship home of Pitt football and Pitt men's basketball. And football season obviously over. So on to the heart of basketball season here. Also, the Pittsburgh Penguins, they have a game. They play the Nashville Predators on Saturday, so tomorrow. And that game is at 7 o'clock at night, so you can have basketball in the afternoon and hockey at night. And those are your two sports that are going to be on. If you like watching the Pro Bowl games too, I have no idea how to follow them, but I think they're on for the remainder of this weekend. We can talk about this over and over again. I've talked about this the last couple seasons now. I don't know what the leagues can do about all-star games. They're not working. They're not working out right now. The NFL tried something creative. I would suggest just do the flag football game. Like, what in the world? What, dodgeball is one of the skills competitions? The obstacle courses are kind of fun too, but like there's no real way to follow it unless you're watching on TV or on a streaming service. So it's kind of silly to me. I don't, like I look it up on the internet. I'm like, oh, how do I report on these scores? How do I report on the competitions? There's really no way. There's really no way to access that. Nobody can really follow along. So yeah. Yeah, I'd prefer just having a flag football game that would it's easy enough to follow. Still going to kind of be like the way the games were before, but at least it'll be a little more fun. It's just a little more of a different strategy with flags instead of tackling. So it'd be interesting to see. But something's not working. NBA and NHL are kind of rough too. We were talking about that a little bit yesterday. Crowley and Doran and our boss Craig were all in his office just talking about, after the show, All-Star games and All-Star weekends and how the Pro Bowl games started this weekend. And yeah, baseball's really the only one where the soul of the game is still part of the All-Star game, right? And baseball's All-Star game is far and above better than any of the others. And it still is, even though the game doesn't mean anything anymore. Remember that brief stretch of time in the 2000s to the mid-2010s where the league winner got home field advantage in the World Series, yeah. Even without that, baseball's still good. But yeah, the soul of the game just gets lost when you watch the NHL and the NBA and the NFL All-Star weekends or All-Star games. So, it's a bummer. It is a bummer. I don't have an adequate solution. I don't think. Like I said, for the NFL, I do just flag football because it's easy enough to recall. Maybe you have 3 teams that you put out there and you have to match up. You play like 3 games of flag football, but you can only play certain players on one team and throw them out there. So, you've got your A team, your B team, and your C team, and you don't announce who you're going to send out there until game time, or, each game's time, and then you send out that team. So maybe you have a better defensive team on one side than an offensive team, and you just have different matchups, and you have to work around those, and it's like a mystery. But, you don't have every player rostered. You have the teams rostered, into 3 teams, and then, you roster those, and only those players can play in that game, and you have 3 games. It's a best of 3. But you can only use a team once, if that makes sense. I think that would be interesting. If that could work for the other sports, don't know. Well, NBA kind of is rough because they don't play defense, so you have insanely high scores. In the NHL, it doesn't feel like the game because everything feels shorter, and it doesn't feel like it's an actual competition of skill. It feels like they're just all out there not trying to get hurt. So, I don't know. I'm sure there's a way, but that would be my solution for football. Tell me what you think. 412-928-9370. Yeah, and then a more grim piece of news that I saw yesterday. Justin Tucker, kicker for the Baltimore Ravens, dealing with allegations from massage therapists. At least 6 I've seen have come forward and allege misconduct by Justin Tucker. That's never fun to report on, but it is news. So it's a bummer. That's tough. Tough to report on. But yeah, what are these guys doing? I don't know. But that also happened. That was something I first saw yesterday. So Ick. All right, I'll move on from that. Super Bowl. Super Bowl is coming up next weekend. And this I want to address now, because in the heat of the moment, I remember saying, like, I'm not watching the Super Bowl. Bah. This is ridiculous. This is a similar matchup. Grr. And then I knew. I mean, I knew deep down. I'm like, yeah, I'm probably still going to watch it. I mean, the atmosphere, the camaraderie you get when you hang out with people and you watch a game, whether that's with your own family, whether you go to a party, whether you host a party, there's just something about getting together. And the Super Bowl's like a holiday, which is kind of a shame when a sports league can give you a holiday. But, I mean, regardless, that's kind of the culture. That's how it's happened. That's how things have progressed. But I've seen on social media a lot lately that there have just been these reports, these headlines, borderline clickbait stories that have said, record amount of NFL fans say that they're not going to watch the Super Bowl. I guess we'll see. I mean, the ratings really tell you, and they come out usually soon after the game's over. But, like, what are the ratings going to be for the Super Bowl this year? People actually not going to be watching. I think it's ridiculous for anybody who says, oh, yeah, I'm not going to watch. It's like the people here in Pittsburgh who say that they're boycotting the Pirates for the rest of time, and like they wouldn't go to a playoff game or they wouldn't try to go to a game if the Pirates became good again. It's nonsense. It's something you say when you're frustrated. I think that can be applied to this Super Bowl. I think you're frustrated in the moment, you say you're not going to watch, and then you realize, oh, you mean I'm going to miss out on drinking some pops and, eating some pizza and wings and spending time with the people I enjoy most? You're really not going to do that? I don't think that that's the case. I think that people are still going to watch. But ratings will tell us whenever they come out for sure. But, like, I don't know who's really going to avoid watching the game or at least checking in on the game a little bit. I mean, if it's a blowout for some reason, which when the Chiefs are involved, that doesn't seem to be the case. But it's almost like the NFL, even if it's not, I don't think it's scripted, but even if it were scripted, I mean, the NFL has done a great job of generating buzz around this game just based on people's hatred of it. It's just, they can't lose. The NFL can't lose. Because now people care about the game because they don't like the matchup. So people are talking about this. Like, this is a hot topic is, okay, nobody's watching the Super Bowl. Is that actually true? Is that actually the case? So you're getting buzz around the game, and for anybody who, for some reason, is living under a rock and doesn't know who's in the Super Bowl, then that question could be answered. Oh, the Chiefs are playing again, and the Eagles, they made it before, and they get to play again. They've been good for years, and there's no fun stories. That's why I'm not watching. And you say that for the 2 weeks in between Championship Sunday and Super Bowl Sunday. And that's something to talk about. So they win. Every way they win because now people are talking about the matchup and there's still buzz. It's a crummy matchup. Right, I think we can all agree on that to some extent. Like it's a matchup nobody wanted to see just because those two teams have been established as good for the last several years now. You wanted to see one of those other, stories that fill your heart do better. The teams with the stories that make your heart warm. The Commanders, who have been terrible, they changed ownership and almost immediately become a solid team that makes it to the NFC title game. And then the Buffalo Bills, who have been so close and so good for so long, but just barely not good enough. I mean, you want to see one of those stories, right? So the fact that this matchup is the same thing we've seen before, and it's still getting a lot of these talking points, regardless of whether it's good or bad. No publicity is bad. So, are you really not going to watch? That's my question. Because now I'm starting to see it. I've seen it on social media, and I'm falling for the bait a bit. It's like, record amount of NFL fans say they're not going to watch. I mean, is that the case? Are people actually not going to watch the Super Bowl. 412-928-9370. I open the phone lines up to you. And we'll start with this caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, good morning, Harry. GP from Gilpin.
Hi, what's up?
Not much. Hey, listen now. You're going to watch the Super Bowl. Your neighbor's going to watch the Super Bowl. I'm going to watch the Super Bowl. It doesn't matter who's in there. You're still going to watch it. Like, normal people that don't even watch football, they're going to watch it. So these people coming out saying it's not a good matchup, that's bogus. I mean, look when New England won all those Super Bowls. Did you still watch the Super Bowls when they were, like, crushing the Steelers?
Yeah, no, I get you. I understand your point.
Everybody has a party. Everybody brings a covered dish. So it doesn't matter who's in the Super Bowl. You're going to watch it. And the ratings will be up. You'll see it on the following Monday. You know what I mean, Harry?
I do, GP.
Have a good day, buddy.
You too. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. 412-928-9370. You can get a phone line as well. And you can also talk to me through the internet. I have an X account. I usually check and address comments on there as well. At Callas_33 is my handle. That's CALLAS_33. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I feel like everybody's going to watch the Super Bowl, and even the Patriots, right? You know, they were doing well. They weren't allowing the Steelers to advance many times before, and yet, we still watch them, and we watch them more to root against them, though. But this matchup, I'm not saying it's not in terms of talent. It's not a terrible matchup. I mean, it could be a pretty solid game. You got the Chiefs, who have barely gotten by a lot of games this season, but yet they have. And they've been a solid team for most of the year just by winning close games. But they still have found a way over and over and over again, regardless of what you think of the officiating. They've found a way over and over and over again. And then you got the Philadelphia Eagles, who have been hot and cold over the past few seasons, but they won a Super Bowl, 7 years ago? Yeah. They won a Super Bowl 7 years ago, and then they made it back to the Super Bowl and lost to these very same Chiefs a couple seasons back. And they've got something to prove that they could win multiple championships as well in a relatively short period of time. Right, so there's interesting parts of it, and the two teams are good and deserving, but people don't think it's a good matchup because the storylines are relatively boring. Just like, all right, the Eagles are good and the Chiefs are good. Yay, nothing unexpected here. And the Chiefs are going for their third consecutive. Woo, wow. Yeah, woo. I mean, it is impressive, but it's also not interesting. That's just the thing. So, so when we use the word terrible matchup, it's not because the teams aren't deserving. It's just because there are no interesting storylines. The Bills would have been nice to make it because they've fallen short so many times, and they had another opportunity, and they couldn't get it done. And the Washington Commanders, a team that was very bad for a very long period of time, and right away, new owner comes in, takes control of the team, and now they were playing for the conference championship. So, what do you think? 412-928-9370. Another caller on the line. Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning, Nick. This is Dave on the road. Hey, you said a mouthful when you said about the Commanders changing ownership, and look where they're at now. They're a relevant team. Could you imagine what would happen if the Pittsburgh Pirates got rid of Bob Nutting and his regime? I'd like to hear your speculation on that and how you would feel how much better the Pirates could be. I appreciate it. Thank you. And once again, fire Mike Tomlin. Thank you.
Hey, all right. Fire Mike Tomlin. Could always get behind that, right? I've said that before. Appreciate the call. So, see, Bob Nutting hasn't done anything wrong in terms of, like, business dealings, right? Like, for the most part, he's been pretty much, at least from what I know, factually, he's been on the straight path. Dan Snyder was, like, a bad guy. And there were, like, a lot of things, business dealings that he was doing that were, like, real bad. And I forget exactly what he was accused of, but that can be a quick internet search away. But, like, he had to sell the team because he was doing something wrong where, like, he was just, like, a bad person, right? Bob Nutting, say what you will about him owning the Pirates, like, not a bad guy, not doing anything, like, overly suspicious. I mean, people have their general suspicions of, like, oh, spend more money, blah, 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 right? Like, But that's not like he's a bad guy and he's doing something like illegal. Like Dan Snyder was doing things that were like bad. So, yeah, I mean, if you want to argue, I mean, that's your prerogative, though, to argue whatever you want and how you feel about Bob Dunning. But, like, when you talk about changing ownership, like the Commanders were a very poorly run organization with a guy leading it who was doing some shady things. And now you see the turnover in ownership, and you've got a better guy. So it seems running things now, running the organization better, and bringing winning back there. But again, you went from like pretty much illegal doings in Dan Snyder to not that, the opposite of that, and a guy who seems like he actually cares. I mean, we're talking about like. You look it up. You look up. Like the Commanders were doing some rough things. Like the Pirates and the way the Commanders were run in comparison, that you can't compare them. The Commanders, the facilities were no good, and they were doing some PR stunts that were no good, and apparently Dan Snyder was doing some stuff that again was no good. So, from the Pirates' sake, not even comparable. So I get what your point is, but that's not why Dan Snyder's no longer owning the Washington Commanders. Bob Nutting is eons away from anything Dan Snyder was doing. So, I mean, that's not comparable. But I get what your underlying point is, but I just want to make that clear. Bob Nutting is not Dan Snyder. That's that. 412-928-9370. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll come back. But get more of your calls in, 412-928-9370. I'll talk to you. How do you feel about the Super Bowl? You still got a week till it's going to be done. I mean, if you have any opinion on the Pro Bowl games and how the NFL can make it better, I mean, throw those out there. I don't mind. I'll give you my solution again. I already gave it before, but I'll give you that again when I come back. What do you think of the Pro Bowl games? What do you think of the Super Bowl matchup this season? Are you going to watch the Super Bowl? I feel like obviously you will, but some people say that they won't. So, I mean, if you're not going to watch the Super Bowl, call me, 412-928-9370. Or talk to me on X at Callis_33. That's CALLAS_33. And if you don't have time to speak this morning, you can at least type out an answer to me. I do give that as an option as well. Nicholas Harry Callis here. This is Fan Early Morning Show coming back next on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
No major incidents or accidents to report, just a lot of wet roadways from some overnight rain showers, so certainly be careful. They may be slippery in spots. Parkways east and west mainly steady into their respective tunnels. HOV lanes are open alongside the Parkway North. You can use those till 10 o'clock this morning with 2 or more in your vehicle. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick. Soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors.
Use as directed. Vapo Stick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max used for adults only.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
Next on Metro's Nada Yada Island podcast.
I almost fainted when the 4 new bombshells arrived. 4 free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G phones at Metro.
No way.
And finding out the 4th line is free. Oh, things got heated.
That's wild. Join Metro and get 4 free Samsung 5G phones. Only at Metro.
Plus tax. Bring 4 numbers and an ID and sign up for any Metro Flex plan. Not available currently at T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days.
After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
At Planet Fitness, we're declaring it. This is the year of getting stronger. And future stronger you can get started now by saving $28 or more when you join today. You in? We have all the best-in-class equipment you could ever need to keep stepping it up. And you can work out your way on your time at any convenient location near you. Most open 24 hours. So let's do this. Join Planet Fitness today and save $28 or more. Just $1 down, $15 a month, cancel anytime. Deal ends January 31st. See Home Club for details.
Montucky Cold Snacks, a snackable light lager born in the majestic Big Sky country. This drool-worthy golden nectar is light in bitterness and full tilt in festivity. Pairs well with adventure, belly laughs, and gas station delight shared with buddies. 4.1% alcohol by volume and only 104 calories. Grab a snack to go in 30 racks, 12 packs, or 16-ounce pounder 6-packs wherever you buy beer. Montucky Cold Snacks. Try one.
Since 1980, Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank has leveraged the power of community to achieve lasting solutions to hunger and its root causes. Today, nearly 300,000 people in southwestern Pennsylvania are food insecure. Now more than ever, we need your help to ensure our neighbors have the food they need to thrive. Just $1 can provide enough food for up to 3 meals. Donate today at pittsburghfoodbank.org. That's pittsburghfoodbank.org. Bitzer Toyota is a proud sponsor of Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank.
It's 2025, and it's time to get your home zero-resified by calling your cleaning heroes at Zero Res. Take 24% off all services for this month when you call 412-701-1188 or book online anytime at ZeroResPGH.com.
As we grow older, we all need a little more help. That's why the elder law firm of Julian Gray Associates has a full-time social worker on staff to help you with challenges that lie ahead. To arrange a no-obligation consultation, please visit grayelderlaw.com and grow old with us.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Keep it here as our black and gold off-season coverage continues. Do the Steelers need to start spending more money on offense? Everyone says yes, but what does Art Rooney think?
We have a position in the running back room we're going to have to address. Wide receiver room we're going to have to address. So I hope that we don't do that at the expense of the defense.
The proof will be in the pudding, and we'll have all these changes covered right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Talking sports in the Berg. Early.
Good morning, sir.
Back now to more of The Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I'm Nicholas Eric Callis, and this is the Fan Early Morning Show. Getting your day started, and really we're into the weekend now, so after this it's just a couple of sports and then whatever relaxing time that you're going to have. Hopefully you don't have to work over the weekend, so thank goodness it's Friday. Two sports you can cover over the weekend. Pittsburgh sports related. Pitt men's basketball plays at noon against Wake Forest tomorrow, and then the Pittsburgh Penguins later that night at 7 o'clock play the Nashville Predators. So, yeah, it's a little sports watching there if you're into the Pro Bowl games. I mean, that's I think that's still going to be going on this weekend, so you can check. My fix for the NFL is have the two conferences split up like they are, right, and then make 3 flag football teams. Team A, Team B, Team C, and then randomly send out each one for a 3-game series. So you can only use one of your teams per game, and you can't use the same team twice. And just see how the two different skill sets match up. So, again, divide your conferences into 3 rosters and then randomly send them out to play each other 3 times, 2 different teams, and then you can't use the same team twice. So all 3 teams will get to play at least once. It's just the matchups on each team may be different. Maybe if you make one team weaker and another team stronger, you're going to have the stronger team probably more likely to win, but then that team's going to be less likely to win. And it's like a 3-game series. Whoever wins the series wins All-Star Weekend. Bam. Or Pro Bowl weekend. Solved. Just a thought out there as well. And also, I'm attacking the people who are saying they're not going to watch the Super Bowl. I think you're liars out there. But what do you think? Well, what's your opinion? What do you want to talk about? 412-928-9370. Got another minute or two, so take this caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning, Old German Rod.
Hello.
I watched the Super Bowl game not because I like either team, but I got money on it because of in so many Super Bowl polls. That's the only reason why I watch it. And also, too, fire Tomlin. Have a great day.
You too. Always a good day when we say fire Tomlin. Indeed. Not going to happen, but it makes you feel better. I welcome those calls. Not a problem with me. Yeah, money could be the reason you watch, too, if you're going to bet. I mean, I'm sure plenty of you out there are going to bet on the game, and you're not going to bet on the game and not try to follow it and watch it, at least somewhat. So, yeah, I hear you. 412-928-9370. Got time for one more caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Joe.
All right, Joe, you got about a minute.
All right, you know everyone's going to be watching the Super Bowl. They're all complete liars. I don't care what they say. Secondly, the Pirates, you have Skeens out there who's going to be a great pitcher, and they just refuse to bring any veteran pitcher in to help him. Look what Garrett Cole got. And it really helps a young guy, and I think he's going to be an unbelievable baseball player, and it's just a disservice what the Pirates do. And then the Steelers, I mean, it's just an absolute atrocity what they got going on over there. They should just look at trading the entire team away before they even think of having a chance to win the Super Bowl. Thanks. Have a good day, brother.
I like that call, and it's a good way to end the day there with that call. Appreciate the call, Joe. Yeah, I actually would argue that the Pirates need to spend more on offense to complement what the pitching staff is, or at least the starting rotation is right now. But yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Veteran rotation help would be nice. Max Scherzer signed a $15 million deal with the Toronto Blue Jays. That's not that much. It's $5 more million than you would have spent on Aroldis Chapman, and you get to pitch him hopefully in more games. We'll see how he does this season, but that surprised me, that signing. So I hear what you're saying. Joe. All right. That's it. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show. Fan Morning Show pre-show with Crowley and Dorans next right here on the Fan.
Hey, guys. Chris Muller here, and what I'm about to say, well, it's okay to admit it. Most of us guys, especially if you're not as young as you used to be, could probably benefit from a little extra in the bedroom, and Blue Chew can help. You probably know this, but if you didn't already, Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra at a fraction of the cost, and even better, they're in chewable form, so there's no swallowing pills or needing a glass of water nearby. Blue Chew's tablets can give you extra confidence when it's time to perform, and since Blue Chew's an online prescription service, there's no awkward conversations, waiting in line, trip to the doctor's office. It ships right to your front door in discreet packaging. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA, and they ship direct, so it's cheaper than a pharmacy. Trust me on this one. Your partner wants you to do this. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
Service technicians, how would you like to earn 50% more on warranty work?
Well, that comes standard at #1 Cochran Hyundai. We pay our flat rate Hyundai techs 150% on warranty labor time. And we're hiring at our Monroeville and South Hills locations. It takes a special team to deliver award-winning service, and that's why we invest in excellent benefits, career pathways, and professional development programs. Apply now at CochranCareers.com.
Get your kids up and active at the Heinz History Center's NFL Play 60 training camp on Saturday, February 1st. Test their skills at the football toss, 40-yard dash, and more. It's free for kids thanks to Dick's Sporting Goods. Get your tickets today at HeinzHistoryCenter.org.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
Next on Metro's Nada Yada Island podcast.
I almost fainted when the 4 new bomb shelves arrived. 4 free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G phones at Metro.
No way.
And finding out the 4th line is free? Oh, things got heated.
That's wild. Join Metro and get 4 free Samsung 5G phones. Only at Metro.
Plus tax. Bring 4 numbers and an ID and sign up for any Metro Flex plan. Not available currently at T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Par-Mar store. See for yourself. Download the Par-Mar stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrilli reminding you that if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray, and I've been helping Pittsburghers for 30 years navigating the legal issues surrounding aging. Get ready for your retirement years and what lies ahead with a no-obligation consultation. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
As you're traveling this morning, just be aware you have lots of wet roadways from overnight rain showers as well as fog in the area, so keep the low beams on for safety's sake and your speeds under control as you travel this morning. Parkways east and west mainly steady into their respective tunnels. Route 28 also moving well into the north side. HOV lanes open alongside the Parkway North. Meanwhile, in Edgeworth and Sewickley Heights boroughs, be aware a damaged roadway has closed Way Hollow Road in both directions between Woodland and Backbone Roads. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg Banketsy on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
It's a Fan Morning Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. It's Crowley. It's Dickerson. It's Nicholas Harry Callis behind the glass. I think we've all turned the corner. All feeling okay. Things are good. It's going to be a weird show today. There's not much going on, frankly, which means we get to kind of spread our wings. Be a little goofy. How we doing, Dickerson?
I'm doing great. I'm feeling great. What is this? Is this the first weekend without football since?
I don't want to think about it.
Since, August?
We have the Pro Bowl games. Doesn't that count?
No. Does not. Are they doing the Pro Bowl? Good morning, Callis.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Good. I have a story I want to tell, but you should finish that thought.
Is there a game?
I don't think there's a game.
Okay.
I'm not going to pretend like I've looked into it at all.
Yeah, like I could care less.
No, if there was a game, I wouldn't watch it.
Right.
With all due respect. All due respect. I'm more interested in the East-West Shrine game.
Yeah.
The Senior Bowl.
Yes.
This number 16 here from Minnesota.
Minnesota.
Kind of got a little chubby belly to him. I like it.
Well,
I like it. You're playing in the North.
You don't think that's his rib pads?
Got to be thick. That could be his rib pads. If I'm playing in Minnesota, I got a little tie around the belly.
A little bit. You got to stay warm.
Around the midsection. You lifted yesterday.
I did.
Threw some steel around. Bang, bang, bang.
I'm sore. Took my kid to practice, and at the gym there's a little weight room, and went in there and did some old school workouts that I used to do, and I'm pretty sore. Feels good, though. Feels good.
Oh, good sore.
You know what? It's like muscle memory for me, though. Like, it's just like I just hop right back in, know what I need to do, and just nothing. Like, I wasn't tired or anything. It's just, my body just knows how to react to that stuff, and I love this feeling, though, this soreness feeling.
Oh, it's a good feeling.
It is.
Although I have muscle Alzheimer's. You have muscle memory. My muscles are like, what the hell are you doing here? What is this? That thing is heavy. That's the thing I don't like about the gym. Everything in there's heavy. Callis, you had a story?
Yeah, so I took a large nap yesterday after work. So
how large are we talking?
From like 1 o'clock to 6 o'clock.
Oh my God. Buddy, that ain't no nap. That is a hibernation. That's a slumber.
Oh, man.
Well, my body needed it.
That's a sleep.
I was feeling a little rough yesterday, but I woke up at 5:58, and the sun was in the perfect spot where I mistook it for morning. And so I was checking my phone, like, why hasn't Crowley texted me yet? Like usually they panic if I'm not in by a certain time. And I'm like, okay, well, I might as well just get up and start, getting ready. I mean, I'm already late. My show's over, so now we just got to get in there when I can. And then I realized it was nighttime.
Colony did that once. Famously, took a long nap, woke up, it was dark outside, and was like, oh, shoot. Just got up and drove into work and realized when he turned the radio on like 10 minutes into his drive, it's actually 4:55 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
I have noticed. Staying light out later.
It is. It's nice.
About 5:55, 6 o'clock, you can still see. It's very good. Also, I don't think mistook is a word.
That was good.
You and I did the same thing. We both made eye contact and mouthed the word mistook to each other.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure that is one.
I did Rochelle and I, we did a big-time adult move yesterday. Big-time adult move. Tell me if you'd be on board. I think you would be on board with this. We rented a dumpster.
Oh, buddy.
And it's the best feeling in the world whenever you can get rid of bulk that's in your house that you just don't need, or just anything, and just toss it away and not have to worry about garbage night and putting it in garbage cans. We rented a dumpster and we got a really good deal on it. It's in our driveway.
Did you get it from Crowley? There's a Crowley dumpster company. Not related.
I don't know. I don't think so. But I mean,
free plug for them.
Free plug for them, yeah. It is the best feeling to just get rid of stuff. Isn't it? Like, I mean, just to be able to just toss stuff away, just old stuff. I mean, there's baby stuff, car seats and stuff that's just been in my garage because just never really got rid of it. It's a big time move.
Oh, yeah. Usually that happens around springtime. I think it is ingrained in the human nature, the spring cleaning deal. My wife's been doing this lately, too. Not with the dumpster, but just so much clothes. And
oh yeah,
I have so many clothes that I don't wear. Same thing with her. Kid grows out of it, and then there's stuff that's too beat up to pass down to our second child. So she's been putting together garbage bags. And a lot of the clothes we will like donate take to Goodwill or something like that. But my dad has done this like twice in the last 10 years where he's got the dumpster. And there's like this mental lift.
Oh my gosh.
All this crap that you have absolutely no need for, that you just accumulate over the years.
Oh. It's such a good feeling.
Freeing, Dorian.
It is freeing.
You chuck it in there too?
Yep. My garage is like cleaned out, and we're thinking about making the garage a gym because we don't park in there. So for the kids and stuff, and just getting some weights and free weights and stuff, but it's just nice to just clear that stuff out. That's a big adult move, and I'm happy.
I'm going to come over and use your gym.
That's fine. Yeah. Well, you're going to have to work out with me then.
That's fine.
You don't want to work out with me.
I don't want to work out with you in public.
Why?
Because it would be like if Mike Greenberg was working out with Golick in public.
With Cam Newton.
Yeah, well, we'll get into that at some point later on in the show. Cam Newton's comments from yesterday. I don't want to. I already feel awful at the gym because I'm built like Gumby. And if you're sitting next to me, squatting next to me,
I can help you.
I know. You can help me at your house, in your garage. Although now another added layer of embarrassment could be there because your oldest would be benching more than me for sure.
Yeah, and he would definitely try to compete with you, and then you probably wouldn't be in the competing mood.
I'm always in the competing mood.
Oh, but whenever you lose to 10-year-olds?
That's no good.
Right.
That's no good. Speaking of competition, I was hopping around the radio dial this morning on the drive in. Amy Lawrence was in commercial, and I landed on a station that we kicked the hell out of in the ratings. And it's the most transparent BS I've ever heard. And I've jumped around. I always jump around in the morning, see what's going on. And every morning, it's the same disc jockey who clearly isn't from here, who they make pretend that he's from here. And he's like, I'd just like to thank everybody for listening in. He's probably looking at a sheet of paper. Blounox? Allegheny? County? Every morning. My name is Hunter, and thank you to everybody listening out there in Plum. Like, I see right through you. Mm-hmm. It's BS. Mm-hmm. I may have used to work there. Anyhow.
I do wonder about people, like especially like in this business or, anywhere where you have to be in public, but you have to take on the persona of a city and you're not from that city and you initially get to that city and it's like, okay, like even like Liam Cohn, like did somebody prep him about the Duval thing?
I think so, but they didn't do a good enough job.
Right. Like, do you have to be prepped because you don't want to dive into something where it doesn't sound right and people know that you're phony?
I used to have to do sports headlines for markets all around the country. They reappropriated my wonderful skills to have me do 25-second sports updates. And then I left and we kicked their butts. Anyway, I would mispronounce things all the time because I do that now. Mm-hmm. But I remember getting an email. I did a sports update in Cleveland for Aaron Savali, and I called him Kivalers. And they were like, it's pronounced da-da-da. I'm like, you can hire local talent.
Right.
Not that I don't want to have a job. Having a job is good. Same thing happened whenever I did one in Arizona. I forget who I mispronounced. And they're like, that's pretty common knowledge around here. I'm like, oh, okay. I live in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Maybe hire local. Maybe the whole process is dumb.
Speaking of you.
I don't know what got into me today. Sorry.
Speaking of you, this makes me think. I found a tweet from you from 2011.
I know.
Can I read it?
Yeah, don't dig too deep into my tweets.
I won't. No, I was looking up highlights of for something and for this show, and your tweets came up. Things I do, Adam Crowley from 2011. Things I do: suck, go to a terrible college, love mini Oreos, forget to log out of Twitter on Pirate's computer.
Yeah.
What was that last one?
That was my old job. There's a guy I work with named Chase, and I must have left my Twitter up on the computer. My first ever job in the industry, I would do paid programming on the weekends. I would produce that, and then I would also produce Pirates pre- and post-game.
Oh.
And I must have left my computer or my stuff logged in, and he
sent that tweet out.
I mean, you're in college.
Yeah.
You're doing wow.
Yeah, I'm a superstar.
Man, you've been at this for a long time.
I know.
Wait, so that wasn't you that tweeted that?
Of course it wasn't me that tweeted that. I think the last part's a dead giveaway.
I thought it was him that tweeted it.
I did too.
I mean, I do suck. My college is great, though. I would never desecrate.
That's why I was surprised.
I didn't know if they
was he just having a bad day?
I didn't know if they lost or something.
Yeah.
Like, you know how you get. You're so up and down. I
That's
didn't know if
true.
they lost in a sport. I didn't. When was the date? Did you remember the date?
August 5th, 2011.
So there wasn't really anything going on. Okay. I didn't know if they lost.
I saw Rich Rodriguez did a media availability or some radio interview yesterday, and he said, I've seen a couple of my players dance on TikTok, and I just got to tell them that ain't going to fly.
I love that. Is it weird for me? Is it out of bounds for me to say that I like Rich Rod?
No, because you beat him in 07, and then
outside of even that.
Well, no, because you said for a long time that you just didn't think that Neil Brown fit culturally there.
Right.
Like, and Neil was from, small, rural Kentucky.
Mm-hmm.
So he fit to an extent, but he wasn't hard-nosed the way that you need to be. And Rich, for all of his faults, definitely a hard-nosed guy.
And a lot of his former players that I've, either became teammates with or friends with, everybody just loves him.
That's what always stuck out to me, too, because he left them high and dry,
He did.
and they still love him.
They still loved him.
So there's got to be something there.
Yeah, that might be it. It might be what they have said about him. Because I've talked to Cincinnati players, and they hate Brian Kelly.
Yeah.
Like, they hated him. At the Senior Bowl, literally, a couple weeks after we lost to them, I had, Tony Pike, Marty Gilliard.
And they were good.
I mean, yeah, they beat us.
Yeah, beat us.
And they had
beat everybody that year, except for Florida.
They didn't even want to talk about Brian Kelly. They were like,
wow.
Can't stand him.
Wow.
Yeah, and this was 3-4 weeks after the Cincinnati pick game.
You know what's nuts? You have these great LSU wide receivers that have come out in the last few drafts. And then you got Jaden Daniels, who won the Heisman and then takes Washington to the NFC Championship game. And meanwhile, all Brian Kelly does down there is lose 3 games a year. Like, how do you have Jaden Daniels and who's the wide receiver the Steelers should have drafted who played for the Giants?
Brian Thomas and Neighbors.
Brian Thomas and Neighbors.
Neighbors.
You got Brian Thomas, you got Neighbors, you got Jaden Daniels. You lose 3 games? Buddy, what are you doing?
Makes no sense.
But it's okay because Brian Kelly's a piece of work. That's what my mom would say. He's a real piece of work. I'm happy. Callis just delivered us some of the things we need to do the show. I wanted to bring this up while he was here, then he ran away, which is fine because you're doing your job. Bergrunner tweets, mistook. It's the past tense of mistake.
Wow. It just didn't sound right. I feel like
it did not sound right.
It didn't flow well for Callis.
But that's a win. That's an early win for Callis today.
Yay!
Used in a sentence here, because I was inexperienced, I mistook the nature of our relationship. You might have used it wrong.
Mm-hmm.
You might have used it right, put it at the wrong part of the sentence.
He said a mistook. Like I mistook the.
I don't know. We might have to go to the tape on this one.
Yeah.
Texter, funny story about people leaving their social media logged in. When I was in college, my roommate left his Facebook logged on. I changed it from being in. Nope, can't read that.
Yeah.
Can't read that. I knew I should. That was not passing the smell test early.
Yeah. I knew exactly where that was going.
A funny prank. Can't talk about it on the air.
A funny prank maybe like 15 years ago?
Yes.
Okay. Would be acceptable 15 years ago?
Yes.
As a prank?
Yes.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yes. And I do think we need to laugh about things.
Yes. We don't
need to all take things super seriously all the time.
Right.
I was watching a comedian with my wife this weekend, one of their specials on Netflix, and I'm laughing my butt off the whole time. And my wife's like, I don't know. I don't know about this guy. And I would agree that he probably would appeal more to men than women. But she said, I just think that's offensive. It's a comedy show. It's fine if it's offensive. We're good. It's okay. We don't need to take everything so serious. I gave her like this lecture, and she's like, what are you doing right now? I was like, I don't know. Sorry.
Yeah. Passionate.
I'm just like, look. One of these days, I'm going to get fired because I'm going to say something stupid into a microphone. So I will defend comedians because to me, that's the one safe space.
The one safe space, and it's getting close.
It's getting close. And I'm not like I don't care cancel culture. I don't think about that kind of stuff very frequently, but like when a comedian says something, if you laugh, to me, it's in bounds.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm sure there are some lines that can be crossed, but I think the threshold's pretty high when it comes to comedy. Texter, Brian Kelly killed a kid, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was bad. Real bad. Obviously bad.
I don't factor that into. That's pretty serious. I don't factor that into my sports.
No, even just
hate.
Yeah, right. Even just his nature of being a jackass
Right.
is really more what we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
You mind if I turn my microphone off to blow my nose?
Go ahead.
There we go. You know the old. It's such a dad thing. Like on the weekends. Lately, I've been trying to wake up before the kids, and then go out and have my cup of coffee. But my wife's been killed because she's like, you're banging cabinets.
Mm-hmm.
I hear like a big fart. I hear you blow your nose like a choo-choo train. She's like, do you even try to be quiet? Like, I think I'm being quiet.
I think you're being quiet. You ever see those TikToks with your dad wakes up at 5:30 a.m. and he's in the bathroom. It's like, I
think that's me. I do.
It's every dad.
Gargling. I did gargle today. I've recently been on this. You got a little bit of a scratch of your sore throat. You gargle the mouthwash, goes away.
Yeah.
It like numbs it. It's a wonderful thing.
Yeah, it kills 99% of bacteria.
That's what it says.
Yeah, it's
what if I
very
got
strong.
a virus?
Very strong. Drink it.
No.
Have you ever mistakenly drank?
No.
I have.
You mistakenly drank.
Yeah, I was like bored. I was like, oh, I wonder what it tastes like. And it messed me up the whole day. I think I was in like 9th grade.
Yeah.
Messed me up. I couldn't even talk.
Yeah.
I was like, what is this? Let me see what this is going.
It's like 100% alcohol.
I was all stumbling around.
Oh, my God. You wouldn't have passed a breathalyzer. Texter, holy moly, I could still hear him blow his nose from Double D's mic. That's not even a bit. That's just how I blow my nose.
Mm-hmm.
Another texter. Thanks for turning your mic off, Crowley. We definitely didn't hear you blowing your nose.
I didn't turn mine off on purpose.
I mean, what am I supposed to do? Just drip into the microphone? Stark, you'll have a conniption. I can't be doing that.
Maybe wait.
I'm not.
You could have set it to break there. It's 5:59.
No, is it?
Yep.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, you could have just called for the ID.
Look, I'm a human.
Yeah.
You know what people do at work in regular jobs? They blow their nose.
In the bathroom, yeah. They go to the bathroom to blow their nose.
No, they do not.
I mean, if you're in a big room with cubicles, I don't think that anybody's sitting there like.
Oh my God!
Like I do, I leave the room at my other job and from my desk in my office to go blow my nose if I have to. Because it's gross. You don't want to interrupt everybody else.
Exactly.
I'm putting that up as a Twitter poll.
Yeah, you definitely go to the bathroom to blow your nose at other jobs with other people around.
Or just go out of the room.
I'm putting it like this. Tell me if this is okay for you guys. If you work a desk job, do you blow your nose in the office or do you go to the bathroom? Is that fine?
Yep.
Okay. Office, bathroom, 4-hour Twitter poll.
I also, though, have never really heard a human being blow their nose like you do.
I'm going to cough. I'm going to blow my nose. If it inconveniences you, tough. I'm trying to get my germs out. I ain't trying to sit here sounding like this for them.
I'm just saying, like, you have a insane blowing of the nose.
And the timing, too. Again, it was 5:59. You could have been like, we'll see you in 15 seconds. Bang.
I'm not going to inconvenience myself for 15 seconds. I'm not going to feel worse for 15 seconds to benefit you guys. If I don't look out for myself, who's going to? Answer, no one.
Oh, you could have called for the ID sooner. You didn't have to wait. You would actually gotten to blow your nose sooner and off the air.
Have you always blown, like, has it always been that loud?
Yes. Yes, and I actually one time got sent in the hall by a substitute teacher.
Oh.
Because
for what?
She said that I was purposefully disrupting the class. And then my buddy Nick, I said, can you tell her that this is how I blow my nose all the time? And so she sent him in the hallway, too, for trying to vouch for me.
So it's been so people just recognize that it's different.
I will acknowledge it is an obnoxious blowing of the nose, but that's still what I do. It's who I am.
Yeah. We accept you for that. We do in here, but you know that there's other people listening.
I don't think the world accepts me for it. Texter. No more than 15% of people go to the bathroom to blow their nose. Well, we'll see with our scientific Twitter poll. @_Adam Crowley. All right, in 30 seconds, We've been so negative lately.
Yeah.
And I think it's really hard to not be negative when you look around the landscape of Pittsburgh sports. And I think today's show's going to be 95% fun. And this next segment might wind up being 95% fun. But the first 5% of the show is going to start negative in 30 seconds, bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Good morning to all. Happy Friday. There is no football to look forward to this weekend. You do have a big-time Pitt basketball game tomorrow. You can hear that right here on 93.7 The Fan. It gives us freedom to do what we want. Not that during Steelers season we don't want to be talking Steelers 24/7, but I'd be lying to you, and we don't like to lie to you on this show, if I said I don't get Steelers fatigue. And we will talk a lot about the Steelers today. But can we start with something else?
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't mean it's not going to be negative. It is. John Heyman, national baseball writer, Dorm. He writes for the New York Post. He also is our Odyssey Major League Baseball insider. He wrote yesterday, and this makes me want to vomit. How about a long shot Reds team as a Pete Alonso landing spot? Pete Alonso, he of 50 homers 2 years ago and 34 last year. He continued, could the Reds pursue Pete Alonso? It's probably a long shot, but with Alonso's market not developing as expected, word is Cincinnati might consider it. It's one thing for the Dodgers to go out and spend a whole bunch of money, or for the Yankees and Mets to do it, or for the Red Sox to do it, or for the Phillies to do it, or even the Chicago Cubs. But the Cincinnati Reds are a smaller market baseball team than the Pittsburgh Pirates. And the Reds were very much in the same bucket as the Pirates last year.
Yep.
The Pirates won 76 games. The Cincinnati Reds won 77 games. The Reds, for a brief spell, like the Pirates did last season, captured the hearts and minds of America. That's a young baseball team. They're a fun baseball team. They do it, for my money, more on the hitting side of things. And De La Cruz steals a whole bunch of bases. And he's so dynamic. The same way that Paul Skeens on the mound is so dynamic. They are in the same exact spot, I think, as the Pittsburgh Pirates. They're close to being there. They're not quite there. And they're linked to Pete Alonso?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's not just Pete Alonso, Doran. Rumors out there that the Reds have kicked the tires on Luis Robert Jr., star outfielder for the Chicago White Sox, a guy that we talked about at the trade deadline last year, a guy that would have transformed the middle of the Pirates order and thus the Pirates order at large. They haven't gotten either of these guys. Maybe they won't. But the Pirates are linked to names like Randall Grichuk. And then they sign guys like Adam Frazier. And oh yeah, by the by, they have spent $5.7 million on outside free agents this offseason. Why am I saying all this? It's because if the Reds land one of those guys, it shows that they get it.
Yes.
That they are close, and you add a 34-homer dude into the middle of your lineup, you're going to go from 77 wins to like 85. The Pirates, according to the Zip projections, are going to go 81-81 this year. They're an average baseball club. You throw a Pete Alonso in the middle of the lineup, I think they're going to the playoffs, Doran. And what's it going to cost? I don't know, $25 million?
Yep.
And if they spent $25 million, they'd still have a bottom 8 payroll in all of Major League Baseball. I'm sorry I'm talking so much, but when I read the Reds are interested, I've had enough. I've had enough. When the big market teams do it, fine, but when a smaller market team than the Pirates are interested in a Pete Alonso, it makes me want to blow my flippin' lid.
Well,
and my nose.
It shows that they are in this thing to get better, and they know how close that they are, and they know what the division is. And this started, what is the date today? January
31st. I think it's January 746th, actually.
So what, about around 4 or 5 months ago? That's when this started for the Reds. Or they hired Terry Francona.
Man.
I mean, and every move that they've made since then, it could be connected to the Pirates could have made this move. And they're not making moves like Terry Francona. This is his backyard. Like, if you really want to make a move and you really want to transition, you really want to make a splash to show that you really want to be aggressive with this thing, you make that move. You make that move. You hire Terry Francona, or at least you're in on the sweepstakes.
Real quick, if the Pirates let go of Derek Shelton, and I think Derek's a wonderful guy, but you're about winning baseball games.
Absolutely.
If the Pirates had let go of Derek Shelton and said, "Hey Terry, do you want to come here and manage?" Do you think he would have said yes?
I mean, if he's thinking that the Reds are the same organization, basically, give or take, as the Pirates, yes.
I think he would have said yes.
If he's thinking the logic that you're thinking right now, 77 wins last year, a team that can compete, a fun team. I mean, you basically De La Cruz, O'Neal Cruz. I mean, you kind of look and kind of put it 2 and 2 together to say that they're somewhat the same ball clubs. I would think he would have said yes. Especially from being here. I think that matters just a little bit,
yes.
But it matters.
Especially when you've considered retirement and you've had health issues and you could be close to home and you could help bring this club back to prominence. Man, when I was thinking about starting the show this way, I didn't even think about the Terry Francona thing.
That's where it started.
Big swing and a miss by me and a great point by you. It did start there because I think a good manager, I don't think they get you 20 wins or anything like that, but I think they can get you 6 to 8, something in that ballpark. Paul Skeens, he spoke. He's going to be on the cover of the show. He said, we feel like we blew probably 10-ish games last year. And I think the bullpen had a lot to do with it. Of course, the lack of offense had a lot to do with it. But I didn't love, and that's being kind, the usage of the bullpen by Derek Shelton. And I think that's one of the biggest things a manager can do. Plus, guys off the bench,
yes,
pinch hitting, and double switches in the National League, although designated hitter. I think you can make an argument that last year they'd have won 6 to 8 more games with a really good manager like a Terry Francona. And they just didn't do it. And that's an area where, okay, you'd have to be, we don't know how much Derek gets paid. We don't know how long his contract is for, but that's not adding a substantial amount of money.
No.
When you hire a manager. We're not talking about Tomlin's $16 million here.
No.
We're probably talking, I don't know, just a guess, like $3 million range?
Yeah.
Something like that?
You're talking about a guy that wants to coach ball. I don't know if it's about the money for Terry Francona, but what I do believe that if there was a pause for Terry Francona, if he did have the opportunity to come here, it's like, do I get to spend money, which is what the Reds ownership signed off on probably. Like, I bet you that was his number one concern. Like, okay, like I'll come here for $1.8 million, but are we going to spend the right money in the right spots to make this a big-time franchise baseball club? Like, are we going to spend? Yes. Okay, I'm in. If he has a conversation with the Pirates, they may say yes, but he may see through it, and he may say no. But I'm sure that if you're interested in Terry Francona and you have him in for an interview, if you're the Pirates, and he says that you're probably going to get pushed to actually spend some money because you know that this guy can get you, like you said, 8 to 10 wins by himself. You add a little bit to that, then you're right in the thick of things.
Yes. That would have been the cheapest way that they could have added wins to this ball club.
Yep.
Is just simply lifting the manager out and putting another manager in. The cheapest possible thing that they could have done. But they didn't do it, and Ben Cherington's still here. There's a lot of Steelers and Pirates similarities, which I'm sure the Steelers would take great offense to, and now I think that the Pirates should take offense to that. We're just going to keep it up. Let's keep going. We're in year 6 of the rebuild. No problem. No big deal here. And I do want to be clear. The Reds have done nothing here with Pete Alonso. They have not made the trade for Luis Robert Jr.
They got that Austin Hayes kid.
They did for $5 million when the Pirates got
and that's a position
Adam
of need.
Frazier for $1.525
right.
million. Yes. Yes. They did that, and that's they spent almost as much money on that guy as the Pirates have this entire offseason.
But I think what you're saying is even if the Pirates' name is being floated out there as being interested in Luis Robert Jr. or Pete Alonso, Pirates fans are feeling 50 times better right now. Even if it doesn't get done, you know that they're interested in making this roster better.
Yes.
That's where I think people are really at.
Well, and here's where I am on this. A couple things, just to bounce off your point there. If the Pirates were mentioned by John Heyman as interested in Pete Alonso, half our show today would be about that. They have a chance, and you've been on this for a while, to grab the Pittsburgh sports market and say, hey, we're the Pittsburgh Pirates, and we are the top dog right now. Steelers are mired in Mediocreville. The Penguins are one of the worst teams in the entire National Hockey League. This is our chance. If only it was floated out there.
Floated.
People would be jacked up about that. Now, here's the other thing. So the Pirates have spent $5.7 million this offseason on players not named Andrew McCutchen. They spent roughly $30 million last offseason on players not named Andrew McCutchen. Pete Alonso, on a one-year deal, might come in at like $25 million. Maybe. Could be a little bit more than that. I'm not so sure why he hasn't been signed yet.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to pretend like I understand that. Baseball free agency is dumb. It's weird. You could, in theory, sign him and spend just as much money as you did last offseason. Why wouldn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I understand that the local TV stuff is going to factor into all of it. People have made that point on the text line and via Twitter. If you spent that kind of money on Pete Alonso, again, just to use his name because he's the one that really spurred the conversation, that ballpark's going to be popping.
Yep.
And not just, they get off to a good start and they're okay, they're around it. No, I think it would be as filled as it's been in a long time early in the season. We know that around Major League Baseball, the April draws aren't great. The May draws generally aren't great. And it picks up as it gets hotter and as, baseball's got 162 games, as the games, quote unquote, start to mean more. If you spent $25, $30 million on Pete Alonso and plopped him down in the middle of the lineup, I think people are reinvigorated around here in a way that they haven't been.
Yes.
I heard Donnie yesterday say on the evening show that the Pirates haven't signed a free agent to a multi-year deal since 2016, Ivan Nova.
What?
It's insane. And this guy would be maybe a one-year deal with an option, maybe a two-year deal with some options in there. I think one move, that's all it would take. One move, and this place would go bonkers for the Buccos. Ooh. Beers up for the Buck store. Bonkers for the Buccos. But the Pirates aren't rumored to be interested. No, it's just your division rival in a smaller market, the Cincinnati Reds. 412-928-9370. We have started the morning with negativity. If you'd like to pile on, we'd love to have you. You can give us a ring on that fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Dora and I have a great idea. I tweeted it out years ago. It's my most viral tweet, and I want to get into it next because it's more fun than this talk. We'll still have this talk. Mm-hmm. Let's have a little fun. Mm-hmm. First, though, a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
2 games Pittsburgh related over the weekend. Pittman's basketball plays Wake Forest at noon tomorrow. That game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. And then the Pittsburgh Penguins have a game against the Nashville Predators at 7 tomorrow. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Crowley.
Thank you so much, Callis. With the lousy weather we've had here in the Berg, it just makes me long for the beach, the waves, the sand, the bikinis, and the ice-cold Corona. Life's always a beach when you have an ice-cold Corona. And this weekend at Hampton Beer Outlet, they've got Corona 24-pack bottles at the amazing price of only $29.99. That's right, only $29.99 for Corona 24-pack bottles, extra and light, only at Hampton Beer Outlet. So get to your beach and get on over to Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Dallas from the Fan Morning Show, and my break over the holidays was not really a great one. There was a personal family matter I was dealing with, and I was just feeling out of it for about a week. Now, my coach Natalie and the entire Awaken 180 staff were supportive, and they gave me a week to just pause and focus on my personal needs. But my next weigh-in had me terrified because I gained a few pounds during that week, and I didn't know what to expect. But here's the Awaken 180 difference. My coach Natalie reminded me that I've still made so much progress in the last few months, and that nothing gained over that week couldn't be reversed whenever I was ready to get back on track. And in that moment, I felt ready. In the first week back on the program, I shaved off 6 pounds. And that's the Awaken 180 difference. They customize a program to you, but they also give you guidance and support that you don't get anywhere else. I was guided through one of the toughest weeks of my life, and my coach Natalie didn't allow me to be discouraged by a minor setback. Do not hesitate. Get online and schedule your free consultation at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Folds of Honor has been meeting sacrifice with hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. Their scholarship application process is officially open from February 1st until March 31st. Apply today at foldsofhonor.org/scholarships. Please consider a donation to help provide scholarships at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Rain today, high 52.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
At David's Bridal, love is in every stitch. From the initial sketch to the final details, each style is designed with exquisite craftsmanship. Every wedding gown, bridesmaid look, prom dress, and special occasion style in between features handcrafted details filled with love. Come see the magic in person. Book an appointment and sign up for Diamond Loyalty to save 15% on your first purchase. Earn points towards special rewards and more at davidsbridal.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Drive your dreams. Beyond Lincoln. Beyond Lincoln Monroeville. BeyondLincoln.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The figure skating world is in shock and in mourning. Wednesday night's devastating mid-air plane crash over the Potomac claimed the lives of 14 members of the figure skating community, skaters, coaches, and parents from around the Northeast. Yesterday, the iconic Dick Button died at the age of 95. America's first men's Olympic skating gold medalist became a legendary commentator who transformed a niche sport into must-see TV. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Members, it's here.
Milo's Rewards Week deals for members only are up for grabs. Get up to 40% off store-wide on hundreds of items. Plus, members save $10 per gallon of Stainmaster Performance Interior Paint. So what are you waiting for? Join for free today and get instant access to Milo's Rewards Week deals. Lowe's knows home improvement. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
COVID-19 has cast a spotlight on the stark inequalities that drive poverty. The poorest communities in the U.S. and around the world are suffering the most. Oxfam believes we can put systems in place to protect health and livelihoods in the future if we work together with dignity and compassion. Learn how you can help offer safety to the most vulnerable and fight for a more resilient future at oxfamamerica.org. Sponsored by Oxfam America.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush starting out a little wet, a little foggy, and a little bit of a problem. This report brought to you by Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the pickle today. City of Duquesne crews on the scene of a multi-vehicle accident at the intersection of Route 837 Duquesne Boulevard and North 2nd Street. Parkway East is heavy at Edgewood Swissvale to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels, while the Parkway West a little bit heavy around the Banksville Merge Point. Route 28 is up to speed. HOV lanes open along the Parkway North and the Crosstown. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Winter, snow, and ice wreak havoc on your home, especially if your roof, siding, or gutters aren't up to par. There's only one choice. If you think your home isn't properly protected, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan brings you the Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show with Pony and Muller every Thursday at 4 p.m. Get the insight you need to win big. The Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I have a genius idea that's never going to work or happen. Run that past you and the audience in a moment here. We were talking about the Reds' reported interest in Pete Alonso and Luis Robert Jr. and asking ourselves and you, why the hell can't the Pirates do that? Someone texts in, why would any free agent want to come to Pittsburgh after what happened to Rowdy and IKF at the end of last season? Mackey made a similar point yesterday when he was on with Pony. Maybe the Pirates are trying, but guys don't want to come sign here. No, I think that's giving the Pirates an out that we don't know to be true. Maybe that is the case. It could be possible. Hey, Randall Grichuk or whomever, you want to come here? Here's a contract. And then they say, no. I mean, it's possible, sure.
Mm-hmm. But wouldn't it be floated out there that if it was a significant player that they have interest from Team X?
I would think so, and I would think they would want that out there, regardless of how true the potential deal was. Like, even if it was never close to happening, if I'm the Pirates, I want it out there.
Right.
Because it makes them look better for trying at the very least. I'm not going to give them that out. It may well be the case, but I'm not going to give them that. Oh, they're trying. Trying doesn't matter, man. Like, you either do your job or you don't. Like, effort should be the bare minimum. Like, Mike Sullivan at the end of last season. I'm so proud of our guys for fighting down the stretch. You should always fight, for God's sakes.
You lost.
Right. West Virginia's basketball coach did that the other day. Boy, we battled our ass off in the second half against Houston, and it was nice. But why don't you fight the whole damn 40 minutes? Like, trying is the easiest thing you could do. Try. Got off a little tangent there. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Callis was very close to the microphone, and I think it's because he knows it's pronounced Randall Grichuk and not Grichuk. Is that it?
Yep.
Yeah. Sometimes it's just the look that I need, and I know that I've mispronounced a word. Darnold kind of turned his head to the side like a dog.
But if you're flowing, if you're rolling, I won't do anything because I don't want to mess you up.
Like an Animal House. Just on a roll.
Yeah, just go.
You ready for my half-baked idea that I think is a really good one?
Well, you said you tweeted this a long time ago?
Long time ago. December 19th, 2018, to be exact.
Okay.
I tweeted this. And it got 5,000 retweets.
Really?
Yeah. You know what I'd watch instead of the Pro Bowl? Get the 2 worst teams in football to play the week before the Super Bowl. Winner gets the number 1 draft pick.
Great.
It'd be awesome. Call it the toilet bowl. Call it whatever the hell you want. That's what my dad used to call, every year they would mail out the kids who were on the honor roll at Mount Lebanon, and my dad would say I was on the toilet paper roll. I think one semester I made it, 8th grade. Congratulations to me. You'd have a hard time getting the players to buy in, I think, to play, to potentially see their replacement get drafted.
Well, if you up the ante of like the check, everybody's willing to play.
So that's what that's always been my counter argument to the people who say, why would people want to play for their replacements? I think it would make the most sense. They're prorated game check.
Yeah.
So if you're, I don't know, who stinks this? Who are the top 2 teams this year?
Oh,
the Tennessee Titans.
And Giants.
And the Giants. So Tennessee and Cleveland, I guess.
Cleveland, okay.
So if you're Myles Garrett, I don't want to get hurt, but he makes $30+ million. Give him the prorated game check.
Yes.
And then give the winning team, every player on the team, a financial incentive like you would in the Pro Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's stakes. The country wouldn't watch this game as much as they watch the Super Bowl, but I'll tell you what, this game would do monster ratings. Browns, Titans, 3-14 v 3-14.
Both need a quarterback.
Mm-hmm. Winner gets the number 1 overall pick. Yes, please.
Yes, give it to me.
And also a guy like Will Levis. Hey, if I ball out, it's just one more opportunity. Maybe I go get a backup job someplace else, or maybe someone's interested in me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. But I'd much rather watch that than you said Sam Darnold?
Yeah.
Standing back there, throwing at targets? My God. What they got right now is just brutal, and no one watches, no one cares. Give me a toilet bowl.
I like that.
Thank you.
I really like that idea. I was thinking something
So does
yesterday,
America.
And it didn't. I don't know if it really made sense. Like the winner of the Super Bowl, like instead of getting a first-round pick, you get like $10 more million in cap space.
Oh,
something like that. And the first-round pick that you would get would go to something else. I was trying to figure it out in my mind. It didn't work. But instead of like the Kansas City Chiefs, like they're still going to get a first-round pick if they win. Like they got Worthy last year. They won.
You should take their first-round pick if they win.
Yeah, and give them more cap space, but somebody else should get their first-round pick. I don't know how that would work. I'm just throwing things out there.
Listen, it's a dead kind of Friday in the sports media realm. We're fixing sports at 412-928-9370.
And then, what I said yesterday when we were talking to Craig, and this has been my idea for a long time, is the crossover of the All-Star games, the Pro Bowl, the NHL All-Star game, the NBA All-Star game. Usually NHL and NBA are around the same time.
Yeah.
Sometimes they're the same weekend. Make that the same weekend as the Pro Bowl, which would be this weekend, and cross sports. Like have football players do shootouts with like full pads and on the ice. Have hockey players.
Oh, I'd watch.
Have hockey players. With Russell Wilson and Sidney Crosby are on the same flag football team going against somebody, another team. Like have like a round robin of flag football teams with hockey players and then basketball players. You could have like LeBron on teams and stuff.
You think McDavid and Lamar Jackson could talk about all their MVPs and 0 trophies?
Right.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Have those guys mic'd up.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, man, it really sucks to be super good and never win anything. Yeah, man, it really sucks to be super good at this and never win anything. I would watch the hell out of that.
Like how great would it be to see like LeBron on skates?
We've seen, yes,
right. Wouldn't you just be weak and Kevin Durant like skating down and trying to score a goal on like on who's a good goalie right now?
Vasilevsky.
Right. Vasilevsky. You score a goal, you get $1 million to your charity.
Oh
like
my
LeBron.
God! I also I think Durant would score on Jari if it's the first shot. Him go right in.
Durant would slap shot it into the dang scoreboard because he's so tall.
Even if they don't want to, because they don't want these guys to get hurt. Even if it's just street hockey.
Right.
Or like hardest slap shot in street hockey, and you got LeBron James.
Up, they ain't going to get hurt on the ice.
Nah.
They're padded up. They're not going to get hurt.
People are saying in the toilet bowl you could win the platinum plunger instead of the Lombardi. I love it. I love all this stuff.
No, you too.
There was a video a couple years ago. The Penguins, I think they were in Boston at TD Garden, and they were all trying to dunk, and it was hilarious. Like, we've seen Sidney Crosby at batting practice hit home runs. These dudes shooting a basketball.
It's funny.
It is funny.
Now, isn't Ovi really good at basketball, though?
Is he?
I think so.
I see. That makes sense that the European guys would be and the Canadians wouldn't be all that great.
Yep.
Right?
Yep, makes a lot of sense.
Man.
Makes a lot of sense.
Ovi just draining threes.
Be great.
Oh, be awesome.
You know how they do the celebrity basketball game before the NBA All-Star game? Man, put some hockey players and football players on there.
Sidney Crosby playing flag football. He'd be so competitive.
So competitive.
I wonder what he looks like throwing a football.
I talked to him like years ago, and he said he did play football in 8th grade. He played center.
He played center?
In 8th grade for like a half of a season. His dad was like, yeah, let's just focus on hockey.
You know what? I bet you he played center because he plays center in hockey, and he's so super. I got to play center.
Well, that's where you connect it together. It's like, oh, center. It's the same thing as hockey.
Was it Conor McGregor who threw the football embarrassingly before a game? I think it was before a college football game. Might have been the Notre Dame game a couple of years ago in Ireland, and he tried to throw it, and it's like, dude, like you. But you don't think about it. They don't throw footballs over there.
Mm-mm. They're probably better on skates than they are probably running. If that makes sense.
Yes.
Like naturally.
Yes.
Like they're probably naturally better at skating than they are than running sprints.
For sure.
Yeah.
No question about that. It's such a natural thing for them.
And like everybody else can run. You know,
right.
Like, we can all run, but I don't know how good they are. How many times do they really run?
Hey, just to name a guy. Like Marcus Pettersson, probably not a great runner.
Right.
He's all gangly and stuff. Like Jordan Stahl, I don't think probably all that good of a runner.
Mm-mm.
He was good at hooking up with girls in the stairwell at Diesel, though.
Diesel. That's where I talked to Crosby about the center thing.
That's because you were good at the same thing.
Yeah.
Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Oh, a couple of texters with some good ideas on how to fix sports. We're fixing sports this first hour of the show today at 412-928-9370. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Baltimore Ravens kicker Justin Tucker now being alleged for inappropriate conduct with massage therapists. So reports say at least 6 have come forward and made these allegations. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Members, it's here. Milo's Rewards Week deals for members only are up for grabs. Get up to 40% off store-wide on hundreds of items. Plus, members save $10 per gallon of Stainmaster Performance Interior Paint. So what are you waiting for? Join for free today and get instant access to Milo's Rewards Week deals. Lowe's knows home improvement. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? I think my battery's dead. With free battery testing and charging, we can help you get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
So what if I need a new one? We have the right Duralast battery for you, only at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
And what about my old battery? We can recycle it right here at America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
This the big dog, not the little one. This is top dog. Biting whatever insurance company you want me to bite. I'm biting them. Backing them into a corner. Look at them, they scared. Give me top dollar, top dog law. He don't play, not at all. Coming for the money, made the call. Like top dog, I need you. Got into an accident, I really need you. Want a lot of money? I know. It's really, really bad. I know. I know you can help me. I know. It's really, really bad. I know. Money is what I do. It's how I make a living, and I'm good at it. Why you think you called me? Top dollar. That's why you called me. Medical malpractice, car accidents. Top
it's Crowley here for Shenderovich, and Fishman. And did you ever notice in their ads, you won't hear a big, long disclaimer or see a bunch of tiny print on the screen because they don't need one. Their message is simple. Their success rate is 99.7%, and when they win for you, their fee is only 25% because that's your money. And you pay nothing unless recovery is made. You don't need tiny print. You don't need a long disclaimer. It's simple. Their success rate is 99.7%, and when they win, your fee is only 25%. So if you've been injured, dog bite, car accident, motorcycle accident, any accident that causes serious injury or death, you call Shenderovich, and Fishman. They are Pittsburgh's personal injury law experts. The phone number, 1-888-98-TWINS. That's 1-888-98-TWINS. They really do have your back, not your wallet.
Presenting Again Fling's love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
At David's Bridal, love is in every stitch. From the initial sketch to the final details, each style is designed with exquisite craftsmanship. Every wedding gown, bridesmaid look, prom dress, and special occasion style in between features handcrafted details filled with love. Come see the magic in person. Book an appointment and sign up for Diamond Loyalty to save 15% on your first purchase. Earn points towards special rewards and more at davidsbridal.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-843-9393. That's 800-843-9393. Again, that's 800-843-9393.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
412-928-9370. Doran, I heard you played ice hockey in your youth.
I did.
Someone texted in.
I sure did. Sure did. Loved it.
Oh, I'm Doran. I'm just good at everything.
I wasn't good, but I played. At least I attempted. You know, I could still play. I could still skate and play and mess around for sure.
That's one of the things I'd love to get my daughter into early. And it might even be a little late.
It's probably, yeah.
Late early right now because she's 5.
Mm-hmm.
You want to get them on skates at like 3.
Yes, I started skating. I got private skating lessons when I was 4.
And then it becomes second nature.
Second nature, right? You gotta get started early, and it was just skating lessons. And then I quit because I slipped and fell and busted my chin on the ice, and my tooth went through my lip.
Oh!
And I was crying real hard. I remember I was skating off. The coaches were skating me off. My dad ran down, and I was like, "The tooth fairy's not gonna come because you can't find my tooth. I lost it on the ice." My dad was like, "That's all the reason why you're crying." I'm bleeding everywhere, and I go sit down, and my dad found my tooth on the ice. My dad found the tooth. The tooth fairy came.
I'm sure the tooth fairy would have believed you if you just wrote a little note.
Yeah, well, I just thought that my tooth was gone. Not going to get any money from tooth fairy.
It went through your lip?
Right through my lip.
I'll tell you, as a kid, nothing hurt worse, and God, did I live a charmed life, than when you got hit in the face and you had braces. Did you have braces?
When I was older.
Oh. You get hit in the lip and your braces get stuck up in there, and that hurts like hell.
Mm-hmm.
Texter, Crowley, don't forget all those hockey guys are all really good at soccer, so they definitely can run. By the way, are you still sitting down to pee? Only at night? And that's just so I don't pee on the floor. It's not a feminine thing. It's dark. A certain thing happens at night. Makes it hard to aim. That's all I'm saying. Now he texts back, protect that prostate, brother. I went the entire show yesterday without urinating.
Yeah, you did. First time ever.
All-time record. I've never done a radio show in my entire 13-year career where I have not urinated. Very proud of myself.
You were about to explode towards the end.
Yeah, it didn't feel good, but I forgot my key card, and I didn't want to bother you. I'm scared of you a little bit.
I said you could use it like 15
I know,
times.
I'm scared.
Why?
I don't know. There's something to you that just like...
Is that a look?
Well, because if I got it the first time, and then once I open that floodgate, once I break the seal, I'd be asking for it like 6, 7, 8 times, and then it would be definitely annoying
But I'm not using it. If I was using it and I had to share with you, then I would probably get annoyed. But I'm not using it.
Fair enough. Cal's forgot his today, so you can help him out.
No.
412-928-9370. What about the idea of the NBA going down to 10-minute quarters?
I did see that.
I don't mind that. I don't know that fixes their load management problem,
It doesn't.
Because what's that cut the game down by 8 minutes? From 48 to 40?
It might, because there are so many subs. And these guys, they're not even, tired half the time, and then they'll sub out, and then they won't play the rest of, 5 minutes of the quarter. So you're getting, half of the stars in the quarters. And, obviously, it changes in the playoffs because they want to win. But, it might cut that down a little bit. They might play longer, and you can get your money's worth of watching, LeBron or whatever play a little bit longer. But I don't know if it cuts into the load.
You'd be on the court for a bigger percentage of the game.
Yes.
Which I could see being a selling point. I also think when you have a season of 82 games, and NBA games don't take as long as, your standard NFL game or, my God, college football or, baseball before their rule changes. But if you're asking people to sit through 82 of something, if you're a passionate fan, I don't want to be spending 3 hours a night watching it.
Mm-hmm.
I think baseball did the right thing by cutting these games down. It was an obvious improvement last year. And the Pirates early in the season, I think, did a really good thing, too, by starting the games earlier.
Mm-hmm.
So
for sure.
It's not going to take up – you're not going to have to go from 7 until 10:30 watching a game. Instead, it's, 6:05 or 6:40, a 3-hour game. It's a big improvement.
Mm-hmm.
I've also always argued, we don't need 82 games of hockey. We don't need 82 games of basketball. I would shorten seasons. We don't need 162 baseball games. It makes the games feel less important when there's that many if you cut them down by 10, 12 games.
Or I feel like to move the seasons. Not move the seasons, but, there is that dead period, and it's not just us. There is that dead period in July where you're like, all right, am I just going to watch golf today? And then I have to watch golf during the day, and then it's like, okay, is there a Pirate game at night or is there a baseball game at night? And it's like, you're like, man, there should be something else on that I could watch.
Yeah.
If
stagger it a little bit more.
Yeah, make the season later. I think the NBA and the NHL, or maybe just the NBA, should start on Christmas Day, and then go into August, and then go then the football season starts.
When they played the 48-game season for the lockout in hockey, that was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was a higher quality level of play. They played 48 games. Penguins went 36-12 that year. Really a crime they didn't win the Stanley Cup. Didn't even go play for the Stanley Cup. But they were awesome. The Blackhawks were awesome. The Bruins were awesome. I just thought the quality of play around the league was better because by the end of the season, guys aren't totally beat down. Now, the schedule was more demanding, but from 82 down to 48, I thought it was noticeable even for the most casual of hockey fans. Texter, if the top dog law rapper doesn't perform at the toilet bowl, America has failed. I'm with you.
Yep.
Expecting the best. I don't want to do it. I punt. Texter, my ex-wife's daughter is a badass hockey player. Well, thank you for sharing.
It's cool.
That is cool. There was a girl I had a crush on in high school who played hockey. She was good.
Where'd she play?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
No. Just thought she was cute. That's all.
Yeah.
Okay. 412-928-9370. We're fixing sports. How would you fix sports? We're just casually meandering through this radio show today. A little bit more negativity coming up at 7 because Ashley Liotis asked Art Rooney II a question that wound up yielding a Jim Rooney-like answer. He was so close to making it outdoor, but he couldn't quite do it. We'll get to that at the top of the hour. We're just shooting the you-know-what all morning long today. We'd love you to be a part of it. 412-928-9370. Right now, a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
2 Pittsburgh-related sports games coming up tomorrow. Pitt men's basketball is going to play Wake Forest at noon, and then the Pittsburgh Penguins have a game at 7 o'clock against the Nashville Predators. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush showing signs of life. Parkway West inbound delay starting before the runaway truck sandpiled into the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East lines up at Edgewood Swissvale. Route 28 pretty much up to speed from Harmer to the north side. No problems on the Parkway North either, both north and southbound between I-79 and the Veterans Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hoe, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hoe like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Guardian Protection is celebrating 75 years of keeping homes and businesses safe. With this big anniversary, right now you can buy one Guardian camera and get the second for just 75 cents. That's right, add another camera for just pocket change. Guardian cameras offer HD video, motion alerts, and two-way audio, so you're always connected and in control. Protect your property with smarter security and enjoy total peace of mind. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to grab this limited time anniversary offer. New customers only. Terms and conditions apply.
We wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. See yourself in the new 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive and lease for just $209 a month, or purchase with a special low APR starting at 3.9%. At Monroeville Kia, our dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal. See what you get free: lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. Call for details. 412-856-2100.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Caesars Sportsbook is the only sportsbook app with Caesars Rewards, where every bet you place brings you closer to perks only Caesars can offer. So download the app using promo code Radio1000 and place your first bet today. If you win, great. If not, you'll get it back as a bonus bet, up to $1,059 for Super Bowl 59. Open to new users in Pennsylvania who are 21 or older, affiliated with Harrah's Philadelphia. If qualifying bet loses, bet amount returned as a bonus bet. Bonus bet expires 14 days after receipt. See Caesars.com/promos for full terms. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ad paid for by RFA Cancellation. Attention timeshare owners. If you need to get rid of your timeshare for any reason, please listen to the following message. Getting out of a timeshare commitment is not easy, and it takes time. But we specialize in helping consumers legally get rid of their expensive timeshares forever. Can't get the vacation dates that work for you? Maybe you felt taken advantage of or forced into the timeshare? Maybe you just can't continue to shoulder those monthly payments any longer. If you need to eliminate your timeshare commitment, then you need to take down this number: 800-790-9617. We will safely and legally get rid of your timeshare payments forever, all with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Don't continue to let your timeshare be a financial burden to you and your loved ones. Call us now at 800-790-9617. The call is free. The consultation is free. Call 800-790-9617. That's 800-790-9617. Again, 800-790-9617.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Art Rooney II had a one-on-one interview with Rob King, a one-on-one interview with our guy, easy for me to say, Bob Pompiani, had a press conference with a dozen or so Steelers reporters, and he was almost through the media car wash without pulling a Jim Rooney until he spoke with Ashley Lyotis of Channel 4, and he went full Jim. We'll get to that coming up at the top of the hour. So close, Doran. So close. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. We're fixing sports this morning. That's what you do this time of year on Sports Talk Radio. You can kill your football team we have. You can rip on your baseball team we have. You can be apathetic about your hockey team, and we have been. Someone texts in a fix for sports. That's like the number one cry, the number one play you're going to get around here, and that's a salary cap for baseball. And I don't think it's ever going to happen. I would, seriously, man, I'd be okay with a 2-year lockout. If we didn't get baseball for 2 consecutive summers, if that would guarantee a salary cap and a salary floor, I'd sign up for it.
Yeah.
That would really suck. It'd be super hard. I miss baseball big time when this has happened before. We all have hockey. It's tough because it's habitual. It's cultural. It's what we do. We love sports. And when it's not there, you really miss it. Like, COVID sucked for so many reasons, but without the sports, like sports would have made COVID, understanding the seriousness of the people who lost their lives and everything, but sports would have made COVID palatable. But like when it was tough and there was isolation and we had no idea of what was going on, no understanding, if you could have watched a baseball game every night, would have been great. Actually, when baseball came back.
Everything, it was like, oh my gosh, we have something.
Oh, God, because we were watching like 1979 highlights in old games on, what was it, Root Sports at the time. Yeah, a salary cap for baseball would be great. And I was thinking about this the other day when we were talking about the Hall of Fame and how one day we think Paul Skeens is going to be in, but probably not go in as a Pirate. It's the only sport where you can have a superstar and you get him at the early portion of his career, and you know he's not going to play the majority of his career for your team if it's a small market. Like, Ben would not have finished his career in Pittsburgh as a Steeler if it were the same economics as baseball.
Right.
You know, Sidney Crosby would have wound up playing for, I don't know, Toronto or the New York Rangers or, God, the Philadelphia Flyers, a big market. Like, baseball's the only sport where, like, okay, you're going to have 6 years of Paul Skeens. He's going to play for like 19, 20 years. You only get him for 6 of those. Like, Barry Bonds would have finished his career in Pittsburgh had it been more like the other sports. Like, TJ Watt gets drafted here, the highest paid defensive player in football for a spell there. He wants to stay for his entire career. It's not that hard to figure out. But the problem with baseball is even the players' union doesn't want it. The players' union doesn't want it. The franchises don't want it. The commissioner doesn't want it. So I just don't think it's ever going to happen.
It's never going to happen.
No.
An even playing field. I mean, I would go as far to say that you'll see, and I don't think either are going to happen, you'll see guaranteed contracts in the NFL before you see salary cap in baseball.
I would agree with that.
But neither's never going to happen.
Yeah, neither likely. But you're right. You would see guaranteed contracts in football before you ever saw a salary cap in baseball. And it just totally bums me out, man. Like, it's why every Skeens start is so important. And you can blame the Pirates for a lot. You really can't blame them for Skeens walking away at some point.
No, it's inevitable. I mean, like, it's going to happen.
Right. Like, you could say they could spend $25 million on Pete Alonso. We argued that earlier on in the show. But they no small market team could sign Skeens for $600 million or more, and it's probably going to be more. Like, that's just It can't happen. If he was a Red, it wouldn't happen. If he was a Brewer, it wouldn't happen. If it was Tampa, it wouldn't happen. Just to keep naming. Cleveland, that likes to spend money, would never happen because the Dodgers or the Yankees can spend that kind of money. And so we can knock the Pirates, and we do whenever they are cheap, frugal, whatever word you want to use. But the economics of baseball are why this guy's not going to be around for longer than 6 years.
Yep.
And that sucks. Texter, during COVID, we were all watching the Korean League. Yeah, dude, I did do that. Did you do that at all?
I think so, yeah.
Early in the morning, you flip it on, a little Korean baseball, just to have something. Whew. That was like half a decade ago now, man.
That's crazy.
That is
Feels
nuts.
like it was yesterday.
I'll never forget. I'll never forget. Real quick, sorry. Story time. I was at my old station. You know, we used to do the fan uncensored thing here. Well, we did something silly like that at the old place. And I went to the bathroom. I came out. It was it was like March 10th, like 2 days before. It was the night that Rudy Gobert
touched the mics.
Touched the mic. No, it was the night after that.
Okay.
Because they decided to scrap their game. And I walk out of the bathroom, and everyone's looking up at the screen in total silence at the place that we were at, like this big screen where the NBA games are on. And some guy must have looked at his phone and goes, "Oh, my God! COVID got Tom Hanks!" And then I did my show the next day, and they canceled the NCAA tournament. I was like, oh, we might be in for something here. Woo, buddy. When they got the NCAA tournament, I knew. When they got Hanks, I knew. Oh, my God, COVID got Tom Hanks! Like, oh, geez, we're in it now.
We're in it.
We are in it now.
Gen A.
Speaking of being in it, Art Rooney II stepped in it. He came so close to not, and then he sat down with news hound Ashley Liotis of Channel 4, and he went full Jim Rooney. That's next. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Good morning. The best chance for rain today will come from 3 this afternoon through around 6 o'clock in the evening. Expect widespread rain with the lion's share of around half an inch falling during that time. Rain showers will be spotty this morning. Temperatures in the low 40s. Noon temps should be in the mid 40s, and highs today will be in the low 50s. Should be reached at around sunset. The rest of the weekend's looking dry with temperatures 5 to 10 degrees above average. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KTK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy steak at the Royale Steakhouse. Or grab a bite at the bar while you watch the big game. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Are you ready to transform your bathroom? Hi. I'm Matt Sloan, General Manager at West Shore Home, and we make it simple, fast, and stress-free. With hundreds of styles and combinations, you're guaranteed to find something you love. But we don't stop at tubs and showers. West Shore Home can upgrade your entire space, including flooring, vanities, and toilets, giving you the complete package. Need help deciding? Don't worry. Schedule a free, no-obligation design consultation today, and West Shore Home can be there as soon as tomorrow. Plus, check out our amazing promotions anytime at westshorebath.com. At West Shore Home, we don't just install and walk away. Every customer gets a follow-up call to ensure complete satisfaction. And our online scheduling makes booking your next home upgrade easier than ever. Text BATH to 35868 to get started today. That's BATH to 35868. Or visit westshorebath.com. Transform your home with West Shore Home. The team delivering exceptional improvements every time.
Listen to Kickoff with Boomer Esiason and Mike Valenti. Saturday mornings at 6 o'clock right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. They'll share their takes on all the playoff matchups and storylines each week. Presented locally by ESPN Bet Sportsbook.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $345 for 24 months with $39.99 $39.99 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $225 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires February 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text POWER to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text POWER to 321-321. That's POWER to 321-321.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush getting a little bit more crowded. This report brought to you by Wetco Go Unlimited. Inbound Parkway West delays near Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East lining up at Edgewood Twistvale. Route 28 is up to speed. Heading out of the South Hills, Route 51 with traffic light delays at the intersection with Nobles Lane. And then again approaching Bounceman Street, heading for the Liberty Tubes. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Wetco Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient Wetco locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wetco Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Start new at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Remaining 24 Outlanders up to $8,500 off or finance at low 0%. In fact, the popular Eclipse Cross comes with 0% as well.
And with up to 125% of KBB for your trade, we make a new start easier than ever.
Your New Year deal your way. What a great day.
Shop Mitsu by the Mall at JimShorkeyNorthHillsMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Doran, I got a confession to make, buddy. Not so much a confession as much as I just want your backing on this. I need help. I need accountability. I've decided to start dry January.
Okay.
Think I can get it done?
No, because you're going to have a beer tonight, and you're only going to do one day of dry January, and it's going to be the last day, and you're going to have a beer tonight. It's Friday.
There's no chance I could even make it through today without having a beer. You're right about that.
Yeah. So you can't even make it till tomorrow. And wait to have the beer tomorrow.
You haven't had a beer in like 3 weeks, right?
Right. So I did dry January, but it just was in the middle of January.
That was kind of an accident, right? Like you weren't planning it. You just
I just was like
didn't have any beers.
Nope.
And then you worked out yesterday?
All right.
Listen, I want all my friends to improve. Like Callis is losing all this weight on Awaken 180 weight loss, right? Mulsey looks good, same reason. Pony's going to the gym all the time. I got to say it perturbs me, though, that you would be living your best life.
That's nice.
Because you're you. You're this great-looking guy.
You don't want me to be healthy?
Wonderful job. Beautiful smile. I don't need you to get more in shape.
Why?
Because then it makes me look even lesser by comparison.
It doesn't. You don't have to compete with me.
That's true. I should compete with my actual peers.
Yes, Callis.
And you are not that. That's exactly right. And even Callis has a leg up. Though I've worked out 5 days a week, every week, since the week leading up to Christmas. And I feel great.
You've worked out 5 days a week every week since Christmas.
That's right,
You haven't missed 5 days. One of the 5 days.
Not.
That's pretty good.
It is good.
As long as you've ever gone since I've known you.
Yes, it is. No doubt.
I could tell, too.
No, you can't. Stop it. I can tell by the way your lip quiver.
I could tell.
I can tell by the lip quiver.
I said this morning, I was like, oh, did you get new jeans? You're like, oh, thanks for noticing. And your legs were like kind of like your thighs were protruding through.
If it makes you feel better, I haven't noticed, so.
I'm serious. Your shoulders are like
boulders for shoulders. Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Art Rooney II. See, we're trying to have fun, too.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of negativity lately. Art Rooney II didn't make excuses when he sat down with the Pittsburgh media at large. Like, he did not make excuses, actually said you can't make the argument that we're closer to being a championship team. He was asked about his brother Jim Rooney's comments in that same media sit-down, and he said, I'm happy my brother's having success selling his book. He speaks for himself. Then he talked to Pomp. Then he talked to Rob King, the voice of the Steelers. And at no point was he out there making excuses. He was not doing the Jim Rooney thing. But then, news hound Ashley Lyotis, who does a great job in the Mike Tomlin press conferences, she got the one-on-one sit-down with Art. Here's how a portion of that went.
I mentioned I am a born and bred Pittsburgher, too. I've followed this team for my entire life. We know the culture that you guys have built in this organization. Recently, some fans, some commentators, things like that have been maybe calling into question the culture a little bit, the lack of fight we've seen maybe from years past, maybe the lack of discipline we've seen from years past. Is that something that concerns you or bothers you when you hear that come into question?
No, I think, look, I'm very comfortable with the culture in this team. And I think it is a winning culture. I think people need to keep it in perspective here. Even though we haven't kind of reached our goal of winning a Super Bowl, we've had winning teams. We've been making the playoffs. And I understand the disappointment in terms of not succeeding in the postseason, and that's what we have to do. But, it's not like we haven't had some success around here. And we just need to continue to build on the culture that we have, and players like TJ and Cam Hayward, those kind of players, help you with the culture and make sure that it's being passed down to the younger players.
It wasn't as bad, obviously, as Jim Rooney's comments, talking about being better than the mean, outperforming the mean, but it's pretty close.
Yeah, it was pretty close. That was almost
now.
Neck.
Yeah. Now, just like Jim, he's not wrong, but nobody wants to hear that, Doran. And here's the topic I would like to raise off of this, because we briefly did it yesterday. You, me, and Pathu Bostic. Do the Steelers suck? 412-928-9370. Seriously. Do they stink? 412-928-9370. Because I said that yesterday, and both of you guys were like, no, whoa, wait a second here. They don't stink. They won 20 games the last couple of years. They haven't had a losing season since 2003. So to say that they stink, that is a bigger leap. And I know where you guys are coming from. You're right. This was not a bad football team. But what I can't get out of my head is the last 5 weeks, and I'm sorry I did this. I did some math, Doran. Those last 5 games. The Steelers' defense gave up 27.4 points per game those last 5 games. If they did that all season, it'd be good for 30th in the National Football League. The last 5 games, the Steelers' offense scored, 14.2 points per game, good for dead last in the NFL. No one is arguing that they didn't suck the last 5 games. But at large, did the Steelers stink this year? Do the Steelers stink? My answer upon reflection is actually no, they don't. But being mediocre is still not a good place to be. And if I were Art, I would not have said what I did to Ashley, and he was so close to getting through this whole media car wash unscathed.
Yeah.
But he fell into it, dude.
They don't stink, but I think that the real issue here is the franchise in Art II comparing the Steelers to the outside, to the NFL, to the mean of the NFL, to the dregs of the NFL, to the highest tiers of the NFL, and saying we aren't that bad compared to the other 31 teams. It never was like that before. It always was comparing in-house.
It's like golf.
It was comparing to other Steelers generations. It was we have to uphold our bargain of the deal to compare to the 70s, to compare to Terry Bradshaw, to compare to even, Cowher's teams at times. I don't think that Art II is as involved with thinking we have to compete with the Steelers organization. He's more of like, okay, we have to compete with the other 31 teams, and where are we at in that process? We're not that bad. We're actually pretty good. And that's never been the case, I don't think, within this organization for a long time. It always like, who's next? You go through the early 90s, it's like, oh, these teams are horrible, and it's like, man, we got to figure this out. We got to get a new coach. They hire Kyler. We got to get back to the good times, because you're always comparing to the championships, the big time players that have come out of this organization. Think about Lamar Woodley and James Harrison comparing themselves to Kevin Green and Greg Lloyd. You've always had something to the standard was always set, and there was always teams and generations to try to reach that standard. This generation right now, underneath Art II, is not concerned with anything that has built the Pittsburgh Steelers. He's more concerned with where are we at in the 32 teams.
Everybody
of the NFL.
else.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's never been like that. It's always like, how are we as the Steelers organization year in and year out? Do we hold the same standard as other previous teams within this organization that made us the Pittsburgh Steelers? That is not the case anymore.
That's really well said by you. And I'll draw an analogy. In 8th grade, I stopped giving a rip what anybody thought about me. Just didn't care. I had spent 6th, 7th grade, middle school. I want to be a popular kid. Let me go get the Abercrombie and Fitch. I even wore boxer shorts over my tighty whities because everyone was sagging their pants back then, but I didn't like the way I flopped around in the boxer shorts. So I was always trying to just keep up with the Joneses, or I was always trying to, compare myself to others. In 8th grade, I stopped doing that. You got to be the best version of yourself. You're right. They're not trying to be the best version of themselves. They're just trying to be better than, ... And then you look, and we draw this analogy, too, all the time, to the Philadelphia Eagles. Like, you talk about overperforming the mean. I would argue that that's what Andy Reid did the entire time he was in Philadelphia. His first year, no good, but then he's 11-5, 11-5, 12-4, 12-4, 13-3. That's outperforming the mean.
Yeah.
Then a 6-10 in there, and then a 10-6. But at large, that dude is the winningest coach in the history of the Philadelphia Eagles, and thus better than like 95% of the league. I mean, they were in the NFC Championship game 4 years in a row and played for a Super Bowl. They weren't quite the Bills that went to the Super Bowl 4 consecutive times and lost, but they were like the NFC Championship version of that. Kind of Cowher adjacent, where Cowher would always go to the conference championship game and lose. I mean, they outperformed the mean. And then when Reid had an average year and then a bad year back-to-back, they said goodbye.
Yeah.
See you later. They weren't focused on being better than most other franchises in the NFL. They wanted to win the ultimate prize.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted to win the Super Bowl. And you're right, Doran. It's because they had a higher standard than just to, we're pretty good. Well, forget that.
No.
Jim Rooney said it, and we could all connect the dots and say, well, if Jim's saying it, it's probably something that Art thinks. Well, now Art basically said the same thing. And if they're viewing it that way, we're better than everybody else, and we're not trying to be better than or hold it up to the standard that we used to have, when's anything ever going to change? And it's depressing, man.
Yeah, and it's a mindset. And I was thinking about this the other day, too. Like, I understand, whenever you take a step back from doing this job and you just kind of float things out there and you talk through a lot of things. And it's a lot harder, clearly, whenever you're there doing it in anything. Everybody thinks that this job is easy. It's a lot harder whenever you're in there doing it than from the outside looking in. But I am of the mindset that if something isn't working, it's not going to work if you keep doing it. Like, if it's not working, you have to change. And I think that business-wise and aggressive-wise and succession-wise, you have to have that mindset, and the Steelers organization they don't have that mindset. They don't have that, like, okay, it hasn't been working, but it's still good enough. What do you want to accomplish here? What's the goal? I still don't know what the goal is. Is it win a playoff game? Is that really the goal? Is it win a championship? Is it to have no losing seasons for Mike Tomlin? Like, what is the goal? Like, what's your identity of an organization? And if it's okay if it's one of those things that I named, because then that would make sense. But usually you go into a season and you try to do everything you possibly can to win a championship. And I'm not saying that they aren't down there trying to do that, but the messages that are sent to us are saying we are content with what we are right now, and that is not even close to being a championship team, and we're fine with it.
412-928-9370. They are content with being a C student. Like, good enough to pass, good enough to get your degree. And I've never been more convinced than I am right now that they love that non-losing season streak.
Mm-hmm.
That they don't view it as, man, we're the bridesmaid and never the bride. They actually take pride in it. And they're okay that that's where they are while they don't have their franchise quarterback. What is your reaction, to Art Rooney II's comments to Ashley Leotis? Really good job by her in Channel 4. 412-928-9370. Take your calls on that. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Baltimore Ravens kicker Justin Tucker are now allegations swirling that he had misconduct with massage therapists. Reports at the moment say at least 6 have come forward and made such allegations. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Are you ready for the ultimate Vegas experience? Just listen to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan on the free Odyssey app to enter our national contest, Slam Dunk in Vegas. Download the free Odyssey app and listen to 93.7 The Fan for at least an hour a day, and you're entered to win. You and 3 friends get airfare to Vegas, accommodations, along with $5,000 per guest to enjoy the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championships. It's our national contest, Slam Dunk in Vegas. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, Colin Dunlap for Window Nation. Listen here. Weather impacts your windows. Hot days, cold nights. They can cause all that caulk to crack, seal failures, condensation. Window Nation only uses top-of-the-line materials. That's right. Also this. All they do is windows. Just windows. They are the experts. They've installed over 200,000 windows just last year. That's 40 times more than the average window company. They've got a lot for you. 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION. WindowNation.com. Listen, Window Nation is also a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Receive a pair of Penguin tickets with the purchase of a house of windows. Do that right now. I wouldn't be endorsing this company if I didn't have complete trust in them. And you know who I have complete trust in? Window Nation. 50% off all style of windows, plus pay nothing with no interest for 2 full years. That's the deal now. 866-90-NATION, WindowNation.com.
It's 2025, and it's time to get your home zero-resified by calling your cleaning heroes at Zero Res. Take 24% off all services for this month when you call 412-701-1188 or book online anytime at ZeroResPGH.com.
The newest Buffalo Wild Wings is now open in West Mifflin at 9996 Mount View Drive. Join us for a live broadcast with Pony and Muller from 2 to 6 today for your chance at winning free wings for a year. We'll see you there.
If you love designer brands and you love clearance, then you're going to love this. Macy's is having a huge designer clearance event right now with incredible new designer markdowns on cold weather styles from BCBG, Hugo Boss, Michael Kors, and more. How big are the markdowns? How about Coach boots for $200 or less? So if you're looking for the things you love all in one place, come in and shop the designer clearance event at Macy's today. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. The college basketball season is in full swing as teams are battling through their conferences. Few conferences are as good as the SEC this season, where top-ranked Florida will head north to look for another win over Tennessee. Will Florida be able to speed up the game again, or will Tennessee set the pace to secure a top 25 win for their resume? Here's a riddle for you. What do yoga mats, a toothbrush, and a Hyundai have in common? I'll give you a moment. Time's up. If you guessed they're all fun, well-designed, and super useful, you guessed wrong. The answer is you can order all those things on Amazon. And the best part, you won't have to break down a car-sized Amazon box after, because you'll pick up your Hyundai at the dealer. Hyundai, now available on Amazon. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. Limited availability. Pick up through participating Hyundai dealers in select markets. You can now buy a new Hyundai at Amazon. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for more details.
It's better over here. If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has an exclusive rate plan just for you. Right now, get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings versus Verizon and AT&T. Plus, you can get one of the latest 5G phones free when you add a line. That's right, a free 5G phone. Experience all this and more on America's largest 5G network. So why wait? At T-Mobile, customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Just go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 or visit your local store to make the switch.
With AutoPay using debit or bank account plus taxes and fees, 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Free phones up to $300 off with 24 monthly bill credits and qualifying new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. 2 interesting follow-ups on Buffalo's controversial failed 4th down conversion last Sunday. Bills running back James Cook refused to blame officials for the spot, declaring that his team should have played well enough to take the outcome out of the ref's hands. Chiefs safety Najee Johnson claimed film studies show that Josh Allen always runs sneaks to the center's left, and KC certainly was ready for that. That's good coaching. I'm Boomer Esiason.
What's up, football fans? BetMGM is giving you the chance to win up to $250,000 in bonus bets. It's all part of BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot, where you could be able to split the grand prize with anyone else who bet on the longest touchdown of the week. It's easy to get started. Log into your BetMGM account today and opt into the promo. Then, place an anytime touchdown wager of $10 or more on the player of your choice, up to 1 player per game. If your player scores the longest touchdown of the week, you'll win a share of the $250K. BetMGM lets you go all the way with the longest touchdown jackpot. Make your bets and join the fun with the sportsbook born in Vegas. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older. Pennsylvania only. BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot subject to rules. See BetMGM.com. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Bonus bets are unrestricted reward bonus dollars that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
More vehicles now joining in on the Morning Rush Fun. This report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com. Parkway West inbound delays just below Parkway Center as you head to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East heavy at Edgewood Swissvale. Route 28 pretty much up to speed, so is the Parkway North. And some heavy traffic on northbound 51 out of the South Hills with traffic light delay at Route 88 and again at Nobles Lane. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
You've inherited your uncle's giant house and every weird thing in it. We can help with that. twomenandajuncktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. We are reacting to some of Art Rooney II's comments in a sit-down interview he had with Ashley Lyotis, where he sounded an awful lot like his brother Jim Rooney. who he said Jim speaks for himself. I'm happy he's selling his book, and then comes out with Ashley and basically says the same thing. So what's your reaction? Here's a text. My reaction is he isn't wrong at all. He's not wrong.
No.
Jim wasn't wrong.
Mm-mm.
The problem is the franchise is okay with just being in the upper crust and not all the way at the mountaintop. And the fan base isn't. That's where it's not jiving here.
But the fan base is, Crowley. The fan base is okay because they're still going to go to games. And that is the number one thing that Art is worried about is money. Are we generating revenue? Yes. Then the product is fine, and the people are showing us and telling us that you're fine with the product no matter what it is because you still are going to wave those towels on Sundays.
And I think national perception matters a lot to them too, and it still hasn't sunk down to the level of the local media. Like the national media, you have more people now than ever calling them out. But I still think the vast majority of the national media goes, well, they don't have a quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you're 10-7 without a good quarterback, and you're 10-7 the year before without a good quarterback, and you're 9-8 the year before without a good quarterback, that's a good job. That's how it's viewed. And they think the same way as the national media views it. And they're content. I think if they had a franchise guy, then it would hurt more. If you're going out in the first round and getting blown out, they were at the end of Ben's career. I think it would hurt them more. I think they view it right now. Oh, we don't have the guy.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have the guy, so to be 10-7.
Hey, we're not Buffalo. Would you rather us be Buffalo where we get bounced every single year, but we have the guy? That's kind of what I mean. That's what I'm reading. What you're saying, like that's Buffalo. What you're saying is like they have the guy, and I know they win playoff games, but they still can't get over that hump.
Yeah, I think they would be. I think they would be more upset outwardly if they were hitting their head off of AFC championships than, hey, we don't have the guy, but we're still better than most, and we don't have the guy. Yeah, I buy that for sure. 412-928-9370. Your thoughts on Art Rooney II's comments. Jared in Greensburg, hi.
Good morning, boys. I just wanted to say maybe Art II should stick to being an attorney as opposed to running the Steelers organization.
I do want to be clear on this, too, because there's been a lot of crapping on Art lately. I'm not happy with the state of the franchise, and I think they're complacent. I also understand him to be a very good guy.
Yes.
And I like to throw those qualifiers out there. Like Kevin Colbert just took a job. I know, Jared. Kevin Colbert just took a job, right? And I saw people crushing Kevin for his last couple of drafts, and they weren't good. Kevin Colbert's a hell of a guy and did a great job as general manager of the Steelers. Just thought I'd get that out there. Sorry, Jared, continue.
No worries. I think they're one of 7 teams in the whole league that haven't won a playoff game since 2017. Again, is that the standard for this organization? And on top of that, since we want to have a little fun, and Tomlin's always, basically he has a winning record, maybe the Penguins should make a trade for him to coach that team since he could be above 500. And then
they're not that different at all, actually, even without flopping coaches, Jared, and thanks for the time. And I think you're at a crossroads with the Penguins right now. Like, are they going to sell off assets and just lean into this? I don't think they're going to add. Or are they going to keep some of their guys and hope that they can re-up for next year? I'm fascinated by what they do down the stretch.
I think it's a B.
That they're just not going to trade the Raquels of the world and figure they're a piece or two away from at least being competitive. It wouldn't shock me, man. It really wouldn't shock me. Try to get pieces for the future while also trying to maintain some semblance of being competitive, and that's just not the way to go. 412-928-9370. I was going to take one more call. We'll take them after the break. Rob in Chicago, Anthony in Oakland, others. Let's talk about these most recent Art Rooney II comments on the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
2 Pittsburgh-related teams playing this weekend. Tomorrow, as a matter of fact, the men's basketball team plays Wake Forest at noon. That game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan, on the radio or on the free Odyssey app. And the Penguins that night, they have a game at 7 o'clock against the Nashville Predators. The Pitt men's basketball game is going to be an away game. The Penguin game going to be a home game. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
What's up, football fans? BetMGM is giving you the chance to win up to $250,000 in bonus bets. It's all part of BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot, where you could be able to split the grand prize with anyone else who bet on the longest touchdown of the week. It's easy to get started. Log into your BetMGM account today and opt into the promo. Then, place an anytime touchdown wager of $10 or more on the player of your choice, up to one player per game. If your player scores the longest touchdown of the week, you'll win a share of the $250K. BetMGM lets you go all the way with the longest touchdown jackpot. Make your bets and join the fun with the sportsbook born in Vegas. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older. Pennsylvania only. BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot subject to rules. See BetMGM.com. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Bonus bets are unrestricted reward bonus dollars that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
January is the perfect time to start new at ShorkeyChevy.com. Chevy Silverado pickups and full-size Suburbans up to an incredible $10,000 off. The popular Chevy Tahoe now up to $9,000 off. There's even 0% financing available. Plus, huge trade values guaranteed to save you even more. Your New Year deal, your way. What a great day. Locations in both Murraysville and the North Hills. ShorkeyChevy.com. Together, let's drive. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. See dealer for complete details.
What's new at New Image? Our new Hybrid Hair RX. Hybrid Hair RX technology targets where you are losing your hair, fills in where you are thinning and balding, and restores your hair to fuller and thicker hair.
Call 800-514-HAIR right now for your free consultation to find out what solution is right for you and see if you qualify for $250 off. Certain restrictions may apply.
Hybrid Hair X technology is fantastic. Thanks, New Image.
Hair RX changed my life. Thanks, New Image, for Hair RX for giving me my hair back.
Hybrid Hair RX means we combine the best in duplication and artistry to create the look and style you want. For over 60 years, thousands of men and women know New Image has the latest solutions for their hair loss. And now available, Hybrid Hair RX.
Call New Image first. Simply call 800-514-HAIR. That's 800-514-4247 or go to newimagehairloss.com.
Since 2005, North Country Brewing Company has been a craft beer destination in Butler County's Little Village of Slippery Rock. In 2013, a canning line was added so North Country beer fans can have better access to their favorite Butler County brews. Look for Firehouse Red, a rich and malty ruby-colored ale, Buck's North Stout, a black and roasty 7% West Coast style stout, and Northern Light American Light Lager in better beer establishments in Western PA. If you're thinking local, think North Country Brewing Company. Cheers.
At Planet Fitness, we're declaring it. This is the year of getting stronger. And future stronger you can get started now by saving $28 or more when you join today. You in? We have all the best in-class equipment you could ever need to keep stepping it up. And you can work out your way on your time at any convenient location near you. Most open 24 hours. So let's do this. Join Planet Fitness today and save $28 or more. Just $1 down, $15 a month, cancel anytime. Deal ends January 31st. See Home Club for details.
The Remodeling Expo is coming this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday to Acrisure Stadium in the UPMC Club. And parking is free directly across from Gate B in Gold Lot 1. Find everything to remodel and update your home. Meet hundreds of the top home improvement experts who can give you guidance and ideas. This Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Acrisure Stadium. Explore the finest exhibits featuring kitchens, baths, and custom remodeling, roofing, siding, energy-efficient windows and doors, plus much, much more. This Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, it's all at Acrisure Stadium. Get ideas, get free estimates, and get started on those repair and remodeling projects you've been putting off. Plus, enjoy free parking in Gold Lot 1. Shop, compare, and save big on everything home improvement. The Pittsburgh Remodeling Expo. This Friday, Saturday, and Sunday only at Acrisure Stadium. Enter at Gate B. Visit PittsburghRemodelingExpo.com.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet.
It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Log in and listen to this station for your chance to win an epic trip to Las Vegas. It's Slam Dunk in Vegas. Just create or log in to your free Odyssey account on the app or Odyssey.com. Search for this station, click the live button, then listen for a minimum of 60 minutes to get your daily entry. A chance to win a trip to Las Vegas for you and 3 friends with $20,000. It's Slam Dunk in Vegas. For more, go to Odyssey.com/slamdunk. This is a national contest.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Stumbled upon something during the break, Doran. So we're going to take people's calls on the latest Art Rooney II comments. These ones with Ashley Lyotis, where he sounded an awful lot like his brother Jim Rooney. But before we get to that, did your email auto update and now you could do all kind of funky stuff with it? Your company email?
I don't think so.
I got some sort of AI deal now in my email where AI will help you craft a more professional email.
Oh.
So as an example, I typed into this to Nicholas Callis, as our trusty producer behind the glass. Please do your work on time. That's what I wrote. And he does. I'm not saying he doesn't, but that's what I typed. And then I clicked the little button, and it says, Dear Nicholas Callis, please ensure that you complete your work assignments by the designated deadlines. Thank you, Adam.
Interesting.
This is unbelievable. I don't know if this is good or bad, though, man. I tend to think it's pretty bad.
To rely on that?
Yes. Spell check, no joke, has made me a dumber human being.
Yes.
I think having the internet at our fingertips all the time has also made me, in particular, a dumber human being. Like back in the day, you'd debate sports. Like when you'd have to get on the computer and it would be dial-up and it would make the sounds. And your mom would have to get off her long-distance call. Mm-hmm. You'd be with your friend. Well, I think so-and-so's a better player than so-and-so. And you would have no stats. You would just have to stand on principle and you would fight tooth and nail and you would debate. And you couldn't just go, well, so-and-so had 2,000 passing yards in the postseason in 1996. Like, you couldn't do that.
No.
We're dumb now. And this is too far. This is way too far.
Maybe it's just your email because mine doesn't do it.
You know how this thing goes. Like, sometimes people get the Apple update first.
Right.
It's coming for you, buddy.
Kyle, do you have it?
Yeah, and I was actually getting angry because I was trying to type yesterday and, a copy and paste a sentence and the help AI would just get in the way, and every time I clicked, it was oh, nope, what options do you want to use? How do you want to type? And I'm like, no, I just want to paste something. I just want to paste this.
That's how I discovered it this morning. I was trying to send you a link, and I couldn't do it because it was getting in the way. I'm going to try this. Go bleep yourself to Nicholas Harry Callis, and let's see how it comes out professionally.
Uh-oh.
Oh. Dear recipient, I find your language offensive and unprofessional. I will no longer engage in further communication with you. Sincerely, Adam. And send 412-928-9370. I can't wait till you get your update.
I'm not going to send anything.
Me neither. I'm too scared.
Yeah. I mean, what if it has a mind of its own? Said this years ago about Terminator. We're getting close.
There was that old New York Post piece that came out in 2019. It said in 2025, women would be having sex with sex robots.
Yes.
And I'm not seeing any sex robots walking around.
I watched a movie that had a robot in it. And
yeah, what website was that?
No, it was a movie. It was with Megan Fox. It was on Netflix. It's pretty good.
Did you see Michael B. Jordan and Haley Steinfeld, their hot new love scene that came out in a trailer for a movie they're doing together?
No, but how is Josh Allen feeling?
That's why they lost the AFC Championship game. It came out right at the same time. I wouldn't want Michael B. Jordan up on my lady. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah,
that's a handsome lad.
I don't know about that. That's you're flirting with disaster there.
That's tough. Haley Steinfeld, by the by, if you don't know, engaged or married to Josh Allen? One of the two.
Maybe.
Long-term relationship, those two. What were we talking about? Oh, Art the Second. Rob in Chicago. Hello.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Let me make a little comparison here. Art the Second, he's got me worried, man, because it sounds like he's not getting oxygen to his brain, or it sounds like he's been sniffing model glue or had his head in a paint can. That guy's just no charisma there.
That's mean, Rob. He's never had charisma.
No, well, I mean, the fact that they don't see any change necessary, him, Khan, they all have Tomlin up on a pedestal so badly. Let me make a comparison. I don't know if you saw it within the past week when Ben Johnson was brought to Hallis Hall and announced as the Bears' new head coach. Every employee came out of their office and stood, in the office or the lobby, and they applauded this guy. I mean, I've never seen a reception like that since Patton marched with the Third Army down the Champs-Élysées in France. This is unreal. And here we are in Pittsburgh thinking everything's okay.
Thanks, Rob. Going history on us there. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, Art's never been charismatic. Like, that's never been his strength. Some people are blessed with it, like myself.
Yes.
Like Doran Dickerson, like Nicholas Harry Callis. Some people don't have it. Art talked about urgency last year. And that was actually refreshing.
That was.
And then some of their offseason moves indicated urgency. We want to win a playoff game. Let's switch out quarterbacks. Let's spend money on Patrick Queen. The list goes on. They fired the offensive coordinator mid-year last year. Those are all moves that scream urgency. Well, now they're a year further removed from their last playoff win. It was a different path to get there, but the exact same season year over year. And we are hearing nothing of the sort. None of the same stuff. Now, he did acknowledge it would be hard to argue that you're closer after watching those last 5 games, but you didn't hear the word urgency said, and they have made, to my knowledge, 0 coaching staff moves. 0. We have heard about none of them. Now, maybe it's today, maybe the contracts go through January, I don't know, but not a move has been made. And you've got, they were never going to fire Arthur Smith, nor should they. But he's down there. Terrell Austin's down there at the Senior Bowl. Mike Tomlin's down there. Omar Khan. Everybody all the big players, they're down there.
Yes.
They're not going anywhere. And so he said urgency last year, didn't say it this year, and is behaving as if nothing's wrong.
Yeah.
So point well taken, though you don't have to insult the man saying his head's in a paint can. I like the smell of gas.
Me too.
I like the smell of paint.
Sometimes.
No? Glossy or matte finish?
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
Glossy.
412-928-9370. Matt, our guy Zeg, texts in, I sure am glad I'm already married. I sure as hell could not compete with an AI robot man.
That would be tough. You got to watch this movie, though. I forget what it's called. I'll send it to you. You'll like it. You like Megan Fox?
Come on.
What?
Of course.
Yeah, you'll like it.
Like, on the topic of sex robots, like, what do you... I can't. I was going to get into some of the different potential settings. I don't feel like getting fired today. Not going to do that.
What potential settings?
You know, the sex robot, man. I mean, sometimes you want, like, it's a dryer. Like, sometimes you're down for the gentle cycle, and sometimes you need the full tumble.
Yeah, that's why you program the robot.
You want? Me, personally, like our guy Zeg, I only have one setting. That's it. There's no programming. This is what I got. These are my moves.
The setting is, all right, you click it. It's like, all right, 0, 5, 7. 57 seconds. That's all I need.
I wonder if the robot has like a Crowley setting. Like my wife, it's going to be 57 seconds. Some of the most fun you've ever had. 412-928-9370. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
2 Pittsburgh-related sports games tonight, or tomorrow night. I got a little too excited there. They play tomorrow, not tonight, tomorrow. Pitt men's basketball has an away game against Wake Forest at noon tomorrow, and the Pittsburgh Penguins, they play tomorrow night at 7 o'clock against the Nashville Predators, and that's a home game for the Pens. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West inbound delays now near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East, that is just heavy at Edgewood Swissvale. Those Route 28 past the Route 8 at the bypass towards Shaler Waterworks, and then again approaching the 31st Street Bridge down toward East Ohio Street. Out of the South Hills, you have traffic light delays on northbound 51 approaching Route 88, and then again as you approach Nobles Lane, and third delay as you approach Balsman Street to the Liberty Tubes. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
All sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here, just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here. We know this about pro athletes. They train all the time to perform better on the field. It takes a lot of time and effort. What, though, would you say if you could improve your performance in the bedroom, no training required? I'm talking about Blue Chew. And Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, and Staxin in chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. Your partner wants you to do this. They might not say it, but they want you to do this. You got to try it. Blue Chew's tablets, they're like a performance enhancement for the bedroom. They can help you get extra confidence when it is time to perform. You can turn oh no into oh yes. You know what I'm talking about, fellas. So if you could benefit from a little extra confidence in the bedroom when it's time to perform, visit BlueChew.com. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Looking for a rewarding career? Adelphi Western Region is hiring youth counselors at their Highland Detention Center location. If you have 60 college credits and a desire to work in a fast-paced, team-oriented environment, Adelphi wants you. Their youth counselors provide structure, support, and guidance in their detention program, all while gaining valuable experience in the field. Join the Adelphi team today. Apply now at highlandcareers.org. That's highlandcareers.org.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Caesars Sportsbook is the only sportsbook app with Caesars Rewards, where every bet you place brings you closer to perks only Caesars can offer. So download the app using promo code Radio1000 and place your first bet today. If you win, great. If not, you'll get it back as a bonus bet, up to $1,059 for Super Bowl 59. Open to new users in Pennsylvania who are 21 or older, affiliated with Harrah's Philadelphia. If qualifying bet loses, bet amount returned as a bonus bet. Bonus bet expires 14 days after receipt. See Caesars.com/promos for full terms. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. We've got Chris Carter of the Post-Gazette joining us at the top of the next hour. Some Steelers stuff we want to get to with him, but he follows Pitt, covers Pitt hoops. Big game tomorrow against Wake Forest. Would love to get his thoughts on that. I am still just enthralled by this AI email thing here, Doran. and I typed up a rough draft email to send to Craig. Starkey's been bitching about the chairs in here. I actually switched mine with Kale's this morning. One of the armrests was broken.
Mm-hmm.
Figured I could beat Kale up if I needed to. So switched chairs with him, and then he asked me about it in the bathroom. He was not all that pleased. But the chairs are broken, the clock's broken, and I emailed engineering about this a couple of weeks ago, and they're going to fix it. I mean, they're going to get a new clock. You just got to order one. It takes time to come in. And so I typed up an email for Craig, and it popped out like this. Dear Craig, I wanted to follow up on the issue with the broken chairs and the malfunctioning clock in our area. It has been 2 weeks since we initially reported this, and we have yet to see any changes or updates. This situation is causing significant inconvenience and hindering our productivity. We would greatly appreciate it if you could prioritize this matter and arrange for the necessary repairs or replacements as soon as possible. Thank you for your attention to this. Best regards, Adam.
Wow.
I think this is going to change my life now. I've gone completely the opposite way.
I mean, how many times do you really email anybody?
Never.
Yeah.
Absolutely never.
Yeah.
Barely even read them.
Right. You won't send that to Craig right now, though.
No, I already X'd out it.
Yeah,
I actually was quite afraid to put his name in the subject line.
I know. I was surprised you even flirted with that.
Yeah, you could accidentally send it off to him.
I just realized perhaps AI could do show notes for us moving forward, because we always send out those show note reports at the end of shows internally. That'd be good.
I did think about, as the summer rolls on and there's no football, and if the Pirates fall off and the Penguin season's going to end in April, on Fridays or something, going through Callis's show notes throughout the week, because he just swings and misses about what we talk about every time.
Every time.
We all send out these internal show notes so that all the shows know what the other people were talking about, what guests were booked. And Callis, like, half asses them.
Yeah.
He's like half listening.
Yep.
He gets the subject matter correct, but has no idea which of our opinions we actually had.
Thornton and Crowley, this segment talked about Mike Sullivan. No, Kels, we talked about Mike Sullivan, the Steelers coach.
That's what AI could be for, though. That's what I'm saying. There you go.
At 6:40 yesterday, Callis said this is what we talked about. Julian Edelman recently said publicly the Steelers keep running the same defense over and over, and it's so easy to predict what they're going to run and how they're going to try to execute their game plan. Adam and Dora think that's great.
No, I did not say that.
I was about to say.
412-928-9370. Chris Carter at the top of the hour right now. Anthony in Oakland, one of our favorites. Hi, Anthony.
Fellas, I'm going to succinctly tell you my observation of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and it's relevant to how we live our lives today. You know, growing up, our television viewing used to be analog. Then it went to cable. Now we're in digital and streaming. Pittsburgh Steelers are cable, while everyone else in the league, the top-tier teams, are streaming and digital. And when hearing Mr. Rooney and looking at this franchise and the staleness of it, it's depressing, to be quite honest with you.
It is depressing.
Yeah, they're DVDs.
They might even be VHS.
They might be VHS.
Yeah. So, I mean, I hope that you could view it in the same manner I tried to be succinctly explaining it to you from a person who watched this team go back, back in the day when they had Bill Austin as coach. And to see where they had come from, I mean, they were innovators. I mean, they were one of the first franchises to get into the black colleges. Have Joe Gilliam in 1972, they recruited. He played in 74. The zone blitz, the Killer Bee era. And now we're sitting here watching the stodgy brand of football and watching the other teams that are going to play, that we saw play last weekend and what we're going to see next week. And the Steelers are not even in the same stratosphere, and it's depressing. And then hearing Mr. Rooney, it's like he's just in another era also. So what can you say?
I'll tell you this, Crowley. Like, it usually.
Thanks, Anthony.
Yeah, thank you, Anthony. Usually, it comes from the top down, and you have the same, mindset as the owner in certain businesses. But in the NFL and in sports, that's not always the case. So, like, whether they're stuck in VHS in the '90s. Like, that doesn't necessarily have to do with Art II. Like, you could still be innovative as a head coach and as a GM and have your owner think a different way, but still be innovative on the field. Like, you don't have to take on the persona of your owner if you're the coach. You can change and get with the times as a coach, even if the owner thinks a certain way. Okay, give me this. Yeah, you want to run the football. Well, you can get innovative and get with the times with running the football.
That's a really, really good point by you, and I haven't heard it stated that way by anybody on our airwaves or elsewhere. You're right. Art wants to run the ball. Okay, they could be the Eagles.
Yes.
They could be, without Lamar, but they could be the Ravens. You could do it a different way.
Yes.
You nailed it. The biggest issue with the Pittsburgh Steelers, and it's not even close. This is epiphany. This is eye-opening from you. The owner and the head coach see it exactly the same way.
Yes.
That's the problem.
That's the problem.
There's no diversity of thought at all. Art wants to do it a certain way. Mike Tomlin just so happens to also want to do it exactly the same way. They don't think they have any problems. They simply want to go play better. That's what they think.
Mm-hmm.
That's not good enough. 412-928-9370. I think I am going to send that email to Craig. And then I'll just fall back on it being a bit if he gets mad about it.
He probably won't even say anything.
No, and then I'll have to send another one in 2 weeks. Love you, Craig. Coming up next, Chris Carter of the Post-Gazette. Lots of Steelers to cover with him. Also, Pitt Hoops. Big game against Wake Forest tomorrow. It's Fan Morning Show.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with savings with new low prices on hundreds of your favorite produce items like pineapples, avocados, navel oranges, and lettuce at your neighborhood Giant Eagle. If you're over 60 and looking for a weight loss program built specifically for you, Awaken 180 is your solution with Awaken 180 Golden, a new 1 to 3 month program for fast weight loss tailored to those over 60. Online at awaken180weightloss.com. Book your next junk removal service with 2 men and a junk truck. These pros handle whole house cleanouts or single items with same day and next day appointments available. Book now at 2menandajuncktruck.com. Mention the Fan and save 10%. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Bressman, attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
This the big dog, not the little one. This is top dog. Biting whatever insurance company you want me to bite. I'm biting them. Backing them into a corner. Look at them, they scared. Give me top dollar, top dog law. He don't play, not at all. Coming for the money, made the call. Like top dog, I need you. Got into an accident, I really need you. Want a lot of money? I know. It's really, really bad. I know. I know you can help me. I know. It's really, really bad. I know. Money is what I do. It's how I make a living, and I'm good at it. Why you think you called me? Top dollar. That's why you called me. Medical malpractice, car accidents. Top dog law.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with the sound of freshness, the sound of sizzle, the sound of savings. With new low prices on hundreds of your favorite produce items, deals for days on over 1,000 items throughout the store, plus weekly sales and My Perks for even more savings at the pump. Surround yourself with savings every time you shop. At your neighborhood Giant Eagle. Visit gianteagle.com for details.
For over 45 years, family-owned Globe Airport Parking has been serving the Pittsburgh airport with friendly service and competitive rates. Forget the hassle of searching for a parking spot and dragging your luggage through the airport lot. Let Globe staff assist you with your luggage. When you return, simply call or text, and they will promptly pick you up and bring you back to your warm car, ready for your journey home. Globe Airport Parking also offers car washing, detailing, oil changes, and more. Visit globeparking.com. That's globeparking.com.
By now, you've heard all of our ads. America's largest injury law firm. But what does that really mean for our clients, for you? It means that when you hire us, you don't just get a lawyer, you get a legal army, almost 800 lawyers alone. That army includes an entire legal team, specialist lawyers, investigators, and a 24/7 client satisfaction staff. Just like if you were going into surgery, you wouldn't trust one person to handle the paperwork, the scheduling, the anesthesia, and the surgery. Have you ever seen a surgeon operating alone and without resources? No way. Why would you trust a small firm with your case? Your case is a big deal to us. When it comes to law, size matters. We're America's largest injury law firm, Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West, solid delays now near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East, heavy at Edgewood Swissvale to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Route 28 also heavy past Shaler Waterworks down toward the north side, while the Parkway North remains pretty much up to speed. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Expecting to be joined by Chris Carter of the Post-Gazette momentarily. Covers the Steelers, also covers Pitt, hoops, and football for that outlet. Doran, I have had tummy troubles this morning, and I'm wondering if it could be because I took Dayquil on an empty stomach. May that be it?
Are you asking me for maybe advice or like?
I'm just wondering because I don't.
You always have tummy troubles.
Not like this. I don't want to get into too much detail. As Starkey would say, more blowouts than the 1960 World Series.
What'd you eat last night?
Oh God, I don't know if this is it, but my wife has been fascinated with this recipe lately that she saw on Instagram. Peanut noodles. So it's like an Asian dish, right? Noodles, make a sauce with peanut butter and some spices and everything.
Peanut sauce.
Yeah, peanut sauce. How'd you know that? You guys been talking?
AI.
So there's that. There was some chicken thighs up in there. It was really tasty, incredibly thick. Super thick and gooey, but tasty. And maybe that's it.
Maybe it was
very heavy.
Mixed with the medicine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, empty stomach today, just bubbling up on me. I might.
Not good.
Can I stand the rest of the show?
Yeah, you could do whatever you want.
I don't feel good. 412-928-9370.
Or maybe it's what Callis had yesterday.
Yeah, whatever happened with you, Callis? Were you stopped up, or did it all, make its way out?
No, nap time helped. That was it.
Nap time helped. That's
Nap
it.
time.
So he's like a 5-year-old.
As a baby. Yep, nap time.
There was a time in life where nap time would change everything. That time is not now. Half the time I feel worse after a nap.
Yes, groggy.
Yes. Text us, 412-928-9370. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. The Steelers have been linked to, you guessed it, another quarterback. We'll get to that coming up in a minute. But this is a really good text because we're going to talk to Carter about Pitt. Pitt has nothing but big games left on their basketball schedule. They have 11 left. They need to get to 22 wins before the ACC tournament if they want to get into the dance. I don't know that they need 22. I don't know what that number is. What I do know is their schedule eases up considerably. Wake's not going to be a walk in the park, but I do think Pitt's going to be favored in that game, and I expect them to win. They've got North Carolina on the road in a couple of games. That's going to be no walk in the park, and it's going to come down to the wire. You would have to figure. Apart from that, there's a lot of not great teams left, and that's a great thing. That's also a dangerous thing.
Right.
Because you have to win them.
You got to win those games that you're supposed to win.
Yes, because I think that bad losses hurt you more than good wins help you. And I'm not saying that's right. I have fallen so out of love with the net rankings. Bad losses to me, I don't know if they should count more or less than big wins, but I think we should have the conversation. But that's what Pitt's got the rest of the way. A couple of quad one or two opportunities. In the rest of games, you just got to take care of business. And they're still right on the bubble, according to Joe Lunardi.
Mm-hmm.
He's not the most accurate bracketologist out there, but he is certainly the most notable, and he invented the business. He's got them still right on that line. Even with that North Carolina win, he moved them up one spot.
One spot, right.
One. But you know if they lose to Wake, they might be the last team in or something like that. And again, this is coming from a West Virginia guy. I don't know. I watched Pitt, and they had the 4-game losing streak. I get it. I watch them. I see the talent that they have, and I think that's a tournament team. But I thought the same thing last year at the end. I thought they could have gone to the Sweet 16 if they got in. So this is a massive, massive stretch for them, the last 11 games. And, man, I'm not going to say you have to win all of them, but I do think the margin for error is really slim and probably slimmer than it should be for a team that I believe to be a quality one.
Like, let's look at the North Carolina game coming up in a couple weeks or whatever.
I think a couple of games.
Or a couple of games. Like, if they lose that game, will they fall? Like, will they fall one spot? Like, North Carolina fell, what, 1 or 2 spots?
Right.
So is that, and if they win, they clearly aren't going to move up. So is that an affordable loss is what I'm saying. You know, because you already beat them by a couple points. But they slid down a couple spots and you slid up a one spot, if you do that game again, if you lose that game, will you just lose one spot?
That might be the losable game left.
That might be the one losable game left that's kind of a wash because if you lose to a bad team, you're going to drop significantly. I think they look at it like this. If you're a really good team, you shouldn't lose to bad teams. If you're a really bad team and you beat a good team, that happens.
Mm-hmm.
Or if you're a good team and you beat a really good team, sometimes that the really good teams get beat.
Yeah. It's really stupid.
Yeah.
It's really dumb.
I kind of understand it, though. Like, if you're really good and you're a tournament team, you shouldn't lose to bad teams.
Sure.
You should beat the teams you're supposed to beat.
And so you do think that should weigh more?
I don't know if it should, but I understand.
Yeah.
I understand.
You understand the thought process.
I understand the thought process.
And look, it's not a foolproof system, obviously, as we're discussing now. They needed to find something to kind of right-size everything when you've got all these teams in different conferences and how do they compare to each. Let's talk to Chris Carter about that and a couple of Steelers things. A couple of Steelers nuggets with Chris, too. Chris from the Post-Gazette. Hi, Chris. How you doing today, buddy?
What's up, fellas? How we doing?
Are you in a bathroom right now?
No, I'm in my office.
At your house?
Yes.
I wish I had an office in my house. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. I want to ask you about a quarterback the Steelers have recently been linked to, but we were just talking about Pitt Hoops and their remaining schedule, Chris. Like, how many losses do you think they can afford down the stretch? Like, the eye test tells us that this is a tournament team, but I think their margin for error is really slim right now, and I'm not looking at a ton of resume builders along the way here.
So I think here's the thing. You look at this, and you look at Pitt's schedule. When they hit their 4-game losing streak, they kind of spent the capital they had built for themselves with their 12-2 start. So at 12-6, I said, all right, you got 13 games. You need to win 9 of them to get back to where you were last year. And yes, that was intentional. And so now they've won they won the first 2 of those games. So now, in my book, they need to win 7 games. Now, somebody's going to look at that and say, hey, that's only 21 wins. That's exactly where they were last year. And I would agree. Yes, it is. However, the thing is, last year they had they were ranked in the 300s in college basketball in their non-conference strength of schedule. And when I talked to Joe Lunardi, Mike DeCourcy, and a whole bunch of other bracketologists, everyone was like, listen, that is going to hang them up in the selection committee. It's going to be such a big obstacle to overcome. This year, they rank in the 50s. So when I talk to the bracketologists now, they're like, I talked to Mike DeCourcy after that win over North Carolina. He said, right now, they are in. So as far as how they need to handle things down the stretch, they need to avoid the bad losses. Like, they can't lose to like a Miami or Syracuse or Boston College. Like, if they go down the stretch and they lose to North Carolina on the road or Wake Forest on the road, and then Louisville on the road. If they lose, those are the 3 losses there, or they should be fine. But if they lose any of those home games, because all they got left at home are bad teams like Virginia and Miami and Syracuse and Georgia Tech. If they lose those games, then it'll come into question a little bit more. But right now, you look at Joe Lunardi, he has them he gives them a bye, as does Mike DeCourcy after that North Carolina win. So right now, Pitt's in a good spot, but they got to keep earning that good spot. And if they win Saturday at Wake Forest, that'll be a really good mark for them.
Chris, if you were NFL commissioner, how would you fix the Pro Bowl?
I would, I've gone over several things. The competitions that they're doing, it's fine to have separate competitions, but make the competitions prove something. Have an actual 40-yard dash competition. Guys, who's actually the fastest in the NFL? Make it something about the pride of these games, because that's the thing. You look at there's a game show. There's a game show. Who cares about a game show? And dodgeball and things like that. Some of it's fun, but I think that the thing about the Pro Bowl is, when I was a kid, I used to turn it on because I wanted to see Sean Taylor just kill somebody, or I wanted to see
a punter.
Hines Ward. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, jeez, he did. But the thing is that you wanted to see crazy things here. So what do you want to see now? A lot of players opt out. But if let's say if you talk to the top receivers, Jamar Chase got to prove he was the fastest guy in the NFL versus I don't know, the top corner, Patrick Surtain. That would be fun. Seeing guys do that kind of stuff. I think that would be cool. So make it about that. Players obviously don't want to hit each other because they're not trying to get hurt. But if you had competitions that literally proved every year who's the fastest, who's the strongest, who's the most accurate, who's the quickest, those types of things, I think it might be a little bit more fun. Fans might be hey, I want to see, even though our team sucked this year, I want to see if Myles Garrett can bench press the most or something like that.
I was really scared yesterday because I saw Myles Garrett giving an interview right next to Russell Wilson, and I thought he was going to assault him with a helmet. It got me right in the feels. I was nervous about it. Chris, all right, last thing here for you, buddy. Matthew Stafford, it's been leaked out there. He is definitely interested in coming back. What we do not know is if the Rams are amenable to that at this particular time. I'm not sure why they wouldn't be, but if he were somehow available, would you go after one Matthew Stafford?
So, a few things about Matthew Stafford. I think that he's still really talented. He obviously is a franchise quarterback. My only thing is, he's 36. He'll be 37 in a few days. I think he's a week from turning 37. And you ask that question that you ask yourself with Russell Wilson. You ask yourself, talk about Kirk Cousins. How much longer does this guy have before he hits the age wall that Ben Roethlisberger hit when you're there? And so I think you could talk to him. You might want to see about physical and see where is he at. The other thing is that with his age, you need to make sure that this offensive line is really good. And I think that's a problem that came from this year. This was a year to develop the O-line, to feel like they're stronger and that they could protect, any quarterback. And you didn't get that this year. And that's something that Mike Tomlin, Pat Meyer, Arthur Smith, they got to address that this offseason. That cannot be a question next year. And because of that, that's why I've been saying I think Justin Fields is the move if the Steelers want to pick a quarterback that's been on their roster, because at least he can protect himself. Russell Wilson, he can protect himself a little bit, but not nearly as well. And so if the Steelers had an offensive line that was stronger, and maybe they will. Maybe Joe Fontana will be great. Maybe Zach Frazier will be awesome next year, and Broderick Jones take a step up, all those things. But they don't know, and if I don't know, I have a hard time, because I'm also probably paying a lot of money to get Matt Stafford. So I'd be a little hesitant to do that right now because of my offensive line if I'm the Steelers.
Chris, great stuff as always, man. Appreciate you calling us from your bathroom. We'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, Pat.
See you.
Thanks, Chris.
Chris Carter of the Post-Gazette. He says Pitt's in a good spot, and they are. If the season ended today, they would be in the tournament. But my concern would be, if I'm a Pitt fan, I don't know how many resume builders there are left. And so the way I look at it is, I think they're going to be a bubble team or a cusp or on the cusp of the bubble, maybe the rest of the way. They're 1-6 in quad one games, and there's not many of those left along the way. You could see, they might they might finish. Let's play it out. They could be 3-6 or 2-7 or something like that in quad one games, and then you just need to have no bad losses.
Right.
And I think that gets them in. That's what a bubble resume is.
They don't have any resume builders. They have resume tear downers.
No question. And, like, I look at Pitt, and I actually compare them to West Virginia. They're a little bit different, but they both, to me, have bubble resumes. West Virginia has a bunch of great wins. They also have some crappy losses. And every time they lose, they get their butt kicked. That, to me, is a bubble resume.
Mm-hmm.
If you're Pitt and you're 1-6 in quad one games, but you don't have any of these really head-scratcher losses, except for Florida State, like, that's a bubble resume to me. If you are more consistent, that's when you are firmly in the field. 412-928-9370. Doran, Matthew Stafford. I at least want to talk it out a little bit coming up next. I know you love Stafford. Does he make sense for the Steelers? Would they trade him to Pittsburgh? Do they want to move on? There are some reports out there that indicate they might. We'll get to that coming up next. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Baltimore Ravens kicker Justin Tucker. Right now, there's some allegations swirling that he had some inappropriate conduct with massage therapists. At least 6 have come forward in most recent reports. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, it's Crowley.
Thank you so much, Callis. With all the lousy weather out there we've had here in DeBurgh, it just makes me long for the beach, the waves, the sand, bikinis, my Speedo, and ice-cold Corona beer. Life's always a beach when you have an ice-cold Corona. And this weekend, Hampton Beer Outlet has Corona 24-pack bottles at the amazing price of only $29.99. That's right, only $29.99 for Corona 24-pack bottles, extra and light, only at Hampton Beer Outlet. So get your beach on and get over on to Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The January Fan Beer of the Month is Fire Whistle Brewing's Fire Whistle 139 Engine, a red ale. And the charity is the Parkinson Foundation of Western Pennsylvania.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, or you just don't like us, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here, and what I'm about to say, well, it's okay to admit it. Most of us guys, especially if you're not as young as you used to be, could probably benefit from a little extra in the bedroom. And Blue Chew can help. You probably know this, but if you didn't already, Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra at a fraction of the cost. And even better, they're in chewable form, so there's no swallowing pills or needing a glass of water nearby. Blue Chew's tablets can give you extra confidence when it's time to perform. And since Blue Chew's an online prescription service, there's no awkward conversations, waiting in line, trip to the doctor's office. It ships right to your front door in discreet packaging. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA, and they ship direct, so it's cheaper than a pharmacy. Trust me on this one. Your partner wants you to do this. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
Mac.bid is where you can save up to 80% off retail. But keep that to yourself, because you don't want the bidding competition. If anyone asks, you need to lie, deceive, fib, and fabricate some falsehoods pronto. They want me to tell everyone that Mac.bid is here. You should tell no one.
Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore hosts the best watch parties for all black and gold hockey games. Enjoy 360-degree viewing, surround sound, premium food and drink, including their famous prime rib dip. Enjoy game day vibes that match being at the game at Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150-milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Lowe's knows how to help make your Super Bowl 59 party a touchdown. Let us help you prep your home to host with top brands like Charbroil, Blackstone, and LG, so you can be the MVP of game day. Plus, use the Lowe's app to find what you need for a seamless shopping run. Or huddle up with our Lowe's Red Vest associates to help make all your game time hosting decisions.
At David's Bridal, love is in every stitch. From the initial sketch to the final details, each style is designed with exquisite craftsmanship. Every wedding gown, bridesmaid look, prom dress, and special occasion style in between features handcrafted details filled with love. Come see the magic in person. Book an appointment and sign up for Diamond Loyalty to save 15% on your first purchase. Earn points towards special rewards and more at davidsbridal.com.
Fast, fun, and easy. Beyond Lincoln. Beyond Lincoln, Monroeville. BeyondLincoln.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Fisher Investments. Today's birthday shout-out goes to Robert Saleh, the 46-year-old former Jets head coach who was stunningly fired in midseason, interviewed for head coaching positions with Jacksonville, Las Vegas, and Dallas. Ultimately, Saleh wound up back in his old job as San Francisco's defensive coordinator, with owner Jed York reportedly offering financial incentives to keep Saleh in Frisco beyond next season. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Problems creeping back into the morning rush. This report brought to you by Wet Go Go Unlimited. Transformer explosion in the Allentown section of the city, 400 block of West Warrington Avenue near Bogston. Meanwhile, the Parkway West now remains jammed approaching Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacking at the Wilkinsburg interchange, while Route 28 is heavy past the 40th Street Bridge and down toward the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Wet Go, go unlimited. Sign up at getgocafé.com/unlimited today. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient Wet Go locations. Sign up at getgocafé.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wet Go Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today, getgocafé.com/unlimited.
93.7 The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
One last chance. The Cuban, pork, Swiss cheese, and pickles.
That to do with cubes?
The Cuban!
3, 2,
Texas
Tech.
What
do you say? Texas Tech. Miami.
The 2025 Pitt football schedule.
Why does a Cuban sandwich remind you of Florida?
There's a lot of Cubans, Cuban humans.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
In about 10 minutes, Doran, I'm going to tell you that I'm going to do something for the first time in my entire sports fandom, and I wonder if you can get on board.
Okay.
Right now, Matt Stafford. I wouldn't say there's a lot of smoke on this, but Evan Cohen from ESPN, he was talking on his radio show, and he said that, okay, Stafford wants to come back. He's 37 years old. He wants to keep playing football. Not sure that the Rams want to keep doing that, though. They might look at this as their time to transition. And if that's the case and Stafford wants to play, would you at least poke around? Would you give him a ring? See if maybe you could trade for his rights?
No.
Me neither.
No. I think you need a more mobile quarterback, especially behind this offensive line, which is young. Don't know, as Chris said, what this offensive line is going to be this coming year. They could be a lot better, but they're still young. They're still learning, and you need somebody that can actually move back there. And Stafford's going to be 37 years old, and he cannot move at all. He's never really been able to move. So, no, I don't think that would work at all on that side. But on the real side, Stafford would never come here. Like if they would have to trade him, right?
Yeah.
I'm
guessing they would let him pick where
they
he
would
would
let him pick.
I'm guessing that, but probably.
Matthew Stafford is from Texas. He played high school football in Texas.
At Miami University?
At Miami University in Texas. He played college football in Athens, Georgia. He played NFL football indoors in Detroit, and he played NFL football indoors in L.A. He is not going to go to somewhere like Pittsburgh and play whenever he's 37 years old, outside.
I think you are 100% correct on that analysis, and I also wouldn't be interested if he were interested. I think Stafford's a better player than Russell Wilson. I think that's inarguable. The game he played, I reference this all the time, against the Buffalo Bills this year was one of the best quarterback games that I can remember in a long time, at the very least. So when he has his A game, he's still an elite player, Matt Stafford. But blur out the names. 36-year-old that was here. A 37-year-old that was in L.A. How old's Rodgers? A 40-year-old. I'm not interested in that. I'm not interested in Kirk Cousins. You can change the names. It's still the same thing.
Yeah.
Even if you got A-plus Matt Stafford this year and the offensive line grew leaps and bounds, what does that guarantee you? Nothing. And you're not going to draft a quarterback in the first round this year. You'd be silly, I think, to do that. So it's not like it would even be the stopgap thing with the heir apparent there. I just don't think it makes a ton of sense. I read Pony's tweet yesterday. He said he'd give up 2 second-round picks for Matthew Stafford. No, now you're robbing Peter to pay Paul.
Yeah, you're pushing your future down the road.
Yes.
For Matthew Stafford.
Right.
Who couldn't get it done with a great offensive-minded head coach and a pretty good receiving core, pretty good running back, pretty decent offensive line. He couldn't get it done this year.
He has the second best offensive mind in the sport. Him, Andy Reid, Shanahan, put them all in a bucket.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever one you pull out, is going to be able to score points. He's not going to come here and be your savior.
No.
Now, if this was a tremendous NFL draft for quarterbacks, like if you could trade up and get Bo Nix even, and you wanted to bring in Stafford and let Bo Nix sit, I might be amenable to it, but that's not how this is going to go, nor is it how it should go. I'm just tired of the stopgap thing. And, hey, Justin Fields is a stopgap, but he's 12 years younger right now than Matthew Stafford is.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm going to – someone has to play the position. And if I'm going to spend money on someone this offseason, I want it to be as little as possible with as much upside, bang for buck. And Stafford is more likely, I think, to fall off a cliff here than he would be to lead you to a playoff victory.
There's no doubt.
Meanwhile, Justin Fields, he might not lead you to a playoff victory. He probably won't.
But you still have a chance to see if he could be your future.
Correct. Texter, we're going to be like the Pirates. No quarterback's going to want to come here and be handcuffed. Well, I think that applies to wide receiver more than anything else. Like maybe Fields doesn't want to come back here. Perhaps the texter's right. Maybe Russell Wilson doesn't want to come back here. Perhaps the texter's right. But I think you're really going to have that issue at wide receiver, something we've discussed before. Like this idea that T. Higgins would want to come here.
No.
That's a dream.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be a couple weeks ago, we were at Bowser. My dream offseason. It's why it's a dream. sign T. Higgins, draft Tet from Arizona. McMillan, thank you. Thank you, me. Thank you, Brain. Really appreciate that buffering and delay right there. That's a dream scenario. Neither of those things are going to happen. You could break the bank. You could offer T. Higgins $3 or $4 more million than the next highest bidder. I would still, at $30+ million, even if it's less than the Steelers offer, go someplace else.
Only way T. Higgins would ever remotely want to come here is if they overpay, one, and two, is because he gets to play the Bengals twice a year.
And he might want to shove it up their backside.
Yeah. If that relationship ended salty, that could be the only reason why I could see him wanting to come here.
Yeah.
Just like that was the only reason why I could see Baker Mayfield maybe wanting to come here at the time whenever he was about to get paid.
Revenge is a tremendous motivator.
Mm-hmm.
Like, for example, my old company, I'll do them again. I already got them this morning at 5:40. They didn't know what they had in me, and now here we are. Look at our rating success. We were wildly popular. Mostly because of you, but I'll take credit for it. Like, revenge is a great motivator. Did you hear TK yesterday?
Mm-mm.
Oh, my God. He was on with Starkey and Pomp, and he was talking about how some guys at the end of their careers in the NHL, like, there's so much you're weighing, right? Do I want to go someplace, like you're on the trade block. Do I want to go someplace and try to chase a championship? Well, if I already have one, maybe that's not the primary motivator. Do I want to go someplace warm? He said that's something that a lot of players factor in.
No doubt.
Like, you've won multiple championships. All of a sudden, Anaheim calls. They're not going to win anything. But if you're bad here, where it's cold all winter long, or in, like, Winnipeg, would I rather be bad there, or would I rather go be bad in a place where I can go to the beach on my off days?
Right. Like, I'd want to retire. Like, if I was a hockey player, like, I want to retire or have played my last couple of years with the Lightning.
I think I'd rather be in Tampa.
Yeah, I want to play with the Lightning.
Yeah.
Yeah, where I know after practice I could walk and sit on the beach.
So the reason I bring that up is I had never thought of it that way. Like, I'm a fan, and so for me, I just want to win, baby. Just let me win. And I think that should be what motivates everybody. But it doesn't. Like, if you've won 3 championships, like if you're Chris Kunitz and he did finish his career in Tampa, I'm sure he wants to chase a ring. But, like, I've won 4 Stanley Cups. Maybe I just want to go and be warm because I don't need to prove anything anymore. I've won 4 championships.
You know what else is big with NFL players in this scenario is the state tax states.
Good point.
It's huge. I mean, I remember guys talking about that when I was playing. Like, yes, live in Tennessee, live in Florida, or live in Texas. Like, that's the places where a lot of guys are like, I'll play for the Jaguars, I'll play for the Titans, I'll play for the Cowboys or the Texans because of and make my resident there, my residency there, my house and everything, and I won't have to pay the taxes on it.
It's a big deal.
It is a huge deal.
Massive. And that came up in the Brandon Ayuk thing because California's got such high taxes that, hey, if the Steelers offer what the 49ers offered, he'd actually be getting more bang for his buck. Point being, I would put it a very low percentage that T. Higgins would want to be here, but I guess you can't roll everything out. You can't. 5%.
I mean, they would literally have to overpay.
Yes, overpay, and then the revenge thing would have to matter.
Yes.
412-928-9370. Tomorrow, I'm going to do something for the first time. Hold your jokes, all of you. I can see your faces. I'm going to watch a team, and I'm going to do something for the first time. I'll tell you what that is. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
2 Pittsburgh-related sporting events happening tomorrow. Pittsburgh Penguins, they play at night against the Nashville Predators at home at 7 o'clock. But before that, Pitt men's basketball plays at noon on Saturday. That's tomorrow, against Wake Forest on the road. That's a game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. We'll have coverage through the Pitt Panthers radio network. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich, and Fishman. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number 1 Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Guardian Protection is celebrating 75 years of keeping homes and businesses safe. With this big anniversary, right now you can buy one Guardian camera and get the second for just 75 cents. That's right, add another camera for just pocket change. Guardian cameras offer HD video, motion alerts, and two-way audio, so you're always connected and in control. Protect your property with smarter security and enjoy total peace of mind. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to grab this limited time anniversary offer. New customers only. Terms and conditions apply.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray. Did you know that if you are a caregiver for a family member at home, that you may be entitled to payment from the government for your services? You are sacrificing a lot to provide care to a loved one, and every month that goes by, you could be missing out on valuable cash benefits for your services. For a no-obligation consultation with one of our certified elder law attorneys, visit grayelderlaw.com. That's grayelderlaw.com.
Visit the North Shore Tavern located on Federal Street right across from PNC Park for Pittsburgh's most memorable meal. Enjoy an array of delicious apps, entrees, homemade soups, desserts, cocktails, and of course, delicious steaks and seafood served on a sizzling lava stone. The vast menu changes weekly, offering something for every taste bud. Why not let their staff pamper you while you host a family or work event? The North Shore Tavern, a stone's throw away from PNC Park and Pittsburgh's home for steak on a stone.
Listen to Kickoff with Boomer Esiason and Mike Valenti. Saturday mornings at 6 o'clock right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. They'll share their takes on all the playoff matchups and storylines each week. Presented locally by ESPN Bet Sportsbook.
Serious savings at your local Par-Mar store. Dan's angrily reminding you to download the Par-Mar Stores app and save big. Get 3 cooler beverage items with your Par-Mar Rewards card and get 10 cents off per gallon of gas. And remember, if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
That spice is 10 out of 10. Would recommend. Hi, my name is Khadijah, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich is that spicy kick of the chicken. It's just the right amount of heat, and it gets me excited. And then, pro tip, add that cilantro lime sauce. It cools it down. If the sandwich is at 100, the cilantro lime takes it to 200. It makes me want to, tell all my friends and family.
Order a Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich and a Diet Dr. Pepper on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
At David's Bridal, love is in every stitch. From the initial sketch to the final details, each style is designed with exquisite craftsmanship. Every wedding gown, bridesmaid look, prom dress, and special occasion style in between features handcrafted details filled with love. Come see the magic in person. Book an appointment and sign up for Diamond Loyalty to save 15% on your first purchase. Earn points towards special rewards and more at davidsbridal.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Best thing on the radio! It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I see our friend Jenna Harner also had a sit-down with Art Rooney II, where she asked him what kind of quarterback they'd be looking for, and a much more diplomatic answer this time. In the media scrum, it was, you got to be able to attack from the pocket, and Mike Tomlin at the end of the season press conference talked about mobility, so it seemed like they weren't seeing eye to eye. Well, now in the interview with Jenna for Channel 11, and she does a great job, he said, you look around the league, it's a bunch of mobile guys who can also throw from the pocket. So you just want to get the best available option. Not really breaking news, but I thought a good question by Jenna to kind of follow up on that. I said I'm going to do something I've never done before, and I mean this. Tomorrow, the Penguins play the Nashville Predators. And I don't like the Predators, based on the history and the Stanley Cup, and who's that country singer who's married to Carrie Underwood. She drives me nuts anymore.
Why?
Ever since then.
Oh.
Ever since then. She's supporting her husband. What a terrible person. Why would you want to do that? I'm going to root for the Penguins to lose, man. They actually watch the game and be rooting for the Penguins to lose. And I've said things before, like, okay, it would make a lot of sense to tank. You know, watching my college football team this year, like, if they lose, it's not the worst thing because they'll probably fire the coach. But I didn't sit and watch the game and root for the team to lose. I could never bring myself to do that as a sports fan. Like, oh, man, I hope West Virginia loses to Texas Tech. While it was happening, I thought it's not the worst thing. I'm actually going to root against the Penguins tomorrow. I think the best thing for them is to stink, and it'll hurt me every time they win the rest of the way.
If they thought that was the best thing for them, they would have kept Jari around.
Yes.
So I don't know if they think the same way, but I can see where you want them to lose in the tank, but I don't think that they're going to. I don't think that their thought process is to do that. I think it's right in the middle, like you were saying before, of playing for the future and also execute the present.
You know what I think they're trying to do? I think they want to lose. They being Kyle Dubas. I think Kyle Dubas wants to lose. Mike Sullivan obviously doesn't. Crosby doesn't. Malkin's hurt, but Malkin, Letang, Crosby, Rust, those guys don't want to lose hockey games. And no player has ever really wanted to be part of a tank. There's no players or coaches, except for like pre-Mario, that are saying, we need to go out there and give it our best to lose today. Like, that doesn't happen. Like, Brian Flores, when the whole tank for Tua thing, he wanted to win. Coaches want to win. Players want to win. But I think Kyle Dubas wants to lose, but I think he's having a tough time with this here because he doesn't want to be super transparent to the Crosbys, Malkins, Letangs of the world in that fact. Like, I think he's going to have a hard time, just as an example, trading Ricard Raquel because he wants there to be a top six winger for these guys. And so it's not Crosby and Malkin and a bunch of jabronis skating around out there. And I think that's a really difficult thing to do.
I wonder what message he's getting from up top. What do you think Fenway's saying right now about, do you think that they have the sports acumen to think that they should tank? Or it's like, we still need to sell and make money, so.
You're one of the most observant people that I have ever met, Doran Dickerson. And I think you could sense there in me, I almost went in that direction. I don't know the answer to that.
Me neither.
Which is why I didn't go there. I was about to say, I don't know. If they were smart, they shouldn't want to meander around in like half competitive. And they're not. I mean, in the standings, they're not competitive right now. But they still have some pretty good players, particularly in the top six and in the top of their defense core. If you're Fenway, you should want to get good as fast as possible. And I think in order to get good as fast as possible, you need to lean into stinking as quickly as you can and try to stay there right now. So Josh Yohe for The Athletic, this just came out this morning. It's what got me thinking about this, Doran. He wrote, and he's, I think, for my money, him and Rossi, the best Penguins insiders out there. He said, Kyle Dubas wants to aggressively sell. He might not entirely get his wish until this summer simply because it's a great unknown whether this will be a busy trade deadline around the league. In recent years, the week between the NHL draft and the July 1st free agency opening has produced the most fireworks around the league. But Dubas prefers to land young NHL players or prospects over draft picks. Make no mistakes, though, the Penguins are still perfectly agreeable to add draft picks. So, Dubas wants to sell. I bet you it won't happen until the summertime.
It won't. Yeah, it's not going to happen now.
Because then you can say to Crosby, hey, we gave you the rest of the year with Raquel. We know how you guys got hot down the stretch. Hey, I think Pettersson's going to go because you can't trade him this offseason. He'll be gone. He'll walk away. But Raquel would be the guy. Drew O'Connor, another one rumored. I don't know that they're going to go before the deadline. And I think you're more likely to get a good return now than in the summer. You can get more complex things done in the summertime. I think teams are more desperate now, and you can prey more on desperation. I would love for it to get done before the deadline. And I would love, because the other thing is, not only could you maybe get a more desperate team, you also are ruining your roster.
Yeah.
Making it thus harder to win. Get a top 5 draft pick. Accept where you are. Accept that you suck. And I actually think their roster is better than their place in the standings, which calls into question some coaching type things. It's time for the roster to meet the place in the standings, to then keep you in that cellar of the standings.
If they sell, say they sell a little bit now and then more in the summer, does that mean that Sullivan is gone? Or do you want to start this rebuild with him?
I'm fine either way. That's a really weird place to be, isn't it? As a radio host or even as a fan. Like, oh, do you want Sullivan to be gone or do you not want him to be gone? My buddy was over. We were watching the championship games last weekend. We had the exact conversation. I don't care. Like, you're going to stink for my plan either way. I think Mike Sullivan's a great coach. My problem with Sullivan is that I think his message, like it often happens in the NHL, is stale. Well, it ain't going to be stale when all the new players come in because they're not going to have experienced that guy. I am literally okay either way. Mo Egger, who is a Cincinnati radio host, came on before the Steelers played the Bengals. And he was asked by Donnie Football, what do you think about Zach Taylor? He said, I could take him or leave him. I could take Sully or leave him.
Yeah.
I think you can stink with him. I think you can stink without him. And I think he could win with the right crop of guys. I just don't think he can win with these guys anymore. What about you? I mean, sorry, one last thing. Like, I do think the resume of late, like, if there were accountability, he probably should be let go. So from that standpoint, maybe you do it. But again, one way or the other, it doesn't really move the needle for me. What about you?
Yeah, I'm kind of in that same boat.
Yeah.
You've swayed me to that. I was leaning I was leaning towards, if you're going to tear it down, let's start it with somebody else that you could build with. You know, a different voice, a different opportunity for a head coach that you can, if you're going to break it down to the studs, you can build it up to the house with a guy that could at the same time be learning and developing on the job and understand the guys that he has. And then by time it's, ready to get going again, he can be ready to roll.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I can go either way.
I'm wondering how much, has he not evolved with the times, or does he just think he has a faster roster that he does? Like, if you get him the necessary pieces, can you still play that up-tempo game? Has the league passed him by? I think they're all valid questions. I don't have the answer to them. I also am really frustrated by the whole Fenway sports group thing. Like, to go back to your question, we feel like we have a bead on Art and on Pirates ownership. I have no idea. Like, we just refer to this ambiguous being, this Fenway Sports Group. Like, who's even calling the damn shots? Like, does John Henry even pay attention to this? Like,
I just think that they're businessmen. And whenever, you got a bunch of guys that are in suits and you have meetings all the time, if you're Dubas, you're like, hey, we need to tear it down. We need to rebuild. And they're like, well, we're going to lose money if we rebuild. So you're fighting that battle if you're Dubas. And then you obviously have the on-ice product with Sullivan and the players that's like, we want to win. I think Dubas is in a very tough spot right now.
Yeah.
Very tough spot of trying to play both games. And that's what it's always going to be, and that's what it was always going to be as soon as Fenway acquired the Penguins. They're businessmen. At the end of the day, they don't care about the intricacies of hockey and dynamics of hockey. They want to make money. So I don't know if they even have that thought process of, hey, in hockey, this sport, you got to tear it down to get back to where you were. I don't even know if they even think that way. With
right.
owning a hockey team.
And we're so spoiled because we had Lemieux here, who obviously got it. One of the great players of all time. And so he's going to...
He knew.
He knew.
Yeah.
He was a great business guy. Burkle, great business guy. but he knew hockey.
Yes.
That's a big deal.
Yes.
If these guys are only looking at it from a business standpoint, though, they have to see what's going on here. Like the whole keeping the band together thing just to sell tickets while you transition to the next era, they're not selling the tickets. So you would think that they would want to move on. But again, I refer to them as the they because I have no friggin' idea who we're even talking about.
Now, who else do they own again? Fenway?
Liverpool.
Uh-huh.
And aren't the Red Sox, right?
Red Sox. So maybe over the weekend we'll do a deep dive of if they've ever been in this situation with the other clubs, with the other sports teams, and see how they handled those things.
Yeah, why don't you do that, and then you let me know what you find.
I thought you were going to do that.
Maybe Callis will just do that.
I thought you were going to do that while you're rooting for the Penguins to lose. It's you're killing two birds with one stone.
When I said that, you're going to be like, you jackass. No, you're not. You're not freaking...
Right.
Texter, so you're fine with Sullivan but not Tomlin? Here's the difference between those two to me. Both have underachieved. Oh, my God, what time is it?
Yeah, we might as well just take it up 3 more minutes.
I haven't even looked at the clock in like 10 minutes. I'm sorry, Callis. The 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. I turned full Starkey there. We go full Penguin segment, and it goes forever.
Well, that's my fault, too. I mean, I got to be accountable. I did see the time, and I was just thinking that, hey, we're rolling.
Since you've now admitted your accountability, you should be doing the Fenway Sports Group homework over the weekend.
No, you can do it.
Callis, let us know what you
find out. I'm very good at delegating.
I got too much to do already. I'm not doing that.
I got to buy a van.
I got to buy a van.
Got to take a 4-hour shower.
Sit on the toilet wet.
Do you think I did van research while I was in this booth before I bought it?
Yes.
I think you
a
have,
little bit, actually.
Yes.
Yes, the reason I'm not fine with Sullivan, I am just apathetic to Sullivan because I don't look at him as the biggest problem. I think Hextall screwed it up. I think the end of Rutherford screwed it up. Sullivan's part of the problem. To me, he's not the problem. Like, those guys had a bigger say on roster than Sullivan did. Not to say he didn't have input. Mike Tomlin's got more power with the Steelers than Sullivan does with the Penguins. Or at least did whenever stuff was still salvageable.
Does Mike Tomlin have more power with the Steelers than Sidney Crosby does with the Penguins?
Yes. Yes.
Think?
Yes. They're similar in that I think both franchises view them bigger than the franchise. Like Mike Tomlin, whether they admit it or not, they now put ahead of the logo.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the Penguins do the same thing. I just don't think Crosby
has
he doesn't want to be. Yeah. He's not doing the Myles Garrett thing where he's going into the boardroom and he's going to try to swing it around. You know what I mean?
But whenever it comes down to his guys, I bet you they inquire. I bet you he's a part of those meetings.
It's actually a really good question.
We've never been more out of time in the history of this show.
Well, we'll just take it up.
I think we have taken it up at this point.
Yeah.
We'll revisit this conversation, or continue it, I should say, coming up next. 412-928-9370. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Speaking of the Penguins, they have a game tomorrow at home against the Nashville Predators at 7 o'clock. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
From the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In Glassport, crews checking reports of a transformer explosion on the 800 block of Indiana Avenue near 9th Street. Also in Mount Lebanon, we have down power lines on Bower Hill Road near Sylvandale Drive. Parkway West, you're jammed approaching Parkway Center to the Ford Pitt Tunnel as Parkway East exit Wilkinsburg. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Are you ready to transform your bathroom? Hi, I'm Matt Sloan, General Manager at West Shore Home, and we make it simple, fast, and stress-free. With hundreds of styles and combinations, you're guaranteed to find something you love. But we don't stop at tubs and showers. West Shore Home can upgrade your entire space, including flooring, vanities, and toilets, giving you the complete package. Need help deciding? Don't worry. Schedule a free, no-obligation design consultation today, and West Shore Home can be there as soon as tomorrow. Plus, check out our amazing promotions anytime at westshorebath.com. At West Shore Home, we don't just install and walk away. Every customer gets a follow-up call to ensure complete satisfaction. And our online scheduling makes booking your next home upgrade easier than ever. Text BATH to 35868 to get started today. That's BATH to 35868. Or visit westshorebath.com. Transform your home with West Shore Home, the team delivering exceptional improvements every time.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Ooh, up top, bike shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messelthorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years!
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five!
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Service technicians, how would you like to earn 50% more on warranty work? Well, that comes standard at #1 Cochran Hyundai. We pay our flat rate Hyundai techs 150% on warranty labor time. And we're hiring at our Monroeville and South Hills locations. It takes a special team to deliver award-winning service. And that's why we invest in excellent benefits, career pathways, and professional development programs. Apply now at CochranCareers.com.
Caesars Sportsbook is the only sportsbook app with Caesars Rewards, where every bet you place brings you closer to perks only Caesars can offer. So download the app using promo code Radio1000 and place your first bet today. If you win, great. If not, you'll get it back as a bonus bet, up to $1,059 for Super Bowl 59. Open to new users in Pennsylvania who are 21 or older, affiliated with Harrah's Philadelphia. If qualifying bet loses, bet amount returned as a bonus bet. Bonus bet expires 14 days after receipt. See Caesars.com/promos for full terms. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get
It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
If you or a loved one experiences a life-altering event like an auto accident or work injury, or worse, the tragic loss of a loved one from somebody else's negligence, you have one shot to get justice. It's Dan Zangrilli for the Western PA Injury Lawyers, LGKG, now with 7 locations. When you lawyer up, nothing else matters besides credentials, knowledge, tenacity, respect, and at the end of the day, success. My friend, Attorney Joe George.
Talk to our clients. Look at our website. See our reviews. Our clients tell it all. Look at the credentials we have. Those are credentials that come down from other attorneys that are rating us. Our firm is AV rated.
What does that mean?
That means that Martindale Hubbell determined that we have the highest ethical standards and highest capabilities in the business. There aren't many firms that have any AV-rated attorneys. Larry Kelly, AV-rated. Joe George, AV-rated. Super lawyers, top 1%. You don't get those credentials unless other attorneys see what you do.
That's LGKG Injury Lawyers. LGKG, your home team. Visit LGKG.com.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome.
You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
The newest Buffalo Wild Wings is now open in West Mifflin at 9996 Mount View Drive. Join us for a live broadcast with Pony and Muller from 2 to 6 today for your chance at winning free wings for a year. We'll see you there.
Lowe's knows how to save you time and money. Order what you need by 2 p.m. to get it delivered the same day. Valid on eligible in-stock orders and select zip codes for same-day delivery. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. More terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still some delays on the roadways. This report brought to you by your local Parmar stores. If there's not a Parmar store near you now, there will be soon. Inbound Parkway West delays at Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound, you're on steady from the tunnels all the way to Pittsburgh International Airport. Parkway East jams at Wilkinsburg, out of the South Hills. Route 51 slow approaching Bounceman Street to the Liberty Tubes off-ramp. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Parmar store. See for yourself. Download the Parmar Stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrilli reminding you that if there's not a Parmar store near you now, there will be soon.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Start new at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington. Equally great in weather and fuel efficiency. Check out the 2025 Outlander PHEV. Just $299 a month with no money down. Remaining 24 Outlanders now up to $9,000 off. Or finance at a low 0%. Your new year deal, your way. What a great day. Shop JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Lease for $299 a month for 36 months. Security deposit waived. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. We just had a scintillating conversation about the Pittsburgh Penguins that took us roughly 20 minutes and destroyed our clock. We went full Starkey.
Yep.
Never go full Starkey. But we did get sucked into it. And I think it's a fascinating conversation. Like the problem with the with the Pirates and the Steelers, we have pinpointed as, well, ownership, the economics of the game in baseball sense, like in terms of trying to keep Paul Skeens around here. With the Penguins, it's what does ownership want to do? We don't know because we know absolutely nothing about them. And it's fascinating to me because I thought we always had a beat on all three teams when it was Lemieux and Berkle. You knew how the Penguins were going to operate. Now we don't, and we're going to have to see how they navigate this quote-unquote rebuild, or if they even see it as a rebuild. 412-928-9370. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I want to do a look ahead at the Super Bowl at some point during this hour. I'd like to revisit Art Rooney II's comments to Ashley Leotis, but one of the viral clips that's been going around the last few days, Doran, I'm sure you have opinions on, because I know I do. Cam Newton on Get Up. MVP, would you give it back to win a Super Bowl?
If you could give back that league MVP for a Super Bowl championship, would you do it?
Nope.
Oh. Really?
Wow. Because you have to ask it through this lens. That was a very journalistic viewpoint or vantage point or response, Stephen A. I'll ask you this question, and, just to pose this thought. What's more important, impact or championships?
Man. So I've said this in the past. I never played, first of all. You know that. Everyone knows that. I'd rather have Trent Dilfer's career than Dan Marino's career. Like, Dan Marino's one of the all-time greats. Like, if he had won a couple of championships, he might be considered the best of all time, like up in that upper echelon because of his talent, because of his quick release, because of his brain. Trent Dilfer wasn't very good, with all due respect to Trent, who's now doing a terrible job coaching UAB football.
Yeah.
I mean, just a terrible job down there. He won a championship. I'd want to win the championship. And then you kind of further it out. Would you rather have a gold jacket or would you rather win a championship? I'm not going to kill Cam Newton for that. Anybody's got their own reasons for playing. I'm not going to crush him for it, but I'll give you my perspective. I think I'd rather win the ring. But I'm coming from a pure fan perspective, and all I care about is if my team wins rings or not. Like, if I were a Ravens fan, it'd be so nice that Lamar's winning MVPs, but that's not giving me pure happiness.
Right, yeah, it's the way different.
Right? So I come at from the perspective, I'm a fan. You played your whole life. You were an All-American. You played 6 years of the NFL. What do you think about Cam's comments?
Well, I'll ask you this, and
Yeah.
you could get into Cam's shoes, and then I'll give my opinion. Would you rather win a national #1 radio station award for 93.7 The Fan, or would you rather win a national #1 fan morning show award?
Oh, man.
That's the situation.
My name's Dora Dickerson, and I have painted my friend and co-host into a box.
That's what it is. So I 1,000% agree with Cam Newton. Because there's only so many MVPs in the NFL. There's a lot of Super Bowl winners.
It's the same, right?
That's not.
There's 59 Super Bowls.
Kenny Pickett could be a Super Bowl champion.
Yeah, exactly.
I see what you're saying.
I mean, how many guys are on a team that win a Super Bowl? There's a lot of guys that have won Super Bowls in the NFL, in the NFL history. There's not many MVPs. I mean, there's many, but there's not. I mean,
I get what you're saying.
There's only one a year.
I get what you're saying.
And then there's multiple.
Misunderstood you.
Yeah, like, I mean, you're individually the best player in the NFL. Like,
and he was unquestionably that year too.
Right.
And they went 15-1. The reason he's getting crushed for this today isn't because and I'll throw myself in this category, as sports fans, can't wrap our heads around, oh my God, that guy's more concerned about individual. It's also that he didn't fall on that fumble in the Super Bowl, and so people are tying those things together, and it looks bad. It makes people crazy, especially, I'm sure, Carolina fans today. I understand what you're saying. I'm interested what the listeners think. 412-928-9370. I'm guessing they see it my way because they haven't lived your life experience.
Right, yeah.
Or Cam Newton's.
Yeah, you're thinking like, okay, what did the team deliver the fans? Who cares if there's an MVP? Who cares if TJ Watt's the MVP? Did you deliver us a championship? Because we want to be a part of the process too, which I see, I understand. The fans want to be a part of the team, and they pay money, and they want to be involved and want to feel that championship and feel like they're a part of it. You don't feel like you're a part of individual success. Sometimes you can latch yourself to, some Hall of Famers, like, oh, man, I remember watching him play all the time. Like, he was great, like Mean Joe. Like, whenever he was up there with the jacket, like, yeah, I remember watching him play, but you feel like you're a part of the Super Bowl. You buy tickets to go to the Super Bowl. You buy tickets to go to Acrisure, Heinz Field, Three Rivers, and you're there, invested every single game. You do have a sense that you are a part of the Super Bowl win.
Yeah, sure.
But as a player, I mean, it is what it is. Like, your goal whenever you're a kid to play in the NFL, I don't care what anybody says, it's not. It may be to win a Super Bowl, but it's to wear a gold jacket.
You want to wear that gold jacket?
Yeah, it's to be the best. You are one of the best players in the NFL. That's the goal.
Texter, Doran carries this show. Adam is annoying, insignificant bag of milk.
Bag of milk? Wow. Wow.
Would you trade your All-American for the Big East title, someone asks?
No. Or a national championship. No.
What?
No. I'll be a part of a national. It would be awesome. I'm not saying that it wouldn't be great. It'd be awesome, and we'd have stories, and I could still talk to your teammates. You get together, you get to talk about how, and you get to wear that ring. That's cool. There's but there's only so many people that were. There's only one other guy really that was another All-American at Pitt in my position, and that's nice to be in that company of Mike Dick.
Mike Dick is pretty good.
It's nice to be in that company.
You ever think about opening a restaurant, a steakhouse?
Call it Dickerson.
By the way, I would much rather win the Station Award. Yeah. Put that on the record.
Yeah.
Station of the Year or Morning Show of the Year. Absolutely Station of the Year, Tor. No question about that. 412-928-9370. I want to frame it this way, too. Would you rather be the worst quarterback to win a Super Bowl, a la Trent Dilfer, or the best quarterback to never win one, Dan Marino?
Dan Marino, because he's wearing the jacket.
412-928-9370. We continue discussing next. I'm really interested to hear where people come down on that. 412-928-9370. You can also tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. When somebody insults me in a way that I find hilarious, I add it to my Twitter bio. So right now it's just some guy that says stuff. Chooch, avuncular, heathen. I'm going to put bag of milk.
Bag of milk.
Your calls next. Right now, a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
For the record, that's one of my favorite insults there, a bag of milk. Anyhow, 2 games that you can watch or follow over the weekend related to Pittsburgh sports. At noon tomorrow, Pitt's going to play Wake Forest on the road. That game's, like I said, at noon, and you can listen right here on 93.7 The Fan. Also, the Pittsburgh Penguins, they play at night, 7 o'clock at home against the Nashville Predators. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, the bag of milk.
Thank you, Catalyst. Just 2% of the time. Get it? Winter, snow, and ice wreak havoc on your home, especially if your roof, siding, or gutters aren't up to par, and there's only one choice. If you think that your home isn't properly protected, that's Call the Pickle Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. They are experts in finding and eliminating leaks, making repairs, or if you need a whole house roof and siding replacements, they can do that too. No job is too big. No job is too small for the Pickle. 724-515-5551. They're answering phones 24/7 today or online at callthepickle.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Are you ready for the ultimate Vegas experience? Just listen to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan on the free Odyssey app to enter our national contest, Slam Dunk in Vegas. Download the free Odyssey app and listen to 93.7 The Fan for at least an hour a day, and you're entered to win. You and 3 friends get airfare to Vegas, accommodations, along with $5,000 per guest to enjoy the first 2 rounds of the College Basketball Championships. It's our national contest, Slam Dunk in Vegas. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your business deserves the best protection, and Guardian Protection delivers. From video surveillance with 24/7 HD recording to access control systems that let you manage who comes and goes, Guardian provides security to protect your assets and employees. Their advanced systems offer real-time alerts and smarter analytics to keep you informed at all times. Stay connected, stay in control, stay secure. Call 1-800-PROTECT today to learn more and ask about special offers for your business. That's 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FANBIZ.
Did you know the laser hair therapy program at New Image Hair Clinic can preserve and regrow hair for 87% of clients who qualify? Here's Cookie Harris to explain.
New Image's HPRP program is a hair preservation and regrowth program that combines the best of laser technology, vitamins, and nutraceutical products to give your hair the optimal chance of survival and regrowth.
Go to newimagehairclinic.com or call 800-514-HAIR and see if you qualify for the FDA-approved HPRP Hair Preservation and Regrowth Program.
Don't waste your time or money on solutions that don't work. We've been restoring hair for over 60 years. Call us first.
See if you qualify for HPRP. Certain restrictions may apply. Call 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com. That's 800-514-4247 for your free evaluation.
That spice is 10 out of 10. Would recommend. Hi, my name is Khadijah, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich is that spicy kick of the chicken. It's just the right amount of heat, and it gets me excited. And then, pro tip, add that cilantro lime sauce. It cools it down. If the sandwich is at 100, the cilantro lime takes it to 200. It makes me want to, tell all my friends and family.
Order a Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich and a Diet Dr. Pepper on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
At David's Bridal, love is in every stitch. From the initial sketch to the final details, each style is designed with exquisite craftsmanship. Every wedding gown, bridesmaid look, prom dress, and special occasion style in between features handcrafted details filled with love. Come see the magic in person. Book an appointment and sign up for Diamond Loyalty to save 15% on your first purchase. Earn points towards special rewards and more at davidsbridal.com. At David's Bridal, love is in every stitch. From the initial sketch to the final details, each style is designed with exquisite craftsmanship. Every wedding gown, bridesmaid look, prom dress, and special occasion style in between features handcrafted details filled with love. Come see the magic in person. Book an appointment and sign up for Diamond Loyalty to save 15% on your first purchase. Earn points towards special rewards and more at davidsbridal.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Last year's betting scandal that banned Toronto's Jonte Porter from the NBA for life may not be an isolated incident after all. Federal prosecutors are also investigating unusual betting activity related to the performance of Charlotte's Terry Rozier, now with Miami, in a game against New Orleans in March of 2023. These bad optics are Adam Silver's worst nightmare. Boomer Esiason.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
What does it feel like to file with TaxSlayer and get your guaranteed maximum refund? It feels like the last level of a video game, facing off against the final boss who stands between you and your refund.
All your refunds belong to me.
Using the power of TaxSlayer like a secret power-up he doesn't see coming.
Only the most tax-confident can defeat me.
Throwing your laptop at his video game face and watching him crumble into a giant pile of shiny coin tax refunds.
Oh, not fair. You use TaxSlayer.
Start for free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
Welcome to TGL presented by SoFi, golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN+. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf, Tiger, Rory, and more. The best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West, inbound delays approaching the runaway truck sand pile to the Ford Pit Tunnels. Parkway East lining up at Edgewood Swissvale, while Route 28, that is heavy from the 31st Street Bridge in toward the north side. Route 51, just heavy with traffic light delays at the intersection with Bousman Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Would you rather be the worst quarterback to ever win a Super Bowl or the best quarterback to never win a Super Bowl? Would you rather be Trent Dilfer or would you rather be Dan Marino? The reason we ask this question is because of this.
If you could give back that league MVP for a Super Bowl championship, would you do it?
Nope.
The way.
That's Cam Newton.
The way. Nope. He said it quick, too.
Yeah, he sure had to think about that. Sorry, teammates.
No.
You know what, though? Like, there is a lot more nuance with this because all those guys that played with Cam that year, they don't even sniff the Super Bowl without his greatness.
Mm-hmm.
Cam Newton might wind up going down as one of the more underrated players of all time. Not to, like, really niche this down on him, but...
Is he a Hall of Famer?
I don't think so, because I don't think he played at that high of a level for long enough. I don't know. I think it's interesting because guys like Andrew Luck, are they going to get in? He cut his career short due to retiring early. Like Navarro Bowman, right? Is he like guys like that?
Right.
I wonder, does this like Barry Sanders doesn't even fit because he was
so good in that period of time.
Yeah, you can't deny him.
Right.
But longevity is something that's always mattered in the NFL. I wonder, in some instances, careers are getting longer now based on nutrition, but in other instances, careers are getting cut shorter because guys are like, I know what this does, and I don't want to do it for 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
So I am fascinated by that. But when he was at the top of his game, he was doing Josh Allen things.
Yes.
Like I think Josh Allen's comp, they're not the same, but I think Josh Allen's
close.
Yeah, he's
as close as anybody, and then Ben maybe.
Yeah, I think he might be closer to Cam than Ben. I think Ben would be the other one.
Yeah.
But the design stuff. Anyhow, answer our question, 412-928-9370. Someone called up in the last segment and called me a bag of milk. Here's a good text. Double D makes a great point. I would rather win an award for something than my employer get credit for my hard work. You guys are a great compliment to each other. If I had to let one go, I would send Doran packing because he would take it like a man and the other would cry. It is a much more exclusive crew, though. The guys who get gold jackets, the guys that are MVPs, than the players who have won Super Bowls.
Yes. Yes.
Like, there are Steelers fans are as good as any in the NFL. I guarantee you that even your most hardcore Steelers fan could not name every player on the 2008 team.
No. Mm-mm.
But you know which players from the Steelers you can name every single Hall of Famer. So I do see it from that standpoint. But I'm a fan. And I view things as the team because when, Crosby...
As you should.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's why this is great.
Yeah.
Like, Crosby winning Hart trophies is awesome because you compare him to Ovechkin. But if he had 0 and still had 3 championships, I'd be more than fine with that.
Of course.
As a fan. But trying to put yourself in the player's shoes, well, I can't do that.
I wonder how Crosby feels with this scenario with the gold medal.
So, it's funny you say that, because I was thinking about this the other day. You got this silly Four Nations thing coming up. This Penguins team stinks. He was vintage the other night. All he wants to do is win. I wonder if being part of that, the Four Nations thing, can at least scratch an itch for him in terms of winning.
Yes.
Like, he's not going to win anything this year in the NHL.
Mm-hmm.
Not happening.
Yeah.
But Canada could bring home the gold medal.
Yeah.
So at least he gets to feel that rush.
Definitely would.
I don't know that he...
I think that means more to him than anything.
The Canadian gold medal?
Yes.
Probably.
I think even more than... I'd be willing to debate more than a cup.
Probably.
More than the cups.
Well, because I think one of them in particular would be the Vancouver one. Because it was on Canadian soil. There was so much pressure on that team. He scores the golden goal.
Mm-hmm.
That's I'm sure he's been asked this, and I've forgotten it. But I would bet that was probably the pinnacle of his career.
It has to be, right?
Has to be.
Mm-hmm.
And if he said it wasn't, I wonder how he would hold up in a polygraph.
Right.
I wonder how the old truth serum might suss that out. Let's go to Zach in New Kent. Hey, Zach.
Hey, big fan.
Thanks. You're probably talking to Doran, sorry.
I actually played Doran in high school. He was a terror. Not happy with his performances. Like 7 touchdowns. Okay. Every game, twice. Junior and senior year. I was like, get this guy away from me. Please.
I wouldn't trade that in for a Whitfield title, trust me.
But I just wanted to mention that Cam Newton could have a gold jacket And he could be a Super Bowl champion if he, wasn't scared enough to fall on that fumble. Just your little thoughts about
Well,
that.
someone just texted this in too, Zach, and thank you for the call. And you can call next at 412-928-9370. Do you think any quarterback that won a Super Bowl would give that up for an MVP? And they wrote, no way. Like, if Cam had won the Super Bowl and experienced that elation with his teammates, I wonder if the answer would have been different from him. I don't know the answer to that.
That's a great question.
Yeah.
That is a great question. Won the Super Bowl but would trade it for an MVP.
What if you asked Dilfer and you're like, hey, man, would you rather have been an MVP or win that Super Bowl that
Probably
one
been
time?
Super Bowl. Because I think at that position, if you win a Super Bowl, it has a lot to do with you.
That position, yeah.
So you could kind of wrap this up in this with a quarterback. You could kind of wrap this up, but like with Cam Newton, I don't know. That's a good question.
Do you think it's hard to be Trent Dilfer?
No, he still has the ring though. Like regardless,
yeah.
He's still a part of the fraternity of quarterbacks that did win a ring. If you want to narrow it down,
yeah. I'm just trying to
Is it hard to be Eli?
No. I think Eli Manning, if you consider all of human history, may have lived the greatest life. Because he lived up to expectations, but I don't know that he had as much pressure on him, if that makes sense, because of Peyton.
Absolutely. You're absolutely right.
And really, he made 2 throws. That's not fair.
How many Super Bowls does Peyton have?
Peyton's got 2, and he's got 2.
Exactly.
I'd much rather be Eli. Although Peyton's the funny one. 412-928-9370. I try to put myself in like Dilfer's shoes. Like, would I like to be known as the worst radio host to ever win a Marconi?
But you won one.
I haven't even won one, so I'm just a bad radio host. It is 9:27. Time to make the call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with. This is why I'm never going to win a Marconi. I got marbles in my mouth. It is 9:27. Time to make the call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums at 724-443-5610. Would you rather be Dilfer or Marino? 412-928-9370.
Like, think about, okay, here's another scenario.
Yeah.
Charles Barkley. Now, Charles Barkley was a really, really, really good NBA player. Would he trade his career in for a championship? I'm going to probably say no, because if he's a part of a championship team, who says that he's doing what he's doing now? He's Charles Barkley now because I'm trying to say this the right way. You know what I'm saying? Like,
this is why the show has no Marconis.
Charles Barkley, would he trade his career? Probably yes. But Charles Barkley is still regarded as one of the best four forwards of all time, and that has led him to this career because he is one of the best at his position.
Yeah, he's like he's very Marino-like, isn't he? Like the best to never win one, or like in that conversation, round mound of rebound. I would think he'd won a ring, but that's just me. 412-928-9370. Yeah, I think I could handle the ridicule of being the worst to be a champion.
Like I'm saying, like would he trade his
top of the
career in to be
mountaintop.
just a part of a team that wins?
I don't know. And then you start thinking about guys like Scottie Pippen who get like zero credit for it. They won 6 championships, but you're always playing second fiddle. There's a lot of nuance to it. Texter, what do you think Big Ben would say? Oh, God. I think Ben was an ultimate competitor. I think Ben wanted to win above all else.
Mm-hmm.
And Ben never got a single MVP vote. I don't think that bothers him. Like, I think he could be a selfish guy, and he would take shots at the organization, some that were more veiled than others, a lot of which happened right here on 93.7 The Fan. But I do think the thing he wanted to do most was win. I think he might have wanted to be the reason why they won, but he wanted to win.
Yeah.
Now, he showed that different than a Peyton. Peyton was going to be first in, last out. Brady first in, last out. Ben on the field wanted to win and would bleed and have broken bones and would leave it all out there. I never questioned that about Ben. I've said some not great things about Ben in the past. That is something I will never doubt about him. Like, I think he would rather have his career than Marino's. And that one's not, you don't juxtapose it that way because it's fairly easy, actually, because he's going to be a Hall of Famer and a first-ballot Hall of Famer, and he has the rings.
Yes.
But we're talking about a guy who's not going to be a Hall of Famer versus one that does. 412-928-9370. All right. Choose the adventure, Doran. React to Art Rooney's comments to Ashley Lyotis, or give a brief early look at the Super Bowl.
Super Bowl.
We're going to talk about Ashley Lyotis and Art Rooney II coming up next. But first, a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Justin Tucker, Baltimore Ravens kicker, some allegations came out that he had some sexual misconduct with some massage therapists. At least 6 have come forward in the latest reports. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
I'm PJ Glasser, here to help you beat the books with BetQL. The battle for the state of Indiana is tonight between the Boilermakers and the Hoosiers. The Boilers have been great at home this year with a 7-4 record against the spread in Mackey Arena. Purdue minus 11.5 is a 4-star best bet. I'm PJ Glasser. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way. Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hey, Colin Dunlap, I'm here to tell you about something real important. Windows. Listen, proven quality, proven service. No wonder thousands of homeowners have trusted Window Nation for their homes. You can too. Why don't you get that free, no obligation quote right now? 866-90Nation. That's 866-90Nation, windownation.com. You know what they do? They'll come in, they measure each window 3 times to ensure proper fit. That gets it done. Go check out the internet. Over 20,000 online positive reviews. Oh, yes. Just listen to the customers. Window Nation's a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins, too. Receive a pair of Penguins tickets with the purchase of a house of windows. They have a lot going on right now. How about this? 50% off all styles of windows. Plus, you pay nothing with no interest for 2 full years. That's 24 months. 866-90Nation. That's the only number you need. 866-90Nation, windownation.com.
Hey, everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. It's time to zero in on a new vehicle. Right now at number 1 Cochrane locations, you'll love getting a whole lot of nothing. That's because you can choose from 0% APR financing or 0 down payment lease options. With 20 new car brands and more than 5,000 new vehicles available, number 1 Cochrane has the region's Largest selection, hands down. So what are you waiting for? Zero in on a new vehicle and get 0% APR financing or a 0 down payment lease. It's all going on now at your local #1 Cochrane store and Cochrane.com. Offers may not be available at all locations. Cost per $1,000 finance varies with vehicle, APR, and term length. Limited time only featured leases may include manufacturer offers available to select customers only, subject to Tier 1 credit approval through applicable manufacturer. May not stack with other offers. Ends 1/31/25.
What does it feel like to file with TaxSlayer and get your guaranteed maximum refund? It feels like the last level of a video game, facing off against the final boss who stands between you and your refund.
All your refund has belonged to me.
Using the power of TaxSlayer like a secret power-up he doesn't see coming.
Only the most tax-confident can defeat me.
Throwing your laptop at his video game face and watching him crumble into a giant pile of shiny coin tax refunds.
Oh, not fair. You use TaxSlayer.
Start for free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf, Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Social media's Biggest Loser brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. I would like to look ahead to the Super Bowl, Doran. And we'll do that in a moment. Is Nicholas Harry-Callis working his second job in the booth back there?
Who was he talking to?
I think he was helping someone at his other job with technical difficulties.
There's a whole lot of stuff going on. It's raining. They're doing an event in Bethel Park. It's called the Polar Plunge. It's to raise money. It's very nice, but we had promised that we would broadcast it so the students could watch it in the building, and the broadcast isn't working, so I feel bad.
My God, what are they going to do? Not watching people jump into the cold water.
No.
Oh, my Lord. What's going to happen?
Oh, I wouldn't make fun of this.
We need
It's a
to
good
call
event.
Callis.
It's a fundraiser.
It is. Fundraisers are good. I would never do that in a million years.
They're still going to do the fundraiser. You just don't have to broadcast it.
Good point by you. This was an emergency.
But then the students can't watch inside.
How many students are going to watch for real?
What's that?
How many students are going to watch?
I think a lot of them were interested. They sent out a whole email this morning for the staff. They said students are not allowed to be dismissed because they can watch it on YouTube.
So they're going to watch it in class?
Yeah.
Every class?
Yeah.
That would tick me off then. If I knew I was going to get out of like 30 minutes of work.
That would make me mad.
Did you ever pay attention to the morning announcements?
No.
No.
I wasn't even there.
Why?
I was probably doing something else. Probably in the weight room or something.
Oh, I'm Doran.
I didn't say I was lifting. I was probably just in the weight room.
I was eating raw meat.
I wasn't even there yet.
Chugging raw eggs.
Yeah, I was probably eating a breakfast sandwich.
Did you ever do that, the raw eggs thing?
Yeah, because of Rocky.
Because of Rocky,
yeah. Yeah, I tried. It was horrible. Horrible.
That's a quick way to get some protein.
Yeah, or you can just get a tub of protein powder and put it in water.
Yeah.
But they didn't have that back then in the 70s, and that was your protein shake.
I think we fought off the Nazis on raw eggs back in the day.
What do you mean?
Like, I think that's how we were getting strong back then.
Oh.
Just sucking down raw eggs, doing some calisthenics.
Yep.
Like,
some
hey,
jumping jacks.
You want to go to war? Here's what we're going to do. Jumping jacks and push-ups. Here's some raw eggs.
The old man stretch before you run, where you just kind of, you get down your knee, sideways to sideways. Yeah, stretch out.
That's not just for old men. That's for people in your mid-30s, too. You, like, twist your trunk.
Yeah.
Bend down, try to touch your toes. Good to go.
Yeah.
All right. We can change our opinions on this prior to the Super Bowl, and Lee Sterling is going to join us next Friday at 9 for our yearly prop bet segment, and I'm super jacked up about that. It's one of our most popular segments of the year, and he always nails it. He'll nail the national anthem. He'll nail all that prop stuff. He's even getting it right more often than not on the coin flip, Doran. So that's next Friday. And our opinions are subject to change on this. I'm not going to pretend like I have jumped into all my Super Bowl prep yet. I think, though, that the Eagles are the better team. I think they might significantly be the better team. I think the Chiefs are going to win. I see it exactly as it was 2 years ago.
Yeah.
I thought 1 through 53, or maybe 2 through 53 because of Mahomes, that the Eagles were the superior team to the Chiefs a couple of years ago. And now in the rematch, I feel the same exact way, but the Chiefs feel more inevitable now. Chiefs got kind of bailed out by a penalty call in that game, as they always seem to. Everything is telling me to pick the Eagles. I can't go against the Chiefs, man.
I think there's one matchup that we talk about, but we kind of, miss in situations like this in the Super Bowl. And we always want to talk about Patrick Mahomes. And you think about the matchup. Who would you take? Clearly Patrick Mahomes over Jalen Hurts. You think about the playmakers the Eagles have. You think about some of the playmakers the Chiefs have. But the significant matchup is Andy Reid and Sirianni.
And it's not even close.
It's not even close. And that's where it's probably going to come down to. And Andy Reid is going to dog walk Sirianni whenever it comes down to it.
You know what's interesting about that, though? Like, I kind of view it as Reid v. Fangio, the Eagles DC, and he's really good.
Yeah.
And then you think about Kellen Moore, the Eagles OC, who's really good at his job, probably going to take the Saints job, going up against Steve Spagnuolo.
Mm-hmm.
Like those chess matches are fascinating to me. I think people would frankly be really dumb. I'll just come out and say it. If you bet on the Philadelphia Eagles to win this game. Like, I just think you're dumb. Like, the Eagles are better. If you are going to sleep the night of the Super Bowl and you bet the Chiefs and they lose, I think you can go to sleep okay that night.
Mm-hmm.
But if you bet the Eagles to win the game and the Chiefs win, you're going to bed going, what the hell's wrong with me?
Yeah, the
Why
obvious
am I such
thing
a moron?
is right in front of me. We talk about this. I mean, the pressure is definitely on the Eagles, right? To win. Like, I know, like, the one thing to accomplish for the Chiefs is the three in a row. But the Eagles, like, whenever you're so close, and you were just there a couple years ago, I mean, you saw what happened with the Bengals. Like, you don't know whenever you're going to get that opportunity again. I think all the pressure's on the Eagles to win.
Maybe I'm saying the same thing, but differently. Because I think in the Super Bowl, the pressure is the same. I think they're going to be tighter. Maybe you are saying it the right way then, by that logic, because I think you might press a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we were there. Like, we know what it feels like to lose.
Chiefs been there the last 2 years.
Yeah.
They know. I mean, there's like, hey, if we lose, oh, man, we lost. We didn't get 3 in a row. Like,
oh
geez. Man.
Sorry. We'll be back next year. You told me this, that in 2011, when your Patriots team won the AFC Championship and went to the locker room, that you looked around, it was kind of amazing that it was just like they had won another game.
Yep.
Like, okay, a couple weeks, taking on the New York Giants in the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
There was no fanfare. Like, it wasn't like this champagne fest. I don't know. You might have still had it, but
no. That we got like shirts and hats, and everybody just kind of like tossed it in the locker. Nobody put the hats on. Nothing.
I can't begin to explain to you how much that makes me hate the Patriots, because it was just business.
Yep.
It's like the Russian Red Army Hockey Club, just like business. And I think that the Chiefs, by virtue of their head coach, are a little bit loosey-goosier, but you could see them kind of viewing it the same way. Like, all right, media day's on Tuesday. There's going to be all kind of goofy story. Don't say anything dumb. Like, just, they've been there and they've won it. Now, the Eagles have been there, but yeah, they're probably going in like, we know what that feels like, and it sucks, and we don't want that to go down again that way.
Like, you know how we'll sit and we'll talk and we kind of plan out, like, what's August going to look like? Like, we'll plan it out now. It's like, all right, let's start getting an early look of, like, what we might talk about in August, what the Steelers could look like, what the Pirates might be doing. We do those, everybody does it in business. You do, like, 6 months to a year planning. I think every year with the Chiefs, they already mark in, all right, this is going to be Super Bowl week. This is what we're going to have to do. This is the availability for media. Like, they have that in their yearly planner already.
Yeah.
They already have that. It's marked that this is where we're going to be at this point of the year.
There's a guy who writes for a website in Boston that I used to have on all the time, and he obviously doesn't play for the Patriots, but he would do that every year. They're going to be in the AFC Championship. They played 9 in a row. What have the Chiefs played in 7 in a row? Like, you know that. Yeah, I'll probably be in the Super Bowl. Going to play in that. No vacations end of February because that's where they'll be. Yeah, the Eagles, you might think. I mean, honestly, if the Eagles lose the game, they're not going to fire Sirianni. But they might fire him next year. If the Eagles lose the game and their roster's so good and they come up short, where do you think they're going to point? They're going to point at head coach and they're going to point at quarterback. Like, if Jalen Hurts doesn't get it done, again, I'm not saying they're going to replace him next year, but that's an organization that doesn't take failure. And you're going to look at 2 spots, coach and quarterback. And so you're right, there is an added pressure on that.
There's a lot.
If Patrick Mahomes loses, okay, I could still be on track to be one of the greatest, if not the greatest quarterback of all time. Like, this would be a setback. If you're Jalen Hurts, I'm not saying it's it right now, but I'd be worried a little bit about it. How'd he get there? Carson Wentz.
I mean, but think about if you win, too. Like, if you're the Eagles, like, you knocked off Patrick Mahomes in a Chiefs dynasty. Like, you were that team. Jalen Hurts, you were that quarterback that did that. You were the Eli Manning that did that to Tom Brady. You're the vision of you in your Eagles team and coach changes. Whether if it had been different if they beat the Bills. It's like, okay, well, good job. The Eagles, they won a Super Bowl. That's awesome. But there's a lot more significance that's riding on this game Sunday.
And Andy Reid against his whole team.
And Andy Reid, like, you knock off that team to win 3 in a row, and you're the team that got in the way, you're going to be remembered for a long time.
Well, and so we've had the legacy conversations. I mean, Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes, I mean, their legacy is still being written, but they are considered to be 2 of the best of all time. Jalen Hurts is 26 years old. You win this Super Bowl, you could be on your way to having a Hall of Fame career.
Yes, you could.
And I'm not sure that helps him. I'm not a Hall of Famer, but you win a ring, and then team's pretty good, might have a chance to win another. You win 2, you're in.
Yep.
Like, you're in.
Yep.
So that
you win 2 and then lose 1, so you have 3 appearances.
Pressure.
Yeah.
I mean, you're Ben.
Yeah,
you're Ben. Now,
yes.
counting stats, they'll have to take time, but you get it.
Yep.
412-928-9370. Coming up next, I think we're going to do this every day now. We always throw a Twitter poll out there, a goofy one, in our pre-show. I'd like to revisit them, and we'll revisit the one from earlier today to wrap up the show. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
2 games tomorrow that you can follow over the weekend related to Pittsburgh sports. You got the Pitt men's basketball team playing Wake Forest tomorrow at 12. That's a game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. The Pittsburgh Penguins, they play at 7 o'clock against the Nashville Predators. And not related to Pittsburgh, but if you want to watch the Pro Bowl games, they're on. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Here's Crowley.
Thank you so much, Callis. With all the lousy weather we've had here in the Berg, it makes me long for the beach, the waves, the sand, and the ice-cold beer. Life's always a beach when you have an ice-cold Corona. And this weekend, Hampton Beer Outlet has 24-pack Corona bottles at the amazing price of only $29.99. That's right, only $29.99 for Corona 24-pack bottles, extra and light, only at Hampton Beer Outlet. So get your beach on and get on over to Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West starting to clear around, just a little heavy approaching the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East also heavy between Edgewood, Swissvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. No problems on Route 28. Also, the Parkway North, where the HOV lanes are set to close at 10 o'clock. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't miss the Inside all week long from Steelers insider Mark Kaboly.
Just because some nerd out there putting numbers together that says only 3 teams that went 0-2 didn't make the playoffs, that doesn't matter to me.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through March 21st, get fast, reliable 300 megabit Xfinity internet with unlimited data included and an unlimited mobile line for just $30 a month for 1 year. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity internet required. Reduce mobile speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds and actual internet speeds vary.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Zero Res. We had tons of people traipsing through our house over the holidays. Cousin Brian doesn't take his shoes off. Dirt, mud, salt, nasty. What a mess. Good thing Zero Res is having their biggest sale ever in celebration of the new year. Take 24% off all cleaning services for the month of January. Start your freshest year yet and clean 2024 right out of your home. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified. So it's time to call the cleaning pros at Zero Res. They have a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews, and the Zero Res Gotta Love It guarantee makes it easy to get what you pay for. Yes, Zero Res absolutely stands behind every cleaning. Call Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or go online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
At Planet Fitness, we're declaring it. This is the year of getting stronger. And future stronger you can get started now by saving $28 or more when you join today. You in? We have all the best-in-class equipment you could ever need to keep stepping it up. And you can work out your way on your time at any convenient location near you. Most open 24 hours. So let's do this. Join Planet Fitness today and save $28 or more. Just $1 down, $15 a month, cancel anytime. Deal ends January 31st. See Home Club for details.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island. Next on Metro's Nada Yada Island podcast.
I almost fainted when the 4 new bombshells arrived. 4 free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G phones at Metro.
No way.
And finding out the 4th line is free. Oh, things got heated.
That's wild. Join Metro and get 4 free Samsung 5G phones. Only at Metro.
Plus tax. Bring 4 numbers and an ID and sign up for any Metro Flex plan. Not available currently at T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Donnie going to be in today with Starkey. He's got an Iron City Light hat on.
And he has a shirt with Adam Sandler, Chris Farley, and David Spade. Had it been from the Saturday Night Live days.
Back when Saturday Night Live was really good.
Yes.
No offense to the current crop, but those were the heydays, the best days. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. That's Route 19 in Peters Township. Donnie looks the part. Like, Donnie wakes up every day dressing like Donnie football. He is unique. I think he might have the highest Q rating at the station.
Yeah.
You or him.
Yeah.
Most popular guys. Like, when people come up to me in public, they'll be like, hey, dude, what's up? Love the show. I'm like, yeah, man, thank you. And they're like, I love Doran. That's what I get. And then the second thing I get is, do you really hate Callis? And I'm not going to say how I really feel about Callis on the air. If you see me in public, I'll tell you the real Callis story.
Callis is going to whoop your ass one
I know.
day.
I love Callis. He knows.
He's just going to flip out, and he's just going to toss you through a door.
He's going to go postal on me one day.
Yep, and I'm going to sit here and just watch.
You're not going to help?
Well, no.
Callis, you would never do that.
See, I don't know. I mean, I've been known that every once in a blue moon, I'll have a ragey out moment.
Oh, that's not.
And it's not good for anyone. Yeah.
Callis, I love you. I feel like you do a tremendous job. Now to the Twitter poll from the pre-show. If you work a desk job, do you blow your nose in the office or do you go to the bathroom? How do you think this one played out, Dorn?
They probably blow their nose at their desk.
70% of people say they blow their nose in the office. 30% of people say they blow their nose in the bathroom.
But you'd see, like, this is what you did. not everybody blows their nose like you. If everybody blew their nose like you, like that, you'd probably go to the bathroom.
Starkey just saw me blow my nose and then hit the button. He's going to lose his mind. Doran, you used to...
Nothing.
You used to shower with people at work.
Oh, what does that have to do with anything? I had to.
Blowing your nose ain't more disgusting than showering with 89 dudes.
I had to. I showered with a lot of guys. Think about it. If you just, the accumulation over the years, going back all the way to like 8th grade, that's a lot of dudes. Man, that's kind of messed up when you think about it. Oh, my God, that's messed up. Let's end the show.
That'll do it for us. Looking forward to Super Bowl week, Monday, 5:40. It's a Donnie Football Friday and the Papa Joe Show next. Peace.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is building America, and they're looking for hardworking, determined individuals to join in the company's success and break ground on their lifelong career. No previous experience is required. At 84 Lumber, they provide the tools and training you need to get started. They also offer various training programs to continuously learn and follow the career path that's right for you. Climb the ladder of opportunity with a company that is founded on growth, stability, and the idea that nothing is impossible. Visit 84lumber.com/careers to apply today and build your career with 84 Lumber.
Hey, Colin Dunlap here. New year, same great stuff from Schultz Ford as always. All the great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, and that new store. Not so new anymore. It's doing so great down in Wheeling. And always online at schultzford.com. You want a truck? You head to Schultz Ford, one of those great locations. F-150s, so many of them. You know what I drove for a little while that I love? That Ranger. That is something. It really is. And work trucks, they got a ton of them. Explorer, go get one. The service is incredible. The selection, the inventory, just can't be beaten. It just can't from Schultz Ford. Richard Bazzi and his staff are going to do so much to make you happy. So, listen, if you're looking for a great new Ford, go to schultzford.com and check it all out, see what you want, or one of those great locations. Schultz Ford, and you can't go wrong, and always online at schultzford.com.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text POWER to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text POWER to 321-321. That's POWER to 321-321.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
And it's a simple word, but in St. Pete, Clearwater, it's an important one. Here, you can sun on America's favorite beaches and kayak through the shade of mangroves, tee off on a PGA course, and enjoy 5 courses of the finest dining. You could get surreal at the Dali Museum and then keep it real watching the sun melt into the Gulf. In St. Pete, Clearwater, the possibilities go on and on. Your trip begins at visitsbc.com.
Winter, snow, and ice wreak havoc on your home, especially if your roof, siding, or gutters aren't up to par. There's only one choice if you think your home isn't properly protected. Call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
My 75-year-old Cape Cod-style all-brick home was in a serious need of a facelift. Loose and worn mortar joints. Old brick, cracked and worn and crooked. It wasn't good. After hearing ads right here on The Fan, I gave Precision Pointing a call. Completely blown away by their professionalism, communication, plan, and action, I could not be more satisfied with the expert craftsmanship I watched unfold as my home was transformed. Plus, no down payment was required. So thanks to Precision Pointing. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
Attention Pittsburgh, are you an HVAC technician looking for a great place to work? Then look no further. McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling is growing and looking for experienced HVAC service techs. McVeigh treats their employees like they matter. Our employees are just as important as our customers. McVeigh offers great pay, excellent benefits, and many other perks unheard of in the industry. If you're interested in improving your career, your finances, and your quality of life, go to the careers page at callmcveigh.com and submit an application today.
The newest Buffalo Wild Wings is now open in West Mifflin at 9996 Mount View Drive. Join us for a live broadcast with Pony and Muller from 2 to 6 today for your chance at winning free wings for a year. We'll see you there.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West inbound heavy approaching the runaway truck sand pile to the Ford Pitt tunnels. Parkway East getting in line near Edgewood Squistvale. We do have some road work in the midday. Watch for a single alternating lane on Mount Royal Boulevard in Shaler Township between Littlewood Street and Glen Avenue. They'll be working till 3 o'clock. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with a top guest and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Log in and listen to this station for your chance to win an epic trip to Las Vegas. It's Slam Dunk in Vegas. Just create or log in to your free Odyssey account on the app or Odyssey.com. Search for this station, click the live button, then listen for a minimum of 60 minutes to get your daily entry. A chance to win a trip to Las Vegas for you and 3 friends with $20,000. It's Slam Dunk in Vegas. For more, go to Odyssey.com/slamdunk. This is a national contest.
Right now at Wendy's, get 2 of these fave items for just $7. The spicier classic chicken sandwich, Dave's single, or 10-piece nugs. It's an incredible deal, but an insanely difficult choice. Do you go double chicky sando, both spicy and classic, 1 beefy and 1 chicky? Or maybe you go all in on 1 and go Nug Max. 2 faves for just $7? Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating Wendy's for a limited time only. Select a request 2 for $7 deal to redeem. Not valid in a combo or with saucy nugs. Single item at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt basketball will play against Wake Forest at noon tomorrow. You can hear it right here on 93.7 The Fan, beginning at 11:30 with the pregame show. And next Sunday is Super Bowl Sunday between Kansas City and the Philadelphia Eagles. And you can hear it right here on 93.7 The Fan with the NFL on Westwood 1. Kickoff is at 6:30. More at 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. It's a football Friday.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey. It's powerful. The Pop and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Donnie, it never ceases to amaze people that, yes, they made us swim naked at Amherst Junior High School way back when. I guess it would have been the late 70s. And swim class, not co-ed, of course, just the guys, was naked swim. I've brought this up on this show before. In fact, I brought it up a long time ago and had people from Pittsburgh of that era saying that in some schools around here there was naked swim. The reasoning given at the time, to us anyway, I don't even, I hate to say it seemed normal, but that's just what you did. But later, when looking back and realizing how odd it truly was, it was that the bathing suits would rust up the lockers, some stuff like that, some stories like that. Doran here and Crowley and you, I think, were absolutely taken aback that there was naked swim at Amherst Junior High School in Buffalo. I was the goalie in water polo, as I was saying. I couldn't swim, so I'd hold on to the side. But it got ugly when I had to make a flying save.
Oh, boy, I can just imagine you sprawling across the pool, diving to make the stop. Joe Starkey denied.
I remember you saying this before, but
yeah,
it is still wild every time. Like, that sounds like several lawsuits waiting to happen.
I know. I should look back and see if there's money to be had. It's unbelievable that this happened, Donnie. And then there was swim basketball in the shallow end. Marshall Reinhardt and I were an unbelievable alley-oop combo. It was like Magic Johnson and Gregory Kelser at the time from Michigan State.
Nobody was trying to take a charge there, huh?
No, there were no charges taken.
Not a lot of contact in that pool basketball.
Just trying to let the boys play.
Donnie, I'm having post-traumatic stress disorder, and it's not from naked swim basketball. It's from looking over at a man with a beard, you, and having him be distracted a lot. I'm alarmed by this because this used to be Ron, and I think that I'm distracted. But a lot of times I've discovered over Donnie Football Friday, I'm talking to you, telling you a story, and you're either looking at your phone or in some other world, and you don't hear me. And it you seem this morning like a young Ron Cook. That's what he used to do. I thought I was distracted, Donnie. You're distracted all the time.
What do you mean?
I just said before the show I was telling you a story, and you're staring at your phone. I feel like I'm talking to a combination of Ron Cook and my daughter. Yet. What does that have to do with whether you're listening to my story?
Great for talk radio, my man.
There's Ron. I didn't know this about you. I'm not saying it's good or bad. It just is. You are sometimes very distracted, or maybe just not interested in what I have to say, in which case I understand.
That could be it.
Yeah. Has anybody else told you this? Does Sarah tell you that? That you're distracted at times?
I mean, yeah, by my phone.
Yeah.
By Twitter.
Right. Yeah, that's it. That's what I'm saying. By your phone. Limits, have you noticed this about Donnie, or am I off base here?
I think a little bit off base. Like, I think maybe before the show when Donnie's still trying to get some notes and other things situated.
Yeah.
It could be a hectic time before the show sometimes in a couple minutes beforehand.
Have you found me to be distracted at times?
No. Maybe once or twice during, like, an interview conversation when you'll say, Bob, I have no idea what you just said there. Could you please repeat?
That's right.
And I know, at least in Ron's final few years, I would see you guys do the show together. Ron would be watching TV more than
it was unbelievable. He knew more about soap operas than people who stay at home and watch the whole thing every day.
He'd be like, Joe, look at this argument that's going on the TV. You think they're going to go out to dinner after this? I don't know. No dessert for you.
He's watching people bid on The Price is Right.
He is. I mean, he was fascinated with everything but the show by that point. Anyway, welcome to another Donnie Football Friday. It's Donnie sitting across from me. My name is Joseph Raymond Starkey. What's your middle name, Donnie?
Joseph.
Did we already know that?
I don't know.
Was I not paying attention when you said it?
Donald Joseph Chedrick. That's my full name.
That's amazing.
I'm named after both of my grandfathers.
That's awesome. Limits, your full name?
Austin Ray Bechtold.
My middle name is Raymond.
That's why we have great connection right here.
What a great connection.
We got to tell Fittipaldo that in about an hour.
Yeah, we do.
Raymond is my dad's name and my grandfather's name, so my dad just shortened it to Ray to be my middle name.
I feel more connected to you guys than ever. Let's take off, Donnie, shall we, on a Donnie Football Friday?
Let's do it.
Telling you, I'm of two minds today. We're going to get into the Steelers quarterbacks because Art Rooney just keeps digging himself a new hole every day. It's amazing to me. But I start today, Donnie, with Chiefs hate because that's what I'm feeling, and I'm feeling it lessened. I am. With time, I'm feeling it lessened. I'm torn between immense respect for what they're doing here. Going for 3 in a row? No team in the Super Bowl era has ever done that. And my hatred of them. And my suspicions, perhaps paranoia about the officiating. But as I always say, just because I'm paranoid doesn't mean someone's not out to get me. So there's all of that. Mostly hatred, pure unadulterated hatred toward them. However, I was actually a Chiefs fan as a youth. Did you know that?
I did not.
Yeah. One of my first favorite teams was the Kansas City Chiefs. I was angry that the Miami Dolphins beat them on a Gary Yepremian field goal on Christmas Day, I believe 71 or 72. Very angry about that. My first sports anger was directed in favor of the Chiefs. I felt bad for them. I loved the uniforms. I loved the color scheme. I loved the helmets. I loved the name. I loved Willie Lanier and Buck Buchanan and Len Dawson and Otis Taylor. I was a member of the Ed Podolak fan club as a kid. Did you know that, Don?
No.
It's true. Ed Podolak was a running back, I believe, out of Purdue. I could be mistaken on that, who had a porn mustache and wasn't even that good. But he was good in that game, and I signed up. And back then, they would send you stuff like autograph photos when you were a member of a fan club. So that combined with, they had years of suffering, right, between the winning the Super Bowl by matriculating the ball down the field with Hank Stram and what they're doing today. And then I heard Melissa Etheridge on Good Morning Football. She's from that area and had a song about it. And I'm starting to turn. But before we listen to the song, I'm starting to go back to my Chiefs roots is what I'm saying, Donnie. I want to know where you stand with this team. Is it hatred, sick of them? Is it more respect? Where do you stand with the Chiefs?
I'm more at a respect level with the Chiefs. And I got into this last week. I think we got into this last week before that AFC Championship game. And it does have a lot to do with really how it has affected the Steelers, or I guess hasn't, because the Steelers have been irrelevant for basically this whole run. They met once in the playoffs. It was Ben's last game. We knew that they were dead men walking going into Kansas City, so it didn't really matter. But what they're able to accomplish here in this era of football, I think, is so impressive. I mean, we've never seen a team win 3 in a row. You think of the great Steelers dynasty, the dynasty of the 70s. You think of the Cowboys and 49ers from the 80s and the 90s. You think of the Patriots of the 2000s and even the 2010s. None of those teams ever won 3 Super Bowls in a row.
Yeah.
And this is a real chance that we see it. So, yeah, a lot of people hate it now, and I can understand. You know, you're tired of Patrick Mahomes. He flops. He gets all of the penalties.
And
yada,
Taylor
yada.
Swift.
People are
and
annoyed.
Travis Kelce.
They're
and
annoyed with the
Brittany
power couple.
Mahomes, and Andy Reid's commercials, and the way they win, and the flags going in their direction. But go ahead.
Yes, people are annoyed with all of that, and it's understandable. But I think it'll be a time where if they do pull this off, we're going to look back years down the line and be like, man, that may be the best dynasty we've ever seen.
Yeah.
3 in a row in an era where we've never seen it. Plus, it's so hard now with just the way that things are with free agency. Players always want to get out of where they're at, even if they're in a good situation. Like, teams didn't have to deal with that as much 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago. The other wild thing about this, before this run started, they had one of the single most dangerous players in football outside of the quarterback position, Tyreek Hill.
Yeah.
They traded him, and they are about to win their 3rd straight Super Bowl without him.
It's truly amazing. But I'm torn. I'm torn between 2 worlds. Loving the Chiefs as a kid, and those kinds of sports loves always stay with you to some degree, and absolutely despising them right now. But I was listening to this. And by the way, Jack Ham, I asked him and some of the great Steelers about this, Donnie, about whether they thought the Chiefs, by winning 3, would surpass their 70s dynasty. Jack Ham said yes. He said yes. I think 3 in a row is better than 4 and 6. And by the way, the Chiefs would win 4 of 6 if they win this year. He said back-to-back is so difficult. I hold in high regard what ours was able to accomplish, our team. We did that twice back-to-back, but 3 in a row? Maybe I'm splitting hairs, Jack Ham said, but I think that's better. How about that? So here I was this morning with a lot of complex feelings rising within me, Donnie. Still highly resentful over the Bills game and how that ended. Still paranoid. Still with hate in my heart. And then I heard Melissa Etheridge, and I heard this song, Donnie. She made it up on the spur of the moment, much as we did Mulsey the Snowman. She wrote this about her hometown, Kansas City, and now I think this already like I'm moving off my position of only pure hatred. Let's take a listen, shall we?
This was from Good Morning Football.
I got a little song for them, okay? All right. Let me tell you something about the Midwest. We work hard, play hard, try to do our best. We're often overlooked in movies and in books. We just deal with it. Now we got music, we got food. You should taste our barbecue. You'd think we'd get a little respect. We've had ourselves some hard times, tornadoes and floods. I'm telling you, we just deal with it.
Deal with it, Donnie.
We deal with it, and maybe someday a little good luck is gonna come our way. But until then, we take it on the chin. We just deal with it. Hey. Now, this
Listen to
one's
this
for
part,
my
Donnie.
dad, who'd really love to see his Chiefs from the Midwest making history. I know you're getting tired of Brittany and Patrick and Taylor and Travis and Donna and Kylie and State Farm. And what the hell is a bundle rooski? But until they all retire, you're gonna have to deal with it.
Yeah, Donnie!
Deal with it, and maybe someday a little good luck is gonna come your way. But until then, take it on the chin and just deal with it.
That's great stuff. And I think there's a message there. You have to, is it eat crow, Donnie? Is that the saying? You have to take what's coming to you. And the only way you again rise someday or overcome is to do that. I think as someone whose allegiance is still with the Bills from my whole life, I got to hand it to the Chiefs. I've got to deal with this. And as a Steeler fan, you have to deal with it too. Even if they pass the 7D Steelers. It's just, it's paying them their proper respects. That's where I'm at this morning.
In a way, and I've heard a few people make this point, it's almost nice this time around that the Steelers don't have their next franchise quarterback, because think of how many teams out there, especially in the AFC,
are wasting theirs.
They're wasting away Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow. If you want to throw Herbert in there, you can, whatever. But there are multiple quarterbacks that should be getting to and maybe winning Super Bowls. Burrow's the only guy that's gotten through. He got past Mahomes one time, the only active quarterback to do so.
Here's what
it's nice that, like, we dealt with that. Steelers fans dealt with that 20 years ago. The Steelers ended up getting 2 Super Bowls where they didn't have to face Brady's Patriots.
Yes.
But a lot of the times they were getting shut down at the door by New England.
I know,
we
but
don't have to worry about it right now.
If the brightest spot of this Steelers era is at least we're not wasting a franchise quarterback, then we're really reaching.
We're grasping for straws.
And I would also say in Baltimore and Buffalo especially, and I know this from going to 4 straight Super Bowls, you still get tons and tons of memorable games along the way. He might not win a title, but my God, watching Josh Allen week in, week out, the San Francisco game this year in the snow where he took the lateral, beating the Ravens in a playoff game, all the spectacular stuff he does, I think I would still take that right now over the idea of, well, at least we're not wasting one. We're going to get one, and Mahomes won't be here. Same with Lamar. I mean, those towns, they're actually competitive in playoff games these days, Donnie.
Oh yeah,
they're
winning playoff games regularly.
There's something enjoyable about your football life when your team is providing massive entertainment all the time and is clearly in it, like really in it. Not on the fringe of playoff contention or barely getting in as a double-digit underdog every year, like an afterthought. They're playing meaningful games, and they have a chance to win the Super Bowl. But yeah, this guy and this team is ruining all their dreams, their ultimate dreams. I love that song, though, don't you, Limits?
Yeah.
It was catchy, wasn't it?
At the beginning, I was like, where are we going with this? And then it started to get funnier when they were saying, she was saying, like, and you're tired of the Kelseys and Taylor Swift. Bundlerooski, and all these State Farm commercials and Andy Reid eating cheeseburgers out of boxes of shoes.
You can't like Andy Reid.
It's true.
Right? He's Santa Claus in a headset, isn't he, Donnie?
He's an all-time great.
Santa Claus.
Yes,
Claus. Thank you.
Everybody loves him. But this sort of, in a roundabout way, winds us into the Steeler quarterback situation, which is where I intended to start today. I'm just flabbergasted, I think is a good word, with some of the stuff that Art is saying. It feels to me like this is some sort of weird flea market. Like whoever shows up first at the offices next Tuesday wins. Like you're going to have Russ and Justin Fields fighting each other in the hallway, and whoever gets in Art's office first is next year's starting quarterback. What is this? First come, first serve? Who do they want? Is this the Hosses? The Hosses. What do they have at Hosses?
That buffet?
Yeah. Is this a Hosses buffet, Donnie? First come, first serve here. They get the pick of it. I've never heard of this with a quarterback situation. I want to get your take on this, but first I want to hear Art yesterday, and was this with Ashley Liotis, right, of WTAE? She's a Baldwin girl, if I'm not mistaken, right?
We went to the same grade school and the same high school, Ashley.
St. Elizabeth.
St. Elizabeth and then Baldwin.
Did she play basketball?
I think she might have.
How old is she, approximately?
She
20s?
I think she's like 7 or 8 years older than me. I'm not entirely sure.
Donnie, did you play in any of the classic Catholic school gyms around here? Basketball? St. Elizabeth's is right up there.
No, I did not.
One of those where all the seating is up top, so everybody's
the court's
looking
very small,
and everybody's looking way down at the court from the upper bowl. Nobody can sit down by the court.
I kind of like those.
It's unbelievable. We had a great game there. I'll tell you that much.
Best gym in the area. My favorite.
Gianna Ferrari had a good game that day, and Maziarz. Which Maziarz was it? She came in and had a hell of a game. We struggled that night, but we still walked away a winner, and it was big. It was real big. Gianna played on an injured ankle.
You walked out of the gym with one finger in the air.
Yes. That was a big win. Anyway.
And that was me on Wednesday night at the gym shooting hoops, riffing with my friends about the Chiefs and how annoyed I am with the Chiefs.
We all are, but as I said, I'm conflicted at the moment. Anyway, I think Ashley does a great job. And she sat down with Art and listened to this conversation on the quarterbacks. I've never heard such sort of, I guess whichever one it happens to be, that'll be really cool, won't it? I don't know. Will it? Let's listen to it.
I know you said it's unlikely to bring back both Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. So where does that kind of stand as we speak?
We'll be talking to Justin and his representative as well as Russell and his representative here soon. And it's one of those things where the sooner the better in terms of finalizing something with one of them.
Have you been in contact? Have the conversation started?
Hold on. Yeah, we'll be talking to Russ. We'll be talking to Justin. Maybe if anybody else out there wants to show up, the office is open next Tuesday. Whoever gets here first probably have the inside track. Doesn't really matter which one we get. Donnie, I've never heard anything like this.
What about Kyle Allen? He got left out in the cold there.
Yeah. Maybe he'll show up early and give them the best deal. It sounds like one of two things. Whoever gives them the best deal, like I said, like a reverse flea market, the low bidder wins, or that he's using Russell right now to try to get the best deal with Justin. Like they're pretending that they actually want Russell or that he's a viable choice here, only because if they didn't, then Fields would think he had leverage. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm not going to attack Art for what he said there. I mean, I've attacked him for a lot at this point, but I do think it's just a leverage play by saying that. Like, hey, we would like to bring one of these two guys back. We'll see which one it is, and we're kind of going to play each guy against each other here when it comes to
But you'll admit it's a little bit strange. When you're talking about next year's, the guy who you're going to hand the keys to your franchise, it sounds like, it does sound like, yeah, whichever one shows up at my office first with the best deal, he'll get the job.
I would also still like to think that Justin Fields, for the term that Tomlin loves, pole position, I would love to think that he's in that spot here when it comes to next season and not Russell Wilson. But
I don't know, man.
We're all playing a guessing game.
We're playing a guessing game. Let's hear how that conversation, actually, just go back to the beginning, because I want to rehear that and then hear how the conversation went with Art and Ashley.
I know you said it's unlikely to bring back both Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. So where does that kind of stand as we speak?
You know, we'll be talking to Justin and his representative as well as Russell and his representative here soon, and you know, it's one of those things where the sooner the better in terms of finalizing something with one of them.
Have you been in contact? Have the conversation started with either of them or both of them?
Yeah, we've had conversations with both of them. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and they, you know, they're in terms of the players, they both have said they'd like to come back, so that's a good start.
When the decision is made, if it's Russell or Justin, is it assumed, or should we plan on that one being the starter and not it being a competition for the first time in a while this year?
You know, I look at competition as a good thing, and so I think every position on the team should be up for competition. Obviously, it depends on the player and the position and their, let's say, tenure with the team, so there's a lot that goes into it. But, you know, I would say that if we sign either Russell or Justin, I would assume from where we are today that one would go into the season being the starter.
Plan the parade, Donnie?
Better
I'm
get
sorry,
your lawn chair.
This is stranger than last year. This is the old days when we used to wait all night in line to get concert tickets. Whoever shows up at the booth first gets the tickets. Yeah, we've talked to both. I don't know. It's almost like he's saying, yeah, what do you want me to tell you here? We'll take either one, whichever one's cheaper. I don't know what to make of it, Donnie. You? First of all, every position on the team is Tomlin tried to pull this crap last year with the whole competition thing. No. You want at quarterback one guy who's completely unchallenged for 15 years. That's what you want. So please don't tell me that quarterback is a position where you want competition. You don't want any competition whatsoever. You don't even have a thought that somebody could challenge your franchise quarterback.
I mean, my mindset going into this is that I would just be so disappointed if they struck a deal with Russell Wilson, given what he seems to be looking for. If it is anywhere close to the amount of money that he seems to want, I mean, we've heard...
What is the money that you think he wants?
Well, I mean, that's another part of the equation here, because we hear things like, oh, is he going to look for a Baker Mayfield type deal, which was 3 for $100 million? Or is he going to really say how much he loves Pittsburgh and claim that he will play here for such a cheap deal that it won't even really matter? Like, yeah, that would change things here. But if it is for any sort of substantial money, even though that you could argue $30 million for a quarterback is not all that much anymore, like that's average quarterback pay, I'm not paying that to Russell Wilson. He's not going to get them over the top.
Could this if you think the strategy is you're using Russell as a negotiating ploy to make Justin feel like there's competition here, like, you know,
that's what I'm hoping.
Okay, well, let me tell you this then. And I'm having trouble articulating my thoughts, and I don't know why today. Sometimes the words are on the tip of my tongue. I'm drinking this Urban Remedy stuff. It's a green drink, Donnie.
Yeah, pretty good.
Which should be good brain food, but I can't find the words I need this morning. Let me tell you the devil's advocate to that theory. That this is, you hope this is what they're doing. They're just playing with Russell to get Justin to sign a smaller deal. what if it's in Justin's mind right now and his agent's mind, like, wait, we're in competition with Russell Wilson? Forget it. We'll go somewhere else. Like, you guys are seriously negotiating with Russell? Like, this is this needs to be my team. You want to sign Russell? You want to sign whoever gives you the best deal? Goodbye. I'll go somewhere else. Because I could see that side of it happening too.
And I think the argument can be made that he has a stronger market out there than what Russell Wilson has.
Me too.
The only real connection we've heard with Wilson was last Friday when Pete Carroll got hired by the Raiders, and the immediate, oh, well, they're still buddies, old Russ and Pete, so maybe they'll bring him in for a year or two to Vegas. Otherwise, how many teams out there are saying, yeah, we'll bring in Russell Wilson with the intention of we draft a rookie quarterback right behind him? Because I think Russell Wilson would see right through that. Like, if the Giants want to sign Russell Wilson, he'll say, well, you guys are going to draft Cam Ward. You guys are going to try to replace me as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Like, I don't feel like he is in a position where he's going to accept a backup job for backup money. And that's
he may have no choice.
True.
But Justin, for his part, and his rep, they need to call the Steelers' bluff. And I'm not that gung-ho on Justin Fields. Don't get me wrong about this. And I don't know that any other team would bring him in as a starter, but they might. And I agree with you that he has a better chance of getting a better deal and a better shot with another team than Russ does. Having said that, he has the leverage. So I'm going to the Steelers thinking, you don't want me? All right. You can explore your other options. You want Russell Wilson back? Okay. Here's my number. Justin Fields, here's my number. Do you want to meet it? There's not going to be much negotiating here. If you don't, I'm a free agent. Goodbye. Right?
Yeah, and he would be more prone to being like that bridge guy because he is still at least at the point in his career where maybe he goes somewhere where they intend to draft somebody else, but then he surprises them and plays very well. I would make the comparison, like Sam Darnold in Minnesota this year. Now, he peed down his leg in the final few games of the season, so the comparison isn't great. But for the regular season, for almost every game, he came in there as kind of a lame duck, one-year deal.
Yeah.
They drafted J.J. McCarthy. Sam Darnold balled out for almost the entire season. If that could be a case of Justin Fields going somewhere, doing that, and then maybe he has another job following that. But he could go to a handful of different places, I think, even if a team drafts a young quarterback in the first round.
Yeah. Regardless, this is where we are going into year 4, I believe, without Ben. Year 4, not to mention, he was looking quite replaceable, although I think we look back and don't give him enough credit for what he did the last couple of years. He was aging and looking replaceable. So it's like, 6 or 7 years where you would have been thinking about replacing him. But in year 4, heading into year 4 post-Roethlisberger, the Steelers' quarterback situation amounts to this. The team president is essentially going to have a jelly bean hunt in his office, and whoever finds the jelly beans will be our next quarterback. That's where we're at. I'll take either, whatever. We can go either way. They both, we started conversations. I think they both want to be here, so that's a good thing. That's where we're at going into year 4 without Ben and Donnie. That is a near hopeless place to be. I'm sorry. You can pull off 9 or 10 wins, probably, and get blown out of a playoff game. That's your ceiling again going into next year, at least as we sit here right now. This is a near hopeless place to be.
And I think if you bring back a guy like Fields, you could very well go 9-8. You could be at the same exact spot, 10-7. You get to the playoffs, you get beat up, whatever. I also think there's more of a possibility that the team is worse than that. I'm never one to, at this point, predict that we will see a Mike Tomlin losing season because as much as we joke about it, he gets there by hook or by crook. They got there with Duck Hodges, and they got there with Mason Rudolph at quarterback. But you bring back Justin Fields. Maybe they're actually bad. Maybe they're actually below 500. That sets themselves up for the 26th draft.
Yeah.
To maybe find their next guy.
That would be that's the silver lining here.
And that crop of quarterback, according to the scouts and evaluators, that looks like a better group than what's coming out this year.
And that's where we would get into a trade TJ situation. And, people look at that as, some horrible abomination. It's a compliment to him that I think he could still fetch really good draft picks. B, you've won nothing with the guy. Obviously not his fault, but you've won nothing with him. He's still marketable. And C, is it a wise business decision to again make TJ Watt one of the highest paid defensive players in the world when we just talked about their quarterback situation, just talked that the ceiling is probably the same as it's been for years, if not lower? Why would you invest all that money in him as his career depreciates? It makes no sense. If you're ever going to trade him, the time is now. It's time, at least from my way of thinking, to take a step back this season. And from the top of your organization to try to ensure that that happens. Obviously the players, the coaches are all going to be trying to win games. But what you do from the top of the organization is make that very difficult for a year. Very, very difficult.
The thing that sucks is that it never seems like they would buy into that idea.
I know.
Because another question that Rooney has answered recently was about TJ Watt, kind of in that same ballpark as the Mike Tomlin trade question. It just is something that doesn't seem to interest him. What may be in the best interest in the long run to his team, he's saying, well, TJ's a one-helmet guy. That means a lot to us.
I'm glad you mentioned that because Art also talked about his own future. We've talked about this. How long is he going to be the guy running the Steelers? He addressed this. We'll play it next. He also addressed the team culture under Tomlin. And for the first time out of all these interviews, sounded a little bit defensive about how he thinks the Steelers aren't doing too badly here. 412-928-9370 off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. We got Ray Fittipaldo, top of the hour. Nick Costos at 12. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can weigh in with limits on the text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates. Personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And our six-pack, as always, brought to you by Bet365. And, Donnie, I want you to judge this on the way out. You can tell me when we come back. Melissa Etheridge wrote that song like impromptu and just performed it. It was great. It was great. Deal with it, we call it, or she called it. But I don't think it was the best impromptu studio song anywhere in the country in the last month or so. I may be a little biased. I think it was this one.
Now, the Fans Christmas Chorus brings you Malsey the Snowman.
Oh, my God.
Oh, Malsey the Snowman was a jolly
There has to be a limit on this song. Like a date cut off.
Joe's laughing so hard he fell out of his chair.
We're going to be into February tomorrow.
I still have the tree up, Donnie. I think this line with Bob here about the oversized hat, I think is brilliant. Listen.
There must have been some magic in that oversized hat they found. For when they placed it on his head, Malsey danced around.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, the Super Bowl is next Sunday, February 9th, and you can hear it right here on 93.7 The Fan between Philadelphia and Kansas City at 6:30, and the Penguins are back in town tomorrow after a 7-game road trip. Pens will play against Nashville, and Pitt basketball is on the floor against Wake Forest on the road at noon here, right here on The Fan, beginning at 11:30. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So, 1, 2, 3, ho! say hacksaw? That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
The Remodeling Expo is coming this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday to Acrisure Stadium in the UPMC Club. And parking is free directly across from Gate B in Gold Lot 1. Find everything to remodel and update your home. Meet hundreds of the top home improvement experts who can give you guidance and ideas. This Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Acrisure Stadium. Explore the finest exhibits featuring kitchens, baths, and custom remodeling, roofing, siding, energy-efficient windows and doors, plus much, much more. This Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, it's all at Acrisure Stadium. Get ideas, get free estimates, and get started on those repair and remodeling projects you've been putting off. Plus, enjoy free parking in Gold Lot 1. Shop, compare, and save big on everything home improvement. The Pittsburgh Remodeling Expo, this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday only at Acrisure Stadium. Enter at Gate B. Visit PittsburghRemodelingExpo.com.
What's new at New Image? Our new Hybrid Hair RX. Hybrid Hair RX technology targets where you are losing your hair, fills in where you are thinning and balding, and restores your hair to fuller and thicker hair.
Call 800-514-HAIR right now for your free consultation to find out what solution is right for you and see if you qualify for $250 off. Certain restrictions may apply.
Hybrid Hair X technology is fantastic. Thanks, New Image.
Hair RX changed my life. Thanks, New Image, for Hair RX for giving me my hair back.
Hybrid Hair RX means we combine the best in duplication and artistry to create the look and style you want. For over 60 years, thousands of men and women know New Image has the latest solutions for their hair loss. And now available, Hybrid Hair RX.
Call New Image first. Simply call 800-514-HAIR. That's 800-514-4247 or go to newimagehairloss.com.
Lowe's knows how to help make your Super Bowl 59 party a touchdown. Let us help you prep your home to host with top brands like Charbroil, Blackstone, and LG, so you can be the MVP of game day. Plus, use the Lowe's app to find what you need for a seamless shopping run. Or huddle up with our Lowe's Red Vest associates to help make all your game time hosting decisions.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? So you've got an oil change coming up. We can help you save on the right oil for your vehicle. Right now, get 5 quarts of Castrol Edge Full Synthetic or Castrol Edge Full Synthetic High Mileage Motor Oil with an STP Extended Life Oil Filter for just $35.99. Visit one of our 6,000 stores or order from AutoZone.com for same-day store pickup or next-day delivery.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Beyond Lincoln, join the family. Beyond Lincoln Monroeville. BeyondLincoln.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. On Sunday night, NASCAR opens a new season by returning to its roots. The preseason clash will be staged at historic Bowman Gray Stadium in Winston-Salem. Designed as a college football field and built as a Depression-era public works project, Bowman Gray is known as the Madhouse for its tight confines and rough racing. 7 different drivers have won the past 7 editions of the clash. Good luck to all. I'm Boomer Esiason. Lowe's knows how to help make your Super Bowl 59 party a touchdown. Let us help you prep your home to host with top brands like Charbroil, Blackstone, and LG, so you can be the MVP of game day. Plus, use the Lowe's app to find what you need for a seamless shopping run. Or huddle up with our Lowe's Red Vest associates to help make all your game time hosting decisions.
The following is furnished by Excel Media Pros. Are you battling addiction? Call Rehabs America for a free consultation. Drugs and alcohol can destroy your life. Our program offers a complete medical detox plus inpatient drug and alcohol treatment. Your insurance may cover 100% of treatment. Many have already completed our program and are living substance-free lives. Call for your free consultation now. 800-210-5811. That's 800-210-5811. Hope is one phone call away. Call 800-210-5811.
That spice is 10 out of 10. Would recommend.
Hi, my name is Khadijah, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich is that spicy kick of the chicken. It's just the right amount of heat, and it gets me excited. And then, pro tip, add that cilantro lime sauce. It cools it down. If the sandwich is at 100, the cilantro lime takes it to 200. It makes me want to, tell all my friends and family.
Order a Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich and a Diet Dr. Pepper on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
At David's Bridal, love is in every stitch. From the initial sketch to the final details, each style is designed with exquisite craftsmanship. Every wedding gown, bridesmaid look, prom dress, and special occasion style in between features handcrafted details filled with love. Come see the magic in person. Book an appointment and sign up for Diamond Loyalty to save 15% on your first purchase. Earn points towards special rewards and more at davidsbridal.com.
Winter weather is here. Time to get around in a brand new Dodge truck. Deals are happening at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram 2024 Ram 1500. Bighorn payments starting at $415 for 42 months. Visit southhillschryslerjeep.net for more details. Who says a golf facility can't serve up the best brunch in town? At Shooters Golf, we're redefining weekends with a brunch experience like no other. Saturdays and Sundays from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Treat yourself to incredible dishes that will have your taste buds cheering. Think chicken and waffles, savory omelets, and brunch favorites you'll crave all week. Pair it with a mimosa, Bloody Mary, specialty hot chocolates, handcraft coffee creations, and you've got the ultimate weekend escape. Shooters Golf, it's brunch done right. See you this weekend.
Oh, by the way, Ivan's no longer on the project. His wife got a new job, so they're moving across the country.
Robin's top researcher is deviating to a new market. This isn't standard.
And now we're short-staffed. Who's going to finish all these projects?
She needs a cluster of new data analysts, and there's no margin for error.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
Sports.
Back to Bob Fabiani and Joe Starkey, the Pomp and Joe Show.
Hey, I'll take it.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
There must have been some magic in that oversized hat they found. Yeah, Donnie, because you don't like that, we're going to play it again later in the show. Let me ask you a question, my friend, and welcome back to another Donnie Football Friday fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Who had the worst PR tour this week? The Pirates and Bob Nutting with their fan survey on fan satisfaction, or this?
In terms of the players, they both have said they'd like to come back, so that's a good start.
Donnie! Oh, my God. Have the Penguins? All right, who had the worst PR week? The Penguins by losing to the San Jose Sharks. The Pirates by asking fans how satisfied they are with the team wanting to compete, or this?
In terms of the players, they both have said they'd like to come back, so that's a good start.
Donnie, I don't know that we've ever been in a worse place in this town. I really don't. I can't remember it. I came here in November of 1989 and moved to Holden Street in Shadyside. Worked at Everything Yogurt with a purple hat on. Took the 71C from Shadyside downtown to Fifth Avenue Place. I was in a bad place. It wasn't great then, as I recall, the three teams. The Steelers were sort of at the tail end of the Chuck Noll era, although right in there they had the great playoff upset over Glanville that Chuck Noll enjoyed so much because he hated that guy. The Pirates were about to be good again. Mm-hmm. And the Penguins had Mario, and they were about to be good. It wasn't great times in the late 80s, but they were about to be great for some. This is not. This is really bad. Which of those would be the worst sort of vibes to send to your fans? Losing to the San Jose Sharks, the worst team in hockey. Sending out a fan survey where you already know all the answers, asking them if they really think you're in it to win it when you just spent an off season where your biggest signing was Andrew McCutchen, or this. Should we hear it again?
In terms of the players, they both have said they'd like to come back, so that's a good start.
That's just such an unintentionally funny line.
Which is worse.
So that's a good start.
Yeah.
I mean, the Penguins' loss is going to be the least worse, I'll say. I mean, yeah, they lost to the worst team in hockey. They're having a bad season.
Yeah.
I get that. It wasn't really anything like they did outside of the actual on-ice product itself. I actually would put the Pirates thing in the middle because I don't know. They're going to see the answers to this. You would think they're not going to like the answers they see to those surveys because I got a survey. I don't know if you got one. I assume that Austin got one.
I filled one out.
I mean, I answered it honestly. And, you know, even though I'm a Hope Springs Eternal type guy with the Pirates, I answered it with hard truth and honesty, as I'm sure many people did, and they had joy doing so. But now we just have Steelers owner Art Rooney saying, yeah, well, I mean, I think these guys want to come back. So
in
that's
terms of the players, they both have said they'd like to come back, so that's a good start.
I don't know if we want either one of them. I don't really know if they want us, but
that's a good start.
You know, they're both. They seem to want to be here. That's a good sign. And whichever one shows up first on Tuesday gets the job.
It's also tough with Art because his tone and demeanor,
yes.
like it never changes.
Right.
Like I feel like
you don't want to run through a wall for him, do you?
Yeah. No matter what happens, it's the same exact tone. It doesn't sound overly chipper and joyous. It doesn't sound completely down in the dumps. Although just his baseline tone sounds closer to the dumps than it does.
I know
at the heights of things. But I feel like they could have won the Super Bowl and it would have been.
I know.
Well, we won the Super Bowl, so
right.
That's a good start.
Yeah. Benzie, our friend over at the Trib, went through the Pirate survey and answered the questions for himself in a column today. It was tremendous. Question 4, I believe, was, would you imagine yourself, a friend, or a family member being proud to work for the Pittsburgh Pirates? A, definitely not. B, probably not. C, might or might not. D, probably yes. And E, definitely yes. And Benzie answered A, definitely not, especially if they work in whatever department came up with this survey, which is a tremendous line. The whole column is worth your read limits, I think.
I'll have to read it. I was too afraid to fill out the survey thinking that they'd track the answers back to me somehow.
It's just amazing stuff. All right, so then there's the general state of the Steelers. And I thought that Art was very careful with the big pack of media. Like, Ron and I had him on one year. And I was being critical of the team even that year. And this seems like, decades ago. It was after the Jacksonville loss, the Blake Bortles fiasco.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, well, Joe, we were 13-3. Fair enough. But now all these years later, I'm not sure, we were 10-8 really solves anything. But when he spoke with Ashley, it was the first time, and maybe just the aggregate of all these questions got to him. Again, with his tone, you never know that something actually gets to him. But this was the first time he stood up a little bit in defense of his team, and I don't think this is going to win many PR points either, Donnie. Here we go.
I mentioned I'm a born and bred Pittsburgher, too. I've followed this team for my entire life. We know the culture that you guys have built in this organization. Recently, some fans, some commentators, things like that have been maybe calling into question the culture a little bit, the lack of fight we've seen maybe from years past, maybe the lack of discipline we've seen from years past. Is that something that concerns you or bothers you when you hear that come into question?
No, I think, look, I'm very comfortable with the culture in this team. And I think it is a winning culture. I think people need to keep it in perspective here. Even though we haven't kind of reached our goal of winning a Super Bowl. We've had winning teams. We've been making the playoffs, and I understand the disappointment in terms of not succeeding in the postseason, and that's what we have to do. But it's not like we haven't had some success around here, and we just need to continue to build on the culture that we have, and players like TJ and Cam Hayward, those kind of players, help you with the culture and make sure that it's being passed down to the younger players.
Joe, I remember when the Jim Rooney comments came out last week when he was on the Ross Tucker podcast.
Yes.
And the guys and I in the afternoon said, this is basically an admission to how Art feels.
It's a window into it.
They probably had these conversations. And, there were a few people that would refute that and say, like, well, how do you know they've had conversations? Well, I don't know. They're brothers. They probably talk about, the team's lack of playoff success, whatever, how the seasons have gone. And then when he's with the big group of media earlier this week, he downplays what Jim said completely. He said,
right.
Jim's, that's his opinion, and good luck selling your book, whatever. That was just a different set of words saying the exact same thing.
You took my exact take. I agree with you.
I think people should remember we have had success around here. Yet, not for 15 years. Okay, you got to an AFC championship game almost a decade ago. It was January of 2017. Like, okay, yeah, if you want to say last 25 years like your brother did, sure, you have had success compared to the rest of the NFL.
Compared to the mean.
Yes, you've been above the mean. You've been above average. That's terrific.
You took the words right out of my mouth. That's where I was going. When he says people need to keep it in perspective, I don't know if he understands, especially when it's said in monotone, how that enrages a fan base. No, I imagine fans saying, we don't need to keep it in perspective, Art. And if you want some perspective, in the last 8 years, you need to stop saying that you haven't succeeded in the playoffs. The proper phrasing is you haven't competed in the playoffs. You've been blown out every single time. You haven't been competitive in a playoff game since 2016. So when people say, or when Art says, it's not like we haven't had some success around here, you've had some. Just not as much as the Houston Texans, Art. They've doubled you up over a long period of time. They've been better than you, rebuilt, and become better than you again. So please, I mean, if that isn't the most defeatist statement I've ever heard out of Steelers headquarters, I don't know what is. Because Jim's didn't officially come out of the headquarters, but man, they were exactly what Art just said. Like, hey. Everybody kind of, let's step back and put it into perspective.
Yeah, it was the exact same thing that Jim said. He just changed the words around a little bit. Almost like, and I think you said it, he got into like a little bit of a defensive or, attacking tone there. Like, hey, I still like the culture around here. We do win a lot. We get to the playoffs often.
Yeah.
We haven't had playoff success, but we do get there often. It was the exact same thing. So that basically confirms that what Jim said is what Art also thinks.
Bingo. And I think the Steelers have one last thing they're holding on to. When Art says, it's not like we haven't had some success. We do some winning around here, Let's keep it in perspective. Okay. Let's look at the 8-year playoff winless drought. Because that's really what we're talking about here, is 8 years without being competitive in a playoff game, let alone winning one. Let's just look at the AFC North, if you would. Playoff wins in the last 8 years. Bengals 5, Ravens 3, Browns 1, Steelers none. Playoff games in which you were competitive and had a chance to win, or, God forbid, won. Ravens 7, Bengals 7, Browns 2, Steelers none. Super Bowl appearances, Bengals 1, everybody else none. Conference championship games, Bengals 2, Ravens 1, Steelers and Browns none. Playoff appearances, you don't lead in that either. That's the Ravens with 6. You've got 5. Playoff wins. Well, I already mentioned that one. Wins overall. You don't lead in that either. The Ravens do. Division titles. The Ravens have doubled you up and you're tied with the Bengals. So the last number, the last thing that this Steelers organization is clinging to is this godforsaken non-losing streak that's more attributable to Ben Roethlisberger. In other words, more attributable to the losing season they had in 2003 than anything else. That's what they're hanging on to. And yes, I concede. In non-losing seasons in this playoff drought in the AFC North, the Steelers have 8 of them. Strike up the band, Donnie. The Ravens have 7 of them. One year they went 8-9.
And Lamar missed like half the season.
They should have folded the franchise because they went 8-9, and then the Bengals have 4. They're clinging to that. That's it. The non-losing streak is like their last frontier of we're the Steelers and you're not.
That's why I'm really curious as to what would happen if that did come to an end. And I know people have predicted that for, probably the last 2 or 3 years now. Like, hey, this
Do you
is
think
going
he'd
to be...
fire Mike?
I don't think he would fire him. I think that would be a point where, like, I'm almost wondering if Mike himself is saying, you know what, once I do go below 500, once that streak ends, I'm done. And I'm out of here. I'm not saying it will. I'm wondering
what if it happens next year? He'd still have 2 years and like $30 million left on his deal.
Yeah, so probably not. I had a theory the other night, though, Joe, if you want me to share that
Please.
with you.
Yes, I do.
That is that they will both be done after Tomlin's contract is up in 2027.
I heard that, and it was a great take, and I referenced it. Why don't we get back into that after we talk to Ray? I wanted to leave. What did I want to leave with here? Oh, well, just the fact that this team, and it's almost like, I wonder if Art realizes the magnitude of fan upset. I know he says his inbox is full and laughs a little bit. But he's coming off a season in which they were 10-8, lost their last 5 games for the first time ever when one of them included a playoff game, and were humiliated nationally in a playoff game when Kirk Herbstreit said they're quitting in the first half. They got humiliated by their arch rivals. Call me crazy, but I don't think that's the time as the person running the franchise to get up in front of people, and they're watching, and say people need to keep it in perspective. We still have a winning culture. It's not like we haven't had some success around here. I don't know who's advising Art on what to say. That ain't it. That ain't it. And I heard Pony talking the other day about me talking about what people want to hear from Art is a little bit of indignation and outrage. And no, that doesn't make up for a lack of action. I'll take action any day. But all he had to win the other day and this whole week was the PR battle, the news conference battle, the media meeting battle. And man, he lost just like the Steelers do in every single playoff game. By double digits, he got blown out this week. That was a disastrous week for Art Rooney and the Steelers. Would you agree?
I would.
Let's get to Ray Fittipaldo next and ask him what he thinks is going on. Ray had an interesting take this week on what's happening with the Steelers, and especially the quarterbacks, and which guy's going to have the control around here. Plus, he did a mock draft. What position does Ray think they're going to go after? 50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Members of the Steelers participated in the Pro Bowl games last night, including Russell Wilson in the precision passing category, and Miles Killebrew also took part in some of the activities as the full Pro Bowl games, which will include the likes of Wilson, Patrick Queen, and others, will be on Sunday afternoon. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Caesars Sportsbook is the only sportsbook app with Caesars Rewards, where every bet you place brings you closer to perks only Caesars can offer. So download the app using promo code Radio1000 and place your first bet today. If you win, great. If not, you'll get it back as a bonus bet, up to $1,059 for Super Bowl 59. Open to new users in Pennsylvania who are 21 or older, affiliated with Harrah's, Philadelphia. If qualifying bet loses, bet amount returned as a bonus bet. Bonus bet expires 14 days after receipt. See Caesars.com/promos for full terms. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The newest Buffalo Wild Wings is now open in West Mifflin at 9996 Mount View Drive. Join us for a live broadcast with Pony and Muller from 2 to 6 today for your chance at winning free wings for a year. We'll see you there.
A 60-minute football game takes 3 hours to complete. The longest baseball game took 8 hours. All that time wasted, and you could still lose. At Mac.bid, we think that's silly. So we present Instant Win. When you just don't have the time or patience, hit the Instant Win button, and it's yours. Sure, you could still bid and save up to 80% off retail prices at Mac.bid. But when you need that instant gratification, boom, Instant Win. At Mac.bid and on the free app.
Service technicians, how would you like to earn 50% more on warranty work? Well, that comes standard at #1 Cochran Hyundai. We pay our flat rate Hyundai techs 150% on warranty labor time. And we're hiring at our Monroeville and South Hills locations. It takes a special team to deliver award-winning service. And that's why we invest in excellent benefits, career pathways, and professional development programs. Apply now at CochranCareers.com.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
In the dynamic world of programmatic ad buying, Viant is your ultimate CTV partner. Target with precision. Buy with confidence. Viant empowers you with AI-driven technology that reaches your audience where they engage most, ensuring your message hits home. And the campaign results? Transparent, thanks to Viant's advanced measurement suite. For media buyers who demand the best, Viant delivers. Viant. Elevate your CTV campaign performance.
Hey everyone, it's Bob Pompiani for Shenderovich and Fishman. Did you ever notice in their ads you won't hear a big long disclaimer or see a bunch of tiny print on the screen because really they don't need one? Their message is simple. Their success rate is 99.7%. And when they win for you, their fee is only 25%. You know why? Because it's your money, and you pay nothing unless recovery is made. Also remember, you will have the peace of mind knowing that from the minute you contact Shenderovich and Fishman, you will pay Zero. No legal retainers, fees, or expenses of any kind until they win your case. And they certainly do win your cases. So if you've been injured, call Shenderovich and Fishman. They are Pittsburgh's personal injury law experts. The number is 1-888-98-TWINS. And remember, they really do have your back and not your wallet.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Are you ready to transform your bathroom? Hi, I'm Matt Sloan, General Manager at West Shore Home, and we make it simple, fast, and stress-free. With hundreds of styles and combinations, you're guaranteed to find something you love. But we don't stop at tubs and showers. West Shore Home can upgrade your entire space, including flooring, vanities, and toilets, giving you the complete package. Need help deciding? Don't worry. Schedule a free, no obligation design consultation today, and West Shore Home can be there as soon as tomorrow. Plus, check out our amazing promotions anytime at westshorebath.com. At West Shore Home, we don't just install and walk away. Every customer gets a follow-up call to ensure complete satisfaction. And our online scheduling makes booking your next home upgrade easier than ever. Text BATH to 35868 to get started today. That's BATH to 35868. Or visit westshorebath.com. Transform your home with West Shore Home. The team delivering exceptional improvements every time.
At Planet Fitness, we're declaring it. This is the year of getting stronger. And future stronger you can get started now by saving $28 or more when you join today. You in? We have all the best-in-class equipment you could ever need to keep stepping it up. And you can work out your way on your time at any convenient location near you. Most open 24 hours. So let's do this. Join Planet Fitness today and save $28 or more. Just $1 down, $15 a month, cancel anytime. Deal ends January 31st. See Home Club for details.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy steak at the Royale Steakhouse. Or grab a bite at the bar while you watch the big game. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins will return home from their road trip on the West Coast. It was in total 5 games on the West Coast and 7 games away from home. That changes tomorrow, 7 o'clock, PPG Paints Arena against the Nashville Predators, with the Penguins still last place in the Metropolitan Division standings. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Ray Fittipaldo joins us next.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Good talk radio.
All right, thank you.
Now, more Pomp and Joe Show.
Absolutely.
Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Donnie and I watching the original Rocky, the first Rocky, here on a Donnie Football Friday. It might be my favorite movie of all time. I mean, it's just genius. And the fight scene here, as we were just discussing, Donnie, is so... I don't know about the actual punches and stuff. That they did an okay job there. But the scene, the lead up to the fight, the intros, the warm-up, the crowd, it's genius movie making, is it not?
It was the best picture the year it came out, wasn't it?
I think so. It had me drinking raw eggs and milkshakes, Ray Fittipaldo. Do you remember when the original Rocky came out? Are you of my generation here?
1976, Best Picture. Donnie is right, but no, I was 3 years old, Joe, so I don't remember when it came out in the theaters.
Do you agree that it's by far the best Rocky and maybe a top 5 movie, sports or not sports, of all time?
Well, it's definitely a top 5 sports movie of all time. I think Rocky 1 and Rocky 2 are really good. The rest kind of fall off for me. But, yeah, how can you go wrong with Rocky 1?
Do you agree with that, Donnie?
I don't know if I'd say the rest fall. I mean, everybody loves Rocky 4 with Drago. I feel like that's always like up there with people. 3, you got Mr. T, you got Hulk Hogan. Now 5 is just an abomination. That one was rough with Tommy Gunn,
Yes,
the late Tommy
Morrison Maddox
in that
was
one.
in that.
Ray, favorite side character that is not a boxer in the Rocky movies.
Burt Young. Has to be.
Paulie.
Oh,
Paulie, yeah.
He's one of the greatest characters in movie history. Ray, let's just go ahead.
He also went on to have a little cameo for a couple of episodes in The Sopranos.
Yes, he did.
I think season 5 or season 6 of The Sopranos.
Yes, he did.
Let's just get on the record here, Ray, before we get into the Steelers. Your favorite single movie of all time. All 4 of us need to get on the record once and for all. You go first.
All right. Well, I have insomnia, so I was up in the middle of the night last night, and The Departed was on, and I actually watched The Departed for like an hour and a half or 2 hours in the middle of the night. That's like a top 20 for me, but if you're going to ask me all time, I'm probably going to go Goodfellas.
Donnie?
Oh, that's a great pick. Ray, by the way, The Departed is on after this, so if you're at home not doing
it's
anything.
on AMC.
Yeah. I checked. It's not a Rocky marathon. I have so much trouble with this because I always split them into so many categories.
Yeah.
When it comes to
you're
favorite
taking
movies.
one to a desert island for the rest of your life. What is it?
Oh man, you know what movie I love Friday Night Lights.
That's a great movie.
Yeah.
I don't blame you for that one.
I don't know if it's probably not the best, but probably my favorite.
I've watched Back to the Future 7, 8, 9 times. Maybe it's my favorite movie by far.
You are Marty McFly, aren't you?
I love it. That and the Fast and Furious movies. Furious 1, Furious 5, or Furious 7. Throw one in front of me and I will watch it every time.
Sound of Music for me, Ray. The all-time classic.
It's not a bad pick.
From the sounds of it, you think it is. From the sounds of it, you think it is a bad pick, Ray. The music, the story, come on.
I probably have seen it once, Joe, but I would not put that in my top 50.
Donnie, have you seen the movie?
I think when I was a kid.
Yeah. All right. That's fine. I'm sticking with my choice. What was the other one for you, Limits, after
Fast and Furious?
Fast and Furious, yeah.
So
They've maybe
great.
gone a little bit too far by, I don't know, going to outer space. They maybe should stop that.
Each pick perfectly fits our personalities. All right, Ray. You are brought to us, Ray Fittipaldo, by LGKG, the born and raised Western Pennsylvania injury attorneys who take your personal injury cases personally. Who's going to be the Steelers quarterback next year? We spent the first hour with Art basically saying, whichever one shows up first, it sounds like. Who's ever at my office first next Thursday wins the quarterback job. Is he doing this? Are they doing this as a negotiating ploy so that Justin thinks he has competition? Give us your thoughts on this.
No, I mean, Joe, I honestly don't think that they've discussed it in full yet. I think they are going through that process, and they will continue that process for another couple of weeks. Now, it's interesting with Justin. Justin's got to go where he can earn the most money and where he has a chance to be the bona fide starting quarterback, no questions asked. And is that going to be in Pittsburgh? I mean, it's a completely different situation from Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson's already made his money. Justin really, all he's done is play out his rookie contract. So, to me, Justin is going to have choices in this if there are suitors. Russ, I mean, I could see him coming back for less money because at 36, why would you want to start over in a new offense again for like the fourth time or the third time in the last 4 years? I mean, I get that these situations are different, but I mean, if you ask me right now, who's it going to be? Educated guess, I'll go with Justin Fields. But like I said, I don't think even they've decided yet.
Ray, I was a little bit surprised how much Art seemed to downplay what Najee Harris did here. So pretty safe to assume that he will be gone.
Yeah.
How should the Steelers, in your opinion, go about replacing him?
Well, I mean, Art kind of foreshadowed that when he talked to the beat reporters on Monday, when he kind of said we have an opening in the running back room. You know, for me, Donnie, I think you fill that spot in the draft. Rounds 2, 3, and 4, it's going to be rich with good running backs. I think you can get a partner for Jaylen Warren pretty much in any of those rounds. And it's going to be which flavor do you like? You got your little, your scat back, third down back in Jaylen Warren. Now, who do you think complements him best in Arthur Smith's offense? They probably want somebody who's got better wheels than Najee Harris, maybe a home run element. So if you want to think along those lines, you could, come up with a couple of names. But I don't think you sign a free agent to pair alongside Jaylen Warren. I think you get that guy in the draft.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Ray Fittipaldo of the Post-Gazette on the line. Follow his stuff at postgazette.com. Ray, you startled me earlier. You don't think that the Steelers have already had their quarterback powwow? You don't think that Tomlin, Omar, and Art have one of these guys in mind yet?
I think they've discussed it, but I don't think they've come to a conclusion yet. The Steelers are very regimented in how they approach the offseason. Like, all those guys were down at the Senior Bowl or are still down there. They're doing draft prep. They're going to come back. They'll sit down. They'll do that again. Then by the time they get to the combine, guys, they'll have a better idea, or they'll have decided by then. But I think we're still 3 weeks away.
I'm talking between Russ and Justin. You don't think there's a consensus already in the room?
I think everyone has their opinions, but I don't think they've come to a decision yet on who it's going to be.
Do you think it'll simply be the cheaper guy?
No, I don't think that. I don't think money's going to play into this. I mean, they had the best situation in the league last year where they saved a bunch of money on quarterbacks. I think they realize if they feel strongly about a guy, they'll pay him. I don't think that's an issue at all.
Would you say that Justin Fields is the favorite to be that guy, or do you really think it's 50-50?
Yeah, I mean, close to 50-50. Like I said, educated guess right now, I give a slight edge to Justin, but I don't, I wouldn't go on a limb and say he's definitely going to be the guy or anything like that. I still think this needs to play out. And like I said, I think it's, you got the Super Bowl next week. I think within 2 to 3 weeks, we will know who that guy is. And I think there will be some clarity by the time Omar talks at the Combine. I think it's February 25th.
I just question how that's going to work. If let's say that they do go with Russell Wilson, the report is out there that he and Arthur Smith did not see eye to eye. So once we knew that Arthur Smith wouldn't be a head coach and he would be back here, that for me initially said, okay, well, it ain't going to be Russell Wilson, because now we're seeing that they didn't work well together.
Let me piggyback on that, Ray, before you answer, and that is Adam Schefter said, confirmed that Pittsburgh has an interest in bringing Wilson back, and I think we can start there because they got first dibs on the guy. So what Donnie said, and then, what's the case for Russell Wilson? What's the case for bringing him back and having hope about the season?
I think you could talk yourself into Troy Fautano coming back, being more solid up front, having a better running game and better pass protection, and then you put better weapons around him. You could talk yourself into being that Russell was the better overall quarterback, and theoretically, if all of those pieces fall into place, he would be a better choice than Justin Fields. Now, there's a lot going on there. How many of those things are truly going to fall into place? Are you going to hit it right in the draft with the receiver? Will the line gel? There's a lot of ifs in there, but I can certainly see certain people in the Steelers organization feeling that way and leaning towards Russ, for sure.
Ray, what do you think the plan at receiver should be? I'm not going to hold my breath on T. Higgins. I don't think they end up getting him. But who is a free agent that they should have their eyes on and should be willing to give some money to?
Yeah, I mean, there was that report that Jerry Dulac had, I think, before the trade deadline that Kirk was going to be their target if he didn't get hurt. Kind contractually, I think he might have to get cut first by the Jaguars before he becomes a free agent. But
yes.
If the Steelers liked him in October, they're probably going to like him in March once the Jaguars make that call. So I think Kirk would be a guy that you would look at, and then early in the draft, whether it's first round or second or third round, add another piece. Hopefully Roman Wilson is healthy. He comes back. You still got to decide what you're going to do with George Pickens. But, I think receiver is definitely something you want to address on, the first or the second day of the draft for sure.
Tell us again, Ray, who you have pegged as the Steelers' first-round pick.
I had Shamar Stewart from Texas A&M in my first mock draft. There are going to be probably 3 to 4 linemen in that range at number 21 when they pick. Ole Miss has a defensive lineman, Nolan, who's going to be in that conversation. Oregon, Harmon, he's going to be in that conversation. So there's going to be some options there, but I had them taking Shamar Stewart in my first mock.
Big 6'6", 290 defensive lineman. I'm all for that, Donnie.
Yeah. Do you get the feeling, Ray, that they're going to double dip at that position, or any position for that matter, maybe wide receiver too?
Yeah. I mean, they double dipped at receiver when was it 2022 when Pickens and Austin came. I could see them doing that again. They're going to have 8 picks. They got 3 in the 7th round. I know a lot of people think those are throwaway picks, but yeah, I could see them doing that at both defensive line and receiver. Yeah.
What if Ashton Genty is on the board here? Would you go for it? I know he's projected to go higher, but you never know with running backs. Or you could trade up and get him if you really want a guy. Do you think they would, and would you?
Yeah, I was about to say he's not going to be there, and no, I would not trade up for him. I think you add your running back when you're ready to win. And I thought, looking back, I was all for the Najee Harris pick when they did it. I had no issue with it then, but after 4 years, they weren't ready to win. And, using a first-round pick on a guy like Genty now, running behind that offensive line, if it does stay the same, I don't see the value in that. So I would wait to get my running back on day 2 or day 3.
How much of a need do you think corner is this offseason?
Yeah, I mean, Dante Jackson's not under contract. Cam Sutton's not under contract. And by the end of the year, the way they were divvying up the snaps, those were, Jackson was the starter and Sutton was getting the bulk of the reps in the slot over Beanie Bishop. So, I'd be okay with Beanie, walking into OTAs as the starter, but you got to get some competition for him in the slot. And then what do you do at the other outside corner? If Corey Trice is your guy, and that's fine if he is, you got to get some competition, to challenge him because he's only played 6 NFL games because of injuries over his first 2 years in the league. So I'm fine with Bishop and Trice, having pole position, so to speak, but you can't go in to the season thinking they're going to be your starters just because they haven't done it over the long haul yet.
Ray, when you look at outside the organization for a quarterback and not the draft, so free agency or trade, is there any option out there that perks you up a little and says that's doable and that would be a great idea?
Matthew Stafford, I think, is probably the best of that bunch that we're talking about. Almost beat the Eagles in a playoff game, so he's obviously got some juice left. But, he's, 36, 37 years old, and everything seems to keep coming back to the Steelers' offensive line, but how would Matthew Stafford look behind the Steelers' line compared to the Rams' line? And I know the Rams' line had some issues in that Eagles game, but a lot of offensive lines have issues against the Eagles. If you're talking about one quarterback who would perk up my interest, yeah, he's the guy, but I'm not sure he'd be a fit here with the Steelers, though.
What about a flyer on any of the quarterbacks in the draft?
Milroe, Howard, like day 3 or late day 2. I wouldn't think about a quarterback this year, guys, before in the first or second round. I just wouldn't do it. I don't think it's a strong class. People keep bringing up Howard. I like the way he finished the season, but no one was talking about Will Howard when he was losing to Michigan either. So it's kind of funny how, people have they don't have long memories. So I think all those guys are, worth their projects, but I wouldn't do it on the first 2 rounds.
Donnie, may I engage Ray in a game of free association?
Yes, you may.
You ready, Ray?
I am ready, Joe.
Do you love or hate the Chiefs?
I lean towards hate, but I don't really hate them.
Lean towards hate. I like that. Do you think it's an illusion or reality that they get the benefit of the calls a lot?
No, that's reality.
Which was the worst call in the AFC title game? The ball that hit the turf and was ruled a catch, or Josh Allen getting a first down and having it ruled not a first down?
Well, I mean, Joe, I know you're with me on this. Why do we have replay assist if you can't get it right? It's the dumbest thing in the world. But I'll choose the first down, because if Buffalo goes down and scores a touchdown there, that game's probably over.
All right. Who wins MVP in the Super Bowl?
I'm going to go with Mahomes.
Nah. So I was going to say who wins. I should have asked you that first. Kansas City wins again.
Yeah, although that first one was a good game. Hurts turned the ball over, but until somebody beats the Chiefs, I'm sticking with the Chiefs.
You wrote about it today. I wrote about it a little while back when the Steelers played the Chiefs. Will the Chiefs, by winning 3 in a row, surpass the Steelers' 70s dynasty as the greatest one ever, and the Patriots dynasty?
Yeah, that'd be right there. I know this is like rapid fire, but how do you look at 3 and 4 like the Patriots did, 3 and 4 like the Cowboys did, or 4 and 6 a little bit more extended? I tend to favor like what the Chiefs are trying to do and what the Steelers did. So, yeah, I'll say Chiefs.
We played this game for a lot of the year before Minka finally broke his streak. I would ask you which year he was going to get a turnover. Which year will the Steelers get their next playoff win, Ray? 2025, 2028, or the 2030s?
I'll say 2028, and their next playoff win will come in a year when no one's expecting it.
Interesting. Yes or no, the Steelers will outperform the mean over the next 25 years in the NFL?
That'll be tough. I'll say no.
Who's the quarterback in 2 years, Ray? Not this coming year, but 2 years. Is it an incumbent, a free agent, or draft pick, or a trade?
Draft pick, still in college.
And does TJ get a new deal this offseason?
I think he does, yes.
Thank you, Ray. I have no further questions.
All right, guys. Have a good weekend.
Thanks, Ray.
What a man he is, huh, Donnie?
Always on his A game.
Isn't he? I've never had him when he's on his B game.
Draft pick still in college? That's an interesting answer.
Isn't it?
And how about 2028 when nobody's expecting it?
I like that call. I like that call. Nobody's expecting it anyway, but yes. Donnie, you and I like to play games on this show every Friday, don't we? We invent new games, as a matter of fact. It was one of my favorite pastimes. I used to invent games as a kid. My stepson and I invented games, including laundry basket basketball. And you and I have invented games. The next one's going to be called the Donnie and Joe Comparison Game. Now, this is one that you often get in the hallways, and I did yesterday or the day before with Pony, on who's better if you look at Pitt and Penn State's all-time backfields, if you could put them together. Saquon and Franco, or Tony Dorsett and Curtis Martin, or Shady, whoever you think. So along those lines, Donnie, I know you've prepared for this. I've prepared for this. One of my questions for you is, who's the Steelers' best Super Bowl team? Which one was it? Which Steelers team that didn't make the Super Bowl was the best of all time? And I'm going to ask you to break down Belichick against Chuck Noll in the all-time coaching category. I know you have some of your own. We're going to play the comparison game next. We get 30 seconds to answer each of these questions. Then the top of the hour, Nick Costos for the inside track on betting football. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates. Personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the hotline, which Ray was on, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. We also have an incredible quiz show coming up at 1 o'clock, all about this Steelers season, Donnie. Who knows more about some of the perhaps under-the-radar facts about this Steelers season? You or I? We're tied at 5, and we have a Super Bowl championship coming up next week, which if one of us wins this week and then one of us wins next week, it's all going to come down, we're still tied. It'll come down to one bonus question for all the marbles. It's getting exciting, isn't it?
That's going to be, if it comes down to the one question.
Oh, man. The crowd is going to be on its feet for that one.
I might be too nervous for that one.
It's 11:34. Time to make that call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums at 724-443-5610.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt basketball will take the floor against Wake Forest, coming off of a 2-game winning streak, beating Syracuse and beating North Carolina at home on Tuesday. Hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan, beginning at 11:30 with the pregame show. You could also catch the Penguins later on in the day against the Nashville Predators at 7 o'clock. That game is at PPG Paints Arena as the Penguins return home, and Duquesne will host UMass on the same day as well. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Keep it here as our black and gold off-season coverage continues. We've shared our thoughts on the job Mike Tomlin has done so far, and so have you. But how does the ultimate decision maker feel, Art Rooney?
Disappointment. We got to really figure out how we get better and what we need to do to get better. Notice what the goal is here and what we're shooting for.
So he knows the goal, but can he achieve it? We'll find out a lot this offseason, and nobody will have you covered better than us. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's winter, and your lease is up. Don't try to move on your own. Let 2 Men in a Truck handle your apartment or business move. Leave the heavy lifting to us. Check out our reviews, then call us for a free quote.
2 Men in a Truck.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data, available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
If you love designer brands and you love clearance, then you're going to love this. Macy's is having a huge designer clearance event right now with incredible new designer markdowns on cold weather styles from BCBG, Hugo Boss, Michael Kors, and more. How big are the markdowns? How about Coach boots for $200 or less? So if you're looking for the things you love all in one place, come in and shop the designer clearance event at Macy's today. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Rain this afternoon, the high 51.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with savings with new low prices on hundreds of your favorite produce items like pineapples, avocados, navel oranges, and lettuce at your neighborhood Giant Eagle. If you're over 60 and looking for a weight loss program built specifically for you, Awaken 180 is your solution with Awaken 180 Golden, a new 1 to 3 month program for fast weight loss tailored to those over 60. Online at awaken180weightloss.com. Book your next junk removal service with 2 Men and a junk truck. These pros handle whole house cleanouts or single items with same day and next day appointments available. Book now at 2menandajuncktruck.com. Mention the Fan and save 10%. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Members, it's here. Milo's Rewards Week deals for members only are up for grabs. You name it, we've got it for less. Get up to 40% off store-wide on hundreds of items, including select bath, tools, paint, and more. So what are you waiting for? Join for free today and get instant access to Milo's Rewards Week deals. Lowe's knows home improvement. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime-forcing, playoffs on the line golf, Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 16. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by TGL, presented by SoFi. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Cam Newton said he would rather win the MVP than a Super Bowl, a pretty surprising public admission considering football is the ultimate team sport. But before you call Cam a self-centered egomaniac, his rationale was that not all quarterbacks who win Super Bowls leave their mark on the game as a whole. He believes his legacy is stronger, being recognized as the best of the best. I'm Maggie Gray.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime-forcing, playoffs on the line golf, Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 16. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
Members, it's here. Milo's Rewards Week deals for members only are up for grabs. You name it, we've got it for less. Get up to 40% off store-wide on hundreds of items, including select bath, tools, paint, and more. So what are you waiting for? Join for free today and get instant access to Milo's Rewards Week deals. Lowe's knows home improvement. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel, Rodden, and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
This the big dog, not the little one. This is top dog. Biting whatever insurance company you want me to bite. I'm biting them. Backing them into a corner. Look at them, they scared. Give me top dollar, top dog law. He don't play, not at all. Coming for the money, made the call. Like top dog, I need you. Got into an accident, I really need you. Want a lot of money? I know. It's really, really bad. I know. I know you can help me. I know. It's really, really bad. I know. Money is what I do. It's how I make a living, and I'm good at it. Why you think you called me? Top dollar. That's why you called me. Medical malpractice, car accidents. Top dog law.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-747-1515, 800-747-1515, 800-747-1515.
It's Nicholas Ericalis from the Fan Morning Show, and my break over the holidays was not really a great one. There was a personal family matter I was dealing with, and I was just feeling out of it for about a week. Now, my coach Natalie and the entire Awaken 180 staff were supportive, and they gave me a week to just pause and focus on my personal needs. But my next weigh-in had me terrified because I gained a few pounds during that week, and I didn't know what to expect. But here's the Awaken 180 difference. My coach Natalie reminded me that I've still made so much progress in the last few months, and that nothing gained over that week couldn't be reversed whenever I was ready to get back on track. And in that moment, I felt ready. In the first week back on the program, I shaved off 6 pounds. And that's the Awaken 180 difference. They customize a program to you, but they also give you guidance and support that you don't get anywhere else. I was guided through one of the toughest weeks of my life, and my coach Natalie didn't allow me to be discouraged by a minor setback. Do not hesitate. Get online and schedule your free consultation at awaken180weightloss.com.
Fabric Talk. Hello, my love. I am your living room carpet. I see everything. I feel everything. After a while, I smell like everything, including Sir Pickles, who you snuggle with while binging that dating show you can't stop watching. So, how about we freshen things up with Febreze Fabric Spray? Oh, and a big spray for my pals, couch and ottoman. Ah, yes, refreshing. Breathe happy, Febreze. La 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 la.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
We thought of an even better name for this segment, the Barroom Brawl. These are topics that come up in the barroom from time to time. Donnie, don't they? And isn't that the crux of sports, is arguments like this? You've had them, right?
I've had plenty.
So have I. I mean, a lifetime worth of them. They're little comparisons. Who's better? What's better? And I'm going to start out, if you don't mind. We'll spend about a minute on each. You ready?
Go ahead.
Which is the best of all the Steelers Super Bowl teams?
I'd go 75. The 1975 team.
Why?
Which, I don't know. I mean, I feel like you could pick almost any in that 70s era, but it at least felt like that team was accompanied by the offense in that Super Bowl. Like, you know, the first Super Bowl win against the Vikings, that was more of a slog, more of a rock fight.
Yeah.
Whereas you saw the offense emerge in that Super Bowl, make some iconic plays, and the defense was still at the height of its powers.
Yeah, that's a pretty good pick. I would go with 78, the team that beat the great Cowboys team. Like the first Cowboys team didn't have Tony Dorsett. So the reason I would do that is even though they flashed some offense in the Super Bowl you're talking about, they really weren't a passing team yet. But, man, once they changed the rules because of Mel Blount, they don't win in 76. They come back. So I guess it's really the 77, 78 team. Yeah, the 78 team. You know, the one where Jackie Smith was the sickest man in America. Mm-hmm. That game had more talent on the field than maybe any football game ever played in terms of Hall of Famers. And then you had Chuck Nolan, Tom Landry, and everything else. I think they faced stiffer competition that year. They weren't old yet. They were getting there. I think that's the greatest Steelers Super Bowl team. What do you have in mind, Donnie?
If I said that Terry Bradshaw, Ben Roethlisberger, Cordell Stewart were 1, 2, and 3 in Steelers quarterback history, who would you say is number 4?
First of all, I might disagree about number 3.
You could throw somebody else in there if you want.
Kenny Pickett. I'm not saying Kenny Pickett. Limits, you're going to go for Trubisky, aren't you? You have the Trubisky train on there? If you might.
With Lanny at the end?
Yeah, I think Neil O'Donnell, honestly.
So I was going to say him at number 4. So yeah. you think he is ahead of
Yeah, and I don't buy the argument either that I've seen so many. I heard, was it you guys the other day? Somebody saying if Cordell played nowadays, he'd be like a Hall of Famer. He didn't have the passing part of the game down. He wasn't a good passer. You know, is Justin Fields a superstar? Justin Fields is an electric runner, but he doesn't have the passing part down. You know, so I disagree with the notion that Cordell just, sort of was born at the wrong time for starring in the NFL. He was an unbelievably inconsistent passer. And you just have to be that to be a star. You look at other guys who came into the league. Jaden Daniels. It's the Trubisky train.
There was no doubt about it.
Would be a primary example. And there's other guys like, Tebow was a pretty good runner. He was a bulldozer, but he couldn't throw. You have to be able to throw, Donnie.
What's wild about Cordell is that he received MVP votes.
He did one year, yeah. Yes, he did.
And Ben never did.
So didn't Justin Fields get an MVP vote a few years back? I believe he did.
Yeah, I think his second year maybe in Chicago.
Yeah. Yes, he did. That's a good one. Well, who would you say?
I would have had Neil O'Donnell at number 4. I would have had Cordell ahead of him, and I get your points there. I mean, Cordell had better seasons than what people want to remember. He had obvious shortcomings to his game, but obviously 1 and 2, Bradshaw or Ben, whichever order you have it in there, as far and away as possible. There's a gigantic gap. Then you get 3, 4, and 5. I would actually say, if we want to kick it out to a 5th guy, I think Tommy Maddox actually has an argument as number 5.
Might. Yeah, he might.
I mean, the man came in here. He was comeback player of the year. He won a playoff game and almost won a second one if it wasn't for Joe Nedney.
What about Mr. Let's Ride? You thought he might have a chance for about 6 games this year, right?
Yeah, I mean, now, whole body of work, he would trump a lot of those guys given what he did in Seattle. But if we're just counting what happened here.
Yes, I was being sort of sarcastic,
no,
but for a while, it looked like he was ready to take off this season.
Broncos country, let's ride.
All right, I got one. The best Steelers Super Bowl play, Donnie, after the James Harrison pick and the Santonio catch. The 3rd best Super Bowl play in Steelers history, in your not so humble opinion.
So I'm going to be biased here. I'm going to go with one that I saw happen.
Okay.
So you're going to have your pick of all of those big plays of the 70s. I'm going to go with the Willie Parker, I'm going to go with the end around to Antoine Randall, the pass to Hines Ward in Super Bowl 40.
Yes, I love that pick.
I was going to go with the Willie Parker run, but that gadget play was what pretty much put that game away.
And I'm not so sure that Randall ever got enough credit for that. I've had people, I forget whether it was Ron.
He never does.
Somebody I was doing the show with said, well, he was a college quarterback. Yeah, I know, like 6 years earlier, and he was asked to come into the Super Bowl with 100 million people watching and throw a ball on the run one time. It's like the golf shot. You only get one. This ain't the range. And he threw a spiral, a perfect throw that the guy caught in stride at the goal line. It's one of the 5 best passes in the history of the Super Bowl, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the best pass by a non-quarterback in the NFL. I mean, and plus you look at that game, too, considering how Roethlisberger played.
Yeah.
That was probably the best throw from anybody in a Steelers uniform that night.
Not even close. You're right about that. That's a great pick. And there's many picks, right? The Lynn Swann catches, all kinds of things have happened in Super Bowls. But I'm going with this one. It's in the game you referenced earlier. It was Terry Bradshaw to Lynn Swann in the first Dallas Super Bowl. And the ball traveled 60 yards at least in the air, and he unleashed it as he was about to get concussed. I forget who hit him. Charlie Waters, Cliff Harris, maybe one of the safeties. He was concussed on the play. And delivered a ball 60 yards in the air that dropped into Lynn Swann's hands in stride at the goal line. One of the reasons I always say that Terry Bradshaw is the greatest clutch deep ball passer of all time. The greatest clutch deep ball passer. Go back and look at that play, Donnie. You and I will together on the brief intermission we're about to have. And it was just ridiculous. It was phenomenal.
He was a big game player.
Yeah, man.
Bradshaw.
And it wasn't big game dink and dunk stuff. It was, I'm here to win the game. You could argue the stalwart throw and catch against the Rams. What do you got, Donnie?
So your answer to my last one sparked this one for me. If it was Cordell Stewart or Justin Fields, which guy do you prefer?
Holy bird follicles. I didn't expect this question. Cordell.
Pretty easily?
Yeah, we're just talking Steelers tenure, right? Or just which player would you rather have? Like which player would you rather mold from his rookie year type thing? Wow, okay. That's a little different question. Cordell was, listen, I'm not, putting a D on Cordell's career. He was unbelievably spectacular as a runner and not a horrible passer, but just not a very good passer. They're very similar. I would say Cordell's a little bit more spectacular of a runner, but Fields is bigger and stronger. So I might be enticed if we started on day one with either one and I could hire, Bill Walsh in his prime to work with the guy. It would be probably Fields. You?
I think I would go Fields just for the modern times. But, man, I mean, Cordell, when he came onto the scene, really seemed like a special player there for a minute. I mean, his rookie season when they went to Super Bowl 30, it wasn't like he stood around. Like that was the birth of Slash, where he was doing everything. And I've been watching Super Bowl 30 this week on my treadmill walks, and I'm seeing Cordell make plays. I'm seeing Cordell get balls out of the backfield. I'm seeing him run short yardage plays.
Phenomenal electric
on third
talent.
And fourth and short.
Yeah.
And then he had some banger runs in his day. Like you think of the one against the Panthers. He had one against Cincinnati, I want to say, or that might have been a catch and run, but whatever it was. Like he was, I know you don't like the argument that he was ahead of his time. He felt a little bit like that to me. Now, he had shortcomings in the pass game, but he was a special athlete.
I got one more for you. We'll wind up on this one. You got one drive, Donnie, to save all of mankind. And goodness knows it's never needed saving like it does now. One drive to save mankind. You're on your 10-yard line. There's a lot of pressure there, Donnie. I mean, mankind is hanging in the balance. Who's your quarterback? Patrick Mahomes, Tom Brady, Joe Montana, or other? Who you got, Donnie? Who's your guy that can save the world?
Man.
It's a lot of pressure, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, I always love the Montana story from the Super Bowl when he spotted John Candy in the crowd and then he just easily drove them down for the win against Cincinnati. For me, I got to go with Brady or Mahomes. I think still right now I would go with Brady.
Yeah.
It soon may turn to Patrick Mahomes.
Not me. I'm going with Mahomes. And I saw every big game Brady ever played, as did you, I'm sure. You're not that young. Saw every single big game he played, and Montana, and Bradshaw. Like, if you told me, you know what, you got to settle for Bradshaw as the guy to lead this drive in his prime, I'd be very okay with that. Do we have that Trey Wingo clip we can wind up on here? I don't know if Donnie heard this one or not. It's the most unbelievable stat I think I've ever heard in football. It's about late clutch drives in the final minute of the biggest games, playoff games. Listen to this, Donnie. Just listen.
From the official CT Sports podcast.
Since 2001, there have been 125 drives in the NFL's postseason where it was at least the fourth quarter, and there was under a minute to play, and the team on offense trailed by 7 points or fewer at the start. These are your standard clutch moments for a football team, the do-or-die drives that win and lose critical games. Out of those 125 drives, only 40% of the time did the team on offense pull off the magic trick to get the points they needed. In other words, a touchdown or a field goal to either win the game or tie the game and send it to overtime. Yep. Some of these quarterbacks are really good at it, such as Tom Brady, who was 5 for 11 in those situations in the postseason, 46%. Or Drew Brees, who was 3 for 6 in his playoff career, 50%. Only one player is perfect. Oh my and that's Patrick Mahomes, who was 7 for 7 in
7 for 7, Donnie. I got the world at stake here, all of humanity. I'm thinking he may go 8 for 8. Brady was great at it, like Wingo just said, at 5 for 11. That means he didn't do it 6 times. This guy's 7 for 7. He's the greatest clutch quarterback who ever lived, and he's about to do something maybe that nobody's ever done in the Super Bowl era, which is win 3 straight. He annoys the hell out of me. I'll admit that. I was watching again the Super Bowl from 2. I watch old Super Bowls too. The one from 2 years ago, where they had that crap holding call
on Juju.
Yeah, well, they didn't call holding on anything, offense, defense, or special teams, the whole game until it's time. And then you saw Mahomes point at it like, oh, there it is. There it is. You got me? Refs, you got me here? Oh, it's just infuriating. But you know what? I think he's the greatest clutch quarterback who ever walked this planet.
The other wild thing about them in the Super Bowl, too, and about him specifically, is that he has had a couple of slow starts. You know, they'll go into the locker room. They'll be down 2 scores.
He said he likes it that way.
And, you know, I felt watching it last season where I even had a small financial stake in the Chiefs winning the game. They go down by 2 scores at halftime, and it's a rare time for me, just as a regular guy betting on a sporting event, thinking, I'm not even worried. Patrick Mahomes is going to bring them back.
7 for 7. Thank you, Donnie. I loved our first edition of Barroom Brawl. Limits, your take on that?
I thought it was great.
Yeah?
Lots of insightful questions that I would be getting in a lot of arguments with my friends.
That's the idea. Donnie, I think that was a smash hit.
And we could do that next week too, Joe.
Yeah, we could.
And maybe the week after that.
And I think we will. Coming up, Nick Kostos. Never too early to start thinking about Super Bowl bets. This guy is absolutely incrinculant. We'll talk to him next. And then we have Bechtold's Breakdown coming up. We have a quiz show all about this Steelers season. Some little inside trivia about the Steelers season that our friend Limits has cooked up here.
I think you're going to like some of the line of questioning here. There's got a comedic tone to it a little bit.
I think I'm going to love it. Join Pony and Muller today, I guess, right?
Yeah.
At Buffalo Wild Wings, Mount View Drive in West Mifflin.
I'm going.
Beautiful.
Yeah, my friends and I, a lot of my friends were right around that area. We're going to go and say hello to Pony and Muller and Kaboly.
I love it. You should, too, out there. The PM team will broadcast live from 2 to 6. Stop by, register for your chance to win free wings for a year. Donnie, as soon as I saw this promo a couple weeks ago, you were the first person I thought of. Free wings for a year?
That B-Dubs is close to me now, too.
Oh, yeah.
Sarah and I only live down the street from Limits, so that's our nearby one.
I wave to Donnie when I drive home.
Now, do you guys ever get together for dinner or watch a game together since you live close to each other and you're both from Waynesburg?
We should do that.
In other words, no. But you should, yes.
He's got a pool over there, too.
I know. I've been there. Beautiful place. That's today at Buffalo Wild Wings in West Mifflin. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Nick Kostos up next.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Super Bowl 59 is next Sunday, and you can hear all the coverage right here on 93.7 The Fan. Kickoff is at 6:30 between Kansas City and Philadelphia, and we'll have you covered with the NFL on Westwood One. Pitt basketball will play tomorrow against Wake Forest. It's at noon, and the pregame coverage begins at 11:30. Pro Bowl games continue this weekend after the first skills competition with Miles Killebrew, Russell Wilson, and other Steelers. 7 Steelers made the Pro Bowl. It will conclude on Sunday. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This afternoon, mild with rain and highs in the low 50s. Overnight, rain continues and patchy fog with lows in the upper 20s. Saturday, seasonable temperatures with decreasing clouds, highs in the upper 30s. Increasing clouds Saturday night, lows in the upper 20s, and mostly cloudy Sunday with highs near 50. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The newest Buffalo Wild Wings is now open in West Mifflin at 9996 Mount View Drive. Join us for a live broadcast with Pony and Muller from 2 to 6 today for your chance at winning free wings for a year. We'll see you there.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Caesars Sportsbook is the only sportsbook app with Caesars Rewards, where every bet you place brings you closer to perks only Caesars can offer. So download the app using promo code Radio1000 and place your first bet today. If you win, great. If not, you'll get it back as a bonus bet, up to $1,059 for Super Bowl 59. Open to new users in Pennsylvania who are 21 or older. Affiliated with Harrah's, Philadelphia. If qualifying bet loses, bet amount returned as a bonus bet. Bonus bet expires 14 days after receipt. See Caesars.com/promos for full terms. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Remodeling Expo is coming this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday to Acrisure Stadium in the UPMC Club. And parking is free directly across from Gate B in Gold Lot 1. Find everything to remodel and update your home. Meet hundreds of the top home improvement experts who can give you guidance and ideas. This Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Acrisure Stadium. Explore the finest exhibits featuring kitchens, baths, and custom remodeling, roofing, siding, energy-efficient windows and doors, plus much, much more. This Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, it's all at Acrisure Stadium. Get ideas, get free estimates, and get started on those repair and remodeling projects you've been putting off. Plus, enjoy free parking in Gold Lot 1. Shop, compare, and save big on everything home improvement. The Pittsburgh Remodeling Expo. This Friday, Saturday, and Sunday only at Acrisure Stadium. Enter at Gate B. Visit PittsburghRemodelingExpo.com.
In 2012, Chad and Jeremy were cracking beers and chatting at a bar in downtown Bozeman, Montana. This profound conversation was the start of the world's most refreshing beer company that gives back to the community while celebrating the outdoors, having fun, and being ridiculously awesome. Montucky Cold Snacks. A snackable light beer that's only 102 calories per 12-ounce serving. On your next outdoor adventure, don't forget the snacks. Montucky Cold Snacks. Available at better beer retailers, taverns, and restaurants. Cheers.
Want to play a game with me and Dad?
Mommy's not feeling good.
You need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with Dayquil VapoCool. It's Dayquil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
Come on, honey. Let's let Mommy rest.
You guys are amazing. And so is Dayquil VapoCool.
Dayquil VapoCool, the vaporizing daytime coughing, aching, fever, power through your day medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
At David's Bridal, love is in every stitch. From the initial sketch to the final details, each style is designed with exquisite craftsmanship. Every wedding gown, bridesmaid look, prom dress, and special occasion style in between features handcrafted details filled with love. Come see the magic in person. Book an appointment and sign up for Diamond Loyalty to save 15% on your first purchase. Earn points towards special rewards and more at davidsbridal.com.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365.
It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore hosts the best watch parties for all the black and gold hockey games, making it the go-to destination for dedicated hockey fans. Enjoy 360-degree viewing, surround sound, premium food and drinks, including their famous prime rib dip. Enjoy game day vibes that match being at the game at Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore, the ultimate game day experience for all hockey fans and all sports fans.
At David's Bridal, love is in every stitch. From the initial sketch to the final details, each style is designed with exquisite craftsmanship. Every wedding gown, bridesmaid look, prom dress, and special occasion style in between features handcrafted details filled with love. Come see the magic in person. Book an appointment and sign up for Diamond Loyalty to save 15% on your first purchase. Earn points towards special rewards and more at davidsbridal.com.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Start new at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Remaining 24 Outlanders up to $8,500 off or finance at low 0%. In fact, the popular Eclipse Cross comes with 0% as well.
And with up to 125% of KBB for your trade, we make a new start easier than ever.
Your New Year deal your way. What a great day.
Shop Mitsu by the Mall at Jim Shorkey North Hills Mitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Is your bathroom stuck in the past, dreaming of a sleek, modern upgrade? It's time to call Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling. They specialize in full bathroom remodels, turning outdated spaces into luxurious retreats. From stunning showers to custom vanities, they bring your vision to life on time and within budget. Wow. Get started with a free in-home consultation and flexible financing options to fit your budget. Call 724-547-5445 or visit MountPleasantWindow.com today. Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling, creating dream bathrooms for over 50 years.
Jackson Hewitt makes taxes feel like a yacht rock song.
Please, give me my biggest tax refund, please. You, me, and a lifetime accuracy guarantee.
And now get $100 just to try Jackson Hewitt. Does your tax person do that?
Say goodbye to that no guarantee tax guy.
Ready to sail through tax season? Go to Jackson Hewitt and you'll be... Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
Hey, Colin Dunlap for Window Nation. Listen here. Weather impacts your windows. Hot days, cold nights. They can cause all that caulk to crack, seal failures, condensation. Window Nation only uses top-of-the-line materials. That's right. Also this. All they do is windows. Just windows. They are the experts. They've installed over 200,000 windows just last year. That's 40 times more than the average window company. They've got a lot for you. 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION. WindowNation.com. Listen, Window Nation is also a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Receive a pair of Penguin tickets with a purchase of a house of windows. Do that right now. I wouldn't be endorsing this company if I didn't have complete trust in them. And you know who I have complete trust in? Window Nation. 50% off all style of windows, plus pay nothing with no interest for 2 full years. That's the deal now. 866-90-NATION, WindowNation.com.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
A great ovation for Marc-Andre Fleury last night in his final game in Montreal with a standing ovation as Marc-Andre Fleury had his 76th career shutout last night. And with that, he's the first goaltender in NHL history to record a shutout as a teenager and at 40 years old or older, with his first shutout coming on October 30th, 2003. More 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
So are you ready for your show? When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back to a Donnie Football Friday. We have Nick Costos coming up momentarily to get us inside the Super Bowl with some numbers and bets. Donnie, I know you have a theory, and I want to jump into that in just a moment, but I didn't want to go through the show without playing this. This was incredibly cool last night. In Montreal, Marc-Andre Fleury comes in as the visiting goalie and gets a shutout. Who knows, maybe the final shutout of his career. Certainly his final appearance in his hometown of Montreal. And I don't know if you saw this after the game, Donnie. I get goosebumps just telling it to you.
The crowd chanting his name.
The other team, the Canadians, they had just gotten shut out, lined up and tapped their sticks and went through a handshake line with just him. That's a tearjerker, Donnie. Now listen here. Listen to this little clip. Now some of it's going to be, just crowd cheering and stuff. So there's a couple of little, if you want to call them lulls, that's okay. But just listen and imagine it. I'm giving you the scene here. The Montreal players line up like it was after a playoff series, and each one of them shakes Fleury's hand and hugs him. They're tapping their sticks. The Wild players are watching in disbelief as this is happening, and the crowd is cheering Marc-Andre Fleury. Man, you talk about wanting to leave a legacy in life or in sports. Who gets treated like this? This guy has left a legacy that will be remembered forever. Here was the moment. Is this TSN?
This is TSN.
Let's hear it.
For the last time. He's got the puck in his glove, and look at this. Led by Matheson. The Habs stay out to congratulate a surefire Hall of Famer. No clear example of the kind of universal respect that Marc-Andre Fleury, the player, and the person has around the league. He just shut the Canadians out in a playoff chase, and they still want to make sure to get out there. Donnie. Let him know what they think about him and his career. Mike, there's just not many players that come around like this. No. You're not supposed to be able to play goalie when you're 40. Not in today's NHL. Not physically, not mentally. And Marty, too. Marty St. Louis, how cool is that?
Oh, my God.
Robidoux, Latowski there. That's awesome.
Donnie, if you don't get goosebumps listening to that, I don't think you're human. I mean, it was a sight I don't think I'll ever forget. That's in Montreal. I don't know if you've ever been to a game there, but it's such a sophisticated and passionate hockey crowd. I mean, that is, despite what some people may say, that's hockey mecca right there. Did you hear that for a visiting goalie?
The place going crazy. The Canadiens are in the midst of a playoff race. I mean, yeah, there's still some time to go, but, I mean, you don't want to take losses.
Right.
And they just get shut out, and it's like they don't even care.
Right. And then
because they have that much.
Yes.
Like they are honored so much to play against that goaltender.
What a moment, man. Anywho, you have a theory. Tell the people what it is, and let's talk about it.
I do, and I made this long-term Steelers prediction the other night when I was on it, and that is that Art Rooney 2 and Mike Tomlin will exit together. When Mike Tomlin's contract is up after the 2027 season, I think that's when he walks away. They won't renew the contract. He will walk away either to another coaching job or to whatever television network, whichever route he wants to take. He will still have plenty of options, I'm sure. And that is when Art will pass down ownership, presumably to Danny Rooney, who is next in line. Now, Danny's still a pretty young guy. I don't even think he would be 40 by the time this would happen, if it would. Art would be 75. That gets to around the time where that transition takes place. Tomlin would also be in his mid-50s when this happens.
Right.
And a couple of other thoughts and points I had with this, and, again, this is going to sound like kind of an attack on Art Rooney. It is because we know that he is pretty afraid to either fire or trade Mike Tomlin. That is abundantly clear to all of us. I also think that Art is pretty petrified that he won't be able to pinpoint the next guy after Tomlin. See, he wasn't the top of the food chain when they made the hiring of Chuck Noll, when they hired Bill Cowher, when they hired Mike Tomlin. I don't know if he has the, I guess I would say guts. Like, I don't know if he has the guts to think, man, I'm not sure if I can pinpoint this next guy. Like, what if I mess it up? What if I ruin this legacy of Steelers coaching stability?
Right.
So that's why
I agree.
think he will step aside, take all that responsibility off his plate, not have to worry about being the guy that fires Mike Tomlin. He will just simply let that contract up. Mike will leave at the same time. And then a whole new regime will come in together. Another Rooney in line.
Danny. Yeah.
And then another head coach.
I like that theory, and I think there may be some merit to it. And it fits with, or at least it's related to, Jenna Harner also sat down with Art and asked him about his future. And he said, I don't have a timeline on it. My grandfather never retired. My father never retired. So I'm hoping to follow in their footsteps. He said, look, my son's involved in the business now, and potentially other family members will be involved, so we'll see how it goes. And I understand even in your scenario, he could still be involved with the team, but it doesn't sound like he wants to relinquish that role as the primary boss anytime soon. I don't know. Nobody knows. That's the whole point.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how things change. I mean, like, not that he's in bad health or anything like that, but he is in his 70s. He's in his early 70s. But, you know, as the years go on, we will see how maybe that changes. You know, that could be a few more years of the playoff drought continuing. And maybe at that point he says, you know, a few years ago, I didn't know when it was going to be time, but maybe it is.
Do you agree that even if Tomlin were to leave here, it sounds like you think kind of his own volition?
Yes.
That he would still want to coach for a long, long time? That he's a football lifer? That's what Ron always thought.
I mean, see, that TV money has to be really intriguing to him because you know every single network out there would call him. Maybe even more quickly than what another team would call him. You know, they say he'd get hired as another team's head coach in 5 minutes. Well, I bet a TV executive would call him in 4 minutes.
I know.
And, I mean, think.
But for some guys, though, like Pete Carroll, for example, if he gets hired at 110, he's going to coach. It's just in his blood, and I think Tomlin's the same.
Yeah, I feel like we had at the time, you know, and I know I was a kid when Bill Cowher resigned, but it seemed like the sentiment was, you know, he'll get back into coaching quickly. You know, maybe he takes a break, but he'll get right back into it.
You're right about that. Sometimes when they get out of it, they realize, oh, my God, there's an entire life outside of the film room. Good theory, Donnie. Let's get back to that in a little bit. In the meantime, we have Odyssey sports betting insider Nick Costos on the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline. Nick, wonderful to have you again. Give us a Super Bowl bet right off the top here. Give us something. Give us something to latch on to.
Yeah, the Chiefs are going to win. Great to be on with you guys.
Oh, man.
I noticed, Joe, that you don't have the Bills hat on today.
No, I know.
Or the Sabres hat.
Yeah. I should have bet on that they were going to get ripped off by the officials again. That was the best bet going into that game.
Don't be a loser. Like losers whine about the officials.
Listen, man,
Winners
I can't help
win.
being a loser.
The Bills lose every year. The Chiefs win every year. Don't be a loser that whines about officiating. Don't do that.
I can't
have
help
too much
it.
Respect for you to allow you to do that.
I can't help it. The whole game. The ball hit the ground, Nick. They don't even talk about the first half play. The ball hit the ground. And then in the second half, he clearly had the first down.
They couldn't get a first down. They couldn't get a first down at the end of the game.
They did get a first down. He did get it.
No, listen. The Bills always lose. The Chiefs always win. I'm not a Chiefs fan. I'm from New York. I'm just saying.
I know.
Let's be honest.
You're right. You're right. So what's the line right now that you have in front of you, and you believe that the Chiefs will win very closely or handily?
I'm not sure, but probably close because that's kind of like the MO of this team, and the Eagles are really good. So Kansas City right now at BetMGM is a 1.5 point favorite. And I think the point spread's really interesting because, you know, these two teams played a couple years ago, obviously, in the Super Bowl 57. I think this Eagles team is better than that Eagles team with Saquon, some of the defensive players. And I think this Chiefs team is worse than that Chiefs team in 2022. The Eagles closed a 2.5 point favorite in Super Bowl 57, and now the Chiefs are favored 2 years later, despite, again, Kansas City not being as good and Philly being better. And obviously it's because of Mahomes, because we've seen the Chiefs win the last two Super Bowls, and that's how you get here. I think the Chiefs are probably going to win a close game. Just comes down to it at the end. I'll take number 15 in red or white or whatever color they're wearing. And I feel like when I make that bet, not that it's definitely going to win, but I feel like it's likely to win. It was like, AFC Championship game. An awesome game, by the way, obviously. When the game's tied in the fourth quarter, I think to myself, I have my money's on him, on Mahomes. Yeah. That's where I want my money to be in a game like this. And that's where my money will be on the Super Bowl. I don't have to be right, just like I could have been wrong about the Buffalo game. I wasn't. And I think I'll be right about this one also.
Nick, it's the Super Bowl on the field, but it is also the Super Bowl for betting because you can just bet literally anything. When it comes to the game, what are some favorite prop bets for you?
Well, I think because I'll be on with you guys next Friday, right, as well?
Yes.
I'll be in New Orleans. So I will give you guys the full menu of bets then. So in lieu of, giving you everything now, I will give you one that I really like. And just an overall philosophy with prop bets on the Super Bowl as it concerns, betting players, overs or unders. So the Super Bowl is the most bet event every year, right? So everyone bets it. And what do people want to bet? They want to bet overs, right? They want to watch people do things, do positive things. So over the course of the week, remember, these are markets that are open for 2 weeks. These numbers are going to go up. So yesterday, for instance, on You Better You Bet, in the NBC Sports Now Power Hour, which people can watch on Peacock from 6 to 7 p.m. Eastern. Please forgive me for that shameless plug. I'm giving my one favorite bet for the Super Bowl, prop bet. And I give out A.J. Brown over 68.5 receiving yards. I feel like that number is way too low. Today, it's 69.5. Nice. And I feel like by the time the game kicks off, we're going to be 75.5 for A.J. Brown. So generally, if you're betting yardage props for the Super Bowl, if you like a player, you should bet overs early and bet your unders late. Because these guys, the numbers are going to go up. So Travis Kelce, 64.5. I'll bet you guys that when we do this interview next Friday, that Kelsey's number is higher than that because people are going to want to bet him. So overs early, unders late. A.J. Brown is the one that stood out to me over receiving yards. I've already bet it.
Nick Kostos is on the line, host of You Better You Bet, Odyssey Sports Betting Insider. Insider calls presented by BetMGM. Check out the latest lines on the BetMGM app. Catch You Better You Bet, as Nick said, weekdays 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern on the BetQL network. And watch from 6 to 7 p.m. Eastern on NBC Sports Now on Peacock. Nick, do you get yourself involved in or have any advice on some of the exotic prop bets, such as Travis Kelce perhaps proposing to Taylor Swift after the game?
Yeah, but of course, now that I don't know if that will be offered at domestic sports books like BetMGM, but yeah, that stuff's really fun. I bet the coin toss. Look, please bet responsibly, seriously, because you don't want to Super Bowl starts and you're down money already, down much more money than you're willing to lose. I bet the coin toss every year. I bet tails. It's a terrible mathematical bet. It's a 50-50 proposition and the sportsbook gets minus 110 on it. It's really stupid. Also, it's tremendously fun. What a rush when that coin's in the air, man. I do it every year. It's great. Bet responsibly, but I'll have that. I'll bet the Gatorade color. Again, you want to just talk about just gambling for the sake of gambling. When the camera shows the head coach is they're kneeling on the football and the Gatorade's about to get poured, that moment before the Gatorade comes out and you're like, wow, can't wait to see what color this is. Do I win or lose my bet? Yeah, this stuff's awesome. So absolutely, I'll have money on a lot of that stuff. This will be my biggest betting card of the year, like it is for many others. I will just, again, say, please bet responsibly. If you're going to do what I'm suggesting and bet 20 things, whereas you normally only might bet 2 or 3, set a limit for yourself and say, if I lose this amount of money, I won't lose sleep tonight. I'll be okay with it. And then don't lose more than that. But yeah, I'll have lots of stuff on the game.
There was one prop bet, Donnie and Nick, that I would bet in a second that also had pretty good odds. Will somebody cry during the anthem? Chris Jones cries more than Dick Vermeil and Jim Leland combined. Every time there's an anthem, there's a tear rolling down his cheek. That's a winner,
and you guys
Nick.
Remember, and you remember Sirianni went viral a couple years ago, tears pouring down his face at the Super Bowl. No, Sean Moreno was another one, right, for the Broncos Pants Super Bowl 50.
I forgot about
where
him.
It almost looked like it was AI at the time, with the tears really streaming down his face. So yeah, not a bad one. You can understand that national anthem before the biggest game of your life. Yeah, I would lean more towards the cry side for sure.
Nick, is there an over/under on the anthem length? Isn't that always one of them too?
Yeah, but that will come out. So it's just not I think it's pretty well known at this point. People watch the rehearsals. They all that information gets out there.
Yeah, then it gets out there.
And and it gets. You can't bet a lot of money on it. because like they know, and it gets blasted and it gets pulled off the board immediately. Is what happens every single year at the national anthem. So, like, for anyone out there who's singing it, I don't even know.
Anyone? I don't know. I don't pay attention to these things.
I don't pay
Limits,
attention.
you should know that. You're the beat writer.
And I would suggest, like, don't handicap it. Just like next Friday, like when the rehearsals happen, if you look at the betting market and then like 10 minutes later, it's like 3 seconds over or under, just assume that the rehearsal time is leaked.
Nick, a lot of things are obviously going to happen before next season, but early Super Bowl odds are out. If you had to jump on an underdog team right now, a team that's off everybody's radar that could make a run to the Super Bowl next season and plunk money down right now, who would that team be?
So I'll say that if you are actually going to do this as a betting exercise, I think that you should pick a team from the NFC. Because obviously, like, the heavyweights are all in the AFC, most notably Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
So if you actually want to make, like, a great bet, or, like, a bet that's more likely to win, I would pick an NFC team. Now, I'm going to give you an AFC team because I have my eye on this team now for next year. But NFC is definitely the way to go.
Let me guess on the AFC team.
Sure.
Donnie, you want to give a guess on this, too? An AFC team that's off the radar?
Like that it's not going to be like the Browns or like the Jets.
I was going to go
That's
with
not what it is.
L.A. Chargers.
I was going to go with the Patriots with Mike Vrabel and Drake May. Who do you got?
I'm on record saying I think the Patriots will be the second best team in the division next year in the AFC East with Drake May and Mike Vrabel. I will go with the team that actually was one. So it's kind of a cop-out answer, but I don't think anyone sees this team in this light. I'll take a team that was in the Final Four this year of the AFC. I'll take the Houston Texans. The Texans' defense is like Super Bowl caliber. It's a magnificent defense. Will Anderson, last year's Defensive Rookie of the Year, is going to win a Defensive Player of the Year at some point. Like, that's his upside is like T.J. Watt, basically. Like, he really is that good. With Danielle Hunter, D'Amico Ryans, who I don't know if he's a great game manager, but I think he's an awesome defensive coach. The problem with the Texans this year and at the end of last year, Stroud's rookie year, was offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick, who was like the PFF, like darling, like worked for Pro Football Focus. And then they're constantly in 2nd and 8 and 3rd and long because you can't stop running the ball when you have CJ Stroud. They dismissed Bobby Slowick. Now, we don't know who the offensive coordinator is going to be yet. My sense is that whoever it is will be better than Bobby Slowick was because I don't think you can be worse. So if you put that new variable into the equation, year 3 of Stroud, hopefully you get Tank Dell back. We'll see what happens with Diggs, but like you reload the offense a little bit. I think the Texans have the opportunity to be like a monster regular season team next year. And Houston would be my pick.
John Batiste is singing the national anthem, by the way, next week. I'm unfamiliar with his work and his game.
Yes, I also don't know who that is. John Baptiste?
Batiste. It's like Batista, but it's an E on the end instead of an A.
I see. I'd be into like Dave Batista, like from WWE, doing the national anthem.
Yeah.
That'd be good.
Do you guys have odds yet on the Steelers quarterback next season, Nick?
That would be some like no domestic sports book would have that. Well, like you're going to go by what Mr. Rooney said the other day, right? It would be like, I guess like you'd favor more Fields because there's a lot of smoke that Russ is going to go to Vegas to be the quarterback with Pete Carroll with the Raiders. So my guess would be of the two, Fields is more likely to come back. And look, like a lot of people, if I were a Steelers fan, I wouldn't be thrilled right now overall with a lot of the stuff like the Rooney say, like, I believe in running the football is the key. It's like, dude, it's not 1988 anymore. Like Jerome Bettis isn't in the backfield. It's not how you win in today. You need to beat Mahomes. You got to beat Josh Allen. You got to beat Lamar Jackson in the AFC. Like, what the hell are you talking about? So let's say they decide to keep Fields. And you look at what he did with the wins and losses the first couple games before they moved to Russ and say, okay, like another year in the system. There's no way that they can talk themselves into Justin Fields just getting the keys to the car, right, for 17 games. There's no way. So if I had to pick who's more likely to be back, I'd pick Fields. But I mean, what's the % chance that Fields is he's just the starter and that's it? Like they're definitely bringing somebody else in or drafting somebody. Like, and if they don't, then this is an absolute brain dead organization.
Which means they probably won't. Thank you, Nick.
Well, what do you guys think about that? You think I'm right or not?
I mean, we spent a whole hour on this. It sounds like some weird reverse flea market, where whichever guy comes in with the lowest bid, they'll take. I mean, Art the other day was like, well, they're both interested. That's a good thing. Yeah, we kind of like them both. I don't know. Either one will do fine. It's the strangest quarterback situation I've seen.
They're going to have to. I don't know if it's in the draft. They have to do something. Like, you cannot go into next season with Russell Wilson or Justin Fields as the starter for 17 games. You cannot. And if they do, then this is an organization that's absolutely clueless right now. And I'm not saying that as shtick. It's not a hot take thing. I want someone to tell me I'm wrong with a straight face about that.
What will their over/under wins be? Do you think 8.5?
Well, I mean, I think probably right, because like Mike Tomlin literally never finishes below 500, but the team stinks. So 8.5 sounds like the bet should be over or under 500.
And then
I think it's about right, 8.5.
Right, and then they'll barely exceed their chronically low expectations, and everybody will hail Tomlin as a hero when they get blown out of a playoff game.
Now, that is what's happened. There's something else to consider as far as like next year goes. So we'll see if the Bengals re-sign T. Higgins, if they bring back Trey Hendricks, and let's say the Bengals bring back their guys. That's going to be a big win total next year with Al Golden now as the defensive coordinator, right? The Ravens are always going to have a monster. I call the Ravens the sultans of spreadsheet, the excellence of EPA, the dominators of DVOA. Great, you win in the regular season, you lose every January. But and I think they should fire John Harbaugh, but that's a story for another time. They're going to have a monster regular season win total. The Browns, I think, are likely to be starting a rookie quarterback, right? That's going to be a low win total in Cleveland next year. So maybe it's like 8 or 7.5 for the Steelers, but Tomlin probably brings it up a little bit. But I think they will be projected to be the third best team in the AFC North next year by the time the season starts.
Nick, great stuff as always. We appreciate it, man. I can't wait to talk to you for the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I'll be in New Orleans. Looking forward to it. Wishing everybody minimal sweats winning bets the absolute very best of luck.
See you, man.
Thanks, Nick.
That was the host of You Better You Bet, Odyssey Sports Betting Insider Nick Costos. Insider Calls presented by BetMGM. Go check out all the latest lines today on the BetMGM app. Man, that was interesting, wasn't it, Donnie, at the end there? With the Russ and Justin Fields talk and the Steelers at probably 8.5 again, right?
I really think it is. Like, that's the point where the market will just say, well, it's Mike Tomlin. Like, no matter what happens, he will get his team to 9-8. I mean, they got there with Duck Hodges and Mason Rudolph.
And I'm gonna say this too. I don't disagree with him on Harbaugh right now. Now the Ravens are in a different stratosphere than the Steelers. As I always say, the Steelers are playoff imposters. Everybody knows they have no shot. The Ravens have a shot. They're in it. They're going to be in it again next year. But on the replacing Tony Dungy with John Gruden theory, and we've seen other situations where you have really good teams who are not maximizing. They are not maximizing Lamar. I might have the cojones to go out there and try to upgrade on Harbaugh and get somebody in there who can finish the deal. Do I know who that would be? Not off the top of my head, no. But that would be a question on my mind. You?
I think he'd be a hot seat candidate next year because they're, like you said, they're in a different league, like different, echelon of the league than the Steelers are, but they're also, in a way, just banging their head against the wall.
We're good, right? They're good. It would be the same theory of replacing Dungy with Gruden, wouldn't it? It would be the same theory as the Golden State Warriors dynasty. They were pretty good with Mark Jackson. They bring in Steve Kerr because they want to finish the deal. That's what you do that's when good is the enemy of great, which is the column I wrote the other day. The Steelers just talk about it. Other teams actually do it, like the Eagles. We got a good coach, not good enough, fire him. Got a Super Bowl winning coach, still not good enough. Fire him. Bring in this guy. For Art, it's all about, as he told Ashley Lyotis, it's not like we never win games around here, right? I think people need some perspective, Art said. All right, coming up, Bechtold's Breakdown. Can you tease to it, Bechtold?
I would love to, Joe. There's a report that there's a new QB number 2 for some franchises and scouts in this year's draft. What? We'll talk about that. Also, your interest or disinterest in what's become of the Pro Bowl. Next.
Now, fan headlines. Powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
And the Pro Bowl games started yesterday with the passing the test competition that Russell Wilson participated in. Minka Fitzpatrick was in the relay race. There were other competitions, including dodgeball. But the flag football game will commence on Sunday with Minka, Miles Killebrew, Patrick Queen, and Russell Wilson playing in the game. More 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Are you ready for the ultimate Vegas experience? Just listen to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan on the free Odyssey app to enter our national contest, Slam Dunk in Vegas. Download the free Odyssey app and listen to 93.7 The Fan for at least an hour a day, and you're entered to win. You and 3 friends get airfare to Vegas, accommodations, along with $5,000 per guest to enjoy the first 2 rounds of the College Basketball Championships. It's our national contest, Slam Dunk in Vegas. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man. High five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Up top, Bike Shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messelthorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it. Did you know that 1 in 4 people seeking treatment for ED are under 40? So you're not alone. And even better, Hims can help. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. It all starts with an online intake form. From there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. Through hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
This is
Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. John Calipari returns to Kentucky on Saturday as the head coach of the Arkansas Razorbacks. Coach Cal spent 15 years in Lexington, winning 1 national championship, going to 4 Final Fours, and sending dozens of players to the NBA. Will the home crowd boo him? Most likely. But as time moves on, I have no doubt that Cal will be welcomed back with open arms. I'm Maggie Gray.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our clients' portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar and the place to watch all the exciting sports action on over 20 large TVs. Make Mike's Beer Bar your choice on game days to catch all the sports you crave, including the pro football playoffs, hockey, Premier League, pro, and college basketball. It's Pittsburgh's destination for over 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Mike's also offers amazing food, including steak on a stone. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
Service technicians, how would you like to earn 50% more on warranty work? Well, that comes standard at number 1 Cochran Hyundai. We pay our flat rate Hyundai techs 150% on warranty labor time. And we're hiring at our Monroeville and South Hills locations. It takes a special team to deliver award-winning service. And that's why we invest in excellent benefits, career pathways, and professional development programs. Apply now at CochranCareers.com.
Are you ready to transform your bathroom? Hi, I'm Matt Sloan, General Manager at West Shore Home, and we make it simple, fast, and stress-free. With hundreds of styles and combinations, you're guaranteed to find something you love. But we don't stop at tubs and showers. West Shore Home can upgrade your entire space, including flooring, vanities, and toilets, giving you the complete package. Need help deciding? Don't worry. Schedule a free, no-obligation design consultation today, and West Shore Home can be there as soon as tomorrow. Plus, check out our amazing promotions anytime at westshorebath.com. At West Shore Home, we don't just install and walk away. Every customer gets a follow-up call to ensure complete satisfaction. And our online scheduling makes booking your next home upgrade easier than ever. Text BATH to 35868 to get started today. That's BATH to 35868. Or visit westshorebath.com. Transform your home with West Shore Home. The team delivering exceptional improvements every time.
The best time of year for football is finally here. The big game has arrived, and fans are excited to see who'll be hoisting the trophy in New Orleans. You can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Check out their big game giveaway promo for your chance at $1 million in prizes. 25 winners will walk away with $10K in cash, and 7,500 winners will get $100 in bonus bets. No deposit or bet required. Opt in today in the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Are They Smarter Than Jake the Plumber? Was presented by Southside Plumbing and Heating.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Without further ado, I throw it to my friend Austin City Limits Bechtold for the Bechtold Breakdown.
Thank you, my friend Joe Starkey and my friend Donnie Football. The Bechtold Breakdown for the final day of January 31st, 2025, is sponsored by our good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating.
What a nice man he is, huh?
Go to them for all your plumbing and heating needs as we begin.
I'm going to play golf with him.
Yeah?
Incidentally, but go ahead.
Is he a good golfer?
I don't know. I've never played with him.
Could I join? Could you help teach me golf?
Me?
Could Jake help teach me golf?
He could. Somebody else. I'm still teaching myself golf.
Todd McShay teaches us the ways of the NFL draft. And according to multiple scouts, there's a view that Jackson Dart is some scouts' quarterback number 2 in this upcoming draft class.
That's your boy, Joe.
He is darting up draft boards.
The dart that saved Pittsburgh.
I mean, if he's number 2,
who would be number 3, Donnie?
Well, I was going to say, if he's number 2, how early are they expecting him to go?
Multiple questions that we can gauge off this. We'll start, Donnie, with what's your top 3 quarterbacks right now, and where do you think Dart could realistically slot if he is viewed by some scouts as QB2?
I feel like Dart is that number 3. It seems that the consensus is still that it goes Sanders, Ward in some form or fashion. I would go Ward over Sanders and then Dart as number 3. But it still seems like the consensus, at least now, is that those 2 guys at the top have a little bit of a gap in between them.
It would be disingenuous of me to sit here and rank college quarterbacks that I barely saw, Donnie. That's the way it would be. I saw Shador play probably 5 times. I'm not convinced that he's a top 10 franchise-type quarterback. He has some very nice attributes. I'm just not convinced of that. And Cam Ward is sort of the same. This sort of reminds me of the class from a couple of years ago. It's better. They're both better than Pickett. They're both better prospects than Pickett. Don't get me wrong. It's not the type of draft where I'm trying to move up from, like, if I were drafting 25th, desperately trying to move buildings to get the number 1 pick. I just don't believe necessarily in either guy. Do you?
No, I don't. And I don't think I would be someone that would take Dart.
I never saw Jackson Dart play a college football game. There you go. You think less of me now?
No, I don't.
Limits does.
There's a lot of college football to cover.
I've seen Jackson Dart in person, actually, at a game before.
See a nice dart?
He throws a pretty nice dart. He throws a pretty good football. Now, is he mobile? Kind of, not really. I question accuracy a little bit. His decision-making is typically pretty solid.
Yeah.
But he's more so a fringe quarterback than a do-it-all type of player, I think, that we're seeing in the modern NFL.
Next.
Like a lot of guys that make the Pro Bowl. The Pro Bowl games went on last night. I watched the passing the test Russell Wilson competition, Joe, and he took it as seriously as you would expect him to. But other than that, I lost complete interest.
What was Russ in?
The passing the test competition. It was like a precision passing accuracy competition that Jared Goff, I think, ended up winning. Him and Joe Burrow were neck and neck.
That's because there was no defenders on the field to pick off Jared Goff. But keep going.
Minka Fitzpatrick then participated in the relay race. I don't know what helmet harmony could be with Cam Hayward and Miles Killebrew. I turned it off.
That was the trivia thing.
The trivia was also in passing the test. So there must have been trivia for the
maybe
whole
it was
Pro
tied
Bowl.
in.
And then Chris Boswell, Patrick Queen, and Isaac Seumalo participated in dodgeball because, yes, why not have your kicker play in dodgeball? Any interest whatsoever in the Pro Bowl games, Joe?
Yes. I was watching the dodgeball, and one of the great moments in NFL history happened, but now I can't think of the name. Brian Branch, who's through the – oh, Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon threw a dodgeball, and it hit Brian Branch right in the Brett Favre's. Did you guys see that clip? Nailed him right in the groin.
I'm surprised you have such a strong interest in the Pro Bowl.
I don't, but I have a very strong interest in dodgeball. Great movie, we agree?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
Love that
Great
movie.
game, we agree? Or are you guys of an age where it was already outlawed in high school? Did you play?
No, we played. We had to go with the foam dodgeballs, though, not like the
We went with the rubber
ones.
kickballs.
Yeah, see, that would have done some damage.
Yeah.
But we always played in our, like, wrestling room. It's like where the, wrestlers had practice, so like a smaller, condensed area.
Oh, I love that feeling when dodgeball starts and you're trying your strategy of hanging out in the back and not getting hit.
That was like a battle setting.
Oh, I love it.
Dodgeball.
Yes.
That nothing ever got the boys more hyped up, though. No matter what activity you were doing in high school gym, if the teacher said we're playing dodgeball, everybody was.
Oh, I know.
It was like guns ablazing in there.
I would think about it the night before gym class if I knew there was dodgeball coming.
I brought up something yesterday you would probably appreciate, Joe. Pony and I were talking about the activities at the Pro Bowl, and I wondered, why is Minka Fitzpatrick not playing dodgeball? He could line up 50 yards away from the center line.
Yeah, never catch the ball.
And he would just stand back there.
Limits, did you play dodgeball?
I like that one, Donnie. That was good. Dodgeball was a huge hit at St. Elizabeth. Oh, my gosh.
What kind of balls did you throw?
They were the foam balls.
Golf balls.
They were foam. No golf balls. No golf balls were being thrown.
There was no better feeling than to have a kid dead to rights right over the half-court line with a giant rubber kickball and just basically wait and see what do I like this kid? If I liked him, I would have mercy and let him get up or just plop it off his kneecap or something. If you don't like him, if you have a kid dead to rights who's like flailing on the floor right in front of you, Donnie, you drill him in the head, don't you?
You're biting his kneecap off.
Now, I think there hit a point, it might have been, I forget if it was junior or senior year for me, where it did hit a point where there were so many headshots in volleyball. And like I said, we were in a small wrestling room.
In volleyball?
Or not volleyball, in dodgeball.
Yeah.
That the amount of headshots, it ended up getting outlawed. So like if a kid
like
got
the NFL.
If a kid got hit in the face, he was still in the game, and the thrower of the ball was out.
Wow.
Oh, how soft can you get?
No mulligans for hitting somebody in the face, Donnie.
We got extra points for nailing somebody in the skull. That's a headshot.
Kids would get drilled.
Yeah. I don't think anybody's at risk of concussion from a rubber ball.
A foam ball, especially.
It's not like we were throwing baseballs around. I mean, they let us play back then.
Let the boys play.
You
didn't have any naked dodgeball, did you?
No. Not that I remember.
Not that I remember.
Next.
All right. Due to the trademark issues with Yeti, there are 3 new finalists for the
Donnie,
future
you
name.
didn't take offense to me at the beginning of the show saying you're distracted, did you? I meant that in good fun.
No, I did not.
Yeah, I'm used to having male figures around me who are distracted. My dad was a college professor. He every single night would read a book, a very obscure history book, with 1 cigarette and 1 tiny glass of whiskey. That was his ritual. Then we move on, flash forward many years. I had Ron Cook in that chair who would watch soap operas during the whole show. And I noticed that you're on your phone a lot. So it's probably more about me than you, but we had a tweeter register and say that I was going after Donnie at the beginning of the show. I was hoping you didn't take it that way.
No.
It's more about me than you.
I'm in that generation that is pretty connected to the phones, too.
Yeah.
I'm not quite in Limits' generation, but mine still is.
I understand. I just wanted to straighten that out, and I apologize, Limits. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Joe. I'm on my phone. You distracted me. I thought you just liked that one. All right, due to the trademark issues with Yeti, there are 3 new finalists for the future name of the Utah Hockey Club, which includes the Utah Mammoth, the Utah Wasatch, I think that's how it's pronounced. I heard it like 10 times on the broadcast. I still can't pronounce it. Or the Utah Hockey Club. What would you like to see, Donnie, the Utah hockey team be named?
Okay, so I must just be an idiot, or maybe I didn't look into it enough. When they threw around the name Yeti, I wasn't thinking of the company. I was thinking of, the mythical creature that's in, the Himalayas.
I think of the company first. Everything's Yeti. Everybody has something Yeti. A water bottle, a cooler, a what else? It's all outdoor stuff, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, water bottles, coolers, stuff like that. I don't know. Do they have jackets?
I don't know. That's why I stopped in the middle of jacket and cut it off because I didn't know, and then you pointed it out.
But yeah, I'm stuck here thinking of like Abominable Snowman.
Okay, yeah. Is that the one you like? Utah Jetty?
I said this last night. I almost want them to just keep it Hockey Club. Like when
do I.
Like when Washington went to just the
do I.
Washington football team.
Yes.
Just keep it.
I agree, man.
I would have picked Yeti because just having like a cartoon, like Bigfoot-like character in the snow would have been kind of funny as a logo.
I'm going with the Utah Hockey Club limits. And then I heard they were talking about this on PTI. I think Nashville, so Tennessee is going to get a WNBA team. The Tennessee Summits after Pat Summit is an unbelievable name.
Cool.
Or just the Tennessee Summit.
Yeah.
What a name that would be.
I like that a lot.
That'd be the greatest nickname of a sports team to come along in a long time.
My mind initially went to like, okay, what's like a country music tie-in we could have here, like something Broadway related.
Yeah, the Grand Ole Opry's.
Yeah,
something like that.
I like Summit a lot. That's really good.
That is incredible. Are you guys fans in the end of the Seattle Kraken of that name or no? I like it.
I like that name.
Yeah.
It's nice. I find it odd that teams are now going away from names that end in S. You know, like there's so many sports teams that end in S, like literally every single one you can think of other than a couple.
What was the other one? The Utah Wasatch or the Utah Mammal?
The Wasatch or the Mammoth. I like Mammoth.
Just Mammoth? Singular?
Yeah,
the Utah Mammoth?
It should be Mammoths. But is Mammoth?
Utah Mammoths? No, I don't like it.
No?
You, Donnie? Donnie, you like that one?
No.
Me neither.
I was more on the Yeti, like Utah Yeti, or just keep it the Hockey Club.
I'm with you.
No one is thinking of the drink Yeti, the cup cooler when they think of a hockey team, though.
That
right?
would be.
If you had said the word Yeti, if you had said that like earlier today, what do you think of first with Yeti? I would have absolutely said that. It's what's the word for when something's everywhere? There's a word for that.
When something is everywhere.
When something ubiquitous.
Yeah.
The word Yeti is all over the place. Every time I go to Dick's Sporting Goods, every time I go anywhere on TV, whatever, Yeti, Yeti, Yeti.
Could you imagine if their logo was just like a cooler?
That would be tremendous, actually. Wouldn't it?
It's a cooler with ice in it. That's our logo. And it's like a dancing mascot. It's a cooler with ice.
Imagine the tailgate parties. It would be all about that. We're out of time limits. That was wonderful.
Can I give you one quick final one?
Of course you can.
PETA is petitioning to replace Punxsutawney Phil with Weather Reveal Vegan Cake on Groundhog Day.
Come on.
I found this to be so funny.
Wait, what? I didn't understand any of that sentence.
I'll read it again. PETA.
Who's PETA?
Who protects animals.
Ah, okay.
Petition is to replace Punxsutawney Phil with Groundhog Day this weekend with Weather Reveal Vegan Cake on Groundhog Day. They would be like the weather reveal of 6 more weeks of winter or early spring. It would be a vegan cake on Groundhog Day. And Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro quote tweets it and says, "Come and take it." I found that hilarious.
They're up to some nonsense every year, the PETA people.
What do they think is happening? And I'm not against. I'm
like,
glad somebody looks out for animals. I really am, now that I have a dog especially. But what is happening to this groundhog that's and maybe I just don't know, that's like abusive? Anything?
No, I mean, the thing probably lives a better life than the three of us. I mean, it's a furry animal that's like the king of a town in Pennsylvania.
Is it the same guy every year, or is it a different groundhog?
I think it's the same one until he passes away, and then it's just,
so it's like a pope.
Yeah, kind of.
So he just pops out of the ground, and they feed him, and they celebrate, and he goes back and lives?
Yeah, like those guys I forget what that little group is called, but like, one of those guys in the top hats, they pick him up out of his hole.
That's the problem. They probably don't think he wants to be picked up. Does he, Limits? Do groundhogs care?
Well,
they hold him up to the cameras, and
they'd probably prefer
like Simba?
not to.
And he whispers in the guy's ear that he saw the shadow. Put me back.
6 more weeks of winter. Please put me back to sleep. I want some rest.
What did he say?
Go the distance. Ease his pain. Go the distance.
Donnie, I mean, that might not be what he wants to do, but it's still far from abusive.
Yeah.
I
want to make a trip up there one year. I know the morning show did it a few years back.
Yeah.
They like shut that town down, and that whole place just like parties for 72 hours because of Punxsutawney Phil.
Plus, I'm sure he gets extra treats, right? The groundhog?
I'm sure he does.
Probably
He's a
once.
king. He lives like a king.
He brings them back to the hole, right? To the family, he probably goes in with bags of treats that last them the whole year.
Now, what I do wonder, you brought up the Pope comparison. Do they have like a thing in Punxsutawney that like blows white smoke when they're like, we got a new one?
Oh, boy. Poor Phil.
I don't know. I don't see a need here. I do see needs for PETA in certain places, not here.
Absolutely.
Yeah, not here.
They always try to hop on. Like every year they have some new idea for this to take away. I mean, this is Phil's prime, baby.
I graduated with somebody at Waynesburg from Punxsutawney. Carter Newcomb, you know him.
Oh, yeah.
Did he revel in or resent the fact that his hometown is associated with a groundhog?
Oh, he loves Punxsutawney Phil and Groundhog Day. He goes back every year for Groundhog Day. He loves it.
Are you initiated into that the way you are? Like here, you're a Steeler fan, from when you're a zygote. Is that in Punxsutawney? Is it all about Punxsutawney Phil? Like that's part of your identity from even before you're born?
I think it should be.
Yeah, I think it probably is, for better or worse, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This guy was proud. He was talking proud?
Very proud. Buffalo's got a spirit. Talking proud. That's how he was about Punxsutawney.
Coming up, the drama never ceases with the quiz show. It's tied at 5. Donnie's won 5. I've won 5. We have this week, and then we have the Super Bowl week. Next week, of course, it's going to be Super Bowl trivia. Up next, Limits has a Steelers season quiz show. And I think that Donnie is probably better prepared. I'll be honest, I think Donnie's played better in these 10 games than I have. He's overall, territorially, he has a significant edge, but I've hit big shots, Donnie, haven't I?
You always cut. You're like Robert Ory.
I keep the game close, and I've drilled some huge threes at the end, but you're generally playing better. I think you're about a 1.5-point favorite. We'll get back to the quiz show next. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. The hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. You want to win a chance for a trip to Vegas for you and 3 guests? Plus $20,000 to fund the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championships. All you have to do is download and listen to the Fan on the free Odyssey app. Listen each day on the app for a minimum of 1 hour, and you receive an entry. It's that simple. This national contest runs through Sunday, February 23rd, so get the free Odyssey app now. Listen to the Fan for 1 hour each day, and you'll have a chance at winning this ultimate prize pack. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. And as you know, we got the Super Bowl coming up, and that means we have a Kick of Destiny, the FanDuel Kick of Destiny, happening on Super Bowl Sunday. And this time it's every Manning for himself. This Super Bowl, 2 legends take the field in a sudden death field goal showdown. Peyton against Eli, live from New Orleans. 1 kick to claim ultimate family bragging rights. Who will rise to the moment? Pick your winner now in the FanDuel app in partnership with Valley Forge. And if you back the right brother, you'll earn a share of $10 million in bonus bets. It's the FanDuel Kick of Destiny 3. Make your free pick, and don't forget to tune in to watch the showdown live during Super Bowl 59's pregame show on Fox at 3 p.m. Eastern. May the best Manning win. Download the app or head to FanDuel.com/Starkey and bet with FanDuel, official partner of Super Bowl 59, 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. No purchase necessary. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
So Utah has actually made Outlaws as their 3rd choice. Hockey Club, Outlaws, and Mammoth. They changed it up to be the new name of the Utah hockey team, who the Penguins beat last in overtime on a Sidney Crosby backhand game-winning goal. Penguins will hit the ice back at PPG Paints Arena, 7 o'clock against Nashville tomorrow. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Mac.bid is where you can save up to 80% off retail. But keep that to yourself, because you don't want the bidding competition. If anyone asks, you need to lie, deceive, fib, and fabricate some falsehoods pronto. They want me to tell everyone that Mac.bid is here. You should tell no one.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when. We can help with that. 2 men and a junktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $165 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $179 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires February 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
The Remodeling Expo is coming this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday to Acrisure Stadium in the UPMC Club. And parking is free directly across from Gate B in Gold Lot 1. Find everything to remodel and update your home. Meet hundreds of the top home improvement experts who can give you guidance and ideas. This Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Acrisure Stadium. Explore the finest exhibits featuring kitchens, baths, and custom remodeling, roofing, siding, energy-efficient windows and doors, plus much, much more. This Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, it's all at Acrisure Stadium. Get ideas, get free estimates, and get started on those repair and remodeling projects you've been putting off. Plus, enjoy free parking in Gold Lot 1. Shop, compare, and save big on everything home improvement. The Pittsburgh Remodeling Expo, this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday only at Acrisure Stadium. Enter at Gate B. Visit PittsburghRemodelingExpo.com.
Joe Montana here. In my football days, I knew the importance of a strong defense. Now I'm sharing how you can help defend your health against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease. Are you 50 or older like me? The CDC now recommends vaccination against pneumococcal disease. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at increased risk and over 6 times greater risk of hospitalization with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50. Schedule your appointment today at vaxassist.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
At David's Bridal, love is in every stitch. From the initial sketch to the final details, each style is designed with exquisite craftsmanship. Every wedding gown, bridesmaid look, prom dress, and special occasion style in between features handcrafted details filled with love. Come see the magic in person. Book an appointment and sign up for Diamond Loyalty to save 15% on your first purchase. Earn points towards special rewards and more at davidsbridal.com.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here. We know this about pro athletes. They train all the time to perform better on the field. It takes a lot of time and effort. What, though, would you say if you could improve your performance in the bedroom, no training required? I'm talking about Blue Chew. And Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, and Staxin in chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. Your partner wants you to do this. They might not say it, but they want you to do this. You got to try it. Blue Chew's tablets, they're like a performance enhancement for the bedroom. They can help you get extra confidence when it is time to perform. You can turn oh no into oh yes. You know what I'm talking about, fellas. So if you could benefit from a little extra confidence in the bedroom when it's time to perform, visit BlueChew.com. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
At David's Bridal, love is in every stitch. From the initial sketch to the final details, each style is designed with exquisite craftsmanship. Every wedding gown, bridesmaid look, prom dress, and special occasion style in between features handcrafted details filled with love. Come see the magic in person. Book an appointment and sign up for Diamond Loyalty to save 15% on your first purchase. Earn points towards special rewards and more at davidsbridal.com.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I'm a Western PA guy born and raised, much like my friends Joe George and Larry Kelly. They're the highly respected AV-rated injury attorneys at LGKG, Luxembourg, Arbig, Kelly, and George. And as Larry explains, integrity is everything that Western PA is all about and part of the LGKG business model.
Personal integrity, my father, Fred Kelly, gave me the definition of that when I was a young man. And it's really simple. Do what you say you're going to do. Sounds simple, but it's not always done. You know, at LGKG, we've been keeping promises for over 90 years. When we make a promise to our client, we do it. And you know what? If we hadn't done it, the word would be around. The people would know. We live in this community. We work in this community. We coach in this community. People know us and we know them. And I think that's why. Because in communities like Western PA, if you don't have that integrity, everybody knows it. And when you do, everybody knows it.
LGKG Injury Lawyers, 7 locations, Western Pennsylvania, LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Hey, it's Thor Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. If you're having plumbing and heating issues, stop what you're doing and call my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. I've been working with Jake for over a year now, and I can confidently say that Jake and his team have been nothing but exceptional. They've been family-owned and operated for over 70 years in Pittsburgh, and Jake has come through every single time I have an issue. Call Jake today and make Southside Plumbing and Heating your go-to plumber. 412-431-7455. I promise you won't be disappointed. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Start new at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington. Equally great in weather and fuel efficiency. Check out the 2025 Outlander PHEV. Just $299 a month with no money down. Remaining 24 Outlanders now up to $9,000 off. Or finance at a low 0%. Your new year deal, your way. What a great day. Shop JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Lease for $299 a month for 36 months. Security deposit waived. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
A gain scent bead story. Jim was at the laundromat when he heard his ear said Maraca, senor, but his nose said, hey, freshest scent ever. Following his nose, Jim found a man pouring a bottle of Gain scent beads into the washer. The scent, the freshness. Jim blurted, sir, your scent Maraca smell amazing. Actually, Jim, most noses call them Gain scent beads. Try Gain scent beads. Way fresher than detergent alone.
Caesars Sportsbook is the only sportsbook app with Caesars Rewards, where every bet you place brings you closer to perks only Caesars can offer. So download the app using promo code Radio1000 and place your first bet today. If you win, great. If not, you'll get it back as a bonus bet, up to $1,059 for Super Bowl 59. Open to new users in Pennsylvania who are 21 or older, affiliated with Harrah's Philadelphia. If qualifying bet loses, bet amount returned as a bonus bet. Bonus bet expires 14 days after receipt. See Caesars.com/promos for full terms. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Big day of sports tomorrow. Pitt will be at Wake Forest at noon. You can hear it right here on the Fan beginning at 11:30 with the pregame show. And the Penguins will play against Nashville at home at 7 o'clock. More at 93.7 thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. You know what time it is. The quiz show.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Get a load of this. I'm turning it up. Talking Pittsburgh sports on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Oh, it's all for real.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Pomp and Joe. Pomp will be back Monday, presumably. Donnie Football's here because it's a Donnie Football Friday, which means it's a quiz show, which means it's tied 5-5. We got this week, and we got the Super Bowl edition of the quiz show. So this could be big, because who wins today can clinch next week. Who's first? Limits.
I personally don't know why the quiz show is this week and not winner take all next week. What if we tie the next 2 weeks?
Then we have a bonus
sudden death
question.
final question.
One question. It'll be even more exciting. Way to undercut the quiz show before we even get to it, Limits.
I like this quiz show a lot.
This is themed on the Steelers season?
This is a full season quiz show on key moments, funny moments, and things that make you go,
the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Pretty much.
Who goes first?
The first question is to Joe. We'll give you the first question.
All right.
Because last week Donnie had it.
All right.
Okay, Joe. The Steelers did not score a touchdown in their week 1 game.
That could be any game, Limits, but go ahead.
Well, it's 2, at least. And they did not score one in the win that they had against the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah.
Their first touchdown came in week 2 against the Denver Broncos. Who scored the touchdown?
Who scored the touchdown in that horrific? It was actually a good game by the defense.
Yeah.
Was it a defensive touchdown? It would have been. I'm going to say that Justin Fields. No, he threw a touchdown, Pat. Pat Freiermuth.
Pat Freiermuth is incorrect.
I hate you.
I know what it is. It's Darnell Washington.
Darnell Washington. From Justin Fields, Darnell Washington scored.
I'm telling you, this is going to go the way the whole season's gone. Donnie is going to territorially outplay me, but when I need a big shot, I'm going to make it.
All right, Donnie, question to you. When the Steelers lost in prime time to the Dallas Cowboys, Dak Prescott connected with this Cowboys wide receiver on 4th down to beat the Steelers. Who was the receiver?
Was that Jalen Tolbert?
Donnie is 2 for 2.
Oh, my God.
Joe is in an early hole.
He kind of pulled a Mulsey there by acting like it might not be the guy he was thinking of when he knew it was. Right? Limits?
Pretty much.
All right, I'm down 2-0. Boy,
Joe,
this is getting ugly
this
in a
is
hurry.
where we get to the fun questions.
All right.
At the end of the Browns game, when he was supposed to be the point man on the Hail Mary, George Pickens was fighting out of the end zone with a Browns player. Which Browns player was he?
Oh, come on. I wrote about this. I said it. It was the guy he was locked up with the whole game. His name begins with a D. And I can't remember his name. I'm sorry, I can't remember. And I know who it is. Dalen McCutcheon? No, he's an old Brown.
Dalen McCutcheon is not correct.
Dexter Jackson?
Dexter Jackson is incorrect.
I was going to say.
No, I know who it is. I take those.
No,
no. Donnie,
answers.
I take those back.
You cannot take those
I swear
back.
to God. Please, Donnie.
You already had 2 buzzers.
No, I was only kidding on those.
Limits is the moderator.
Newsome.
Well, he got it wrong anyway.
I did?
Or no, you did get it right. Never mind.
All right, Donnie. 2-1.
It didn't begin with a D. I thought you were going to say Denzel Ward.
What's his name?
Greg Newsome.
Greg Newsome was who it was.
Admittedly, you guys gave me a lifeboat there, but I'll take it. I finally remembered it. Thank you,
Oh,
Donnie,
my
for your
gosh.
generosity. Mulsey never would have done that.
Okay, Donnie. Next question to you. At the end of the Cowboys game, George Pickens pulled on this Cowboys player's face mask as he was being taunted at the end of the game.
Ooh.
Who was the Cowboys player that face mask got dragged by George Pickens?
I'm going to guess Trayvon Diggs.
That's incorrect. I don't think he played in that game.
I don't
Trayvon
have a
Diggs.
guess. I was focused on Pickens. I don't know.
You don't know?
No. Donnie?
Donnie.
Malik Hooker.
Incorrect.
Malik Hooker? Isn't he the guy from Ohio State?
Yeah, he went to Newcastle. He plays for the Cowboys.
He does?
He does?
Yeah,
I felt
he
like
does.
he was in the league 30 years ago.
He plays safety for the
First-round pick.
Cowboys.
Went to Ohio
You might as well
State.
say Bob Sanders was on that play.
Bob Sanders is correct. No, I'm kidding.
We don't know. Who was it?
Donnie, no other guesses?
No.
It was Jordan Lewis.
Thank you, Limits.
You're
2-1 still. I just got to hang around till the last question.
All right, so the next question goes to Donnie, correct?
No, goes to me.
All right.
No, it goes to Donnie.
Yes,
You're
it
right.
does. When Russell Wilson, Donnie, won his first big game with the Steelers in Washington, Russell Wilson forced the Commanders to jump off sides on 4th down and 1. Who was the player for Washington that jumped off sides? I will take a last name only if you give it.
Is it Daron Payne?
Is incorrect.
That was a good guess. It was a rookie. That's all I know.
That's
I
correct.
don't remember his name. Limits. These questions are impossible.
He just played
You're
last
asking
week.
about obscure players from the NFC East.
He played last week in the game. It was not the name
for
could be
him.
on your mind. Yes,
He
good for
sucks.
him. The Steelers haven't won a playoff game in 8 years. This guy's playing as a rookie.
He sucks. You don't know either, do you?
No.
Who?
I would just be guessing.
Johnny Newton.
Newton.
Oh,
right.
That's the Illinois
Jerzon
guy.
Newton
Yeah.
with Johnny in parentheses is another name they call him, according to Pro Football Reference.
My turn. 2-1. I'm hanging around, Donnie. I think I'm going to make it to that bonus question. That's all. I have the Tomlin approach. I'm going to play ugly and hang around for a Boz field goal at the end. Here we go.
The Steelers ran for 56 yards, Joe, against the Philadelphia Eagles to start the 5-game losing streak.
Yep.
Who was the Steelers' leading rusher in the game with 14 yards, and who was their second leading rusher with 13 yards?
I have to get both?
I will give you either or, but you got to say it in order. If the 14 yards, you got to name the player that had 14 yards or the player that had 13 yards.
Just for the hell of it, I'm going to say their leading rusher that day was Cordero Patterson.
No.
Damn it. I thought I had that.
I feel like Najee still led in rushing with 14.
Najee is correct with 14.
On 11 carries?
It was like 6 or 7.
Yeah,
it was a
wasn't
rough
many.
one.
All right, good, Donnie.
And their second leading rusher was Russell Wilson with 13 yards.
It's 3-1 right now?
Yes.
Are we to the final question yet?
This is the final question up next.
Worth 3 points?
Worth 3 points.
This is it, Donnie. Who gets the choice here?
Who had the last choice?
I don't remember.
Who had the last question?
I don't remember. That's why I
Donnie,
just asked.
who had the last question that I just asked on 56
You
yards?
had
It was
first.
Joe.
I had it. Okay,
Yeah.
so this is Donnie's
So
choice.
Donnie has the choice.
All right.
Donnie, 6 Steelers players only scored 1 offensive touchdown this season.
Oh.
How many of those players can you name?
That's a good one.
I knew you'd like the last question. We just had to wait and get there.
Scored 1 offensive touchdown.
1 offensive touchdown.
How many of those players can Donnie name? Okay. All right, big boy. Put your money where your mouth is here.
I'll go with 2.
I can name 3.
Ooh, you can name 3.
Yes, I can. I just said that, Limits.
Prove it, Joe.
That's the problem, isn't it? All right. Did he score 2 or 1? All right, here we go.
All right.
3. 3 guys
Gotta
who
name
scored an
3.
even 1 touchdown.
Just
You
one
have to have
touchdown.
some sort of count on this.
All
too.
right.
Have a count.
Number 1, Artie Smith's favorite player, Cordero Patterson.
1.
Yeah, baby. Number 2.
You're a third of the way there.
Oh, boy.
1/3 of the way there. Keep on thinking. 10.
Wait, if it's a no. Hold a clarification. If it's a quarterback.
No quarterbacks.
No quarterback.
No quarterbacks. There's your hint.
I almost said Anthony McFarland Jr.
7.
before I forgot he was gone.
6.
Hold on, you're putting
5.
unnecessary pressure on me.
4. Donnie said a count. 3, 2, 1. I need an answer.
Scotty Miller. Anyone?
I'm going to check just to make
Hello?
sure. I thought I had that one.
Are we still on the air?
I don't think he did, but Limits has to be
we
the
are
final
checking.
check.
We are checking.
I would have thought you already knew this.
I did, but I had to just double check to
I mean,
make
I know
sure.
I didn't mean Miller. I meant
because
Skoranek.
This is a huge
I meant
question.
Skoranek.
You said Scotty Miller.
I meant
it's a huge
Skoranek.
question. That's why we had to double check our work.
I meant Skoranek.
And the answer is incorrect. As Donnie wins.
How many did Mount Washington have?
He had 1.
Oh, he had 1.
I almost said Mount Washington. I thought he had 2.
Who were the other?
Did
what about
Skoranek
Warren?
have 1?
Jalen Warren had 1 rushing touchdown all season.
Okay.
Mike Williams won receiving touchdown.
I should have had. That was
in
an easy one.
Washington.
Yeah.
That was an easy one.
Darnell Washington, Cordero Patterson, and Michael Pruitt.
Michael Pruitt!
In the game
How did
against
he
the Ravens.
score?
Against the
Refresh my
Ravens.
memory. What happened?
Regular season against the Ravens, he had a touchdown.
What?
The second game, obviously.
Well, tell me about it. What did he do?
I think it was just like a red zone play, like back of the end zone.
Yeah.
Touchdown.
No Skoranek?
No Skoranek. Skoranek did not catch a touchdown. And the other was Connor Hayward.
Who did he score against?
Great question.
Donnie?
I didn't remember that one. The 2 I had on my mind when I said 2 was Washington and then Patterson.
I was thinking.
I memory hold Mike Williams.
Yeah.
Connor Hayward against Dallas.
Against Dallas. Mike Williams was the easy one there.
Yeah.
And then I had Warren on my mind, but I thought more. And I had Mount Washington, but I thought 2 instead of 1. Good game, Donnie. You're ahead 6-5 going into the great Super Bowl quiz show.
Yep. One Joe will tie it up, and then we'll have a bonus question to determine what happens. I have a bonus question ready.
That was okay. Limits. It was good. I wouldn't not to be confused with great, to quote Mike Tomlin. You agree, Donnie? It was a good quiz show, but not great.
Yeah, I mean we've had some great ones though.
Yeah,
we have had some great ones.
Yeah, he's been great at this year. I just think we need to be honest with him.
It's not like he's getting blown out in the playoffs here. He's not getting his head kicked in the playoffs.
I thought it was good. It was a good quiz show. Next week's going to be great, though. You're just saving it because your heart wasn't really in this one. You didn't even want to do it, right?
No, I'm not saying that. I feel like it would have been better to do a Super Bowl quiz show and take a bye week like the Super Bowl does on their bye week so that it would be for all the marbles and we can make it a big deal for 2 weeks.
It's still all for all the marbles.
Yeah, but if we tie, then it's a one.
If we tie, then it's like this Manning kick thing. If we tie, we're going to have the greatest.
Destiny.
That's how me and Mulsey ended our like years of quiz shows together.
Really?
Came down to one question. We were down at Pitt in the Peterson Events Center, and it came down to one question. It was something about running backs and like total yards or something from their career.
Yeah.
And I thought I had it. We were going for 5 minutes, Donnie, and I thought it was Shady McCoy. I was sure that it was Shady, and it wasn't. And then I forgot who the answer was, and he got it. Maybe Larry Johnson or something. I don't know what it was. I'll never forget it. That one lives with you the rest of your life. Is there a sports moment that wasn't mainstream, like not high school football or something, but that lives with you the rest of your life? I'll tell you one for me.
Like that I actually experienced or
Yes.
one that I watched?
I'll tell you what it was for me. Cortland State, 1983. Was drunk for virtually the whole year. 83, 84. We used to play in this ancient gym, kind of like the ones we were talking about, the Catholic school gyms around here. Very unique, very inviting, I thought, to play basketball. There's one at Cortland that must have been 100 years old. So we go up there and have battles all the time, right across from our dorm. And one time it was just the guys on the dorm, like the drinkers like me, just regular guys against football players, like real athletes. And they were pretty good. And we were beating them. And I was the orchestrator of this game. I was having an unbelievable game. And I stole the ball from this kid. It was 21-2. It was probably close to 30. So it was an epic battle. I steal the ball from the kid, have a breakaway layup, and instead of banking it in, I went George Gervin kind of finger roll over the top. I'll make that shot 999 times out of 1,000. I'll never, ever forget. It went over the rim, clanked the back part of the rim, popped out, and we wind up losing the game. I'll live with that till the day I die. Do you have anything like that? Perhaps a wiffle ball game? A kickball game against a rival school, a dodgeball game, anything that you're still living with?
I wouldn't say I'm still living with it because I did have to think back, but I can think to a game that it wasn't even like Little League. I think I was like 9 or 10. So I wasn't even in that Little League age yet. I forget at that point, what it's even called.
Yeah.
In baseball. I'm playing in left field. And we were playing at a team at Maxwell Elementary School, which is in the Hempfield School District. And their left field is pretty wide open because it's one of those cases where it's 2 fields in one. So left field, it just goes on forever.
Yeah.
And,
no fence.
No. And bottom of the last inning, ball hit out to me, and I drop it.
Oh. That hurts to
hear. And the game is over.
Oh. You live with that one when you go home, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was a rough one on, 10-year-old me.
Yeah.
I mean, I had, football, bad snaps and stuff like that, but, I mean, most of the time in high school, we were getting our asses kicked so bad it didn't even really matter.
Did you try to one-hand it where you should have used 2 on the fly ball? Or was it a liner, or why didn't you catch it?
It tailed a little bit. I probably should have gone the two-handed safe route like they teach you. But yeah,
that hurts to hear that story.
That was a tough one. I also think back to a funny. Now this is more of a funny one, not one that I'm still living with. I've actually told other friends this. My senior year of high school, we were playing at Mars, and the receivers would always go in and out of they'd go back and forth from the sideline. They would be the guys with the play.
Yeah.
And we're on our own goal line. We have 99 yards to go. And it's only like a 1-point or a 1-score game at this point. One of the receivers comes in, gives us the play. He says it's going to be 39 Jet. And we're all standing there in the huddle. And every single one of us on the offensive line kind of collectively said, we're calling a jet sweep on our own goal line. This is going to be a safety. And lo and behold, that guy got tackled 6 yards in the end zone.
Well, wait a second. Were you a bunch of chooks Okoraphors? We should just lay down and quit here?
No, it wasn't that.
Why would you question the play call? It could have been a 99-yard touchdown.
Because the play call sucked. We're calling a jet
sweep. Did Artie
sweep.
Smith phone that one in?
We're calling a jet sweep out of shotgun on our own goal line, where the guy is going to get the football 6 yards in the end zone.
Yeah.
We were doomed.
Yeah, I hear that. That's what Chooks did, remember, when he said we might as well just kneel on the ball? That's how it was his ticket out of Pittsburgh. All right, Donnie. This has been a hell of a show. Yes, Limits?
Fully agree. It's one of my favorites every Friday.
I had something planned for next, and now I forgot what it was, but it was really good, I can tell you that. Oh, it was getting back into this Russell Wilson thing. Now I know what it was. Yes, and it was on ESPN. It was Brooke Pryor. It was Brooke Pryor talking about what Russell Wilson looked like in practice the week leading up to the Ravens playoff game. Did you see this story, Donnie?
Oh, that he did not have a good week of practice.
You just ruined my tease. Yes, that he didn't have a good week of practice. We'll get to that next. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Super Bowl 59, you can catch it right here on 93.7 The Fan next Sunday, February 9th at 6:30 with the NFL on Westwood 1. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Bob.
It's about Caesars Sportsbook. You know, it's the only sportsbook app with Caesars rewards. You know what that means? Win or lose, every bet you place brings you closer to the types of perks only Caesar can offer you. And I'm talking about hotel stays at over 50 iconic destinations, bonus bets in the app, dining experience, and they got some great ones there, shopping, game tickets, and more. So download the app using promo code Radio1000 and place your first bet today. If you win, that's great. But if not, you're going to get it back as a bonus bet up to $1,059 for Super Bowl 59. Caesar Sportsbook. Don't just spectate, participate. And it's open to new users in Pennsylvania who are 21 or older, affiliated with Harrah's Philadelphia. If qualifying bet loses, the bet amount returned is a bonus bet. Bonus bet expires 14 days after receipt. See Caesars.com/promos for full terms. If you or someone else has a gambling problem, remember, you can always call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
All sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see your,
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here, just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
"Shut the front door."
Winning!
No, seriously, shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
"Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there."
That's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Again, St. Bede's story. Jim was at the laundromat when he heard His ear said Maraca, senor, but his nose said, hey, freshest scent ever. Following his nose, Jim found a man pouring a bottle of Gain scent beads into the washer. The scent, the freshness. Jim blurted, sir, your scent Maraca smell amazing. Actually, Jim, most noses call them Gain scent beads. Try Gain scent beads. Way fresher than detergent alone.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Looking for a rewarding career? Adelphi Western Region is hiring youth counselors at their Highland Detention Center location. If you have 60 college credits and a desire to work in a fast-paced, team-oriented environment, Adelphi wants you. Their youth counselors provide structure, support, and guidance in their detention program, all while gaining valuable experience in the field. Join the Adelphi team today. Apply now at highlandcareers.org. That's highlandcareers.org.
Getting your guaranteed maximum refund with TaxSlayer feels like discovering a refund tree has grown in your backyard.
I'm the refund tree.
Sawing off its branches.
Hey.
Beating them through a wood chipper.
My branches! My beautiful branches!
And dancing in its refund rain. Start for free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
I think my battery's dead. With free battery testing and charging, we can help you get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
So what if I need a new one?
We have the right Duralast battery for you, only at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
And what about my old battery?
We can recycle it right here at America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by TaxSlayer. Get your max refund at TaxSlayer.com and file fearlessly. Travis Kelce says he's embracing the Chiefs' new villain role. I'm not sure he has a choice. The fatigue with Kansas City is palpable. One thing you can't accuse Kelce of is being inauthentic. He's been trash-talking and celebrating TDs like a madman ever since he got to the NFL. You might not like it, but he's not going to shrink, even if people are tired of the act. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Getting your guaranteed maximum refund with TaxSlayer feels like discovering a refund tree has grown in your backyard.
I'm the refund tree.
Sawing off its branches.
Hey.
Beating them through a wood chipper.
My branches! My beautiful branches!
And dancing in its refund rain. Start for free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
Attention, are you or a loved one suffering complications after taking Ozempic or Wegovy? These medications may be linked to serious gastrointestinal illnesses. If you've been hospitalized and diagnosed with gastroparesis, chronic vomiting, deep vein thrombosis, or experienced intestinal blockage requiring surgery, you may be entitled to significant compensation. Call 888-900-LAW-1 today for a free consultation. That's 888-900-LAW1. Paid for by Tort Defenders. Tort Defenders is not a law firm and does not provide legal services.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-747-1515, 800-747-1515, 800-747-1515.
And it's a simple word,
But in St. Pete, Clearwater, it's an important one. Here, you can sun on America's favorite beaches and kayak through the shade of mangroves, tee off on a PGA course, and enjoy 5 courses of the finest dining. You could get surreal at the Dali Museum and then keep it real watching the sun melt into the Gulf. In St. Pete, Clearwater, the possibilities go on and on. Your trip begins at visitsbc.com.
The Remodeling Expo is coming this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday to Acrisure Stadium in the UPMC Club. And parking is free directly across from Gate B in Gold Lot 1. Find everything to remodel and update your home. Meet hundreds of the top home improvement experts who can give you guidance and ideas. This Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Acrisure Stadium. Explore the finest exhibits featuring kitchens, baths, and custom remodeling, roofing, siding, energy-efficient windows and doors, plus much, much more. This Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, it's all at Acrisure Stadium. Get ideas, get free estimates, and get started on those repair and remodeling projects you've been putting off. Plus, enjoy free parking in Gold Lot 1. Shop, compare, and save big on everything home improvement. The Pittsburgh Remodeling Expo. This Friday, Saturday, and Sunday only at Acrisure Stadium. Enter at Gate B. Visit PittsburghRemodelingExpo.com.
Are you ready to transform your bathroom? Hi, I'm Matt Sloan, General Manager at West Shore Home, and we make it simple, fast, and stress-free. With hundreds of styles and combinations, you're guaranteed to find something you love. And we don't stop at tubs and showers. West Shore Home can upgrade your entire space, including flooring, vanities, and toilets, giving you the complete package. Need help deciding? Don't worry. Schedule a free, no obligation design consultation today, and West Shore Home can be there as soon as tomorrow. Plus, check out our amazing promotions anytime at westshorebath.com. At West Shore Home, we don't just install and walk away. Every customer gets a follow-up call to ensure complete satisfaction. And our online scheduling makes booking your next home upgrade easier than ever. Text BATH to 35868 to get started today. That's BATH to 35868. Or visit westshorebath.com. Transform your home with West Shore Home, the team delivering exceptional improvements every time.
At David's Bridal, love is in every stitch. From the initial sketch to the final details, each style is designed with exquisite craftsmanship. Every wedding gown, bridesmaid look, prom dress, and special occasion style in between features handcrafted details filled with love. Come see the magic in person. Book an appointment and sign up for Diamond Loyalty to save 15% on your first purchase. Earn points towards special rewards and more at davidsbridal.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net as we bring to a close another episode of Donnie Football Fridays. Donnie, you just mentioned that you and your girlfriend Sarah have an unbelievable plan for tonight. This is one of the greatest things I've ever heard. Tell us about it.
Yeah, so we're gonna go to dinner. I'm producing for the guys after this, so I'm not gonna be done until 6. Probably somewhere in the waterfront. Because that's only 10-ish minutes away from where our house is. And if it's like a Friday night, like little date night, what we like to do sometimes is there's that AMC movie theater right there on the waterfront.
Right.
And even if there's not a movie we want to see, we will go in, get that movie theater popcorn, which there's just something about it. It's always different. You know, load the baby up with butter. And then just make the short drive back home and put on a movie or a show.
What a move that is, Limits. I've never heard of this. Have you?
No, but I think this is not the first time I've heard Donnie mention it.
Yeah, I've brought this plan up before, but...
Donnie, this is like next level. This guy's playing chess. The rest of us are playing checkers. You stop by the movie theater. Is it reheatable, Donnie? The popcorn?
The
Can you put it in the microwave briefly?
Probably not, because
No?
it's like in that bag.
So it's still fresh, hot, still good?
Yeah, no, it's still good. I mean, it's not like we live far enough away to where it would be bad. It's a nice, quick drive.
Very quick
That
drive.
is amazing, actually. Who thought of it, you or Sarah?
So I had one of my best friends from college. He started to do it, and I suggested that to her at one point because I know just like Friday night we were out there, and I was like, let's just get some movie theater popcorn and then go back and watch a movie.
What an unbelievable move, truly. I may pull the same thing tonight, actually. We're going to watch Rocky tonight, the original, because we saw that clip over here. We were watching it earlier. I want to see that movie in its entirety. I really do. I think it's good for the soul to watch that once every 2-3 years. You?
I watch it way more often than that, I would think. I mean, maybe not so much now, but I normally run through the marathon anytime it's on.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. What's Cooking, brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly, and by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. I told you Brooke Pryor from ESPN on the Sheck Show podcast, I think Dave Damashek, right?
Mm-hmm.
Said toward the end of the season, practices at Acrisure before the playoff game, I remember watching Russ and thinking, this is not good. He didn't look good. He was making mistakes. He was throwing picks. She said, I felt like Russ kind of went over a cliff at some point in the season in that 5-game losing streak. And no matter how much positivity he's preaching, the actions didn't back up the words. It just snowballed. Donnie, you're still buying the Ray Fittipaldo line that the Steelers themselves haven't chosen between Fields and Wilson? I disagree. I think they've chosen Fields, but it's a matter of working it out. I think they're using Wilson as a way to gain contract leverage with Fields. But what do you make of that little report?
Well, I mean, the way he played, it looked like that. And we hear how many times the old adage, practice like you play. And if he was sucking in practice, it would make sense because he sucked in a lot of those games in the last month or so.
You think Minka got one or two of those picks? Is that where he was saving them all for? Practice off Russ?
Sounds like everybody got one in there.
We have to go, Donnie.
Yes, we do.
I'm sorry to cut you off early. I hope you have fun tonight. I'll see you next week on another Donnie. This is going to be a Super Bowl. Donnie Football Friday on the week of a Super Bowl. It's going to be incrinculant.
And a quiz show for all the marbles.
Limits, you're one of the most wonderful men who has ever lived. Another good show from you.
I echo those sentiments for you, too, and I hope you have a great weekend.
See you guys.
See ya.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt basketball tomorrow. Catch it right here on 93.7 The Fan against Wake Forest at noon with the pregame coverage beginning at 11:30. And the Pro Bowl continues on with the likes of T.J. Watt, Cam Hayward, all making the Pro Bowl. TJ will not participate, but Minka Fitzpatrick, Miles Killebrew, Chris Boswell, Russell Wilson, Patrick Queen, and others will be there. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. PM team at Buffalo Wild Wings next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with BetQL. The 76ers will look to make it 5 straight wins when they host Denver on Friday night. Philadelphia's defense has been solid during the winning streak, allowing just over 100 points a game over their last 3. The BetQL model isn't taking a side, but they are believers in the 76ers defense. Their best bet is taking the under between Philly and Denver. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL, and download the BetMGM app today.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
Next on Metro's Nada Yada Island podcast.
I almost fainted when the 4 new bombshells arrived. 4 free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G phones at Metro.
No way.
And finding out the 4th line is free. Oh, things got heated.
That's wild. Join Metro and get 4 free Samsung 5G phones. Only at Metro.
Plus tax. Bring 4 numbers and an ID and sign up for any Metro Flex plan. Not available currently at T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days.
The best time of year for football is finally here. The big game has arrived, and fans are excited to see who'll be hoisting the trophy in New Orleans. You can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Check out their big game giveaway promo for your chance at $1 million in prizes. 25 winners will walk away with $10K in cash, and 7,500 winners will get $100 in bonus bets. No deposit or bet required. Opt in today in the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Service technicians, how would you like to earn 50% more on warranty work? Well, that comes standard at number 1 Cochran Hyundai. We pay our flat rate Hyundai techs 150% on warranty labor time. And we're hiring at our Monroeville and South Hills locations. It takes a special team to deliver award-winning service, and that's why we invest in excellent benefits, career pathways, and professional development programs. Apply now at CochranCareers.com.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Catchy tune, right? But don't let the urge to sing along distract you from the truck drifting towards your lane. Or that lane-splitting biker creeping up beside you. Fortunately, every Hyundai offers advanced safety features that can alert you to potential dangers around you. And Hyundai has over 120 IIHS Top Safety Awards since 2006. Because Hyundai is always working to ensure the road doesn't... Get your one way. Hyundai vehicles have won over 120 IIHS Top Safety Awards from 2006 to 2024.
We wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia.
See yourself in the new 2025 Kia Sportage EX 4-wheel drive and lease for just $285 a month, or purchase with a special low APR starting at 1.9%. At Monroeville Kia, our dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal. See what you get free: lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. Call for details, 412-856-2100.
Pittsburgh Regional Transit is now hiring full-time bus drivers. It's a great place to accelerate your career. We offer great pay and terrific benefits like healthcare, paid vacation time, dental, vision, and more. We're even offering a starting bonus for those who qualify. Call 412-566-5162 to pre-register for our upcoming hiring event on Friday, February 7th. Candidates may receive an offer that same day. Go to rideprt.org/careers to learn more. PRT is an equal opportunity employer. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official betting partner of the NFL. Super Bowl 59, one game, two teams with endless possibilities. No better way to make every play more exciting than with FanDuel. Whether you're predicting the first touchdown, who'll take home the MVP trophy, the coin toss too, FanDuel makes it easy to place your bets and feel the thrill of every moment. Well, Steelers are out, but the Eagles, the team on the other side of the state, they have made it to the big game again. And it'll be very difficult for me to pick against this team given the great depth they have in Saquon Barkley, and so the Eagles will be my focus when making my bets here for Super Bowl 59. New customers can score $200 when you make your first bet. Just place a $5 bet, and if you win, you'll get $200 in bonus bets. Download the app or head to the FanDuel.com/Andrew and bet with FanDuel, the official partner of Super Bowl 59. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here, and what I'm about to say, well, it's okay to admit it. Most of us guys, especially if you're not as young as you used to be, could probably benefit from a little extra in the bedroom. And Blue Chew can help. You probably know this, but if you didn't already, Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra at a fraction of the cost. And even better, they're in chewable form, so there's no swallowing pills or needing a glass of water nearby. Blue Chew's tablets can give you extra confidence when it's time to perform. And since Blue Chew's an online prescription service, there's no awkward conversations, waiting in line, trip to the doctor's office. It ships right to your front door in discreet packaging. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA, and they ship direct, so it's cheaper than a pharmacy. Trust me on this one. Your partner wants you to do this. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore hosts the best watch parties for all the black and gold hockey games, making it the go-to destination for dedicated hockey fans. Enjoy 360-degree viewing, surround sound, premium food and drinks, including their famous prime rib dip. Enjoy game day vibes that match being at the game at Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore, the ultimate game day experience for all hockey fans and all sports fans.
Winter snow and ice wreak havoc on your home, especially if your roof, siding, or gutters aren't up to par. There's only one choice. If you think your home isn't properly protected, call The Pickle, Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. They're experts in finding and eliminating leaks, making repairs, or if you need a whole house roof and siding replacements, they can do that too. No job is too big or too small for The Pickle. 724-515-5551 or call thepickle.com. They're answering phones 24/7 today.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, breaking news. We have our first subtraction from the Steelers coaching staff. Aaron Curry leaves. He's not getting a promotion. It's the same job with the Jets to become their new linebackers coach. So I think it's right to assume his contract probably expired and he was free to do what he wanted. So that's one guy shown the door. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. It's a Football Friday, live from Buffalo Wild Wings on the PM team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Born and bred Pittsburgher too. I've followed this team for my entire life. We know the culture that you guys have built in this organization. Recently, some fans, some commentators, things like that have been maybe calling into question the culture a little bit, the lack of fight we've seen maybe from years past, maybe the lack of discipline we've seen from years past. Is that something that concerns you or bothers you when you hear that come into question?
No, I think, look, I'm very comfortable with the culture in this team. I think it is a winning culture. I think people need to keep it in perspective here. Even though we haven't kind of reached our goal of winning a Super Bowl, we've had winning teams. We've been making the playoffs, and I understand the disappointment in terms of not succeeding in the postseason, and that's what we have to do. It's not like we haven't had some success around here.
Around here today is Buffalo Wild Wings in West Mifflin, over near the old Century 3 Mall. This place burned down, and they said, we're bringing it back better than ever. And it is. You know what I'm really impressed by? It's 2 o'clock, and it is a Friday. It's not a Monday. But it's 2 o'clock, and people are already drinking beer.
It's 2 o'clock, and it's like a great U-shaped bar. There's, I think, like 30 unique beers, like 60 taps. I was talking to Paul. He's the general manager here. First off, it's the nicest Buffalo Wild Wings I've ever set foot in. I'm used to, like, the lighting
Well, it should
was always...
be. It's brand new.
Yeah, the lighting was always a little darker. That was, like, kind of a certain different environment. This feels like a place, Pony, if you posted me up when the college hoops tournament starts in March.
Oh, yeah.
And you just said, give me a corner seat at the bar right here, like these two guys right in front of us, guy with the red hoodie popping out here. And you just said, Chris, you're going to be there from noon until 2 a.m., there'd be like a happy little kind of shake go through me. I'd be like, I'm ready. This is, I mean, it's awesome, man. This is
great place for
terrific.
Austin Bechtold to take a woman on a casual first date if he could ever find someone to say yes, I would say. Seth, the MILF Hunter, likes that comment.
Oh, yeah.
You're over the explosive diarrhea, which is good.
You got to stop doing this because I just continue to get text messages from like well-meaning people, neighbors,
concerned citizens and listeners,
family members, and I have to explain to them how deranged you are every time this happens, and it doesn't work. So I'm going to go through a list of like rarely seen diseases for the next time you're out. You're going to be having people asking you how dropsy's going, gout. Scarlet. I'm going to tell people you're out with scarlet fever, the Adriatic flu.
Adrian in Pittsburgh deals with gout. Let's not make it out to be some easy thing to get over. The guy
uric acid, my friend. No, but this is an awesome spot.
It is, and we're giving away free wings for an entire year today.
How many wings could you eat in a year? You've asked us that question. How many do you think you get down? You're here 365 days.
365. I mean, you eat
3 meals a day. You're assuming no potentially detrimental effects on your health by eating 60 wings a day, maybe?
I think an average of 10 a day, so we're talking 3,000 plus wings. Easy. Yeah.
That is a ton of wings, man. That's a ton
so
of wings.
So come see us. We're here until 6. Donnie, how old is Art Rooney right now?
72.
He's 72 on January 31st, 2025. I think by the time Art Rooney gets to an interview with Ashley Lyotis at Channel 4, after having talked to the Kabolys of the world,
the Hathorns,
Pompey Annie, Jenna Harner, and he's on like his last stop.
Okay. Wait, how was Channel 4 Last Chance Saloon here?
I don't know.
Him?
I guess that he power ranks them last based on his relationship.
I think Ashley Lyotis does a very good job over there.
Well, what I'm trying to get to is I think by the time a 72-year-old man gets put through the ringer, I think by the time he gets to that interview, he's cranky. I think you get a crankier version of Art. And
are you suggesting she should have had like warm milk and some cookies prepared for him?
Well, I think he wanted softball. I think he wanted to just be done with it. He would have preferred softballs. He knows he's not going to get it from Ashley, but I think by then he's worn out and he's sick of talking about how his team stinks and how his team's not good enough.
Okay.
And that's how you get such a defensive answer about the question she asked. She prefaced it by saying, I've grown up around this team my entire life. I'm not some fly-by-night reporter that's trying to do a hatchet job on you. I like the Steelers in theory. I've rooted for them my whole life. And the culture is not what it used to be. And he says, you're wrong about it. Mm-hmm. And then he went to the Jim Rooney well and said, we've had winning teams and we make the playoffs. We win and make the playoffs. So accept that. As Steelers fans, you should be not over the moon, but you should be satisfied.
Have a little gratitude.
Grateful is exactly. There should be gratitude, and there should be a level of gratefulness that you don't root for the Cleveland Browns. That we're not one of those teams is how I took his answer. And it gets back to, and I haven't heard as much of it since this season ended, but it is an eternal debate among Steelers fans is whether or not fans, when they negatively react to playoff flameouts in seasons where they don't win a playoff game and get blown out in the playoffs. It's an internal debate among Steelers fans. Are Steelers fans spoiled when they get pissy about seasons that end like this? Because there still is a contingent of fans who are either Rooney loyalists or just don't like hearing their team criticized, who say things like, winning 10 games and being in it for 17 games and getting a playoff game beats what goes on in New York with the Jets or Cleveland with the Browns or Arizona with the Cardinals. And
any number of teams you could name.
Yeah, and I haven't heard a lot of that, but that's the audience that Rooney was speaking to when he made these comments.
It's but it's such a dwindling percentage of the population. It's like you then come up with who is that message for exactly? If you're making if you're delivering a message like that's solely meant to be consumed positively by your ultra loyalists, then you are inherently like losing any kind of popular mandate power. Here's what I took. Two things from what he said to Ashley there, from that answer. The word comfortable being used. Comfortable with his team's culture. Comfortable can be a good thing. I'm sure it's pretty comfortable to be a Chiefs fan because you're always winning Super Bowls or playing in the AFC title game. There's a certain level of inherent comfort
or to be
there.
an Eagles fan like Milf Hunter.
Right. Seth's here. You've won a Super Bowl, been to 2, fired a coach in the interim. I'd be comfortable if Howie Roseman was the guy putting together my roster every year because it's almost idiot-proof as far as coach goes, and Nick Sirianni's endeavoring to prove that this year. And then, so that was one thing. I wouldn't be comfortable if I owned the Steelers and could feel the sand, shifting beneath my feet, because Art should be able to feel that. Maybe he doesn't. The other thing is, and you pointed this out, what an unbelievably lecturing tone. Like, I really don't want the owner of a team that hasn't won a playoff game in nearly a decade to be talking to me like I'm an unruly student who's getting pulled in after class and told, like, read the riot act. You know what I mean? I don't want to have, like, my dad telling me at the dinner table, there's a lot of kids who have to eat Brussels sprouts. You could have it a lot worse. Spare me the tone, Art. Spare me.
I just don't think by either Tomlin when he talked after the season or in any of these number of interviews that Rooney has done, I don't think there's been a sufficient ownership of how bad their effort was against the Ravens in that playoff game. It's one thing to lose. It's another thing to give up 300 rushing yards and basically looked like it was...
Guys looked listless, like it was a preseason game.
Right.
Guys looked like they were making business decisions,
and
honestly.
And in no interview have I really heard either one of those people say what really was gut-wrenching or irritating or offensive about that game was not that we lost, it's how we played. And he fired back at that again. And I do think there's absolutely a saturation point with sports fans where even if they agree, they get sick of a dead horse getting beaten and hearing over and over again, even if it's right, people call out and criticize people for a season that circled down the drain and didn't end up the way that they wanted it.
Yep.
But I can't let a comment like this go. Because it backs up. He said Jim spoke for himself. Good luck with the book. He basically, with different words, put out the same message.
He reiterated it.
We're fine. You guys should be happier or more pleased with the quality of football that we've given you for the last few years.
Yeah, it was very much on the same messaging wavelength as Jim Rooney. I mean, I'll go back to this that I've said about them numerous times. I thought one of the things that they should have had very recently over the other two professional sports ownership groups in town is this idea that they are Pittsburghers through and through and that there's a certain understanding of the audience that you're speaking to. The Penguins had it with Lemieux as like sort of not the money of the ownership group, but like he was Mario Lemieux, so that took care of a lot.
Even though he never talked.
He never talked, but it bought them a lot of goodwill, and they were also winning huge, so they didn't have to worry about stuff like this, to be quite honest with you. And then with the Pirates, there's always, I think, been a sense of a tone deafness, or even if they say they want to win, you don't always believe it when the rare times the owner does talk. And I always thought an inherent built-in advantage for the Steelers and for Art Rooney was people know you. People feel like you're Pittsburgh. And in kind, you have like a sense of what the people want and expect. And I just think that has died lately, man. Even Tomlin, like certain times he'll break kind of character. And I think he'll acknowledge that, yeah, it sucks. Like, the fans clearly care about this, and, like, it bothers me on some level that we're not delivering it. Like, I think you'll get moments of sincerity or recognition. That is, like, a slight credit to Mike over Art, who I don't think gives you any of that now. When Art says in that clip, yeah, we'd like to win more games, doesn't it not feel, Donnie, Pony's about to ask you what this word means, does it not feel like such a perfunctory thing from him? Like, he knows he's supposed to say that part of it, but he doesn't have any oomph behind it at all.
Well, he knows what that means now because they did a perfunctory segment on the midday show today.
They did?
They did.
Oh, wow.
No, I actually did one last night with Joel.
Minute.
Perfunctory minute with Joey,
yeah.
with Joey and Don.
Yeah.
No, it feels like a stapled on thing. Like, he knows on some level he's supposed to say it, and that bums me out. More than anything, like, you said there's a saturation point. I'm past the point of even getting, like, livid about it. It just bums me out to hear him talk like this and to know that this is the steward of the franchise.
Johnny, the owner says we have a winning culture. What's your reaction to that?
Yeah, they don't. He's just resting on his laurels that they have a strong brand and a strong logo. Everybody sees that, and they think, oh, the Steelers, that's one of the most historic franchises in football. Yeah, historically they are, but if anybody dives into the recent history, they will see, the last handful of years they have been a middling team that normally gets its head kicked in once they get to the playoffs.
Chris, you say all the time that Tomlin never brings up the fact that he's never had a losing season. But comments like this make me feel like the people at the top, the owner, cherishes that.
I think the owner absolutely cherishes that.
We're in it every year. We're playing meaningful games in December. We're in the hunt, or we're locking up playoff spots. We're playing games in January. We're in the tournament. We're in the playoffs. Yeah, we're getting spanked. Yeah, we're getting our head caved in. Yeah, the games are non-competitive. But we're giving you full seasons of football that are worth watching.
Yeah, we're always around. We're always open for business as far as like playing relevant games. They're never not going to be, like, I think Art takes a huge measure of pride in this. Whenever they show a playoff graphic starting in week 10, they're always going to be in the hunt, right? If they're playing a nationally televised game and they got Steve Kornacki or whatever doing his playoff percentages, the Steelers are always going to be in the hunt. That little logo is always going to be there, but again, I don't think that lines up with what people here care about. I do think that I don't know how big of a percentage of the population it is. I think there's a percentage, though, that would tolerate a really bad season in the service of getting better long term. And the owner clearly has no appetite, no stomach for that whatsoever. Also doesn't seem to think it's necessary. But I don't know how you could look and say, okay, we're a relevant football team. We're playing games that matter. They're showing like the old Chiefs-Eagles Super Bowl from a couple years ago. Just think about the teams that were left at the end of the playoffs this year, the final 8, Pony. How could they honestly look at anybody there but maybe Houston?
Well, they'd say they beat Washington.
Sure, but how could they realistically look at the way those teams looked at this point in the season and the way many of them are constructed and say, yes, even though we're in the hunt, we are not only that, we're also like right on the level of those teams. They're not.
We're in the house at Buffalo Wild Wings. They've reopened this place. It's beautiful. They were giving away wings for a year. We met Noah and Duquesne, who's called into our show. Was he the guy that said, butter me this?
No,
I thought that was
Noah.
That's Noah and Aliquippa,
okay, so
who's the butter me this guy.
I got my Noah's crossed up. Noah is here. He said his dad hates us, but he likes us, so I'll take it.
So I respected, too, that he said, I'm taking a picture, if you guys don't mind, to immediately send to my father to troll him. Like, that's just good father-son trolling.
Jeff in South Park already here. He's going with a non-alcoholic drink to start. It looks like there's either a Diet Coke or Diet Pepsi.
You think it's because he's in here for the long haul?
I don't know. I thought he was going to get the party started right off the bat. I'm a little bit disappointed in him, actually.
Free wings for a year we're giving away, too, while we're here, right? Like, there's the chance at winning free wings for a year.
I've not been given all the details from the GM, if it's like you put your name in and they're going to draw it out of a hat later, but that is the plan this afternoon.
I feel like I'm in, honestly, even compared to you, I'm in the corner of our big booth setup here. I think I'm in the catbird seat in the whole restaurant.
Well, you say that now, but it's going to turn into a tight squeeze when Kaboly shows up at 3:40.
Oh, I'm sliding out and making him slide in, and he's going to ride middle.
Art Rooney to Channel 4. We have a winning culture. And he's putting out the notion that Steelers fans are spoiled when they bitch and complain about the state of the team. Do you agree that fans are spoiled and expect and ask for too much? 412-928-9370. Do you agree that overall they do have a winning culture? 412-928-9370. Let's get some calls in, and we'll come right back live from Buffalo Wild Wings in West Mifflin. First, the Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt Hoops at Wake Forest tomorrow, a noon tip for the Panthers. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pre-game coverage at 11:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Hey, thanks, Donnie. Let's talk Awaken 180 weight loss. We're hanging out at a place that has a lot of wings, a lot of great food. Oh, Chris, well, you're on Awaken 180. You did Awaken 180. Can you eat those things? Yes. Yes, I can, and I will. And I've kept 35 pounds that I lost in 6 weeks off for over 2 years because I kind of know healthier eating habits now. I'm not going to eat 20 and then a bunch of fries, then a bunch of beers or things like that. I'm going to have it in moderation. Way healthier relationship with food. That has been like, if somebody said besides the weight loss, what is the lasting thing that you've taken from Awaken 180? It's a much healthier relationship with food, with drinks, with everything like that. That's how I've been able to keep the weight off for so long. You can do the same thing. You can be a success story with the solution for weight loss. That's Awaken 180 weight loss. And the best part about the program is not only the things I just said, but the coaching that you get that's part of the program, it stays free even after you reach your goal weight, because at Awaken 180, they care so much about your long-term success. What are you waiting for? Schedule your consultation right now at awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Are you ready for the ultimate Vegas experience? Just listen to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan on the free Odyssey app to enter our national contest, Slam Dunk in Vegas. Download the free Odyssey app and listen to 93.7 The Fan for at least an hour a day, and you're entered to win. You and 3 friends get airfare to Vegas, accommodations, along with $5,000 per guest to enjoy the first 2 rounds of the College Basketball Championships. It's our national contest, Slam Dunk in Vegas. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Thinking Lincoln? Think Beyondy Lincoln. Beyondy Lincoln Monroeville. BeyondyLincoln.com.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Eagles' Brandon Graham has a chance to become one of the most unlikely Super Bowl heroes in NFL history. He tore his triceps in November and was supposed to be done for the season, but the 36-year-old pass rusher is back at practice. We've seen him step up in Super Bowls before, famously strip-sacking Tom Brady back in 2018. If he's out there and makes a big play, he will instantly become an all-time legend. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Retired or retiring soon? How much money do you need to live comfortably? Retirement Planners of America is here for you. Would you like to have financial peace of mind? Here's how. Step 1. Find out the amount of money you'll need to retire. Step 2. Have a plan to get there. Step 3. Make sure that plan can take advantage of market gains but protect you from market losses. Discover how to do all 3 with a free consultation at 800-508-6108. That's 800-508-6108.
All investments involve risk, including losses. Past performance does not guarantee future results.
Lowe's knows how to help make your Super Bowl 59 party a touchdown. Let us help you prep your home to host with top brands like Charbroil, Blackstone, and LG, so you can be the MVP of game day. Plus, use the Lowe's app to find what you need for a seamless shopping run. Or huddle up with our Lowe's Red Vest associates to help make all your game time hosting decisions.
January is the perfect time to start new at ShorkeyChevy.com. Chevy Silverado pickups and full-size Suburbans up to an incredible $10,000 off. The popular Chevy Tahoe now up to $9,000 off. There's even 0% financing available. Plus, huge trade values guaranteed to save you even more. Your New Year deal, your way. What a great day. Locations in both Murraysville and the North Hills. ShorkeyChevy.com. Together, let's drive. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. See dealer for complete details.
Did you know the laser hair therapy program in New Image Hair Clinic can preserve and regrow hair for 87% of clients who qualify? Here's Cookie Harris to explain.
New Image's HPRP program is a hair preservation and regrowth program that combines the best of laser technology, vitamins, and nutraceutical products to give your hair the optimal chance of survival and regrowth.
Go to newimagehairclinic.com or call 800-514-HAIR and see if you qualify for the FDA-approved HPRP Hair Preservation and Regrowth Program.
Don't waste your time or money on solutions that don't work. We've been restoring hair for over 60 years. Call us first.
See if you qualify for HPRP. Certain restrictions may apply. Call 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com. That's 800-514-4247 for your free evaluation.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way. Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
Looking for a great deal on a new car? South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram is offering incredible savings on all new vehicles. 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee at $229 for 27 months. Visit southhillschryslerjeep.net for more details.
And it's a simple word, but in St. Pete, Clearwater, it's an important one. Here, you can sun on America's favorite beaches and kayak through the shade of mangroves. Tee off on a PGA course and enjoy 5 courses of the finest dining. You could get surreal at the Dali Museum and then keep it real watching the sun melt into the Gulf.
In St. Pete Clearwater, the possibilities go on and on. Your trip begins at visitsbc.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
All right, we are live from Buffalo Wild Wings. West Mifflin, come down and win free wings for a year. 412-928-9370. This is an awesome place to watch games, eat wings, drink beer. You've seen the ads with Jason Kelsey and whatnot. And
do they still have the button here? Or did that button that extended football games just end up going to the officials working any Kansas City game?
Yeah, I haven't.
Oh, Mahomes is in trouble. Hit that button.
I'm shocked no one has made like a spoof video of something like that on TikTok
just
or
constantly
Instagram.
Press the button, see another flag. It's the Bengals flag getting thrown. All of it.
Fan Hotlines presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC providers for over 50 years. Your response to Art Rooney basically saying that you're spoiled as Steelers fans. Here's Eric to start us off. Hello, Eric.
Hey, gentlemen, how you doing?
Good, Eric. We're at a place where we can get unlimited wings and beer, so times are not bad for us.
Yeah, you can't beat that. I'm in the car line waiting to pick up kids from school. So, but anyway.
Those car lines are. Hold on for a second, Eric. Those car lines are like. I've heard that those are intense, man. There's a lot of jockeying for position. I've heard that's very high stress at times.
Oh, it's absolutely murderous. You got to zipper merge, and then you got to sit in the car for about an hour and a half and look at each other.
Yeah.
Anyway,
what do you got, Eric?
I just, so I'm in my 40s. I've been a Steeler fan from birth. My family was all from Pittsburgh, or we say Pittsburgh, but it's all, Freedom area. I was raised outside of the shoe in Columbus. I got kids of my own, and I just hope that, Rooney Esquire realizes that I am have always been a Steeler fan. My kids could not care less about the Pittsburgh Steelers. And my oldest is a diehard Eagles fan because he's allowed to be a fan of whoever he wants. And it hurts. It hurts inside on Sunday that he sits next to me and just talks trash. My youngest doesn't really care at all about the NFL. He's massively into college. We're down here in SEC country. But the reality of it is that with this whole streak and all these decisions and just the standard is the standard, and we should be happy with making it to the playoffs and having a 10-7 season. And I was a kid in the 90s, and I was ecstatic when they drafted Tim Worley back in the day. I was ecstatic. I grew up watching Rod Woodson and wanted to play cornerback because of it. I loved all the 90s football. I loved the early 2000s. I was there for the ups and downs of all that. I stuck through every bit of that. And I'm not a huge detractor of Tomlin. I just don't – my biggest problem is when I don't see any desire to change because, this is good enough. And
thanks, Eric. Great call. I do think that, casual fans – people that maybe grew up with family in Pittsburgh or parents who were Steelers fans, it's harder to lock them in and get them interested because the team has been so mediocre and largely the same thing year after year, over and over again, wash, rinse, repeat for a long time. I think Ashley, and I didn't see it, Channel 4 did not post the entire interview. She only posted clips to her social media account. I would have liked to have heard here, because you can do this in a one-on-one interview. All right, Art. So if you think if you think you still have a winning culture, explain to me why. What do you see?
Just fire right back. What about the culture makes you feel like it's still a winning one?
Yeah.
It's like when sometimes
give me a winning culture. Give me an example of you guys still have a winning culture.
I agree.
Please.
I think that would have, maybe she did ask that. I think here's the problem. I think you would get whatever his version is of the following, because people ask Mike stuff like that sometimes in his pressers. He'll say, I have confidence. And occasionally you will get somebody saying, well, why do you still have confidence, and so on and so forth. And you know what his stock answer is? Because I work with these guys every day, and I see what they do and the work that they put in, which is a garbage answer, by the way.
Maybe he would have put it on Mike. Maybe he would have given Mike a shout out there. and said, well, it starts with the head coach, and I still believe that he instills that in these guys.
Well, he clearly does still believe that the head coach instills that. He said the guys respond to him. He constantly uses respond to them.
What a great response they gave him in that Ravens game.
How do you watch that game, man?
That's what I mean. I just don't feel like there's been a sufficient response in terms of how the organization feels about their effort in that game. Here's Dave in Newcastle. Hello, Dave.
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. So
you bet.
I've had, like always, have 93.7 on in the background, been working all day. And I heard, comments about, Rooney saying, basically we should be, happy. And I thought they were just kind of paraphrasing like the last interview. And then when I actually just heard the interview, when you play, I was like dumbfounded. I'm like, wait a minute, he really said that? Really? This jabroni, he has to be the worst president. So tone deaf. I never thought I'd say this. I'm literally close to turning my Stiller card in. And the only
Now wait, where Dave in Newcastle? You're one of the most diehard listeners we have. Turning in the fan card.
I can't do it. Listen, I can't when you're just satisfied with the way that things are, and it looks like there's no hope for if the owner.
The problem is the reason, Dave, you feel like there's no hope is because you see things for what they are, and the owner does not agree with you. What would turning in the fan card actually entail? Dave drives down 79 from Newcastle. He has like this nice credit card that has a Steelers logo, and he just solemnly drops it off at like the media entrance.
That'd be like Jeff in South Park folding up his Rocky Blyer jersey and like placing it down outside of Acrisure.
All kidding aside, man, I'm so bummed for a guy like Dave who cares, and then he hears the words, and it's like, I get it, man. I get why you hear the owner talking like that and why it's so jarring.
I think, and I don't know this, I do not know this, but if I had to guess, if I had to just hypothesize on something, I wouldn't be surprised if people like Art and people in that organization felt like this. We play right next door to a team that's had 4 winning seasons since 1993. That's what being a losing franchise is in a moribund outfit. That's a team that should get slagged and dragged through the mud all the time.
They do.
But okay. So
they also have to work in a sport that does not feature a salary cap, which inherently helps parity.
But what I'm saying is, I think his feeling is, wait till we start to look like that before you get out the brass knuckles and baseball bats and start beating us up. That's my guess on how he feels.
You're probably right, but I guess like the prison that the Steelers are kind of forcing fans to inhabit is one of a different kind, where it's always going to be like to a certain degree, but as long as this status quo with Art perpetuates, it's never going to be greater than.
We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in West Mifflin. This place is reopened. It's fantastic. Giving away free wings for a year. Come by and see us. Can tweet us your thoughts at 93.7 The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. A bucko minute next. Just the amount of reaction to their fan survey continues to pour in, and we will respond to that when we come back. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins back home tomorrow night. They host the Predators. Puck drop set for 7 at the arena. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Mike's Beer Bar. Love Mike's. Just talking to someone the other day who went down there for the Ohio State National Championship game because there's a big contingent of those folks in town here. And that's where the alumni group meets up for games, and it was just rocking in there. 80 rotating taps, great local craft beer, steak on a stone, sandwiches, wraps, burgers. And you don't have to say, hey, put this game on. They do that for you there, Mike's. Very attentive staff. Right next to PNC Park. Meet me at Mike's today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley, brought to you by Tri-State Office Equipment, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Boulevard Glass and Metal, and the Village of St. Barnabas.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Wet Go Car Wash, urging you to go unlimited. That means you can wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations when you sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. You're getting a pass that gives you access to all those car washes for one low monthly price. You're getting an undercarriage wash, underbody protectant, sealer, wax. Your car is going to look so good. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now. And for an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wet Go Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $345 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $225 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires February 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
The Remodeling Expo is coming this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday to Acrisure Stadium in the UPMC Club. And parking is free directly across from Gate B in Gold Lot 1. Find everything to remodel and update your home. Meet hundreds of the top home improvement experts who can give you guidance and ideas. This Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Acrisure Stadium, explore the finest exhibits featuring kitchens, baths, and custom remodeling, roofing, siding, energy-efficient windows and doors, plus much, much more. This Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, it's all at Acrisure Stadium. Get ideas, get free estimates, and get started on those repair and remodeling projects you've been putting off. Plus, enjoy free parking in Gold Lot 1. Shop, compare, and save big on everything home improvement. The Pittsburgh Remodeling Expo, this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday only at Acrisure Stadium. Enter at Gate B. Visit PittsburghRemodelingExpo.com.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through March 21st, get fast, reliable 300 megabit Xfinity internet with unlimited data included and an unlimited mobile line for just $30 a month for 1 year. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan and auto-pay stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity internet required. Reduce mobile speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds and actual internet speeds vary.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
At David's Bridal, love is in every stitch. From the initial sketch to the final details, each style is designed with exquisite craftsmanship. Every wedding gown, bridesmaid look, prom dress, and special occasion style in between features handcrafted details filled with love. Come see the magic in person. Book an appointment and sign up for Diamond Loyalty to save 15% on your first purchase. Earn points towards special rewards and more at davidsbridal.com.
It's the new year. Time to make a positive change in your life.
I went to My Computer Career because I needed job security.
Because I wanted a career in cybersecurity.
I went to My Computer Career because IT jobs are everywhere.
My old job was going nowhere.
I went because I didn't want college loans for the rest of my life.
Because I wanted a career for the rest of my life.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation today. Financial aid available for qualified students, including the GI Bill. 529 college savings plans accepted. Not available in Washington State.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man. High five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Up top, Bike Shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messelthorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Afternoons with Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7. The Fan.
Live at Buffalo Wild Wings West Mifflin, we're giving away wings for a year. Segment brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar. The Fan Beer of the Month is out. Shrew Brew Brewing, Polyphonic, sales support the American Cancer Society. Time for a Bucko Minute. This survey, did you get it, Chris? Donnie got it, I got it. Did you get the fan survey?
I didn't. What does that say? Unless if I did, it might have gotten filtered to a part of my inbox where I just kind of do the old select all and delete.
Pop did not get it. So, good company, I guess.
We'll talk about
this thing's gone viral. It was a huge talking point on the show.
I have seen.
Thursday.
I feel like I got the survey because I've seen so many people post about it.
There's now a clothing company in Pittsburgh that's making hoodies and T-shirts.
Like
with
the
the question
survey
on
says.
it, the Pittsburgh Pirates, as an organization, care about building a winning team. And in yellow, the box is circled or the
highlighted
for strongly disagree. I mean, people are having all kinds of fun with this.
What's the trademarking process for that like?
That's a very good question, actually.
Like, how do you get away with putting that on a shirt if it came from a survey that the team gave out? I would love to know how that stuff works. That's like an area where I'm very stupid. Anyway, there's a lot of those areas. Yeah, you know what? I mean, I think a lot of big corporations, we have employee engagement surveys here. In a sense, there are a lot of customer engagement surveys. I suppose I give them some credit for putting something out there to at least give people the chance to, voice their opinions. But my main thought is, what way did they expect this to go? Not only, were you probably going to be inundated with a lot of answers that you're not thrilled about, right? But then there's a good chance you put something like this out there, it's also going to go viral.
Here's the scary part, is that I believe the people that got this survey, you get on their mailing list because you've used that email address to buy tickets. So at one point you said to yourself, I want to go to a Pirates game, or you were even a season ticket holder.
This is a priority of mine that I would like to go, yeah.
And so think about this.
I wonder if Alex got it, because she's, I think, purchased tickets to some of the games we've gone to.
So think about this. If you're getting horrendous results in this survey, that's from your so-called customers. You're not even gauging the anger of the people that have refused to buy tickets from you, which you have to assume is much worse than what you're getting from these
in our business,
responses.
In our business, we call those people P1s, first preset on their radio dial is our station. These are theoretically your happiest customers, your most satisfied customers.
The people that support your business.
Yeah, and the people that, you put your money where they put their money where their mouth is. They might be dissatisfied with certain things, but they're willing to spend money with you.
Mackey wrote a story about this in the Post-Gazette today. What's going on here is this. They are not a rebuilding team anymore. So they're trying to produce a winning team or make a winning team the way that the Rays and the Guardians and those teams have by not spending a lot of money.
Yep.
Now, the difference being with especially Cleveland, I mean, they made the Andrew Miller trade when they went for the World Series. I mean, they've done
some big things. They signed who was it? It wasn't Jose. Well, they did sign Jose Ramirez to a big extension, but they've given guys 3 years, $60 million type contracts.
And the Pirates have done a Brian Reynolds extension and a Mitch Keller extension, but that's not the true point. The point here is that I think there was a belief on my end and among Pirates fans, that if they got close and if they had a nucleus to win, they would go for, and go for it is obviously a relative term. It's not spend $150 million, but it's spend more than 80. And they're finding out, I wouldn't say the hard way, because it's just people checking boxes and sending an email back to them. I think they're learning and ascertaining right now just how low their approval rating is among their fans. This season is going to be very interesting in this regard. If they get off to a bad start, people are going to either be livid or apathetic, and Shelton could get fired. Maybe Cherington could even get fired, and they'll blow the whole thing up. If they get off to a good start, then I think the response to that will be they did it 2 years ago. They did it last year. They've already shown they can be good in April, May, June, and even July. Make the moves and keep it going into the last 2 months of the season. And if you're there in September, then you'll have my attention. But it's just a really difficult buy-in right now. Even when you can put that dude's face on your billboards and say, guess what? We might have one of the best players in the entire sport and definitely the best pitcher.
So,
come watch him every fifth day.
That makes it like worse for me in some ways, the way they've handled this so far, because it just feels like they're almost taking him for granted. Like he's going to keep eyeballs on us. He's going to keep some goodwill. I think one of the questions on that survey, wasn't it like, would you recommend like buying tickets to a person who's in from out of town or something?
Yes.
And I think I saw Tim Benz say, well, is Paul Skeens pitching? Like, I think that's how a lot of people feel. So I'm on Spot Track right now, and I was doing the how much has each team spent on free agents this year. I saw you delete a tweet. I'm not sure if you got different info. I've seen 3 teams that, according to Spot Track, have not spent a dime yet. The Twins,
Cardinals and Marlins, I think,
the Twins are the other.
Yeah.
Then the Brewers have spent $900,000. Padres $3.5 million, but they've signed a ton of players in recent years.
Yeah.
The Rockies, who've spent $9 million, the Mariners $11.25 million, and then the Pirates at $11.825 million. None of those other teams behind them have Paul Skeens. Some of those other teams behind them have also done something else that, like, I think nullifies their lack of spend. They've won more recently or been a playoff team more recently.
And it's also, they spent $30+ million on free agents last year, so it doesn't even match last year. And they tell you it's January 31st. It's not March 31st.
Who are they going to bring in that's going to fill the gap?
Well, it's going to be the same thing as last offseason. It's going to be one-year contract guys, the leftovers, the dudes that were major leaguers that could not get big-time contracts.
I know that's semi-rhetorical, but I'm also glad you just said it out loud. How do you reconcile, if you're them, saying that we are trying to build a contender when, as you put it, they're buying the leftovers? Hey, the meat here is got to be. It's the sell-by date is today. The bread here, the sell-by date is today. You better be cooking something with that stuff tonight. There's a reason it doesn't cost as much.
Bought a rotisserie chicken Sunday at Sam's Club. Pieces of it are still in the refrigerator. Should I keep those leftovers or throw them out?
Sunday?
Yeah, it's Friday.
I think you got to go. I think that's it.
Amanda made pasta on Monday, still in the refrigerator. Good to go?
I think fair game. I've rolled those dice before, and I've never come up snake eyes, so I think you're good.
Donnie's a big leftover guy.
So is Alex. Alex claims that I don't like to eat leftovers. I do. You've just got to know how to heat stuff right.
Donnie, what makes for the best leftover?
Pizza.
Chili.
Yeah. Chili?
Well, any good hearty soup you can just put in the microwave.
How about Chinese food?
You got it again.
Trying to get back on their good side.
Okay, but here's the problem, Donnie. You've got to know how to reheat stuff like that in pasta. You know what you can't do? You can't go into your microwave full bore at 100 power. You got to throw it at like a 60% power and stir it around and be a little bit patient.
I was out at dinner with Amanda and one of my college friends.
Oh, congratulations on all your success.
And Stella had some French fries she didn't eat, and the lady said, "Do you want us to wrap them up for you?" And I said, "Absolutely not. French fries reheating are just disgusting."
Do you own an air fryer?
And that's what he said. And I'm like, I'm not getting the air fryer out for friggin' French fries.
We have the air fryer sitting under the microwave. It's like a constant appliance when you got kids who eat chicken nuggets. The air fryer has changed leftover French fries from restaurants. It's like one of those things like when man discovered fire, man created the wheel, man created the air fryer and gave restaurant French fries that are left over a brand new life.
Man discovered beer and wings at one point, and we got a lot of those here at Buffalo Wild Wings, West Mifflin. It's back open after the fire here, and we're giving away free wings for a year, so come on down. Coming up next, Steelers' worst-kept draft secret. Senior Bowl was all week. Tomlin is like in the face of these prospects. Who are they looking at? They've already tipped their hand, apparently. We'll discuss if they are making the right decision on that when we come back. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings, it's the PM team. Mulsey.
Thank you, Pony. Guys, we know a couple of different things, right? Working out, very important. It improves cardio, a nice health benefit like that. Reduces stress, improves your mood. So working out does all those things. You know what else does? Sex. That's right. It does. And you probably take a pre-workout or you have a coffee before your training. Why should sex be any different? My friends at Blue Chew want to help you out. Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, and at a fraction of the cost. Plus, they're in chewable form. You don't have to swallow any pills or need a glass of water. Blue Chew's tablets can give you extra confidence when it's time to perform, and who does not want extra confidence in that situation? The answer is no one. We all want extra confidence. Plus, no awkward conversations, no trip to the doctor's office. It ships right to your front door in discreet packaging. Blue Chew's tablets made in the USA. They ship direct, like I just said, so it's cheaper than a pharmacy, and trust me, even if they don't say so, your partner wants you to do this. If you're ready for a great offer, how about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Ad paid for by RFA Cancellation. Attention timeshare owners. If you need to get rid of your timeshare for any reason, please listen to the following message. Getting out of a timeshare commitment is not easy, and it takes time. But we specialize in helping consumers legally get rid of their expensive timeshares forever. Can't get the vacation dates that work for you? Maybe you felt taken advantage of or forced into the timeshare? Maybe you just can't continue to shoulder those monthly payments any longer. If you need to eliminate your timeshare commitment, then you need to take down this number, 800-790-9617. We will safely and legally get rid of your timeshare payments forever, all with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Don't continue to let your timeshare be a financial burden to you and your loved ones. Call us now at 800-790-9617. The call is free. The consultation is free. Call 800-790-9617. That's 800-790-9617. Again, 800-790-9617.
Lowe's knows how to help make your Super Bowl 59 party a touchdown. Let us help you prep your home to host with top brands like Charbroil, Blackstone, and LG, so you can be the MVP of game day. Plus, use the Lowe's app to find what you need for a seamless shopping run. Or huddle up with our Lowe's Red Vest associates to help make all your game time hosting decisions.
Old Spice Swagger Body Wash will make you the MVP of freshness and confidence. With its irresistible scent, it will transform your shower experience, leaving you feeling fresh on and off the field. Pair it with Old Spice Swagger Deodorant, the #1 aluminum-free brand that keeps you feeling like a Super Bowl champion 24/7 when used daily. But don't wait. This dynamic duo is available at Costco for a limited time only. Old Spice, official deodorant partner of the NFL and Super Bowl 59, where freshness meets football greatness.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text POWER to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text POWER to 321-321. That's POWER to 321-321.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Montucky Cold Snacks, a snackable light lager born in the majestic Big Sky country. This drool-worthy golden nectar is light in bitterness and full tilt in festivity. Pairs well with adventure, belly laughs, and gas station delights shared with buddies. 4.1% alcohol by volume and only 104 calories. Grab a snack to go in 30 racks, 12 packs, or 16-ounce pounder 6-packs wherever you buy beer. Montucky Cold Snacks. Try one.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
The best time of year for football is finally here. The big game has arrived, and fans are excited to see who'll be hoisting the trophy in New Orleans. You can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Check out their big game giveaway promo for your chance at $1 million in prizes. 25 winners will walk away with $10K in cash, and 7,500 winners will get $100 in bonus bets. No deposit or bet required. Opt in today in the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Are you ready to launch your career with one of the region's top builders? At PJ Dick, Trumbull, the Lindy Group, you can build something meaningful. Your future. Our dynamic internship and co-op program will immerse you in the industry from day one. Join a complete team of companies that has become a recognized leader in innovation, safety, and quality. Keep up with us on social media and check us out at www.pjdick.com. See you soon, future builders.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin Attorneys at Law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
This the big dog, not the little one. This is top dog. Biting whatever insurance company you want me to bite. I'm biting them. Backing them into a corner. Look at them, they scared. Give me top dollar, top dog law. He don't play, not at all. Coming for the money, made the call. Like top dog, I need you. Got into an accident, I really need you. Want a lot of money? I know. It's really, really bad. I know. I know you can help me. I know. It's really, really bad. I know. Money is what I do. It's how I make a living, and I'm good at it. Why you think you called me? Top dollar. That's why you called me. Medical malpractice, car accidents. Top dog law.
Ready for an escape from the everyday? Hi, this is Larry Richard. The Bradenton area on Florida's west coast is welcoming visitors. Their world-famous beaches have been restored to their pristine states. Beloved island businesses are bouncing back faster than expected. And their signature Floridian cuisine is just as fresh as ever. Don't wait. Start planning your visit today at BradentonGolfIslands.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Pitt takes on Wake Forest tomorrow at 12:30, trying to extend the winning streak to 3. Right now in the NCAA tournament field, by all the bracket projections, would be nice to score a big road win against the Demon Deacons. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. From Buffalo Wild Wings in West Mifflin, where you can win free wings for a year, it's the PM team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
It's a real easy position double dip in this class. You're going to find guys in the 5th round that are going to be legitimately good rotational pieces. And I don't know what what style they're going to want in a first-round defensive lineman. I don't feel like drafting a nose tackle in the first round is particularly good use of resources. And so, if they're going to draft a guy in the first round, you feel like it's going to be a guy that's a Cam Hayward-like placement. And so they can easily follow that back up in the 5th round with a nose tackle, a run plugger. And so that, to me, is absolutely very possible. They need youth on this defensive line, so they need youth in depth anyway. So, yes, I do think double-dipping at defensive line makes a ton of sense for them.
50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge, Jeep Ram Route 19, Peters Township. What a great happy hour gig we've got going on right now from the Buffalo Wild Wings, West Mifflin. This place burned down, and it's back and better than ever, and we're giving away free wings for a year.
Oh, it rose like a phoenix from the ashes, and I feel like a king right now sitting here.
Jason Mackey texted me to say he proposed to his wife outside of the Buffalo Wild Wings here, yeah.
I'm
the
surprised
old Buffalo Wild Wings was such a big part of their relationship that he proposed here to her.
I mean, I just assumed if Jason Mackey proposed in any kind of in private way that it would have been at like a Grateful Dead cover band show.
Yeah.
Hold on, we're 40 minutes into a 2-hour-long song here. Down on one knee to say, will you be mine forever? Will you marry me?
This place has brought out the heavy hitters. Your father-in-law is here. He was asking you about your explosive diarrhea bout.
My father-in-law, his brother-in-law, my brother-in-law. I mean, it's quite a crew here, man.
And we have a man in front of us right now who looks like a sober Myron Cope. Would you agree with that? Right? Right here. Looks like a sober Myron Cope.
I have to see him poke his head a little bit. Yeah, ha. A little bit of that.
Nick Farabaugh, who I like. I don't know why.
Nick sounded extraordinarily polished there, Donnie. Props to you. I think that's going on with a steady hand like you, Donnie.
I don't know what happened as far as budgets for the Steelers and their offseason, but really only a select number of people went down to the Senior Bowl.
Yeah.
The Senior Bowl's tomorrow. All the practice is wrapped up. This is the off day in between.
Mm-hmm.
Tomlin basically fetishizes the Senior Bowl like it's the Super Bowl.
Does any coach in the league love it more than he does?
I don't think so. I don't think they get into
a lot of
the mix the way that he
McVay doesn't go down there, does he?
A lot of coaches. Shanahan doesn't.
Right. A lot of those dudes just say no, I send my scouts for this.
I could see him at a press conference for the Super Bowl saying that he was disappointed that he was missing Senior Bowl week. That's how much I think he loves it.
Well, he won't have to worry about being at a Super Bowl press conference.
Good point. By the way, props to our sales manager, Nancy Rich, who just brought over some boneless wings for us.
Now, do you
not technically wings, but I don't
believe,
love them any
though,
less.
as somebody says, that there is no such thing as a boneless wing? They're only chicken nuggets? Because I think these are in elevated form. I don't think that they're chicken nuggets. I am a boneless wing truther that there is such a thing.
I think there's space for boneless wings in the pantheon of chicken-related foods.
What is the top of the pantheon, then? Do we go right to the chicken wing? Where does the chicken tender sit?
Great questions. Honestly,
you haven't thought about it.
I haven't.
You're usually so prepared, but you haven't thought about that one.
I'm going to make an argument for wings. When you find out that you're going out with your buddies for wings, or wings are part of a Super Bowl party, you always get hyped for them.
I can't believe you just said that, because I think what you're really saying is, you love the wing itself, but there's a communal aspect to the wing.
Donnie, am I wrong about that?
Are you talking about the communal aspect of the wing?
You say I'm going out with the guys for wings. There's a level
there's a certain vibe.
Excitement in it.
You know what it suggests? The boys are, in fact, back in town.
And they're going to have a good time. Yeah. Donnie, do you agree with that?
And we're at Buffalo Wild Wings. We are not at
Donnie
Dino's
doesn't
Bar
get his
Grill.
buddies together and say, we're going out for chicken piccata. They go out for wings.
God, can you imagine if Donnie did try to say that? Hey, you want to go out for veal parmigiana?
Yeah.
I had some veal parm a couple weeks ago.
Of course you did.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I feel like, Donnie is still synonymous with wings. The
hens tweets when he says, I need these 5,000 hens moved to their new cages.
The Channel 4 interview about him being devastated by the escalating price of wings.
So he's been on and been a valuable part of this show, and now has really started to branch out. I saw that Chris Dockish was giving his power ranking of all these different sports categories here, his favorite sports writer, and he said Donnie is his favorite radio guy. Donnie responded and said thank you. I think that picture of Donnie with his little ski hat on, his college sweatshirt, talking about the rising prices of wings is still as
resonates with people.
It's still as impactful and influential to his career as almost anything he's done with us.
Well, because it depicted him as the ultimate football guy and the everyman that he truly is. It's not a put on. It's not an act. It's not a bit.
People ask me about him all the time. You know what I say? It's one sentence, stock sentence about him. What you hear or see is what you get.
He's authentic Donnie.
Which kind of implies that you and I both are something other than that, but
Maybe.
that's another story for another day.
Anyways, so the Senior Bowl shakedown has basically been that they're all over defensive linemen, that this is just
oh, my God. I've seen enough Darius Alexander highlights to, last me
Terrell
for a year.
Austin, Mike Tomlin, Omar Khan, and Andy Weidel are just glued to defensive line.
All they're doing is, and it is in a tremendously, as Nick sort of alluded to, it's in a tremendously deep class for that position. I keep hearing people say, if you want a defensive tackle of any kind or any lineman, this is the year to be drafting one. I don't know if you're reading the same stuff, but that's kind of your base level scuttlebutt that I'm hearing.
Yeah, so I'll start by saying I think they already have one of those guys. Okay, I know Cam. No, I'm saying Cam is already, I think, defied Father Time to this extent, but he's coming off a great year. And even though he's much older, you do have a guy on your roster who's cut from the Chris Jones and Jalen Carter cloth. Now that Aaron Donald is retired, 2 of the 3 best defensive tackles in the entire NFL are playing in the Super Bowl on Sunday.
Correct, and Cam is the other one.
So, yes, that's why Carter was second-team All-Pro. I understand why you look at that and you look at the way Philly's built and you think, let's build trenches. Let's go that route. But while you have, I think Hayward, and look, now we've got Bill Hillgrove's son here. Look at this legend. The people are just coming out of the woodwork for this show. No, but I'm saying, I get it. They were slow to replace Ben. Be proactive and try to groom and find your Cam Hayward replacement in a draft that's full of these guys. But, am I missing something here? Your only playmaker at wide receiver is a guy who's a complete knucklehead, and you don't have a quarterback. And you're in a place to evaluate both of those positions, and those 2 positions are taking a back seat to defensive line. I don't agree with that.
I don't think quarterback should take a front seat in this particular draft ahead of defensive line just because it appears that the defensive line is much deeper. If you want to tell me that in the 3rd or 4th round they're going to draft a quarterback that they like who maybe they don't think is their starter but they want as a high-quality backup, fine. But I would prioritize quarterback of those 3 positions, Pony. If you made me power rank, what do I want to see them draft in the 1st round? It is probably wide receiver 1. But it is defensive tackle 2 or defensive line 2, and it's quarterback a distant 3rd, man. 2026 is where everyone's eyes should be with that position. I am taking a slightly longer-term approach. You know why? It wasn't long ago that I remember them reaching in a weak quarterback class for the 20th overall pick, and we all know how that turned out.
I get that, but there's no rule that says if you spend time on those things, you have to go and, honor the amount of time and energy and effort. I'll put it this way. They put so much energy into trying to find a quarterback from that draft class, I think they wanted to pick one. Not only because of what you've said, Kenny was local and Art Rooney didn't want to make him.
They had sunk so much in the way of time into it, they said, we've got to justify the amount of time.
Right? You spend thousands of hours evaluating players, and you're not going to do it?
I think that's sensible that's human nature, but you have to fight against that.
So, Chicago pick Caleb Williams over Jaden Daniels. We'll see how that decision plays out. Right now, it looks like it was a bad pick. Mm-hmm. One of the things they refused to do was they had their mindset on Williams the entire time. They never did in-person visits with any of the other quarterbacks. Jaden Daniels never went into Chicago and sat down with them. In hindsight, when you look back on that, how is that even possible?
It's not.
When they took Mitch Trubisky, they didn't bring in Deshaun Watson and Patrick Mahomes. Now, I know Watson's become, but you get what I mean.
Yep.
When you don't have a quarterback, you don't just assume things. You leave no stone unturned.
No, that's like the PFF or any other analytically minded site's theory now, and I tend to agree with it. If you don't have one, you turn over every stone to make sure you try to find one. And there's always a chance you end up with a Russell Wilson early career where a guy you draft in the 3rd or 4th round and maybe becomes your guy. But yes, you should be turning over stones.
And I know what you and most other people will say. Well, you don't trust Mike Tomlin to evaluate quarterbacks anyways, and I get that. But you don't just okay. So Daniel Jeremiah says the quarterbacks after the first 2 guys aren't good. I don't just take the outside words.
You still want to go see him and talk to him.
Yeah.
Well, because he says that his Cam Ward and Shadur Sanders.
Yeah.
Because I've seen people now, like Orlovsky, this is just how funny quarterback is and where I think it's dangerous and where my distrust of the Steelers kind of becomes even more manifest. I got Orlovsky, I think, tweeting now, Jackson Dart is going in the first round.
Okay, so there you go.
So it's like there's just so much information being traded out there about these guys.
So I'm happy that you brought that up. So Dart's at the Senior Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
Why wouldn't you just spend copious amounts of time
trying to
watching
decide,
him
yeah,
and meeting
what he's
with
all
him?
about.
Exactly.
No, I would be. I would not be just like, even though they need a quarterback or they need defensive line help badly, I think, because of how badly they got worked in the playoffs. I mean, we talked about them getting run for 300 yards. You do need defensive line help, but you don't do it at the expense of all the other areas where you are desperately in need.
And I'm not.
And hold on. Before this thought, goes out of my brain like the mists. You know what else is bad about this that you haven't even brought up yet? Them focusing so heavily on defensive line. What's the first word in defensive line? Defensive. Defense. 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 How much more are we going to spend on that side of the ball? How many more times are we going to say, let's go patch up that, that side again? I know that they've spent a lot more picks recently on offense, but we have just gotten done with a post-mortem that says maybe spending $135 million on a defense that leaks constantly is not the best strategy. Why is that seemingly your first priority yet again?
I am not. This is January 31st. We're sitting in a bar. There's beer in front of me and wings, and we're just having a normal conversation. So there's no one has to sign a contract here and say, this is my take for the next 3 months.
Well, funny, because I have a contract like that drawn up right now for you.
If I had to bet based on their actions strictly at the Senior Bowl, I would guess that Pickens is back on the team next year.
Because they've been so off on wide receivers.
And I don't think he's back with a new contract. Just back on a deal where they just make him
play it out.
Do you think that there's some internal feeling that even though we all see him as ultra mercurial and potentially destructive, if he comes back in that scenario, that they just genuinely do not believe that that will be the case? That they have some internal assurance that he's going to play by their rules? Hey, what choice do you have, pal?
No, I don't.
You better not be doing this on a wing and a prayer, man.
No, I don't think so. I don't think it's that. I don't think they feel like he's going to turn over a new leaf and be a different person. But I think that this is just reacting to the information that's available to us from the Senior Bowl.
Yeah.
I could see them thinking, well, we get most of our wide receivers in the second and third round and later anyway, so let's roll that die again and see if Snake Eyes. Is Snake Eyes good?
I always thought it was bad. I said
Donnie,
it bad
Snake Eyes
earlier.
good or bad?
I always thought it was bad.
Bad? Okay. That's a craps thing?
Yes. Yeah, you don't want
I don't
Snake
understand
Eyes.
the rules of craps.
I could not explain them to you now. If I went and stood in a casino and watched the game being played again for about 10 minutes, I'd pick them all back up, and it is by orders of magnitude my favorite game to play.
There are literally, I think, 2 people from Steelers media down at the Senior Bowl who have watched the way Tomlin has interacted with players and the players they're watching and the guys they're not.
Mm-hmm.
One of those people is going to join us next. You can text us on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We're at the Buffalo Wild Wings in West Mifflin, over near the Century 3 Mall. You walk into the entrance, you're going to see us at the first booth. There's a bucket in front of us with a raffle and a pen. You fill it out, and you will have a shot to win free wings from a year from the great people here at Buffalo Wild Wings. All right, 412-928-9370. We'll be right back. First, a headline from Donnie.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins back home tomorrow night hosting the Nashville Predators. Puck drop set for 7. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, FanDuel is the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 59. So I don't have to say big game or talk around it. Talk on the periphery here. I can say Super Bowl over and over and over again, and of course is going to have another kick of destiny. Number 3, Manning versus Manning, Peyton versus Eli. They're both going to kick field goals for big money and big prizes for you as a FanDuel bettor on Super Bowl Sunday. I'm going with Eli because he's come through in these moments more than Peyton has. Make your free pick, and don't forget to tune in to watch the showdown live from during the Super Bowl 59 pregame show on Fox at 3 Eastern. And if you back the right brother, you're going to earn a share of $10 million in bonus bets. How about that? Download the app or head to FanDuel.com/Andrew and bet with FanDuel today. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. No purchase necessary. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets that expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Cam Newton proclaiming on ESPN that he would never trade his MVP for a Super Bowl victory is the very reason he never got one. Jalen Hurts is one of the few quarterbacks to debut in a Super Bowl, not win it, and return. Why? Because the brutality of losing breaks most quarterbacks. And it clearly broke Cam Newton, who won the MVP that year but stormed out of the press conference when he lost the big game, is still holding on to delusion. I'm Bill Ryder.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there, providing hot meals, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding.
To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
This sandwich is not just spicy, it's flavorful.
Hi, this is Patayo, and this is Elsa. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich is that spicy kick. Because the spice comes in at just the right moment.
Oh, no. A little thing I love is that cilantro lime sauce. It's a fun blend of zesty and bold. That's what really makes me happy. Are you going to eat all your fries?
Order a Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich and a Diet Dr. Pepper on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $165 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $179 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires February 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man. High five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Ooh, up top, bike shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messelthorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Log in and listen to this station for your chance to win an epic trip to Las Vegas. It's Slam Dunk in Vegas. Just create or log in to your free Odyssey account on the app or Odyssey.com. Search for this station, click the live button, then listen for a minimum of 60 minutes to get your daily entry. A chance to win a trip to Las Vegas for you and 3 friends with $20,000. It's Slam Dunk in Vegas. For more, go to Odyssey.com/slamdunk. This is a national contest.
Hi, I'm Neil Walker. One of my favorite places to go in the North Shore is the North Shore Tavern. If you love the Pittsburgh Pirates, then you'll love the North Shore Tavern. My home and Pittsburgh's home for steak on the stone. just a stone's throw away from PNC Park on the North Shore.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Both directions of the Fort Pitt tunnels are closed at the moment as crews look for a potential fire. Even as they get that cleared up, expect some delays from the top of Green Tree Hill on the inbound side and back to 2nd Avenue on the outbound side. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
Winter weather is here. Time to get around in a brand new Jeep. Deals are happening at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram 2024 Jeep Grand Cherokee 4XE payments starting at $350 for 42 months. Visit southhillschryslerjeep.net for more details.
The PF Team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotlines presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing HVAC provider for over 50 years. We are live at the Buffalo Wild Wings. Wes Mifflin here. It's back open. It burned down. It came back bigger and better than ever. We're giving away free wings for a year. We got Eldo over here, my main man, telling me Tomlin's biggest problem is he's a micromanager. I agree. I think that's spot on. Then it takes one to know one. You work for one.
A micromanager.
You can spot one better. You work for a micromanager. You know a micromanager when you see a micromanager.
Oh, when I think of Craig, I mean, he's like a Craig, our boss. Oof, just a micromanager. Craig, if you're listening.
Is it in poor taste if I get a salad here?
No, I thought about that.
I think I want to do the Caesar salad. Thank you, Nancy.
I'm getting the Nashville hot chicken sandwich, though, Chaluch.
Jason Mackey proposed to his wife here.
I proposed to my wife at a restaurant, at a bar, so I should not be slagging Mackey. I just wanted to get a Grateful Dead joke out.
I want to give props to anybody who covers the Steelers who said, I'm going down to Mobile,
not exactly a cosmopolitan spot here.
And I'm going to...
Let's be honest. I mean, I think Charles Barkley's from Mobile, Alabama. I don't think Charles would have a ton great to say.
And I'm going to really hone in on and zoom in on what the Steelers are doing, because Tomlin is more involved in these Senior Bowl practices, I've heard, than any coach in the NFL.
As you said, many of them, including successful ones who have won a Super Bowl more recently than Mike, don't go.
Steelers insider Alan Saunders from Steelers Now is down in Alabama and joins us right now. Alan, is that fair that Tomlin is more hands-on than any coach in the NFL at this thing?
Absolutely. It's not even close. I don't even know who would be second, but, yeah, I mean, most head coaches don't even go. And of the ones that do, there's a lot of guys standing on the sidelines, talking, catching up. It's a bit of a social event. Mike Tomlin is in the drill line sometimes. He's as involved as the actual coaches of the event.
Do you think he's there, Alan, doing all this because he loves coaching and teaching that much, or he's trying to he's using that as an excuse to just act like the world's most intense and well-compensated scout?
I think he just loves it. I think he really enjoys the aspect of trying to get to know the guys as people and sort of how they're wired. You can't really learn that from the tape. And I think I really just loves it. I think if there was somewhere he could do that every day all off season, he would be spending most of his days doing that.
Alan, do you agree with this notion out there that the Steelers are obsessed with finding the next Cam Hayward or finding the next really good 3-4 defensive end or great defensive lineman in this draft based on Tomlin's activities at this Senior Bowl event?
Yeah, I don't think it's just based on Tomlin's activities, though. I mean, I think the plan with, from Omar and Andy Weidel from the beginning has been draft through the trenches. They've had 4 first or second round picks over the last 2 drafts be trench players, 3 offensive linemen and a defensive lineman. I think it's pretty clear that's what they want to do. That's been their long-term overreaching plan. Then they got embarrassed by their biggest rival running the ball down their throat twice in the last 5 weeks of the season. That's going to be something that's going to leave a taste in their mouth all offseason and absolutely is going to color the way they approach this offseason. And then it happens to be a really, really, really good draft class at defensive tackle. So I was pretty sure that was going to be a thing before we got here, and Mike Tomlin obsessing over the defensive line over the first 2 days of practice at Mobile only reinforced that.
Alan, if you were going to answer the following question specifically based on how the Steelers have acted towards this position at the Senior Bowl, how would you answer it? The Steelers are going to keep George Pickens next year based on how I've seen them look at wide receivers, or the Steelers are definitely planning on trading George Pickens based on how I've seen them looking at and scouting wide receivers?
I don't think there's a George Pickens replacement in this draft class that's going to be available to the Steelers. I really don't. Like there isn't one of those guys. I mean, they can get a really good player like Nick Buka or Matthew Golden if they use their first-round pick, and there's certainly a lot of day 2 options. But like I don't think there's that guy out there, that deep threat, number 1 receiver. It's not that good of a wide receiver class compared to the last few. I think if they're going to trade George Pickens, that move has to come from free agency. I just don't think there's a draft option. So I'm topping out of your question, but I don't think there's a way to answer that based on what they did at the Senior Bowl, because I don't think that guy was here.
Interesting. I mean, we've seen a lot of these mocks. They're so early in their mock drafts.
They love Buka. They just love Buka and Golden.
And I don't think those guys are there, to Alan's point, at the Senior Bowl down in Mobile. How about the interactions from the Steelers' brain trust with the quarterbacks that are there in Mobile, Alan? Give us your observations on that.
It was like the quarterbacks were not even here. Like, I didn't see anyone spend any amount of time seriously scouting the quarterbacks. I've been told that they do like Jalen Milroe. I believe you guys have been told the same thing.
Yes.
And you sure couldn't tell it by the week of practice and the attention they paid to the position. I also thought he looked quite poor over the first
Alan, he's got smaller hands than Kenny. He's got smaller hands than Pickett. They can't go this route again. They have to have learned their lesson.
And Kenny looked good at the Senior Bowl. He was excellent in his Senior Bowl practices. I will say that environment is not friendly to mobile quarterbacks. I mean, I never even saw Milroe as much as jog, let alone run, over 3 days. So that's not what he's good at, but he didn't look good, and it sure didn't seem like they were paying close attention. I don't think any of the quarterbacks really separated themselves. I guess Dart was probably the best of the group, but I thought he was just okay. It did not look like they're thinking they're addressing the quarterback position in a significant way in this year's draft.
So, Alan, I'm always curious about this because there's obviously a ton of underclassmen in any draft class, and many of them are supposed to be the best players. Do you think that the Steelers' first-round pick is somebody that they've been watching at the Senior Bowl?
I would say probably not. The only guy that I think really fits that bill is Walter Nolan, the defensive tackle from Ole Miss, who I thought was really good this week, and also I think really made some points for himself just in terms of the way he conducted himself, the interviews, the personality. Seems like that's a really good all-around fit. So he's the one guy, but if you had me pick the top 8 options for the Steelers at number 21, he's probably the only one of them that was there.
Alan Saunders, who made the trek all the way down to Mobile to watch Senior Bowl practices. Great job by him and his outlet, Steelers Now. Alan, we're giving away free wings here at Buffalo Wild Wings for a year. How many wings in an entire year do you think you could eat if you were given free wings for 365 days?
I don't know. I do love wings. And I feel like that's a food you don't get sick of because of the options of the flavors.
Right.
Like you're not like eating the same thing every day.
Tremendous.
Talk about a guy who's been scouting wings here. This guy's got his notebook full on wings.
That's a very astute
point. I'll also say this. Buffalo Wild Wings burgers are way better than they have any reason to be. Like, you would think order a burger at a wing place, you're crazy. They're actually very good.
Alan Saunders.
Oh, a little extra intel. The man's going the extra mile here.
Senior Bowl correspondence. Thank you, Alan. We appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Mark Kaboly will be in person in 20 minutes. Coming up next, PM team quarterback quandary. For as long as the Steelers are in Steelers quarterback purgatory on Fridays, we will dedicate a segment to breaking that quandary down, including the newest comments from Art Rooney on what's going to happen with Justin Fields and Russell Wilson. But first, a headline from Donnie.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt Hoops at Wake Forest tomorrow, a noon tip. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan, pregame coverage at 11:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Hey, thank you, Donnie. Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills. You know it as Mitsu by the Mall. That is my old stomping grounds, that whole area, right next to Ross Park Mall, literally like next to it. It's the place you can go, Mitsu by the Mall, if you want a great deal on the brand new Mitsu that fits you. Love the 2024 Outlander. I drive one. 7-passenger capable, all the features that you could want. All-wheel drive, that 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. And right now, remaining 2024 Outlanders are up to $8,500 off, or you can finance at 0%. Eclipse Cross is also available with 0% financing as well. Tim Farrar, the general manager, my guy Corey, he is the general sales manager. They want to make sure that you get the best deal and have the best experience. And you know how they make that even easier? They're offering up to 125% of Kelly Blue Book value for your trade. It is time. Get your New Year deal your way. What a great day. Shop Mitsu by the Mall or online. Jim Shorkey, North Hills Mitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Keep it here as our black and gold off-season coverage continues. The Steelers season, like the last 8, ended in disappointment. Art Rooney says he feels the same way as you.
I share the frustration. I mean, I was very disappointed the way we ended the season. Actions speak louder than words, and we've got to be better.
But we'll be waiting for the action and hoping it produces better results than we've seen. Keep it here all off-season long as we cover all the changes the Steelers plan to make. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We still have another week to hype up the big game. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with BetQL. There are so many ways to bet the big game, and we still have another week to dive into all the different angles. Whether you like KC or Philly, props or the total, the BetQL model has all sorts of useful insights for betting the big game. I'm Joe Ostrowski. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
Now Taxes is 100% free when you file in the TurboTax app if you didn't file with us last year.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, just do your own taxes in the app by 2/18.
What if I have lots of forms?
All good, all 100% free.
What if I had 3 jobs?
Still 100% free.
What if I once saw Bigfoot?
That has nothing to do with taxes, so still 100% free.
Now that's what I'm talking about.
Now this is Taxes. See if you qualify in the TurboTax app. Excludes TurboTax Live, must start and file in app by 2/18.
If you love designer brands and you love clearance, then you're going to love this. Macy's is having a huge designer clearance event right now with incredible new designer markdowns on cold weather styles from BCBG, Hugo Boss, Michael Kors, and more. How big are the markdowns? How about Coach boots for $200 or less? So if you're looking for the things you love all in one place, come in and shop the designer clearance event at Macy's today. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller, Pony and Muller, on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
When the decision is made, if it's Russell or Justin, is it assumed or should we plan on that one being the starter and not it being a competition for the first time in a while this year?
I look at the competition as a good thing, and so I think every position on the team should be up for competition. Obviously, it depends on the player and the position and their, let's say, tenure with the team, so there's a lot that goes into it. I would say that if we sign either Russell or Justin, I would assume from where we are today that one would go into the season being the starter.
Segment brought to you by WebGo. Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. It's time for PM Team Quarterback Quandary.
I like the soft choice for
We
this.
will get into what Art Rooney just said there to Ashley Liotis at Channel 4, but we're one of the Hall of Famers is here. One of the
Hall of Fame
callers to the show, and that would be Vic in Hazelwood.
Vic's the man who
Vic
the reason
picks
why
the spots. He's not like everyday
he's not a
guy.
frequent daily guy, but when you see Vic and Hazelwood, tip for any callers: if you pick your spots and you're a good caller like Vic is, Vic's actually a great caller. I'm doing him a disservice. You're going to get through almost every time if we can get you through. He came in hot though. He's like, Mulsey, I saw you on the sports call. You're picking the Eagles? I said, no, I told Richie at the start that I was picking the Chiefs. He said he's got me on video, going back on my word.
Man.
Richie was a ball.
I heard.
Man, Richie was an interesting character last night.
I heard he was a bull in a china shop.
Oh, my God. He was everywhere. He was everywhere and nowhere all at once. Anyway, yes.
Well,
royalty
I've
here.
not asked Vic. I think Vic scripts some of the things he's going to say because he has incredible one-liners when he calls in.
Don't a lot of the legendary Jim
That's
Rome.
all at the top of your head, Vic, or you? I don't
Pony,
know about
don't
that.
all the legendary Jim Rome callers, like a lot of them script their stuff?
They do, because Jim does, too.
Well, Jim scripts his stuff, and I always kind of think that's funny for the host to do. Who was the guy who got a job off of being a caller in the jungle on Rome? Somebody got a gig out of it.
Yeah, the morning show host on our station in Houston was a caller to Jim Rome show. Yeah.
And that was like the main reason why they got in the business.
Pretty much, Sean.
God, is that
the guy's name.
unbelievable.
Donnie, you have some clever lines that you do on your solo shows. Are those written out, or are those things that just pop into Donnie's dome?
More often than not, I'm writing those out.
I've seen a Donnie show prep. I see
copious notes.
There's a lot of notes. I like the way he preps it. He's clever on the fly for sure, but he likes to write out you know what he does? He kind of writes out the stuff that when Starkey thinks of it and says it himself, he pats himself on the back. Donnie pre-writes those ones to get himself a couple cheap pops in the thing.
Want to win a trip to Vegas and stay at the Circa Resort and Casino? I've been there numerous times. Vegas' premier sports viewing destination. You get to take yourself and 3 guests plus $20,000 to fund the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball tournament. Download and listen to The Fan on the free Odyssey app to do so. Listen each day on the app for a minimum of 1 hour and you'll receive an entry. It's that simple. National contest runs through Sunday, February 23rd. Get the free Odyssey app now and listen to The Fan for 1 hour each day. You'll have a chance to win the ultimate prize pack. Today they are giving away here at Buffalo Wild Wings, wings for an entire year. And Mark Kaboly has shown up,
Yeah,
and I
I
feel
was
like he
to say.
can't stand like that for too long because he has 2 new Achilles tendons, so we're going to have to move over
Are they
here.
new or are they just sewn up?
Are they new, Mark? Are they artificial?
Yeah,
Sewn.
so
Okay.
they
don't
got
put a new.
cadavers everywhere that say Kaboly underneath. Like,
They put-
hey, if we need one, we're giving
They
Mark
put
this
new
one.
knees. They put new shoulders in.
Well, you know, a knee replacement is not like somebody else's knee. It's a mechanical piece.
Yeah.
Did you know
No,
that?
I did.
I'm starting to question whether you knew that.
I've seen pictures. All right, so Art says if one of these 2 guys are back, they're going to be the week 1 starter, Wilson or Fields. The only thing that really, to me, is somewhat revelatory about that is you still do see or hear some people who think that Fields is going to get backup money in free agency, which I don't buy. I think he's going to get more than that. I think
backup money, top end being what, about 8?
10?
Like 8 to 10. What was Trubisky making his first year here as like a alleged
I
premium?
think 8, but then the money got moved around that ended up being more than that. But yeah, around 8.
I think somebody could give Justin Fields more than that and be like, I would say, justified in doing so. Like, I think, do people not realize still the scales of what is reasonable quarterback money in the NFL?
That's why I really don't want to do it. I don't even really want to do Justin Fields for $15 million because of, you just said, the scales. I can get a really good player at another position and not just.
What do you want to do then? If you don't want to do, you definitely don't want to do Wilson, obviously. You don't want to do Fields at 15, like say 2 and 30 for Fields to be like a quasi bridge. Then what is behind door number 3? Because I'm more open until I hear you give me a door number 3 to Fields 2 years, $30 million.
Give me something fun. Give me Dobbs. Give me Rudolph.
Wait a minute.
Give me
Rudolph is fun to you?
Give me Jameis.
We've seen the best of Mason Rudolph in a black and gold uniform.
And
we
it
already
wasn't
saw
bad.
It. Yeah, we've already seen it.
It was better than Fields, and it's going to be cheaper than Fields.
Immobile, no thanks.
So what? You're trying to win all of a sudden next year now?
I don't equate Mason Rudolph with fun.
I'll swap out fun for how about cheap?
Yeah, I mean, is the goal to go 5 and 12 finally? I mean, it should be. So maybe that wouldn't be a bad.
My thing is, if you're going to invest, I don't know, $15 or $20 million a year in a player, why would you do it for like the 25th best quarterback in the league, where you could go get a top 5 guy at another position, or like a top 30 wide receiver or something like that?
I wouldn't invest it in a quarterback. But again, you're also talking to the one person here who would look at this differently than the Steelers. I would say if you go 5 and 12 because you have a crummy quarterback, so be it.
But the owner of the team just said that the biggest impediment, the biggest thing keeping them from winning is their quarterback play. And he's saying that about the guys that were on the team last year.
I know.
And at the same time, he's talking about bringing them back.
Well,
so what kind of sense does that make?
It doesn't, but I think the owner of the team is kind of out of answers. I thought you pegged it pretty well last week when you said on some level he does know they're in purgatory, and there's just a certain comfort with that or an acceptance of that from him. So you said Dobbs, Rudolph, who else qualifies as quote-unquote fun?
Jameis.
I mean, Jameis would be a mess, I feel like.
Of course he would. It'd be highs and lows.
Is Minshew's contract situation such that they could? Is he done right now?
I don't think so, but I think he's going to get cut. I think it's a 2-year deal.
How about Minshew on the cheap if he gets cut?
Whatever. I'm okay with that.
I think you got.
I just don't want them to spend on the position for crap. I think.
So you're like me then on some level. You don't think there's really something else to be mined with Justin Fields?
No.
Because I think the argument for keeping
unless
him,
they get him for cheap.
Well, the argument for I think people saying keep him around even if it's at $15 million is they would say to you, he's so athletic. You only gave him a 6-game window. You kept the handcuffs on him, the restrictor plate on him because the head coach couldn't bear to let his hands off the steering wheel.
Right, because he's going to let the hands off the steering wheel next year.
No, Pony, I understand that. But I do think that is probably the only quote-unquote compelling argument you're going to hear made for him.
How about this one I threw at Donnie? Would you trade your second-round pick this year and your second-round pick next year for Stafford?
I don't think I could.
Why?
I worry about how long he's going to hang in there and be around. How old is he, 36 or 37?
Donnie, he's going to be 37 next year?
He's going to be 37 next week.
Next week.
I've become somewhat evangelized about him where I think I underrated him when other people said, like, he's great and his record never matched up with that. I think I have underrated him. He's obviously a gamer.
Dude, he's Kevin Dotson getting picked up and thrown to the ground by Jalen Carter away from beating Milt Hunter's Eagles 2 weeks ago.
I am aware of that. I've also seen him, as much as he can make every throw, I have seen him disappear for like chunks of time within games or within seasons. He'll have like an inexplicably and indefensibly terrible game. The bigger reason why I'm not trading 2 seconds, how many years am I getting Matt Stafford for where he's going to be like anything close to this? Like the guy plays a style The guy plays a style of football that's pretty ballsy, but gets him battered back there, man. Like, he has got a laser beam arm, but he's almost got too much cojones for his own good.
I just run because I heard Dorn and Crowley say this morning that neither one of them would do it either.
I'm only not doing it because I'm worried about his health, not because I think the player wouldn't be a massive difference maker who has, by the way, enough of a resume where Tomlin would have no choice but to hand over some of the games.
Here's my take on that. Here's the filter I run it through.
Okay.
If we're sitting here and in 5 minutes something comes, breaking
I would be
news,
pumped. I would be
Come
pumped.
on,
Yes.
everybody would.
I would be excited. You're
There's
right.
no way
So
some a-hole goes on the radio after us at 6 o'clock and says, terrible trade. What are the Steelers thinking? Everybody would be re-energized by
if it was my 6 to 10 show and I had watched people be excited about it for 2.5 hours, I might do that just as a tactic. In fact, I know a guy who would have done that on his 6 to 10 show many moons ago. I'm looking at him right now.
Seth, the MILF Hunter. You should have seen it at the casino yesterday. People were coming up to him and giving him MILF Hunter shout-outs. Oh, it's slammed. Donnie, could you hear the buzz down there?
Palpable buzz.
Palpable Buzz Williams.
Raucous.
Coming up next, Kaboly's with us. Now, I thought you could not report what you saw in practice.
That's always been the game we've had to play.
Because now there's a huge report that's out.
There's a kerfuffle
on what happened in practice before the Ravens game.
I know what you did at practice.
And we have the audio of it, and I can't wait to get Mark's reaction to it. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in West Mifflin, 5 minutes away from Mark Kaboly's house. He's promised anybody who wants to come over for post-show drinks, we can do that. Also, Donnie screams. They're giving away free wings for a year, so come down and see us. No purchase necessary. Until 6 is the PM team on The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This evening, rain continues, switching to a little bit of snow, but no accumulation expected. Lows in the upper 20s and patchy fog. Decreasing clouds on Saturday with highs in the upper 30s. Increasing clouds Saturday night with lows in the upper 20s, and mostly cloudy on Sunday with highs near 50. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK for Solar Weather Center.
Service technicians, how would you like to earn 50% more on warranty work? Well, that comes standard at #1 Cochran Hyundai. We pay our flat rate Hyundai techs 150% on warranty labor time. And we're hiring at our Monroeville and South Hills locations. It takes a special team to deliver award-winning service, and that's why we invest in excellent benefits, career pathways, and professional development programs. Apply now at CochranCareers.com.
Dorn Dickerson here, and I'm sitting here with my good friend Jake, owner of Southside Plumbing and Heating. Jake, you've been doing this for a little while, haven't you?
Well, Dorn, we've been in business for generations, building an unparalleled experience in top-notch customer service and solutions for our customers.
Oh, wow. So you really know what you're talking about, huh?
Exactly. We don't just hide behind a family name. We are family-owned. That's why we are not just another transaction, and our customer satisfaction matters to us on a personal level.
Give them a call today, 412-431-7455. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Shenderovich and Fishman. And did you ever notice in their ads you won't hear a big, long disclaimer or see a bunch of tiny print on the screen? Because they don't need one. Their message is simple. Their success rate is 99.7%. And when they win for you, their fee is only 25%. Because that's your money. And you pay nothing unless recovery is made. You don't need tiny print. You don't need a long disclaimer. It's simple. Their success rate is 99.7%, and when they win, your fee is only 25%. So if you've been injured, dog bite, car accident, motorcycle accident, any accident that causes serious injury or death, you call Shenderovich and Fishman. They are Pittsburgh's personal injury law experts. The phone number, 1-888-98-TWINS. That's 1-888-98-TWINS. They really do have your back, not your wallet.
And it's a simple word, but in St. Pete, Clearwater, it's an important one. Here, you can sun on America's favorite beaches and kayak through the shade of mangroves, tee off on a PGA course, and enjoy 5 courses of the finest dining. You could get surreal at the Dali Museum and then keep it real watching the sun melt into the Gulf. In St. Pete, Clearwater, the possibilities go on and on. Your trip begins at visitsbc.com.
Start new at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Remaining 24 Outlanders up to $8,500 off or finance at low 0%. In fact, the popular Eclipse Cross comes with 0% as well.
And with up to 125% of KBB for your trade, we make a new start easier than ever.
Your New Year deal your way. What a great day.
Shop Mitsu by the Mall at Jim Shorkey North Hills Mitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray. Did you know that if you are a caregiver for a family member at home, that you may be entitled to payment from the government for your services? You are sacrificing a lot to provide care to a loved one, and every month that goes by, you could be missing out on valuable cash benefits for your services. For a no-obligation consultation with one of our certified elder law attorneys, visit grayelderlaw.com. That's grayelderlaw.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? So you've got an oil change coming up. We can help you save on the right oil for your vehicle. Right now, get 5 quarts of Castrol Edge Full Synthetic or Castrol Edge Full Synthetic High Mileage Motor Oil with an STP Extended Life Oil Filter for just $35.99. Visit one of our 6,000 stores or order from AutoZone.com for same-day store pickup or next-day delivery.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Members, it's here. Milo's Rewards Week deals for members only are up for grabs. You name it, we've got it for less. Get up to 40% off store-wide on hundreds of items, including select bath, tools, paint, and more. So what are you waiting for? Join for free today and get instant access to Milo's Rewards Week deals. Lowe's knows home improvement. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
At David's Bridal, love is in every stitch. From the initial sketch to the final details, each style is designed with exquisite craftsmanship. Every wedding gown, bridesmaid look, prom dress, and special occasion style in between features handcrafted details filled with love. Come see the magic in person. Book an appointment and sign up for Diamond Loyalty to save 15% on your first purchase. Earn points towards special rewards and more at davidsbridal.com.
What's new at New Image? Our new Hybrid Hair RX. Hybrid Hair RX technology targets where you are losing your hair, fills in where you are thinning and balding, and restores your hair to fuller and thicker hair.
Call 800-514-HAIR right now for your free consultation to find out what solution is right for you and see if you qualify for $250 off. Certain restrictions may apply.
Hybrid Hair X technology is fantastic. Thanks, New Image.
Hair RX changed my life. Thanks, New Image, for Hair RX for giving me my hair back.
Hybrid Hair RX means we combine the best in duplication and artistry to create the look and style you want. For over 60 years, thousands of men and women know New Image has the latest solutions for their hair loss. And now available, Hybrid Hair RX.
Call New Image first. Simply call 800-514-HAIR. That's 800-514-4247 or go to newimagehairloss.com.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
This the big dog, not the little one. This is top dog. Biting whatever insurance company you want me to bite. I'm biting them. Backing them into a corner. Look at them, they scared. Give me top dollar, top dog law. He don't play, not at all. Coming for the money, made the call. Like top dog, I need you. Got into an accident, I really need you. Want a lot of money? I know. It's really, really bad. I know. I know you can help me. I know. It's really, really bad. I know. Money is what I do. It's how I make a living, and I'm good at it. Why you think you called me? Top dollar, that's why you called me. Medical malpractice, car accidents. Top
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
We're seeing a lot of inbound delays on the parkways. Inbound side of the Parkway West is backed up from Carnegie into the Fort Pitt tunnels. Inbound Parkway East, you'll see delays from Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by ESPN Sports Betting.
Get ready for sports season. ESPN Bet, the area's new home for sports, is now open at Hollywood Casino at the Meadows. Eat, drink, bet on, and watch the best games on our giant screen TVs. Only at Hollywood Casino. Must be 21 or over. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Pitt, Wake Forest tomorrow on the Fan. Tip-offs at 12:30. The Panthers trying to make it 3 in a row. For more, go to 93.7thefan.com. Right now, it's a Friday edition of the PM Team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Toward the end of the season, the practices at Acrisure Stadium before the playoff game, I just remember watching Russ and thinking, this is not good. Like, he did not look good. I mean, he was making mistakes. He was throwing picks. Like, the defense, I felt like the defense was going to put up a bigger fight based on what I was seeing in practice. It's hard to tell. Clearly it did not translate the same way, but I felt like Russ kind of went over a cliff at some point in the season in that 5-game losing streak, and he could just, no matter how much positivity he's preaching, the actions didn't back up the words. It felt like it just snowballed.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. We are live at the Buffalo Wild Wings in West Mifflin, right next to the old Century 3 Mall. Mark Kaboly for the brand. Pat McAfee Show, Steelers Insider, here with us. Lives 5 minutes from here.
8.
Did you grow up going to the Century 3 Mall? No, because you're...
Yeah, actually I did, because I grew up in Bell Vernon, and if you know anything about Bell Vernon, there wasn't much to do there, so we took the trek down 51 to Century 3 Mall.
What about going to the Ross Draver Ice Garden?
Yeah, I look like a guy that can ice skate, right, and play some hockey.
Did McAfee charge you for that sweatshirt, or was that on the house?
No, man, I got a big swag bag from my main man, Phil Maines. He hooked me up, man.
I'm still waiting for mine.
Yeah, and I've played in golf tournaments with Phil Maines.
Oh, well, you know.
Phil and I have a good relationship, so I don't want to mess that up. But, yeah, I mean, any of that swag would be appreciated. By the way, did you ever notice, Mark, did you ever have the jarring experience I did as an adult when you realized that Century 3 Chevrolet jingle is actually used all over the country by, like, other car dealerships?
You know,
I didn't know that.
I am going to really rock your world right now.
It's like there's one in, like, Fort Worth, Texas that has the same jingle.
Miles, are you still sweating from explosive diarrhea right now?
No, I ate a hot chicken sandwich, and I wolfed it down. That's what I got a little perspiration from.
Let me follow up on the Century 3 Chevrolet. I drove past there the other day, and there is no such thing as Century 3 Chevrolet anymore.
Wow,
it's like some memorial or something, so I guess that doesn't go with the jingle.
Wouldn't you love to know what's happened to those kids? Where are they now?
I hope they're making a lot of coin. They were like kid singers.
Did they get royalties like 30 years later from that?
Well, you better.
What, I don't think our top dog.
Are they like our top? Yeah, I was just gonna say, are they like our guy at Top Dog?
Wait, well, you know what? Let me change the subject real quick. I'm a little disappointed in you, Pony, for eating a chicken salad at Buffalo Wild Wings. What are we doing here?
I looked at it. I wanted it. I said to Chris, "Am I gonna get made fun of if I have a chicken Caesar salad?" You said no.
I did say no, but then I forgot Kaboly was coming. Alan Saunders, we had him on because he's down there in Mobile, and he goes, by the way, better burgers than a place that does wings primarily would ever have a right to have. He extolled the virtues of the burger.
I think my man Anthony over here had himself a burger at this place.
I am not coming here to eat a burger. I mean, they could be great. I'm getting wings.
Well, we had some of the bone. Now, are you a boneless?
You weren't much better there with a chicken sandwich there, man.
What are wings made of, Mark?
Well, yeah, it's like a big chicken nugget.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, okay. It's a big chicken nugget.
Yes. A big chicken
Why don't
nugget.
you go down to Nashville and say, hey, this sandwich that you've made so popular looks like a giant chicken nugget. See how far that gets you.
So this Brooke Pryor comment was made on Damashek's podcast. Where is Damashek's podcast now?
Is
he under that Ringer
Wasn't
umbrella?
he working for Peyton Manning?
No, I think that's.
Is he on his own now?
Yeah, I think he is. Yes.
Well, Damashek's a big enough name to do his own thing.
True.
Yeah.
So Brooke says she was at this practice outdoors at Acrisure before the playoff game, and Russell Wilson looked like absolute dog crap. Mark, is that true?
I don't know. We're allowed to say what we saw at practice?
So how does that work? We've had.
Well, she spilled the beans first, so I guess she gets in trouble. You can't get any hot water for it now.
Well, I guess there's a statute of limitations.
That's what I was going to ask you. Like, the season ended how many weeks ago? I think we can all talk about it now.
Honestly, I don't even know if I went to that practice because it was negative 19 degrees, and I didn't feel like going on the bus back
You're
and forth.
built for the cold.
However, I'm really, really skeptical of talking about what I see in practice as in how somebody performs. I don't think it's hand in hand. There's many of times I just see people as quarterbacks throwing to spots, throwing to locations because that's what the play calls for. I mean, just say he sits there and threw a bunch of interceptions. That really doesn't mean much to me.
Now, hold on.
Whatsoever.
Let me. Now, are you differentiating between practice and training camp because you were a big Mason was the best quarterback in camp guy?
Well, no,
that is true.
Yeah, but you could tell by the way he threw the ball and how he controlled.
No, I'm not
the
even
offense
asking
at
to
that
troll
point.
you. You are saying that once you get into the season and especially late in the season, you don't put the same weight on it.
I mean, these practices at the end of the season, man,
glorified walkthroughs.
You know, we're talking 70 minutes, and 35 of it is, stretching and walkthroughs and individuals. I mean, if I'm going to sit here and say the reason why the Steelers lost this Baltimore game and they got whipped was Russell Wilson, he'd probably be about 7th on that list right now. So even if he did struggle in practice, I don't think. Honestly, I'm a guy that looks at Russell and thought he wasn't the main reason why they stunk at the end of the year. Maybe partly, but
yeah, but you've also flipped and said you would bring back Justin Fields over Russell Wilson.
That's just a good business decision in my point.
Well, how much? Okay, good business decision at what price though? At what annual value does it cease to become a good business decision?
I'm going to throw something at both of you guys that you're probably not going to like here.
Well, you're going to say bring them both back.
Oh boy, it's a Friday, ending in Y.
Mark's going to say find a way to keep both, even though Art said
no, that's not going to happen.
Mason Rudolph.
What I'm saying is they got to make a decision right now, right? They cannot wait till free agency to be able to figure out who their quarterback is for next year. So if it's going to be one or the other, you make that decision now. Why in the world, if you're Justin Fields, say I am signing with the Pittsburgh Steelers on February 20th? Why don't I go see what I can get out on the free agency market? Now, on the flip side, Russell Wilson would be like, okay, I'm coming back. Well, I don't have any place else to go. Yeah, I'll take your offer.
Of those two, that kind of paints very starkly who is on the downswing and who, I'm not even going to say as much on the upswing, but who's the more preferable of the two. It's obvious that everything Russ has said since the season ended about wanting to come back and talking to them has almost been him trying to will it into existence because he knows there's not a market for Russell Wilson anywhere else, nor is one going to materialize.
But if you're looking as an organization, you don't want to go mid-March and not have anybody signed up here too either, right? So you might put offer A on the table, offer B on the table for Fields, offer A for Russell, and says whoever takes it first, and we'll take you. And Russell will be like, okay, I'll take that. Justin will be like, nah, you know what? I'm going to go see what this free agency looks like. That's a good possibility.
What I don't understand is why do people in your position think that Russ is going to get paid more than Fields when you just said that more teams would be interested in Fields?
Yeah, more teams are going to be interested. You're saying that.
Well,
you're looking at the market value on.
I'm not looking at any market value.
If there's more teams interested in Fields, then the
price would go up.
Yeah, the price would go up.
It's a supply and demand principle.
Exactly.
If no one else wants Russell Wilson, who are you competing against?
You're bidding against yourself.
Once again, if you're Justin, if you go out there, you want to see this on your own. You want to see this with your eyes. Maybe the internet says you're worth $9 million a year, but maybe the New Orleans Saints says you're worth 17. Don't you want to go check that out and see? I mean, it could be one way or the other.
The only thing I disagree with you on partially is, Mark, if if Justin really thinks that they're signing him to be the starter and Russell Wilson is gone, so there's no competition, it's his job. Given what's happened in the last 2 years, I think he'd take it and not see what's out there, because I don't think the grass is greener for him. Learn a whole new system again, go somewhere where you might not even be the starter. They might draft somebody to be the starter, and then you're the starter for like 3 games and you get benched. It's a Mitch Trubisky thing all over again.
I guess it depends on what Justin values the most. Does he value playing, or does he value money?
What do you think? You were around him all year.
Well, it looks. I mean, first of all, everybody values money. Even the people that have money want more money. So he's made a decent amount of money in his 4 years of not really producing much. I mean, at this point, the best case scenario, I would want both. But
why?
You
Who's
want
the
money and a starter?
Oh, no, I thought you meant you want both Fields and Wilson back.
No.
Okay.
It's only going to be one or the other. It's not going to happen.
What do you think is the most they'd pay for both guys?
Both?
Like individually?
Yeah.
Individually, what's the ceiling price annual value?
What's the dollar number where it gets to with either guy with like, you know what, we can't do it. Sorry. Go try free agency.
I
Go
think
see
they would
what's
give
out there.
Justin a little bit more if he would sign on for multi-years.
Like, what's an actual number, though?
Yeah.
Like 15 a year?
30?
2 for 25, 2 for 30 for Justin.
Would you do 2 for 25 for him, Pony? 12.5? Just above premium backup money? Lowest of low-end starter money for a veteran?
Probably, but I don't feel good about it. I mean,
what do you think is the
even
highest?
if you have an out
What's
after
the highest?
first year?
Sure. Okay, yeah, I would do that because I think you have almost certainly would have an out building.
And how about Russ?
What about,
It all depends on what team he's looking for, but I would say probably a $20 million
a year or 2.
2 for 40.
Oh.
3 for 60 with getting out
Check,
after
please.
the third
No,
year?
I'm not interested in that,
Check,
Mark.
please. No, thank you.
Mark, it'd make him the second highest paid player on the team after Watt.
Well, I'm talking about market-wise. You're talking about what the Steelers might pay for him.
Yeah, I'm asking what the Steelers
They're
would pay for
desperate,
him.
man. They're desperate. If Justin says, no, I'm going to go check out this free agency market, and there's a good chance I might not be back here, you got Russell Wilson
God,
at 15 to
Mark,
18 a year, or you
I almost don't want you to finish the sentence. That is impossibly grim.
But Mark,
the whole situation at quarterback's grim right now.
I know.
But Mark, why would they be desperate for 2 guys that Art just said we can't win a
Have
Super
you
Bowl
seen
with these
the
guys?
free agency? Have you seen who you're going to play? You're going to have Kyle Allen and
wait a
Skylar
minute.
Thompson.
If they were at least aware that you sometimes have to be bad, although Tomlin disagrees with this, to get a great quarterback or at least have the chance to draft one, then they should just be fine with both these guys going elsewhere.
I want to go back to Mark on this, though. So if Art's involved in these conversations, is he not?
Yeah.
Okay. If you put 2 contracts in front of Art and said, we're either going to pay Russell Wilson $20 million a year, we can bring Mason back for 5, you think he's picking Russ? I think he's taking Mason.
I think he defers. First, he'd have to sign off on that's the amount, but I think he would leave the decision up to Mike.
What do you think his preference would be, though? I think he'd take Mason.
For 5?
Yeah.
I should reach out, but I have not reached out to Mason yet. I don't know if he would even consider coming back here. How it ended.
That's dumb.
Even if he felt like he'd be the starter?
I don't think. How could he trust Mike in that situation?
He's left on some not so good terms.
How could he possibly trust Mike if he won the last 3 to save Mike's season?
I agree with that.
And then,
but beggars can't be choosers.
They
would be my rebuttal to that.
They kept saying, "Okay, Mason, stay near your phone. Stay near your phone. We like you. We like you." Oh, Russell signing by. I mean, you can't feel good about yourself if you're Mason Rudolph.
Probably feel a little better about yourself if you tell yourself hey, at least they did that to me, but Mike Tomlin doesn't know his ass from a hole in the ground when it comes to a quarterback.
I guess you never say never, but
Mark, I just don't like tying so much money against the cap into a quarterback who I know I can't win with. Even if it's not like premium
you think they can't win with. Do they think they can't win?
Well, I don't care what they think because they're wrong if they think they can win.
Well, wait a minute. You didn't think that Art basically said the reason why we're not playing anymore is because look at the quarterbacks that are still on the field and look what we've got? That's what I took from his message.
Do you think Mike feels differently than Art, though, that Mike really believes they can win with one of those 2 guys? Win big?
No.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
No, you think that's what Mike believes, just to be clear.
I think he thinks what we thought he did all year. He thought that Russell Wilson would be that guy that could take them to a next level.
Do either of you know the rules for involuntarily committing somebody to an asylum?
Wait a minute. You think
we might have to have an intervention for Mike?
You think Tomlin still believes that Russell Wilson is the guy they can compete for Super Bowls with?
Yeah.
Wow.
They just need to have patience around him. It's funny how Art said, I forget who he told that recently today, and said, hey, we never found the number 2 wide receiver. Well, that's funny because all year we were told we were full of beans that they need a number 2 wide receivers. So what I'm saying, if you add the number 2 and you add.
Just laughing. They say the right pieces around him. You could put basically the best 52 guys in the NFL around Russell Wilson, and I'm not sure I'd pick them to beat the Chiefs come January.
You were very angry today after eating that chicken sandwich.
Oh,
Is he always this angry?
Yes.
He can get in that mood.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean, I think the vein was popping.
I'm not saying anything that Pony. I know I'm not saying anything Pony disagrees with.
No, you're not. I guess it's more the bedside manner because you're sitting within inches of the guy that's getting on his nerves.
I just don't know where you go quarterback wise. I mean, you don't want Cousins. You don't. I mean,
what's wrong with let's say if Fields and Wilson are both not options? What's wrong with signing? Gardner Minshew gets cut, and you're probably resigning yourself. Yeah, we're going to be 6-11. We're going to be 7-10. Next year's quarterback class looks like demonstrably better. What is so bad about that?
Because you're assuming that next year's you're going to be able to pick the right guy in the next year's draft.
You have an inherently but you have an inherently better chance when there are a commonly agreed upon set of quarterbacks that are better.
Well, hold on a second. I want to just go back to Cousins for a second. I don't think the guy can win. I think he's shot. However, if the two options are to me, you can have Russell Wilson for, I'll even make it cheaper, $15 million a year. Or I can get Kirk Cousins on the league minimum again because Atlanta's paying his salary. I'm doing that. If I can't win with either guy, I might as well save money on the position, Mark.
Once again, I think we're having a difference of opinion of your opinion and their opinion.
Yes, correct.
So as long as you two have two different opinions, you're going to go with the cheaper one. They're going to win the things that they can win with. The thing that I just don't believe in, that is just because you stink and you have a top 10 pick, that you're all of a sudden getting a franchise quarterback. I can name 20 of them.
Where did their last franchise quarterback come in the draft? Pick 11.
I mean, I could name Blaine Gabbert, Zach Wilson.
Okay, and I could name
Christian Ponder,
Patrick Mahomes.
I mean, yes, you name one.
I could name Josh Allen.
That entire draft.
I could name Jared Goff. I could name Jaden Daniels. I
could name Carson Wentz. I mean, we can play this game the whole time.
Carson Wentz was going to close to win the MVP award, and they still won the Super Bowl that year.
But Mark, how do you
E.J. Manuel?
Mark, how do you reconcile them wanting Wilson back when you were told, and their top insider who talks to the owner all the time was told the offensive coordinator and the quarterback don't get along? That's all of a sudden that's going to get repaired and everything's hunky-dory. All of a sudden Russ is going to start playing the way Arthur Smith wants or vice versa?
No, I think that's the case of Mike allowing Arthur to do what he wants to do more than...
Oh, yeah, because that's going to happen overnight. Right. Good point, Mark. Yes. Mike's going to show up to OTAs and say, you know what, Arthur Smith, it's actually your show now. You do whatever you want with this offense. It's your car.
I thought this would be the time that they would announce some of the coach departures.
Well, they already did. Aaron Curry's gone.
I have an important... Their linebackers coach, Aaron Curry.
I thought they loved him, and I wasn't even really paying attention.
He went to the Jets.
There's a reason. I have an update about my involuntary commitment joke. We have great listeners. Matt tweeted in, I am a psych nurse. To get somebody involuntary committed on a 304, that's the code, I guess, they have to be a danger to themselves or others. Mike right now is a danger to this franchise and fan base. I think there are grounds to get this done.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Art or myself.
All right, let me see to what degree.
Oh, you were definitely
Now, remember, you've got Big Eagles fan, the MILF Hunter, Seth Lundy.
I don't even want to know why you call him the MILF Hunter. I can imagine.
Because
he said like if he had his preference, he would like to date a woman older than he is.
In her 50s.
Possibly significantly older.
He looks like he's about 23.
He's 26.
Ideal age, I think, for him is late 30s.
He likes a woman with experience, Mark.
35.
So be careful because he might jump across this table and smack you. If you take Russell Wilson and put him on the Eagles, could they compete for a Super Bowl with him?
I think so.
See, you're nuts.
No, how?
You are absolutely
with that
out of
offensive
your
line
mind.
and that running back and those wide receivers?
Their potential would be unlimited.
No way.
He would miss a ton of throws. Hold on, Mark.
He'd spin himself into sacks.
Mark, how could you say that in good conscience, knowing how much of a factor Hurts' running ability and overall physical durability is for them? The guy's run for like 14 touchdowns, and him running the ball and being a threat to run is a huge part of why they're good.
Okay. Can we go position by position? Would you rather have the Eagles' offensive line or the Steelers?
No, we've done this.
We've done this exercise. Jalen Hurts I don't even think Jalen Hurts is great. He is a markedly better quarterback than Russell Wilson.
Maybe pick a different team than the Eagles, and maybe I'll disagree with you. But if you're just supplanting Russell Wilson with Jalen Hurts, I'm liking my chances of him.
Mark, one guy has made a 1-yard play unstoppable. The other dude against Cincinnati the last week of the season had about as big of a divide as you to Seth to get 1 yard on a quarterback sneak and still couldn't get it.
Josh Allen missed it 4 times. They cut him.
If the
No,
Steelers
but Josh
can pick
Allen
him up,
makes up for it by playing like an MVP the other 18 games of the
Why
season.
am I sitting here defending Russell Wilson? How you guys get me turned
You
on
always
this?
defend Russell Wilson. We're not just bringing that out of you.
Practically his press secretary for most of the year.
I've been saying for the past 4 months that I think they should bring Justin Fields back next year.
For the past 4 months?
Yes,
No, you have not been.
I've said that from the beginning.
Donnie, has Mark said that since the beginning?
Absolutely.
Meredith knows you haven't said that since the beginning.
Meredith listens 5 days a week.
I don't know who Meredith is, but she's wrong.
She listens. She is a P1 listener. She said you did not say that in any uncertain terms.
I said Russell Wilson's good for now. I said Justin Fields is good for next year.
Donnie, you write notes on every show. Has Mark been saying that?
I'd have to look back.
Yes, that's a yes.
But I also
if Harry Callis was writing our show notes, we wouldn't. If Harry Callis was writing our show notes, we wouldn't even know if Mark had been on the show.
I was there for like 3 segments, and he didn't know I was there.
Wait a minute, because you were like hiding in the corner.
He came in right before.
Mr. Kaboly, I can't believe you're here.
He texted Adam and said, "Oh, I can't get a hold of him." And Adam looked at me and goes, "He's been here for 15 minutes."
Jeez. Text us on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We're live at the Buffalo Wild Wings in West Mifflin. They're giving away free wings for a year. It's free to sign up. Gentleman just did that in front of us moments ago. You can be the next one to sign up. We'll get Kaboly's thoughts on what Art Rooney said today to Channel 4 about
we're gonna argue
Steelers
about this
fans
too.
being spoiled. Yes, we are. But first, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt and Wake Forest tomorrow at noon. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pregame coverage at 11:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Donnie, I got to talk about McVay. I've got chicken in my mouth, and Robin's been very kind in the things she's saying about us right now, but I got to power through and get this read out there. McVay, heating and plumbing, they do both. Very important right now. We have that horrible Arctic freeze come through 2 weeks ago. Still feeling the effects of that. Pipes bursting. Furnaces shot. Heating systems shutting down. Trust McVay to fix all those things. I have, and you will too. Call McVay.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. It is time to stop sleeping on the level of greatness Jalen Hurts is painfully close to. Because if somehow he and his Philadelphia Eagles beat the Chiefs next week in the Super Bowl, he'll be on track to be perhaps the Peyton Manning of his generation. Already, he has more Super Bowl appearances than names like Aaron Rodgers, Dan Marino, Drew Brees, and Matt Stafford. The fact is that Hurts is remarkable, but a win makes us recognize him. I'm Bill Ryder.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Mac.bid is where you can save up to 80% off retail. But keep that to yourself, because you don't want the bidding competition. If anyone asks, you need to lie, deceive, fib, and fabricate some falsehoods pronto. They want me to tell everyone that Mac.bid is here. You should tell no one.
Caesars Sportsbook is the only sportsbook app with Caesars Rewards, where every bet you place brings you closer to perks only Caesars can offer. So download the app using promo code Radio1000 and place your first bet today. If you win, great. If not, you'll get it back as a bonus bet, up to $1,059 for Super Bowl 59. Open to new users in Pennsylvania who are 21 or older, affiliated with Harrah's, Philadelphia. If qualifying bet loses, bet amount returned as a bonus bet. Bonus bet expires 14 days after receipt. See Caesars.com/promos for full terms. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Get
at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington. Equally great in weather and fuel efficiency. Check out the 2025 Outlander PHEV. Just $299 a month with no money down. Remaining 24 Outlanders now up to $9,000 off. Or finance at a low 0%. Your new year deal, your way. What a great day. Shop JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Lease for $299 a month for 36 months. Security deposit waived. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Tonight, cloudy with rain, then snow, the low 26.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Traffic is starting to build up on the outbound side of 28. You'll see delays from the bridges on the north side through the exit for 31st Street. I'm Kyle Fronheiser.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Born and bred Pittsburgher too. I've followed this team for my entire life. We know the culture that you guys have built in this organization. Recently, some fans, some commentators, things like that have been maybe calling into question the culture a little bit, the lack of fight we've seen maybe from years past, maybe the lack of discipline we've seen from years past. Is that something that concerns you or bothers you when you hear that come into question?
No, I think, look, I'm very comfortable with the culture in this team. I think it is a winning culture. I think people need to keep it in perspective here. Even though we haven't kind of reached our goal of winning a Super Bowl, we've had winning teams. We've been making the playoffs, and I understand the disappointment in terms of not succeeding in the postseason, and that's what we have to do. It's not like we haven't had some success around here.
Good to see you. 4:15. Brought to you by Gina G and Petro of Remax Select Realty. We are live at Buffalo Wild Wings, West Mifflin. Brand new, burned down, brought it back. They're giving away free wings for a year. Just got to sign up. We got several people doing that right now.
We got a crowd here, man. I love a very lively crowd. We got people at the bar who are turning when I'm saying something either funny or stupid or both. I mean, this is...
Loving the Blue Chew ads is the reaction we're getting.
Big reaction, yes.
Mark, have you tried that yet?
What is it, gum? What is Blue Chew?
Oh, I think you need to just try it. Sight unseen. Don't even read into anything about it.
Well, you're going to make me Google it now, and I'm not going to want to know what it is. I can imagine what it is. If it's up, never mind.
Ashley Lyotis, who's from this neck of the woods.
Right down the road.
She's a Baldwin.
She should stop by.
She's a Baldwin lady.
We'd love that.
And her father was an official, so she knows.
Ref.
She is a certified knower of ball.
So, Mark, even before we played the audio, said, I'm going to disagree with what happened. So what is there to disagree with there?
Well, I know, knowing you guys already, I know what you're going to say here.
Why don't you give your response to what you heard, and then we'll talk to you about it.
I don't really think much of it. I think everything he said, Art, to her in that clip was 100% true.
That they have a winning culture.
I think he says we win, we've won. We just haven't did well in the playoffs. I mean, you can break it down all you want. He is absolutely saying facts right here. I mean, you can break it down the last.
So it's a fact to say don't question the effort in that playoff game against the Ravens.
No, I'm saying he said we. It sounded like he's hearing the outside noise, right? He's hearing of, hey, this team is as bad as the Cleveland Browns, the Jacksonville Jaguars, when we know that's not true when you look at the stats.
Mark, nobody has said that.
Well,
who is saying that?
I don't know if they're saying that, but you're looking.
I'm saying the exact opposite, I think, usually, which is like they're in this unique position of just being constantly in purgatory.
Stuck in the middle.
Yeah. They're in that soft, squishy middle everyone says you don't want to be in.
Everything he said there was, how can you disagree with, though?
Mark, they don't have a winning culture.
You know how many teams over the past 5 years? There's only 5 teams that have more wins than them. And
how many teams have more playoff wins than them?
Okay, that's different now. He did say.
So he didn't.
We need to start winning in the playoffs and when it matters. That's two separate arguments.
Mark, my takeaway is this from it. It won't even be semantics on winning culture. Man, I hate being lectured by any owner of any team, particularly the owner of the team that for the longest time had ownership that typically understood, I think, what the fan expectation was, but more importantly, held the team to the same level of expectation themselves. when I hear the owner of this team almost sounding like a guy who's like a parent wagging their finger at like a collective fan base, like it's a child, an unruly, ungrateful child, and saying like essentially it could be a lot worse. You should be happy that you're a Steelers fan and not a fan of one of these other schmo franchises. I don't like that at all.
I don't know. He didn't say that, though.
You don't think his tone was...
Oh, now we're reading into tone.
Yes.
Isn't that what we do all the time?
We do that all the time.
Well,
if Russell Wilson says, I love this team, these guys are great, I want to be back, that's one thing. If he says, I love this team, I love these guys, I want to be back, that's another thing.
Tone. Should we get body language expert in here? Should we get, maybe how he dresses as well?
You can make fun of it all
I mean, it's true, though.
But you can make fun of it all you want. I think you would probably agree that not every message is delivered just in a vacuum. It's just the words. It's what they mean. Obviously, how you deliver a message affects how the message gets received.
I honestly do believe, in my opinion, that he's getting tired of being lumped into a category of saying this is one of the worst run franchises in the league. And he says, I look at this, and there's only a handful of teams that have won more games than us in 5 years. Since we made it to the Super Bowl, there's only 4 teams that have won more games than us. Okay, we need to be better in the playoffs down the stretch in 2 of the last 5 years. But also, they have played pretty much without a great quarterback for, good 5 years now? Ben came back from the elbow.
Yep.
Ben struggled early on his year back. Then you had 3 years of whatever. So you're looking, even the year that Ben was past 6 years, they really haven't had a quarterback, and they're still be able to win.
So that means they get graded on a curve because they screwed up the Kenny Pickett?
No, all I'm saying is what he said is true. They still win. If you look at that as in the transcript in the black and white, I don't think you can go and say, well, this is not true. This is not true. No, everything he said was true. Now you can read into how he portrayed it and how he said it and maybe his body language and his voice tone, that's different. But what he said was true. They are winning, but they can't win in the playoffs and late in the season. And they need a quarterback. I mean, everything that is true. There's nothing untrue about that.
I mean, he's responsible in part for them not having a quarterback.
I mean, Mark, I just categorically deny that the Steelers brand is, as long as we win more games than we lose, technically that's a winning culture. That's not who they are. That's never who they've been. When you say they've won more games over the last 5 years than a handful of teams in the NFL, just you personally, do you think they've been successful over the last 5 years?
They've been successful regular season, but not the playoffs.
Okay, but how do you separate one from the other?
Well, he separated them in black and white. Did you read it? Did you hear it? He says we continue to win. And
the point Pony's trying to make is that is different than what ownership of this team would have done in the past. They would never have separated winning in the regular season versus playoff winning as two distinct things. And if you're good at one of them, that should be going a long way.
But do we know this because it's never happened before?
Yes, and he's been the guy owning the franchise while it's taking place. I just don't understand how this is can be a hair-splitting exercise that somehow excuses what he's saying or the tone in which he's saying it or the message
let's not get caught up in the minutia of the definition of what winning is and what isn't. You actually think the team has a good culture?
How do you define culture? Honestly, I don't know how to define culture. What are we talking about?
So when you see the effort in a playoff game, when you see the George Pickens stuff, when you hear guys like Roethlisberger and Harrison say this team does not have leaders, you don't start to question that either?
Oh, I mean, I could be a jerk about it and say James Harrison was the one that left games before when he was inactive and he slept in.
Right.
And Bud Dupree hated him.
Okay.
And so calling the kettle black here, right? Along with Ben as well.
So they're wrong then?
No, I'm just saying. So it's a different perspective right there. So.
Can't you also – I said both of those things and also said both of those guys seem to have a point, though. I don't love the messenger in either case, but just because I don't think that the messenger didn't also take advantage of the situation doesn't mean they're wrong.
Okay, let's flip it around real quick. And you're Art Rooney sitting there, and Ashley asked you that question. What do you say? As the owner of a team, the billionaire, blah, blah, blah.
As the owner of a team, knowing that my words have meaning both to the people who work for me and to the people who consume my product, you know what I would have said? Ashley, frankly, I've heard a lot of the cries from the fans about this, a lot of the frustration. I echo it. We have to realize that what we've been doing is not working because we haven't won, we haven't held ourselves to the standard that we always have held this franchise to, which is playoff victories and Super Bowls. We have to seriously reevaluate the way we go about our business relative, relative to the rest of the NFL, because it's obvious that having winning or non-losing seasons isn't enough. Like, I would love to hear something like that, but he doubles down as if to say or imply, how dare you not be happy with what you're being fed?
Mark, I didn't take it like that, though. I didn't take it like him saying that.
As just, I'm not trying to start like the big fight here about semantics, Pony, but in tone. How did you take his comments? I felt like there was some, where's the gratitude
but
from
you're
the fan?
still
Of
angry.
course, I started the show with that.
Because you're still angry at the whole loss and a little
I'm not
emotional.
angry. I'm honestly not angry at the loss. I have seen them win two Super Bowls. I'm not emotional about it. I'm watching what I see.
Well, hold on a second. Don't you think it's a problem when the fans seem to be more upset about getting your butt kicked in the playoffs than the head coach and the owner?
I mean, once again, do you want to put this out there publicly?
Why not?
I'm sure that they are.
Oh, yeah, their actions show that they're really ticked off about it, Mark. With the way they've handled their coaching staff and what you're saying about what their plans are this offseason, they really look like a team that's perturbed and put off by how they played against the Ravens.
Well, let's see what happens here in the next couple months. Maybe it comes more clear of them just staying status quo or them trying to change.
What do you think is going to happen then?
I think they're going to add people.
Closely.
I think they're going to add people. I mean, coaching staff, once again, we can get in a whole argument about coaching staff. You know where I feel on that, where I stand on that. I mean,
do you see any reason, based on what anybody, Art or Mike, has said, to think that they internally are starting to doubt their way of doing business? The way they believe football games should be won, the way they feel rosters should be built, and so forth.
Internally, you mean Mike and Art?
Mike and Art.
No.
Okay. Then that's all I need to hear. If you don't feel like the two most important people with the franchise feel like they need to change some of their ways.
Every time the Steelers get their butt kicked, Tomlin comes out and says, we're going to look at everything to change because that's what we are getting paid to do and we have to do. Then the next week it's nobody changes. Everything's the same.
And you don't see that as a problem?
No, I'm just saying, what make you think that would change now, their mindset?
I think that's why we think that it's problematic. I think that's why we think there's issues there.
Pretty much the crux of it for me. You're telling me that the two guys who have the most power to drive and set the direction and the course of the franchise don't really think that the results matter much.
You're basically saying what he said at that last press conference. We don't do the same thing and hope for different results. That's exactly what he does. Is what you're saying.
Over the last couple of years, I don't think that's been the case because they dumped some guys that they picked out as problem areas, and that hasn't always happened.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Things have taken a very ugly turn here.
Yeah.
The Buffalo Wild Wings in West Mifflin. We're going at it with Kaboly. He's in with us. He's got his For the Brand hoodie on that was provided to him by Phil Maines, who's Pat McAfee's money bags. And I guess the way we've treated Mark explains why we haven't gotten any swag.
I think he's heading to Royal Rumble as we speak, so he might be listening to us.
On the Odyssey app, which is free.
Yes.
I'm just thinking of so many different ways I could rebut everything Mark's been saying here.
That's really bothering you, isn't it?
I just am remembering the way you used to talk about Marvin Lewis and the Bengals all those years.
Yeah, I'm missing the old Mark that would just, he'd crush people when they needed it. He'd come down hard on guys.
I'm crushing people. I'm crushing you too.
He would drop a Dusty Rhodes elbow if he felt the need.
Donnie has a headline, and we're right back.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins back home tomorrow night. They host the Predators. Puck drop set for 7 at the arena. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thanks, Donnie. Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington. You want the best deal on the brand new Mitsu that fits you. You go see Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington. They've got something there that is equally great in the crummy weather we tend to have this time of year, and also equally great when it comes to fuel efficiency, helping you at the pump. I'm talking about the 2025 Outlander Hybrid. Right now, just $299 a month with no money down. Now, I drive a 2024 Outlander. I have driven the Outlander Hybrid in the past. It's awesome. The first time I had it, first tank of gas, lasted almost 800 miles because I was able to recharge the battery. Think about that. Not refilling with gas for about 800 miles. You got to check this thing out. It's terrific. Remaining 2024 Outlanders at Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington now up to $9,000 off, or you can finance at 0%. Whatever you choose, come get your New Year deal your way. What a great day. Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington online. JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Are you ready for the ultimate Vegas experience? Just listen to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan on the free Odyssey app to enter our national contest, Slam Dunk in Vegas. Download the free Odyssey app and listen to 93.7 The Fan for at least an hour a day, and you're entered to win. You and 3 friends get airfare to Vegas, stay at the Circa Resort and Casino, Las Vegas's premier sports viewing destination, and visit the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim, along with a cash prize of $20,000 to enjoy the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championships. It's our national contest, Slam Dunk in Vegas. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Winter weather is here. Time to get around in a brand new Jeep. Deals are happening at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram 2025 Jeep Wrangler Sport starting at $235 for 39 months. Visit southhillschryslerjeep.net for more details.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We're at Buffalo Wild Wings, West Mifflin. This place burned down, and then it came back bigger and better than ever. They're giving away free wings for a year. No purchase necessary. Stop by. When you walk in, you'll see our booth. And we've got a raffle ticket thing going. You sign up, you put it in there, and they'll draw it later on. We'll see who the lucky winner is. Mark Kaboly with us from the Pat McAfee Show.
It's the most contentious a Kaboly hour has been in a long time.
What are you talking about? The last 3 weeks you guys have been hammering me.
Yeah, that's good.
Hammering me.
Yeah, but we don't even go to the low blow route like Starkey does, where he calls you Steelers water carrier, or Crowley asks you if you started working for the team, stuff like that. We don't go that route.
Hasn't Starkey called you Steelers?
He texted me that he said that to you.
Hasn't Starkey called you like Steelers Pravda or something like that?
That's Steelers known apologist.
Yeah, Steelers.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Well, he said,
if you ever said that to him about anybody, he would launch the proverbial Starkey nukes. That would be it. If you called him a Ray Shiro apologist back in the day, he might text me about that right now if he's listening. Halsey.
Yeah, I got him once. It was not long ago. He wrote something positive about some Steelers. I'm like, oh. And I go online, and I'm going on the show with him, and I'm like, oh, known Steelers apologist, Joe Starkey, after that column. He goes, oh, and he actually thought it was funny.
You got lucky then.
Mark, you're here with us and not at the Senior Bowl.
Thank goodness. Last time I was there, I tore my Achilles.
I mean, how many cities could we say that about?
Just there in L.A.
Apparently, they're smitten by all these defensive linemen. Is that where they should go with their first-round pick?
Absolutely not.
What should
here
they
we
do?
go. Now we're getting somewhere with Mark.
Yeah, tell me more, Mark. What should they do with that first-round pick?
I think they need a wide receiver. I mean, I'm going offense. I mean, we saw this offense last year.
Pony's that Vince McMahon meme right now. He's starting to lean back in the chair. He's about to go wild here.
We've already had people text in asking for Mark's insider picks on who's going to win the Royal Rumbles Saturday.
Tell him to check out the old Twitter account. I wrote a story for the WWE.com.
Cena.
They were listed right there.
Cena and his bald spot.
No, he ain't going to win.
No, the person who texted me said, does Mark believe CM Punk is going to win the Royal Rumble?
I forget who I picked. I'm going to have to actually read the story.
Oh, you've got some serious convictions there.
No,
wow.
Seth freaking Rollins, and ironically, his entrance music's Burn It Down.
Are you saying that because we're at a place that burned down?
And he's come back better than ever.
Mark, is there a wide receiver you think that they specifically already have any kind of infatuation with for that first-round pick?
I mean, historically, their first-round picks have been very similar, right?
Guys from Ohio State.
Younger guys, big-time schools.
So that would that would put Ibuka, who's been at Ohio State for about 5.5 years, behind the eight ball.
Now, that might change.
Golden from Texas?
That might change because he might be more conducive to coming in and playing right away other than some of the other guys like Russ. Roman Wilson. And so I think you have to go. I don't think you can just look at the Senior Bowl and say, this is the guy they're looking at here, so they're interested in him. That's just one small part of it. They've been scouting these guys for sometimes 2 years now. That's something that we don't really talk about because we don't see it behind the scenes.
But it's the first time Tomlin really gets hands-on with it.
And you can see where, I mean, there's probably a handful of people there that he likes, but I think he liked Malik Willis there a couple of years ago too. So,
well, Alan Saunders is saying he's paying no attention to the quarterbacks there. Does that surprise you?
No, it doesn't, because you look at the six are there. I mean, are any of them going to be anything more than a backup in this league? Doesn't appear to be. So,
yeah, but
that's
you do your due diligence because you need a quarterback.
Yeah, you just have to hopefully not fall in love with what you see at Senior Bowls, Combine times, Pro Days.
Do you think that the Kenny situation fixed that problem for them? Because Art claimed they didn't learn anything from that.
And then Crowley made a big deal about it, and you gave him the John C. Reilly face for it.
Did I? Yeah, I mean,
do you just tweet so much for engagement that you lose track of what you do?
I just tweet to try to stir people up, man.
Which is what I just said. Tweet for engagement.
I'm not engagement. I'm just trying to get you all flustered. See, sometimes I tweet you some gumbo.
Well, that's water off a duck's back, Mark.
Nah, you respond to it.
One listener wants to know, since you guys are in the business of now talking about what happened at practice and statute of limitations, can you talk about what happened the day that AB quit the team?
He just didn't show up. What I was told, and I think I wrote it at the time.
Well, I thought there was something with Roethlisberger where a football got thrown at somebody.
Yeah, no, he threw it at his feet and said.
So what happened that day?
Man, you're really testing my knowledge now, my memory now. This was 5-6 years ago. I know he was there and he just threw the ball. I don't know if he threw the ball at it, threw it at his feet.
Do we know why he was upset in the first place?
Nah, I don't recall. Honestly, I got a terrible memory. I mean, give me something. Give me something here in the last couple years, there, Mr. Twitter guy. But I just know he threw it and then it didn't show up. There's Austin Bechtold in the house. Another Baldwin guy.
I made a very nice comment about him at the beginning of the show.
He got some fabulous hair too.
I said this would be a great place for you to go on a casual first date with someone. And then you guys brought up, or somebody said,
you should go with the MILF Hunter.
Well, unfortunately, Pony, you said all he needs to do now is find somebody, so you tried to throw it on us that we said that.
No, that's why I stopped myself, because I remembered that I was the one that said it. Yeah.
All right.
Anyways, Mark, are you headed to Indy for the Royal Rumble?
No, actually, no. My daughter's birthday party's tomorrow, so I'm not going.
Where are you guys going for that?
What's that place called?
Got no
Urban
clue.
Air or something like that? I don't know.
Oh, that's like a big trampoline town.
So I just literally sit there and play on my phone.
What is the greatest Royal Rumble of all time?
Well, that's the one with Ric Flair.
I was just going to say, how did you not just go 92, Ric Flair wins it all?
92, Ric Flair wins it all.
Pony, do you think I feel like he just came by here to troll us on some of this stuff.
We caught Mark in a mood today. That's all right. It happens.
You know what? He's been talking about me all show like this. It's all projection right now.
What my projection?
You're saying, Mulsey, you're really ornery today. Really, the ornery one is you. You might want to look in a mirror, pal.
He's gone into Bouchette mode. I don't know.
No,
guys.
the problem.
Whatever you say, I don't really care about this. I don't want to talk about this
guess
anymore.
if you think Art's being dismissive and condescending, I guess that's what he's being.
Well, me getting here and having a good parking place right in front was a plus. Then I walk in here and I see Mulsey eating a chicken sandwich. That was like, well, that's strike number one. Then seeing you eating a chicken salad, that was strike number two.
So you decided to join the party by spewing a bunch of chicken bleep?
He didn't want to be associated with us.
I see.
All right. Mark, thank you.
Yeah.
Wow. He seems very put off by me today.
No, I mean we are up against it, as they say in the parlance here, and we have to get like the shepherd's hook from the Oscars for you.
We're at Buffalo Wild Wings, West Mifflin. You can come down here, and they are giving away free wings for a year, right next to the old Century 3 Mall. 412-928-9370. Open phone Friday next hour. Still a lot to talk about, including something Art said about what's next for the Steelers. When is his son going to take over as the guy that calls the shots for the team? First time he's addressed this in a long time, maybe ever. You'll hear that coming back. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings. Here's a message from Mulsey.
It is. Thank you, Pony. A message from me, your pal Mulsey. And it's okay to admit what I'm about to say. Most of us probably close to all of us, especially if you're not in your 20s anymore, could benefit from a little extra confidence in the bedroom. Blue Chew can help. And you probably know this, but if you didn't, Blue Chew's an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, and at a fraction of the cost. And they're in chewable form, so you're not swallowing pills or needing a glass of water or anything like that. Blue Chew's tablets, they give you extra confidence when it's time to perform. And because it's an online prescription service, guess what? No awkward conversations, no trip to the doctor's office. It ships right to your door in discreet packaging. No two guys are the same either, so the licensed medical providers will work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
At Planet Fitness, we're declaring it. This is the year of getting stronger. And future stronger you can get started now by saving $28 or more when you join today. You in? We have all the best-in-class equipment you could ever need to keep stepping it up. And you can work out your way on your time at any convenient location near you. Most open 24 hours. So let's do this. Join Planet Fitness today and save $28 or more. Just $1 down, $15 a month, cancel anytime. Deal ends January 31st. See Home Club for details.
Right now at Wendy's, get 2 of these fave items for just $7. The spicier classic chicken sandwich, Dave's single, or 10-piece nugs. It's an incredible deal, but an insanely difficult choice. Do you go double chicky sando, both spicy and classic, 1 beefy and 1 chicky? Or maybe you go all in on one and go Nug Max. 2 faves for just $7? Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating Wendy's for limited time only. Select a request 2 for $7 deal to redeem. Not valid in a combo or with saucy nugs. Single item at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling. Just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Did you know the laser hair therapy program at New Image Hair Clinic can preserve and regrow hair for 87% of clients who qualify? Here's Cookie Harris to explain.
New Image's HPRP program is a hair preservation and regrowth program that combines the best of laser technology, vitamins, and nutraceutical products to give your hair the optimal chance of survival and regrowth.
Go to newimagehairclinic.com or call 800-514-HAIR and see if you qualify for the FDA-approved HPRP Hair Preservation and Regrowth Program.
Don't waste your time or money on solutions that don't work. We've been restoring hair for over 60 years. Call us first.
See if you qualify for HPRP. Certain restrictions may apply. Call 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com. That's 800-514-4247 for your free evaluation.
Right now at Wendy's, get 2 of these fave items for just $7. The spicier classic chicken sandwich, Dave's single, or 10-piece nugs. It's an incredible deal, but an insanely difficult choice. Do you go double chicky sando, both spicy and classic, 1 beefy and 1 chicky? Or maybe you go all in on one and go Nug Max. 2 faves for just $7? Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating Wendy's for a limited time only. Select a request 2 for $7 deal to redeem. Not valid in a combo or with saucy nugs. Single item at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
What does it feel like to file with TaxSlayer and get your guaranteed maximum refund? It feels like the last level of a video game, facing off against the final boss who stands between you and your refund.
All your refund has belonged to me.
Using the power of TaxSlayer like a secret power-up he doesn't see coming.
Only the most tax-confident can defeat me.
Throwing your laptop at his video game face and watching him crumble into a giant pile of shiny coin tax refunds.
Oh, not fair. You use TaxSlayer.
Start for free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
Pat Bostic for PGT Trucking. This is a local company that offers dedicated solutions to help your business succeed. PGT Dedicated is a customized transportation solution, whether you need 1 truck or 100 trucks. With PGT Dedicated Solutions, you have guaranteed capacity without the stress of running your own trucking operation. PGT Dedicated Solutions. Service, safety, success. 1-800-TEAM-PGT. That's 1-800-TEAM PGT.
The best time of year for football is finally here. The big game has arrived, and fans are excited to see who'll be hoisting the trophy in New Orleans. You can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Check out their big game giveaway promo for your chance at $1 million in prizes. 25 winners will walk away with $10K in cash, and 7,500 winners will get $100 in bonus bets. No deposit or bet required. Opt in today in the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man. High five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Woo. Up top, Bike Shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messelthorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years!
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five!
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Guardian Protection is celebrating 75 years of keeping homes and businesses safe. With this big anniversary, right now you can buy 1 Guardian camera and get the second for just 75 cents. That's right, add another camera for just pocket change. Guardian cameras offer HD video, motion alerts, and 2-way audio, so you're always connected and in control. Protect your property with smarter security and enjoy total peace of mind. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to grab this limited time anniversary offer. New customers only. Terms and conditions apply.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick. Soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors. Use as directed. Vapo Stick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max use for adults only.
At David's Bridal, love is in every stitch. From the initial sketch to the final details, each style is designed with exquisite craftsmanship. Every wedding gown, bridesmaid look, prom dress, and special occasion style in between features handcrafted details filled with love. Come see the magic in person. Book an appointment and sign up for Diamond Loyalty to save 15% on your first purchase. Earn points towards special rewards and more at davidsbridal.com.
The FanDuel Kick of Destiny is back, and this time it's every Manning for himself. This Super Bowl, two legends will take the field in a sudden death field goal showdown. Peyton versus Eli, live from New Orleans. One kick to claim ultimate family bragging rights. Who will rise to the moment? Pick your winner now in the FanDuel app in partnership with Valley Forge. And if you back the right brother, you'll earn a share of $10 million in bonus bets. It's the FanDuel Kick of Destiny 3. Make your free pick, and don't forget to tune in to watch the showdown live during Super Bowl 59's pregame show on Fox at 3 p.m. Eastern. May the best Manning win. Download the app or head to FanDuel.com/Starkey and bet with FanDuel, official partner of Super Bowl 59. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. No purchase necessary. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through March 21st, get fast, reliable 300 megabit Xfinity internet with unlimited data included and an unlimited mobile line for just $30 a month for 1 year. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan, auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity internet required. Reduce mobile speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds and actual internet speeds vary.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with savings with new low prices on hundreds of your favorite produce items like pineapples, avocados, navel oranges, and lettuce at your neighborhood Giant Eagle.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Crews are on the scene of an accident on the outbound side of the Parkway West, just past the 79 interchange. The right shoulder is closed. Expect delays as you work through the 79 interchange after Carnegie. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
You know what you want to say. Bad dog. You chewed up my couch. Now I gotta call the junk men to have them haul it out of here. Time to call the pros. 2 men and a junk truck.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt Wake Forest tomorrow afternoon on the Fan. Tip-offs at 12:30. The Panthers try to make it 3 in a row in ACC play. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, live from Buffalo Wild Wings in West Mifflin. It's the PM team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
How much longer do you see yourself in this role, or is there a timeline?
I don't have a timeline on it. My grandfather never retired. My father never retired, so I'm hoping to follow in their footsteps. And but look, my son's involved in the business now, and potentially other family members will be involved, and so we'll see how it goes.
No signs of slowing down. Art Rooney too. Electric Boogaloo. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. We are live at Buffalo Wild Wings in West Mifflin. It's been a hell of a time. Austin Bechtold has stopped by. I think he's trying to
meet an eligible bachelorette tonight.
Yeah. I mean, Seth was making some comments off the air about the scenery here. And maybe those two should stick around and
God, can you imagine?
Fraternize.
Can you imagine
Chat.
that buddy comedy? Move over, Starsky and Hutch.
Yeah. Your brother-in-law's here. He remarked to me when we were in break that he needed to apologize for saying the Tristan Jarry contract was going to work. So that was very...
that's very big of him. He's very mature.
Look, I mean, I owned saying Kenny Pickett was going to be the Joe Burrow 2.0, and that didn't happen. So I don't shy away from that. It was a horrible prediction.
Do you think that is your worst prediction? Yeah, I think there's one that rivals it. Can I just say this for the matter of record?
Please, by all means.
I do think that it is actually worse that you said that Mason Rudolph would have a better pro career than Lamar Jackson.
But that was a flippant comment that really only got made once.
Yeah.
The Pickett thing, I doubled and tripled and quadrupled.
I think they ran out of oopled that you did. I mean, you were 50 or 60 ooples into that thing.
Yeah. I don't get why other people get away with making crappy predictions and I don't.
You've kind of turned it into a cottage industry unto yourself. I think that's why.
Like you told me that Doran all week before Pitt played Clemson in the ACC championship game was saying Pitt's going to win, Pitt's going to win, Pitt's going to win, Pitt's going to win, and they lost by like 40 points.
No,
so why doesn't that ever get thrown back in his face?
No, the problem with that was he said the whole show leading up to the game, we were doing the pregame, he made it very clear he thought Pitt was going to lose. And then you could just see the old I played football creep in there. And by the end, before the last break, I said, you're going to pick them to win, aren't you? You have no real belief, but you're just going to blindly pick them. And he said, yeah, I'm going to. And he did. So he knew better, but he still went against it. I think what people get mad at you for is every time you were given a chance to, have an out there, to, Pony, you couldn't really have believed this. You're like, no, I really did. These are my honest thoughts about Kenny Pickett.
And thank you. And I wasn't the only one who felt that way. Mark got hoodwinked by him.
People got sucked into it, but I think you got sucked into it the most.
Crowley did.
Oh, there was hoodwinking going on. Who else got hoodwinked? There were some national people.
I think even locally people started to think he was going to be a good quarterback. They didn't go I went extreme. I went on the extreme end of it.
The really good preseason kind of threw people for a loop.
Peter Schrager had him as the breakout player of the year.
Thank you. That was one of them. How about when Louis Riddick said, I can't wait for this. I'm going to...
Schrager's not exactly company you want to be keeping with some of this stuff. There's my lovely stepmother-in-law who, very concerned, said, Chris, are you feeling okay?
From the explosive diarrhea.
She heard it.
No,
she thought I was sick.
Riddick said, I'm going to enjoy this dunking back on people who ripped the Kenny Pickett
Man, now
selection.
Riddick is not somebody you can go and call the receipts on because he, I feel like, does not handle that well. I feel like things get very real very quickly on social media with
All right,
him.
so who do we believe here? Because we've gone through this Art Rooney, thank you, this Art Rooney 2 media tour.
Yes.
Where he now made his final stops on Channel 11 and Channel 4.
Yeah.
And Jenna Harner asked, what's the succession plan? When are you going to step away? Do you have a time, a year? You don't have to give it to me, but just...
Is there even a plan that's already been devised? Right. He's 72. He's a year younger than my dad.
And we know Danny Rooney's getting schooled on everything in the Steelers organization.
Worst kept secret in the organization is that Danny Rooney is the guy in waiting. It's been that way for several years.
And he says to Jenna, I'm never going to retire. My grandfather didn't. My dad didn't. I don't have any plans on stepping away from this.
Yep.
Donnie says thinks Art's done in 2 years.
I have a feeling I know why Donnie would put that very specific timeline on him. So after this year and after the year after, right?
Yep.
Because you know what two things that would cover? Dublin game, draft here.
Oh, Donnie, is that your logic for why he'll be out after 2 years? That's a good point by you.
No, I do like that logic though, because those are two things that he is obviously going to be proud of. Mine was that it was in correlation to when Mike Tomlin's contract is up.